In the face of extreme cold, scorching heat, earthquakes, blizzards, torrential rain, floods, hailstorms, and dense fog, natural disasters strike relentlessly, causing alterations in both flora and fauna, while humanity struggles to exist in the narrow margins of survival. Civilization teeters on the brink of obliteration, and societal order has disintegrated. Shen Xun fought for survival in this apocalyptic world for 4 long years, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of her insufferable relatives. Reborn a fortnight before the onset of the apocalypse, she liquidated her inheritance of company shares left by her parents, amassing a staggering 20 billion, and embarked on a fervent quest to stockpile supplies. This time, she vowed to distance herself from her intolerable kin, surveying the abundant provisions in her storage space. Shen Xun felt enveloped by a profound sense of security. Chapter 1. Gene Serum Rebirth. Within a 300-square-meter laboratory, over 100 towering petri dishes stood, each containing a liquid in which severed limbs floated eerily. A dozen technicians, laptops in hand, meticulously recorded the data from each gene serum experiment. The first batch of gene test subjects consisted of 150 individuals. One succeeded, while 149 failed, reported one technician, his fingers trembling as he completed the document. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. They had achieved success on a sterile examination table. A young girl lay restrained, her limbs bound by metal plates, with 2 red marks etched around her neck from the pressure. Her frail figure writhed desperately. The technician clad in a blue lab coat ignored Shen Xun's struggles, connecting a data line to her head as a cascade of numbers appeared on the screen. The technicians gazed intently at the ever-changing data. The subject's physiological parameters are stable. We may proceed to the second phase of experimentation. One elderly figure, eyes alight with fervor, declared as he grasped a vial of white serum. He carefully expelled the air from the syringe, positioning himself beside Shen Xun as if admiring his magnum opus. Shen Xun ceased her futile struggles, recognizing the futility of her efforts. She longed to utter words, but the cloth binding her mouth rendered her voiceless. A sharp pain pricked her wrist as the elder excitedly let go of the syringe. The technicians, brimming with anticipation, awaited the outcome. This was the sole surviving gene test subject. If Shen Xun could endure the second round of experimentation, it would herald a transformative breakthrough for their research. Subjects' data fluctuating abnormally. Administer a sedative. Quickly. A flurry of frantic activity ensued as 2 doses of sedative were injected into Shen Xun's body. The cloth binding her mouth was replaced with an oxygen mask, and as she breathed, a mist enveloped the mask before dissipating. Shen Xun gradually closed her eyes, relieved that the anticipated agony had not materialized. Beep. The red values on the instrument ceased to fluctuate. Shen Xun, your instructor is calling you. Chen Xiaoxiao shouted repeatedly. Shen Xun lifted her head, directing her gaze toward Chen Xiaoxiao, her face still marked by the creases of her shirt, provoking laughter from her classmates. With a piercing glare, Shen Xun fixed her eyes on Chen Xiaoxiao, recalling that she had gone to the J-City base. Only Chen Xiaoxiao found no humor in the situation, as Shen Xun's gaze was too chilling, causing her to instinctively turn away. Silence. Silence. An elongated ruler struck the podium, the sharp sound cutting through the laughter and plunging the classroom into hushed stillness. Old Lin adjusted his glasses, and for reasons unknown, Shen Xun perceived a deathly gaze emanating from his narrowed eyes. Shen Xun, this is the 3rd time. I want you to leave and stand outside. After class, report to my office. Old Lin commanded, pointing toward the door with an unkind tone. Shen Xun stood momentarily stunned, wondering if she was dreaming, yet the vividness of the experience felt all too real. A cool breeze wafted through the window, the air devoid of any rancid odor, only the refreshing scent of trees lingering. Shen Xun rose and exited the classroom under the watchful eyes of her peers. In the 6-story building, a few students occasionally passed by, clutching materials and books, glancing back at Shen Xun as they walked by. The familiar teaching building, standing outside the classroom, she could still hear the voices of instructors lecturing from the floors above, a surreal blend of reality and dream. Shen Xun pinched herself sharply, a red mark blossoming on her arm, the pain confirming her reality. This is no dream. I have returned, she mused, reflecting on her current circumstances, punished by Old Lin, surrendering her shares, and then the arrival of the apocalypse. Following the tragic death of her parents in a car accident, she inherited 40% of the company's shares, making her the largest stakeholder. However, her uncle and second uncle, viewing her youth as a vulnerability, pressured her to relinquish her shares to them for management. Shen Xun resisted, yet they persistently harassed her, leading to sleepless nights and ultimately resulting in her punishment in class. What had she done previously? Shen Xun recalled believing they had her best interests at heart when she transferred the shares. Initially, their concern seemed genuine. Yet, when the apocalypse struck, they had sent her to the laboratory in exchange for mere packets of compressed biscuits and grain cakes. Her mind swirled with confusion, but the thrill of rebirth overshadowed it. The gene serum. She remembered that after enduring the first injection, she had acquired the ability to accelerate plant growth. She wondered if that ability had returned with her. As the first individual to receive the gene serum and the only one to survive the initial phase, she had ultimately succumbed before the second. Traversing the corridor, Shen Xun entered the restroom, locked the door, and sat on the toilet, retrieving her phone to check the date. July 6th, XX year 17 days remained until the apocalypse would commence. It all began with an unexpected downpour, lasting an entire month, submerging nearly half of City E. Following the rain cessation came a sudden global temperature drop. At her feet lay a pot of pothos, placed to purify the restroom air. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Shen Xun. A green luminescence sparkled at her fingertips, merging into the leaves of the pothos. Within 2 seconds, the plant began to grow at an astonishing rate. Its tendrils unfurled, climbing the walls until soon, a 2-square-meter space was entirely consumed by the flourishing pothos. Yet it continued to thrive. Chapter 2. Taking leave from school to return home, the tendrils of the pothose continued to extend outward, and Shen Xun felt a tinge of astonishment. The results of the stimulation were far more remarkable than her previous attempts. She recalled that initially, she could only encourage a few green leaves to sprout, while now the vine had surpassed the confines of the restroom, reaching beyond its door where voices could be heard. Someone was about to enter. If anyone discovered the peculiarities of the pothose, Shen Xun quickly composed herself, reaching for the vine hanging on the door, intending to tear it down. The sound of the doorknob turning made Shen Xun fervently wish for the plant to vanish from her sight. Indeed, I too believe that rumor is merely a publicity stunt. How could my brother possibly be interested in that little actress? One voice remarked. You have no idea. I was heartbroken when I stumbled upon that gossip last night. But upon reflection, she is truly unworthy of my brother. It's likely that the rumor was orchestrated by her agency. As the two students passed by Shen Xun, who appeared somewhat dazed, one of them inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need to visit the infirmary?" Shen Xun suppressed her shock, responding, "I'm fine, thank you." After hastily washing her hands, she left. Was this the ability of the second potion? The first had stimulated plant growth, while the second seemed to pertain to space. Shen Xun's consciousness deepened. She could still see the pothose quietly resting in some corner of the space, ceasing its growth. Now was not the time for exploration. The school was teeming with people, and if something akin to the earlier incident occurred during her investigation. The bell rang and Mr. Lin called out Shen Xun. "Come to my office." As Mr. Lin gathered his teaching materials, Shen Xun followed behind him. During the first month of the apocalypse, Mr. Lin had perished. He was the homeroom teacher, and a torrential downpour had flooded the school, trapping many faculty and students in the dormitories. It was said that Mr. Lin had saved numerous students, but ultimately succumbed to the deluge. This was Shen Xun's second visit to this office within the week. Several teachers looked up at the girl trailing behind Mr. Lin. "Shen Xun, what has been going on with you lately? You seem distracted in class and even sleep during lectures. You're about to enter university. Do you still remember what your aspirations are?" Mr. Lin admonished her sternly. He was aware of Shen Xun's affluent background. She was usually chauffeured to and from school, yet over the past 2 years as her homeroom teacher, he had observed her diligence in her studies. "Mr. Lin, there have been some issues at home, and I would like to request a leave of absence," Shen Xun replied calmly. With the apocalypse only a few weeks away, chaos would soon ensue, and she needed to prepare. Time was of the essence. Mr. Lin had anticipated hearing Shen Xun's remorse, but was taken aback to discover that it was familial troubles clouding the mind of this otherwise exemplary student. "Very well. I will grant you leave. Make sure to rest well. By the way, how long do you need?" Shen Xun accepted the signed leave note, stating half a month. "What?" Mr. Lin's tone elevated in surprise. "My family has hired a tutor, so my studies will not fall behind," Shen Xun replied as she turned to leave. This was not an elite institution. Regulations were strictly enforced. After calling the driver, Shen Xun waited at the school gate for a brief moment. 10 minutes later, a Maybach arrived, and the driver stepped out to open the door. "Mississippi home," Shen Xun declared, eager to ascertain the true ability of the second genetic potion. If it indeed pertained to space, her options would expand considerably. At the Ziyuan Villa district, the driver parked in the garage. And Shen Xun took out her phone to transfer the driver's salary for the month. Uncle Wang. I've taken a leave of absence from school for the next half month. You should also take some time to rest and spend time with Annie, Shen Xun said as she awaited Uncle Wang outside the garage. After her parents' passing, only 2 servants remained in the villa, Aunt Sue, who handled the cooking, and Uncle Wang, the driver. Uncle Wang checked his phone, and a notification of the bank transfer appeared. Miss, you have overpaid me for 2 months. Oh, Uncle Wang. You've been working for my family for several years now. This is a raise for you, Shen Xun remarked, pressing the button to close the garage door, which began to descend slowly. Uncle Wang wished to say something further, but Shen Xun had already turned away. After Aunt Sue finished preparing dinner, Shen Xun similarly gave her an additional 2 months' salary and granted her half a month off, leaving the villa utterly desolate. The enticing aroma of the meal filled the dining room, and Shen Xun could no longer resist. She dove into the food. After the torrential rain, edible provisions were scarce, and vegetables were particularly rare. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, Shen Xun had witnessed those fiends devouring children. Later, she was sent to a laboratory, where she had not tasted food, relying solely on nutritional fluids to sustain her bodily functions. Once the meal was finished, Shen Xun still felt hungry. Clearing the table, she opened the refrigerator, finding 2 pieces of matcha cake and chocolate cake within. Unwrapping the packaging, she picked up a spoon and savored both cakes until her stomach felt somewhat appeased. She even drank 2 cups of water. Ding! A text message chimed on her phone. Shen Xun glanced at it. It was a weather alert for E-City, predicting continued rainfall in the province. Shen Xun turned off her phone, disabled the villa's surveillance cameras, returned to her room, locked the door, and sat on the bed. Chapter 3. The second superpower, space. With a flicker of thought, the pot hose materialized in her room, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Shen Xun glanced toward the window, relieved to have drawn the curtains in advance. Lying on her bed, her consciousness delved into the space, and after a brief moment of dizziness, she found herself in front of an immense, boundless white plaza. As she traversed this realm, she began to grasp the extent of the space, which was larger than 10 bird nests, yet there existed another layer beneath it. The pothose had initially seemed to be placed within this inner realm. With a mere thought, Shen Xun's consciousness exited the space. Now, her room was filled with pothose, which had ceased to grow. To confirm her hypothesis, she waved her hand, and the pot hose reappeared in the white space. Green luminescent points began to converge upon the pot hose at her fingertips. After 2 seconds of absorption, the plant commenced its growth. A glimmer of delight flashing in Shen Xun's eyes. The lower space existed in a state of stasis, while the upper space could accommodate living beings that could grow freely. Shen Xun retrieved her notebook and meticulously listed everything she needed to procure. Buzzing, her phone vibrated beside her, displaying a call from her second uncle. A flicker of hostility crossed her mind as she pressed to answer. A kindly voice emerged from the phone. Hello, Shen Xun. This is your aunt. ISN to your 19th birthday coming up in a few days? Your uncle and I have arranged a surprise for you. Shen Xun let out a cold laugh. No thanks, Aunt. I have other plans. I am heading to B-City. In her previous life, it was at her birthday party that they had deceived her with familial affection, compelling her to sign a share transfer agreement. Both families were unscrupulous, especially after the apocalypse when they wished for her to barter her body for sustenance. Refusal would lead to her being sold into a laboratory. If it weren't for the current limitations on taking lives, Shen Xun would have contemplated eliminating them at this very moment. You desire shares, do you? I shall not grant them, she thought as she continued writing, filling 2 pages with items she needed to stockpile. Regrettably, the space lacked soil. To cover the entire area with earth would require displacing several mountains. Shen Xun opened her drawer and retrieved a business card buried at the bottom. It bore the contact number for the president's office at Blue Star Technology, their rival company. After inheriting her parents' shares, representatives from Blue Star had approached her, eager to purchase her shares, but she had declined at that time. Now, however, the sound of dialing echoed from Dudu's phone, swiftly followed by an answer. A sweet voice emerged from the other end. Hello, this is Blue Star Technology. I am Shen Xun, seeking to speak with your president. I apologize, but our president is currently occupied. Shen Xun immediately discerned the underlying tone of her words. Allow me to introduce myself. I represent Shen Technology, Shen Xun. Please connect me to your president without delay. You have 3 minutes after that. You will miss out on an extraordinary opportunity. The secretary, upon hearing the name Shen Technology, suddenly recalled who Shen Xun was. Very well, please hold. True to her word. It took no more than 2.5 minutes before the sweet voice on the line was replaced by a man's deep, resonant tone. Miss Shen. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? Shen Xun hesitated momentarily. The president of Blue Star Technology sounded surprisingly youthful. What is your offer for 40% of Shen Technology shares? Shen Xun wasted no time. She intended to amass a significant stockpile and required substantial funds. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. 1.8 billion. 20 billion. We can sign the contract immediately. But the funds must be transferred to my account at once. Shen Xun made her intentions clear, sidestepping unnecessary complications. Agreed. The electronic agreement has been sent to your phone. The man's voice brimmed with excitement. Securing 40% of Shen Technology's shares for 20 billion would yield far greater value in the future. Shen Xun opened her computer, reviewed the electronic agreement, and, upon confirming its accuracy, signed it. Almost instantaneously, a notification confirmed the 20 billion had been credited to her account. With the funds in hand, Shen Xun began to act swiftly. She opened an online shopping site, aware of the diverse items she needed. Time was of the essence, and a trip to the market was not feasible. She contacted customer service to deal directly with manufacturers, ordering a variety of clothing, windbreakers, winter coats, jackets, short sleeves, undergarments, and footwear, 20,000 sets each, for every season. The same applied to the men's collection. Even if she could not wear everything herself, she could barter with others for necessities. Additionally, she ordered windproof lighters, flashlights, rechargeable lamps, candles, kerosene lamps, alcohol lamps, heat packs, outdoor tents, sleeping bags, air mattresses, alcohol, iodine, saline solution, hydrogen peroxide, soap, laundry detergent, thermometers, bandages, and various sizes of adhesive bandages, as well as suture-free devices. She stocked up on anti-inflammatory medications, pain relievers, fever reducers, allergy medications, and anti-diarrheal drugs. Despite the limited availability of pharmaceuticals online, Shen Xun hoarded as much as she could. In the impending apocalypse, procuring medicine would become an arduous task. After purchasing all available medications from several websites, she requested expedited shipping for all items. Chapter 4. Stockpiling at the wholesale market. Money was not an issue. Time, however, was critical. She needed to reach City B before the torrential rain began. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, all towns had established safe bases. At that time, many, like her, believed that all bases were official. Only later did they realize this was not the case. For example, the base in City E, where she had previously resided, was not an official base. The only official base she had heard of was in City B. Other official bases remained discreet. Striking out the items already purchased from her notebook, she noted that she still had 2 full pages of supplies yet to acquire. As darkness fell outside, Shen Xun's weary eyes drifted closed. Her phone tipped over to the side. A night passed without dreams. Upon waking, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Relieved to discover it was not a dream, she had truly returned. Notifications from her bank account began to pop up. Your account spent 6 million last night. Balance. Shen Xun glanced at her remaining balance. Spending 20 billion within the next 15 days seemed remarkably simple. Gathering a change of clothes, Shen Xun took a shower. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, an oval face, waist-length hair, bright eyes, and dimples appearing when she smiled. Her fair skin radiated the innocence of a girl untouched by the trials of the apocalypse. It was time to cut her hair. Shen Xun grabbed her driver's license and took the elevator down to the underground parking garage, where she drove a Bentley out of the Ziyuan Villa district. In a narrow alley, she found an old barbershop with a sign that had seen better days, adorned with colorful lights. Pushing the door open, she announced her intent to get a haircut. Would you like a wash? No wash. Then please have a seat. What style are you looking for? Just a trim will suffice. Shen Xun had no particular demands, only a desire for convenience. The barber, however, lamented the loss of such beautiful long hair. 15 yuan, a bargain. With her new short bob, she opened her navigation app and searched for nearby wholesale markets. As she approached the market, traffic became congested, prompting her to find a parking spot and switch to a shared electric bike. 3 entire streets were lined with wholesale vendors, offering a myriad of goods. On this street, If one were to buy only a single type of product, the shopkeepers would likely think them jesters. Shen Xun parked her bike in front of an oil wholesale store. After surveying the shelves filled with various cooking oils, she pointed and declared, "I'll take 2,000 jin of each type of cooking oil you have." The shopkeeper looked at her as if she were foolish, but what if she were serious? "Please wait a moment. I have another customer." After sending the customer off, the shopkeeper's demeanor brightened as he rubbed his hands together. "I do have that much stock, but the price is not cheap. Money is not an issue." "I can provide a deposit," Shen Xun replied, scanning the shopkeeper's QR code on the wall with WeChat. The shopkeeper's dismissive smile disappeared as he observed Shen Xun's sincerity. "A deposit of 500,000. The remainder can be settled upon inspection." The notification of the 500,000 transfer chimed in, and the shopkeeper's gaze toward Shen Xun shifted, as if she were a deity of wealth. "May I ask your name, Miss?" "Shen." "Miss Shen, my warehouse is right behind. Would you like me to assist in transporting your goods, or will you arrange for your own transport? Do you have storage available?" "I wish to rent some space to avoid attracting unnecessary attention." "Certainly, I have 2 warehouses in the back. If you wish to rent, I can offer you a favorable rate." "I'll rent for 6 months. What is the cost?" Shen Xun scanned the QR code again. 28,000. "Are you planning to start a business?" "Yes, I intend to open a chain supermarket." Having initially considered renting for just 1 month, she feared the current situation was too precarious to risk. "A chain supermarket sounds excellent, Miss Shen. I happen to have several associates involved in wholesale business. If you need anything else, I can introduce you." Shen Xun put on an air of affluence, responding absolutely. The shopkeeper invited her to sit down for tea and proceeded to make numerous phone calls. "Old Zhang, what kind of fortune is this?" "A real windfall." A stout man with a beer belly entered, and Shen Xun wondered if he could even see his own toes when he looked down. But was he referring to her as the windfall? The shopkeeper pulled the man aside, whispering a few words before returning, both of them wearing smiles. "Please don't mind my friend." "I don't mind. I am indeed here to distribute wealth." After waiting for about 10 minutes, a dozen individuals, both men and women, arrived. The oil merchant, Old Zhang, began introducing Shen Xun to their identities. Rice, fruits, seafood, vegetables, electronics, daily necessities, groceries, pasta, drinking water, as well as pork and beef. Shen Xun's eyes sparkled with delight. This saved her from further inquiries. There were 3 wholesalers for rice, and Shen Xun purchased all their stock by the ton, taking as much as they had. Naturally, the 3 were elated. Finally, they had met a generous buyer. The price of rice had dropped this year, with the newly introduced varieties gaining popularity in the market. Various seafood has been stockpiled, along with instant noodles and drinking water, which are amassed by the ton. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a single pack of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water could be worth one's life. Chapter 5. The Frenzy of Hoarding Supplies. A myriad of fruits has also been secured by Shen Xun for their storage. Electric heaters, refrigerators, generators, solar panels, emergency power supplies, and an array of daily necessities have been acquired. Even excluding the purchases made online, the current stock would suffice for her entire lifetime. Flour and various vegetable seeds have also been requisitioned. The chain supermarket, once opened, was not just one. The items she purchased seemed minimal in the eyes of a few. After everything was uniformly transported to the rear warehouse, Shen Xun informed them that, after nightfall, when the wholesale street was deserted, someone would come to take the goods. After each paying a deposit of 500,000, Shen Xun departed. The warehouse belonged to Boss Zhang, who had someone overseeing it. Given the substantial amount Shen Xun spent on their goods, she trusted that Boss Zhang would assist her in this endeavor. Upon leaving the wholesale street, Shen Xun drove to the snack street, ordered a serving of spicy mixed noodles, and packed 30 more, claiming it was for her classmates' dinner. The owner even assisted her in loading the food into her vehicle. Once the owner left, Shen Xun stowed the mixed noodles into her space. Following a torrential downpour, global temperatures plummeted, and even in her midnight musings, Shen Xun yearned for a taste of spicy mixed noodles. Of course, delectable milk tea was also a necessity. She ordered 50 cups from each milk tea shop, packaging them as well, under the pretext of treating her classmates. The machines at the milk tea shops were steaming from overuse. While waiting for her milk tea, Shen Xun visited a home-style restaurant, negotiating to have meals prepared daily for 100 people, comprising 3 dishes and a soup, just 1 meal. She arrived punctually in the afternoon to collect the food, having prepaid for several days as a deposit. Eager to earn money, the owner was more than willing, in these times, who would turn away from a profit, even if it meant a bit more labor. After leaving the homestyle restaurant, Shen Xun sought out the finest barbecue spots in the snack street, grilling over 200 skewers, a balance of meat and vegetables. During the wait, she opened food delivery apps and ordered over 20 portions from the nearby gourmet options, noting it was for a gathering of friends to avoid raising suspicions. As dusk approached, the snack street grew increasingly lively. The milk tea was ready, and Shen Xun visited each shop to collect the drinks, swiftly loading them into her trunk before storing them away. After securing the milk tea and barbecue, Shen Xun received a notification for the food delivery. Departing the snack street, she used the guise of a company team-building event at a restaurant near her villa, requesting them to prepare daily meals for 100 people, ensuring the quality was good. She visited 5 different restaurants, each distanced from the others, arranging for 500 portions a day, sufficient to last 5 or 6 years with 3 meals daily. With the dining arrangements settled, Shen Xun returned to the villa, where several delivery personnel were already present, a look of confusion shared among them. Shen Xun opened the villa door, instructing them to place the deliveries on the bar at the entrance. Over 20 takeout orders arrived in succession, and after reviewing the surveillance, Shen Xun stored everything away. The next day, she planned to rent a truck. After a refreshing shower, she lay down and drifted into slumber. In the morning, after her routine, Shen Xun retrieved the meals she had ordered from the homestyle restaurant the previous day, 4 dishes and a soup, the aroma enticing. Following a clean plate initiative, she took the dusty little electric scooter from the garage and set out, as it would never encounter traffic. Stopping at the rental agency, Shen Xun articulated her needs and successfully rented a reasonably high-performance truck. The staff assisted in loading the electric scooter into the truck bed, and after settling the payment, she departed. Driving towards the warehouse on the wholesale street, Shen Xun spotted Boss Zheng's familiar figure directing several people unloading goods, which had already filled half the warehouse, with another truck brimming with cargo arriving. Shen Xun alighted, greeting him, as he offered her a cigarette, which she declined. "Miss Shen, the left warehouse is already full, and the right one is half-filled. We need to move things quickly, or there won't be any space left." Shen Xun marveled at their speed. Indeed, money could move mountains. Boss Zheng handed her 2 keys to the warehouse, saying, "Miss Shen, these are the only 2 keys to my warehouse, so please don't lose them." Gratefully accepting, Shen Xun inquired, "Is there anyone watching over this place at night?" "No, so you should move your goods as soon as possible. We usually don't have anyone watching since we're here during the day, essentially watching our own stock." Shen Xun understood. Their shops were just ahead, and the warehouses were quite close, making it reasonable not to have oversight. However, the lack of surveillance would allow her to store the items in her space. As they conversed, the second truck began unloading. Shen Xun still had items she wished to acquire, so she bid farewell to Boss Zheng and drove the truck to an unmonitored corner, storing it in her space and scanning for a shared electric bike. At E-City's largest 4S auto show, Shen Xun parked the electric bike and entered, intent on purchasing an RV and an off-road vehicle. The sales personnel presented a range of RV models, spanning from 150,000 to over 300,000, including off-road variants. She selected 4 vehicles. While they were indeed desirable, acquiring too many in the apocalypse could attract unwanted attention. With 4 RVs and 4 off-road vehicles, the latter outfitted with anti-collision strips and bulletproof features, Shen Xun paid in full, additionally requesting them to deliver the vehicles to her villa, along with a full tank of gasoline and diesel. Chapter 6. Heating Supplies. Shen Xun had no qualms about stockpiling gasoline and diesel, although she wished to gather more. However, many items had purchasing limits in the country, leaving her with no choice but to plan a trip abroad after transferring the items from the warehouse. Shen Xun was prompt with her payment, and the 4S manager personally oversaw the delivery of the vehicles to the Ziyuan villa. After departing the 4S store, Shen Xun calculated the time, which conveniently aligned with her visit to the snack street to collect the pre-ordered meals. In an unpopulated corner, she retrieved the truck. Emerging from the alley, the homestyle restaurant was as bustling as ever, particularly during lunch hours. Entering the establishment, with the staff's assistance, she loaded the pre-packaged meals into the truck. After driving to a secluded spot, Shen Xun slipped into the truck's cargo area, storing the meals in her space before proceeding to the next location. After collecting all the food, Shen Xun stopped at every gas station along the way to fill up the tank, purchasing several large barrels to store in her space, tirelessly gathering supplies. Once finished, she checked the time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and she set off for a more distant wholesale market in East City, still in need of certain items. After an hour's drive, she arrived at the seaside wholesale market, located on the outskirts of East City, yet renowned as a tourist attraction. After parking the truck, Shen Xun entered the market, which was far less crowded than the city center, filled mostly with visiting tourists. "Sir, how much for the salt?" Shen Xun hesitated to buy a large quantity in the city center, especially since they didn't have enough. The seaside wholesale market had its own salt fields. The elderly vendor, dressed in a white sleeveless shirt, fanned himself with a handheld fan, gesturing towards several types of salt piled before Shen Xun, each varying in granularity and price. "Which one do you want?" "I'll take one of each." Shen Xun ordered 20 tons of each type and promptly paid. "Could you deliver it to the warehouse behind the city center wholesale market?" "Here's the address." "You'll need to cover the shipping and labor costs," the vendor replied, pleased to secure such a substantial deal. This young lady may look youthful, but her payments are far more generous than many men's. Shen Xun's purchases seemed minimal to him, as she falsely claimed to be involved in import-export trade, selling domestic goods to foreigners. 20 tons of each type merely constituted half of his warehouse's inventory. That's not a problem. By the way, do you know if there are any places nearby that sell coal or charcoal? The elderly gentleman pondered for a moment and indeed had a suggestion. However, he urged her to hasten, as he had heard they were soon to relocate. He gestured in the direction for Shen Xun, driving the truck towards that location. She arrived at a vast warehouse, half of which was filled with coal. Though the shop was still operational, the words for rent were already affixed to the outer wall. In the shadows to the right of the main entrance, a table was set up alongside an electric fan, where a young man lay sleeping, gently tapping the table. Shen Xun greeted him, "Hello." The young man blinked awake, took a couple of seconds to comprehend the situation, and then stood up. "Hello, are you here to buy coal?" Shen Xun nodded in affirmation. "Please take a look. Our coal is undoubtedly of superior quality. In this era where electricity is ubiquitous, apart from a few factories that still rely on coal, its necessity in the city is quite precarious. Most households in the countryside have switched to electric heaters. Do you have charcoal?" Shen Xun placed the coal down and removed her gloves, recognizing that these were essential for warmth in the bitter cold. "We do have charcoal. It's in the adjacent warehouse, and we also have gas. Would you like some?" The young man regarded Shen Xun, noting that she appeared to be of similar age. "I'll take 80 tons of both coal and charcoal, and a bit of gas as well. The latter is quite conspicuous in these post-apocalyptic times and should be kept under wraps." The young man scrutinized Shen Xun with a hint of skepticism. Recently, Shen Xun had become accustomed to such looks, and without hesitation, she produced her bank card. "Is there that much stock available?" "Indeed. A deposit of 400,000 is required." The young man retrieved a card reader, and Shen Xun entered the amount and her password. "Are you planning to vacate this place soon?" Shen Xun inquired as she stored her card. "In 5 days, the lease ends, the rent has increased. And we won't be renewing with that unscrupulous landlord. He raised it by several thousand. Who would be foolish enough to rent?" Shen Xun's eyes gleamed as she returned to the leasing notice by the entrance. A series of numbers were listed below. She dialed the number. "Hello. Is this warehouse currently for rent? I would like to lease it." After some negotiations, Shen Xun added the landlord on WeChat and transferred the funds. "Unfortunately, he is traveling abroad." The young man looked at Shen Xun as if she were a fool. She had accepted the increased rent without a flinch. This girl must be here for an experience, clearly not cut out for business. After obtaining a spare key, Shen Xun instructed him to store the goods as usual in the warehouse, assuring him someone would come to collect them in 5 days. After leaving the market, Shen Xun made her way to the seaside. The ocean was bustling with various speedboats, private submarines, and fishing vessels, while tourists ambled by, ice cream cones in hand. Shen Xun rented a speedboat, navigating out to sea, and dove into the water. She procured a bounty of seafood, most still alive, intending to create a small bay within her space filled with seawater. The swirling waters enveloped her, drawing in with a vortex-like motion. Chapter 7. Gather wherever you go. Channeling a fragment of her mental energy, she confined the seawater to a corner, feeling somewhat fatigued as she reclined on the speedboat. Her stomach grumbled, prompting her to retrieve a meal from her space. After satisfying her hunger, she returned to shore, having purchased 5 speedboats and 3 private submarines, all dispatched to the rear warehouse. Driving back in her truck, Shen Xun glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock. She parked outside the villa and brought out her small electric scooter, entering the villa to find several vehicles parked outside, new purchases from the 4S dealership. After parking in the underground garage and storing everything in her space, Shen Xun breathed a sigh of relief, took a shower, and lay down in bed. Setting her alarm for 3 o'clock in the morning, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Lack of sufficient sleep could lead to extreme fatigue, adversely affecting her subsequent actions. At 3 o'clock, the alarm sounded, and Shen Xun sprang from her bed, donning a men's coat, mask, and baseball cap, and laced up her hiking boots, obscuring her identity. She stepped outside the villa and drove the truck towards the city center wholesale market. At the witching hour, apart from the barbecue stalls that remained open, many shops had shuttered. Shen Xun parked and ordered nearly 200 skewers from each barbecue stall, paying up front with the promise to return shortly. The wholesale market was eerily quiet. Shen Xun maneuvered her truck inside, and as anticipated, no one was monitoring the warehouse. She produced her key, opened the large door, bent low to enter, and swiftly closed it behind her. Feigning to count the goods, she meticulously searched for surveillance cameras, inspecting all 4 corners and the ceiling, confirming the absence of any monitoring devices. With a flicker of her intention, the items within the warehouse were instantaneously transported to her second-level space. The once crowded warehouse was now empty. Shen Xun opened the door, stepped outside, and consulted her navigation for nearby villages with fewer inhabitants. On her return, the barbecued skewers were ready. Shen Xun exited the truck, collected the food, and stored it in the vehicle before placing it in her space. Back at the villa, she checked her phone, which displayed a weather warning-free city alongside a text from her aunt. Soon, son. Your cousin Shen Hui has been accepted into the best business school in D-City. Tomorrow, we will have a feast at home, with all your favorite dishes. You must take care of yourself. Do find time to visit your aunt's house tomorrow. Shen Xun turned off her phone. Just a day had passed, and they still had not discovered that she had sold her shares. If they were to learn that Shintech had changed hands, she wondered how their concern for her would change. What use was all that money? In the wake of the apocalypse, it would be nothing more than worthless paper. And even if one wished to spend it, others would refuse. As the sun slowly rose, Shen Xun stood by the window, gazing for 2 minutes before unlocking her phone to check logistics. According to her plans, she could only remain in E-City for 10 to 12 days at most. She scrolled through the logistics updates, estimating that everything would arrive by midday or afternoon, delivered right to her door. Shen Xun ordered 10 portions each from nearby breakfast establishments and then began searching for stores that sold mobile phones. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell of the villa chimed. Shen Xun donned her coat and opened the door to find 2 delivery men holding 4 hefty bags of food. Thank you, she said, accepting the deliveries. After waiting for all the food to arrive, she carried it inside the villa and stored it in her space. After enjoying breakfast, Shen Xun drove the truck to the mobile phone store, not particularly concerned about the phone's performance. She merely needed to save some instructional videos on cooking and gardening. Having never stepped into a kitchen herself, she relied on Aunt Sue to prepare meals. She purchased over 20 phones of varying specifications, along with tablets, accumulating more than 200 devices. Taking out sticky notes, she affixed them to the backs of the phones to track what each one contained for easy retrieval. After securing the phones in her space, Shen Xun drove the truck to the restaurant. Buzzing, her phone vibrated, displaying the name Boss Zheng on the screen. She answered, "Hello. Miss Shen, everything has been stored in the warehouse. The meat is in the frozen section at the back. Would you like me to set up surveillance?" With so much stock and no one to watch it, Shen Xun understood the good intentions behind his offer, but after tonight, she likely wouldn't need it. No need, it's all right. I'm currently here, and the items previously stored in the warehouse were already collected last night. All right then, Miss Shen. Now that everything has been delivered, when do you think the balance can be settled? A tense silence filled the air as they awaited Shen Xun's response. Gather everyone. And I'll come by at 2 to settle the balance. Realizing the call was about the final payment, she hung up and tossed her phone into the passenger seat, accelerating her speed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, with the assistance of the staff, she moved the food into the back of the truck, and once they departed, she stored everything in her space. After collecting from several restaurants, Shen Xun drove to the wholesale market, heading once more to Boss Zhang's shop, where everyone had gathered. Awaiting her arrival, Shen Xun held a calculator in one hand, with a bank card beside her, ready to settle the payment. Boss Zhang, do you know where the finest ranch in E-City is? She expressed her desire to raise livestock in her space. Well, it may not be the best ranch in E-City, but I do know a place with the most diverse livestock. Boss Zhang hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. Old Zhang, you must be referring to that one, right? It was evident that someone had already guessed which ranch he meant. Shen Xun refrained from interjecting and patiently awaited his elaboration. Located in the eastern suburbs, that ranch is quite famous. Just ask around, and you'll find no one who is unaware of it. The livestock there are rather pricey. Thank you, Shen Xun replied, unconcerned about the cost. She intended to see for herself. If the quality matched the price, she would make her purchase. Activating her navigation system, she searched for the eastern ranch and indeed found it. Following the directions, Shen Xun drove her truck for over an hour before reaching the vicinity of the ranch. Even from the highway, she could see the ranch's billboard proclaiming, "Feed with conscience, eat with peace of mind." A cow's head adorned the billboard, its mouth grazing on tender green grass. After exiting the highway, Shen Xun parked her truck and closed the door behind her. It appeared there was more than one ranch in the area. Observing her surroundings, she noted that both sides of the road were lined with vendors selling livestock. Chickens, ducks, geese, cats, and dogs were all present, while further along, larger livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs could be seen. Shen Xun lingered at each stall, but found the animals rather lackluster, not the vibrant specimens she sought. She inquired with two different vendors about the ranch associated with the billboard she had seen on the highway. Upon learning the location, she drove her vehicle there. After arriving, she navigated around two adjacent hills enclosed by iron fencing, spending about 10 minutes walking before finally spotting the ranch's entrance. "Hello, I would like to purchase some cattle," Shen Xun addressed a woman in work attire, her hands clad in rubber gloves smeared with brown grains. "Come inside, our boss is this way," the woman called to Shen Xun, leading her to the right. Following closely behind, Shen Xun observed that the ranch was neither overly large nor small, encompassing two hills that were separately fenced, with lush grass thriving on the slopes. Inside a modest two-story building, the prices of the animals were displayed on the walls. After a cursory glance, Shen Xun noted they were indeed quite expensive, significantly higher than the market prices she had encountered earlier. Concerned about potentially acquiring sick livestock, she hesitated, unsure of her ability to care for them. The woman entered to summon someone, and soon the ranch owner approached. "May I ask your name, miss?" Shen Xun was taken aback by the youthfulness of the owner, a woman in her 30s. "Shen. Miss Shen, are you looking for bulls or cows? Perhaps we can discuss it as we look around," the owner suggested, clearly intrigued by having such a young client who appeared to be in her teens. "I've already observed the animals and am comfortable with the prices. However, I am in urgent need," Shen Xun stated, placing her order for 50 chickens, ducks, and geese each, 20 dairy cows, 5 bulls, 30 ordinary cattle, 50 pigs, 10 boars, and 100 sheep, whose wool would be invaluable in frigid conditions. After leaving a deposit, she informed the owner that she would return to collect the livestock the following day before departing. With the sun setting, Shen Xun parked her truck by the roadside, retrieved homemade meals from her space, and enjoyed a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, minced eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, and meatball soup. After satisfying her hunger, she restarted the truck and activated her navigation to head towards the suburb she had marked the previous evening. This village was nestled close to a mountain, and after driving for 2 hours, she finally arrived at her destination. Upon parking, Shen Xun ventured into the mountains. Once in an isolated area, she took out her electric scooter and continued deeper into the hills for over an hour. Confirming no one was around, she stored the mountain into her space. Continuing onward, she collected 5 mountain peaks before concluding for the day, utterly exhausted, her spirit drained. She lay on the ground, allowing her consciousness to drift into her space, reclaiming the thread of mental energy that had been separated in the seawater. Enclosed by 5 towering mountains, a body of blue seawater lay at the center. Shen Xun manipulated her mental energy to transfer crabs, shrimp, and fish from her lower realm into the sea, scattering seaweed seeds along the ocean floor. A sprinkle of green light emanated from her fingertips as the seaweed absorbed the nutrients and began to flourish. Checking her phone, she noted the time was 9:36 p.m. Shen Xun drank a bottle of purified water, feeling her body relax, and realized she needed to hasten her return. On her way back, she did not look back, but instead navigated through the woods, walking along the rural concrete road. She retrieved her scooter from her space and sped towards her truck, stowing the scooter away before driving home. Having taken some time to familiarize herself with the route on the way, she now navigated the return trip effortlessly, pressing the accelerator to the maximum and overtaking vehicles until she reached home. Parking the truck outside her villa, she rode her scooter into the gated community, only to find a pile of packages blocking her entry at the villa's doorstep. Shen Xun retrieved a small knife from her space to open the packages, confirming receipt and checking for any outstanding items. In Chapter 9, as she filled her space, a semblance of structure began to emerge. Most items had arrived, with only the slowest deliveries expected by the following afternoon. Shen Xun organized everything for easy access. After showering and applying a face mask, she lay in bed, quickly succumbing to sleep, her mind occupied with tasks. Even without setting an alarm, she naturally awakened at the designated time. After freshening up, she took the elevator down to the first floor and perused nearby breakfast shops, ultimately ordering 2 lifelong supplies of skincare products and face masks to be sent to V-City. With just 6 days remaining, Shen Xun booked a flight to V-City, planning to depart in 6 days. Over the past 4 days, the delivery driver had become speechless at the sheer volume of food Shen Xun consumed, a multitude of takeout orders, each containing dozens of servings, totaling nearly 100. Unfazed, Shen Xun accepted the deliveries into her space, then opened a box of steamed shrimp dumplings, meat buns, and soy milk. After breakfast, she set off to the car rental agency. This time, she rented a 6-wheel truck, intending to collect the livestock from the ranch. After paying for a day's rental, she drove off, the massive truck moving slowly through the city. As she approached her destination, she could no longer see the front end of the vehicle due to its size. Once the truck exited the city and hit the highway, Shen Xun accelerated. Having memorized the route yesterday, she headed directly to the ranch after leaving the highway. The livestock she needed was prepared, and the owner along with 2 staff members were double-checking to ensure everything was in order. After turning the truck around, Shen Xun stepped out. The spacious cargo area allowed the staff to load the chickens, ducks, and geese into the truck. After departing, she found a secluded spot to store them in her space half an hour later. Shen Xun set up the purchased fencing between the mountain peaks, allowing the chickens, ducks, and geese to frolic freely, scattering feed for them until they settled down. Returning to the ranch, Shen Xun made 2 trips to collect pigs, feeling the vehicle sway over the gravel road. After securing the pigs in her space, she made additional journeys for the cattle and sheep, remaining busy until noon. She scattered grass seed on the mountainside to promote growth, and at that moment, her space began to take shape under her diligent efforts. Having finished half a bottle of water, she suppressed her dry throat and stored the truck in her space, retrieving the small truck. Before heading onto the highway, she stopped at the market to purchase 5 rabbits, placing them into her space. Upon returning to the city, after collecting the reserved lunch, Shen Xun drove the large truck to the rental agency to return it. Arriving at the snack street, he opened the top-rated eateries on the review platform and ordered their signature snacks along with an assortment of other delicacies, totaling around 100 portions. He proceeded to scour the entire street in the same manner as before, collecting the items before heading to the seaside warehouse, where salt and coal were abundantly stacked. In the corner, a few inflatable boats and submarines were also stored. Shen Xun opened the warehouse doors, first bringing in the supplies of salt, charcoal, and gas into the spatial realm, while the coal storage remained untouched for now, as it housed a surveillance device. He planned to retrieve it later, after the coal boss had departed. Driving back to the villa, he found the last batch of deliveries had arrived. After unboxing everything and confirming that all items were accounted for, he exhaled deeply and sank into the sofa. Shen Xun retrieved his phone from the spatial realm and began to browse properties in Tianfu Yuqing of V-City. It was said that after the torrential rains, it remained one of the few neighborhoods not submerged. The construction materials had been carefully selected, and despite a month of soaking, the buildings had not collapsed. While examining the properties, the website displayed the prices and contact information. Shen Xun made an inquiry, discovering the price was 12,000 per square meter, quite steep, but the demand was high, indicating that wealth abounded in this world. He reserved a 160 square meter unit on the 22nd floor, ready for viewing in 5 days, fully furnished and move-in ready. Taking out garlic shrimp and a chilled cola from the spatial realm, Shen Xun indulged in his meal while watching videos. Most were delightful glimpses into the beauty of life, though he occasionally stumbled upon a few videos discussing weather warnings abroad, which garnered little attention. One title caught his eye: the United States was experiencing an unprecedented drop in temperatures, reaching double the usual decline for this time of year. The comments section was rife with schadenfreude, and as he scrolled through, he occasionally spotted messages from locals in East City discussing recent heavy rain warnings, though few responses followed. The ability of officials to predict such intense rainfall was commendable, given it was a global disaster, unpredictable in nature. Fortunately, they had prepared ample emergency supplies, saving many lives during the deluge. Shen Xun refrained from joining the discussion, switching off his phone to check the download status on his other tablets and phones. He had accumulated videos, films, and TV series, alongside a plethora of tutorials on plant cultivation, encompassing primary and secondary school curricula and the history of 5,000 years. He also gathered information on the maintenance of various appliances and machinery. After placing his phone on the sofa and setting an alarm, he retired for the night. Despite his busy schedule, his sleep was restless. At 3 a.m, as the alarm rang, Shen Xun donned a coat that concealed his figure and drove to the warehouse. Chapter 10: Cultivating Fruit Trees in the Spatial Realm. On his way, he made a detour to the snack street, ordering over 20 portions of fried rice from each stall and packing an abundance of marinated delicacies from the night market. He also ordered around 100 skewers from the barbecue stalls. The vendors recognized him and were puzzled by how a young girl could consume so much. Shen Xun explained that she was hosting friends, easing their suspicions. After settling the bill, he departed. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Shen Xun stealthily entered and quickly closed the door behind him. The cold storage was already filled with a variety of meats, all appearing fresh: pork chops, beef steaks, lamb chops, along with various poultry and fish. A wall was lined with war prisoner steaks. He transferred the items into the spatial realm before moving to the adjacent cold storage, which housed an assortment of fruits and vegetables. The front of the warehouse was designated for appliances like generators and refrigerators, all well-equipped. Near the entrance lay dozens of vegetable and fruit seeds. After ensuring nothing was left behind, he exited, calculating the time as the barbecue should be ready soon. Driving back, he first collected the fried rice, then the barbecue, leaving a portion in the truck. As he munched on skewers, he returned to the villa, having spent 2.5 hours out, allowing himself a chance to catch up on sleep. After applying a facial mask and showering, he dried his hair and opened his phone to check local breakfast spots once more, though this time he ordered less than before. After scheduling the delivery, Shen Xun drifted off to sleep. At 9:30, the doorbell rang, waking him from slumber. Peering out the window, he saw the delivery had arrived: red rice sausages wrapped in shrimp, chicken feet, and molten lava buns, accompanied by a bowl of pumpkin porridge. After satisfying his hunger, he noticed that all necessary downloads on his tablet and phone were complete, filling the memory. He placed them into the spatial realm, realizing he still had 2 hours before collecting the reserved meals. Shen Xun opened the navigation app to find nearby plant markets. 3 larger plant markets appeared in the search results, albeit distanced from her location, requiring half an hour's drive. However, other flower shops were available. Wasting no time, Shen Xun grabbed the keys to the truck and left the villa. Following the navigation route, she arrived at a sizable flower shop situated along the roadside, occupying 3 storefronts, with a few money trees displayed out front. "Hello, may I help you?" the staff inquired. "No, thank you. I'll browse on my own," Shen Xun interrupted, making her way directly to the fruit tree section, though the staff trailed closely behind. She fixated on a dragon fruit plant, and as the staff began to explain, she pointed to several pots of dragon fruit against the wall. "I'll take 20 of these." This trip proved fruitful, as the plants were well cultivated, ready for immediate fruiting if prompted. She continued to examine blueberry trees, grapevines, cherries, mulberries, pomegranates, bananas, and plums, purchasing 20 of each. The staff assisted in loading the truck, and after spending over 400,000, the owner generously gifted her some flower seedlings and planting ceramic pots. It was nearly time to collect the meals, so Shen Xun stored the fruit trees in the spatial realm, intending to plant them later. The meals for 100 were prepared with remarkable speed, Despite arriving at the usual time, the owner had the food packed and ready within 2 minutes. 2 staff members worked swiftly, and once they finished loading, Shen Xun handed them 200 yuan as a token of appreciation. After collecting everything, she drove back to the villa, reclining on the sofa as her consciousness delved into the spatial realm. She had attempted to enter the space herself, but to no avail. While items could be stored, people could not enter. Retrieving the fruit tree seedlings from the lower level of the spatial realm, she cleared a patch of land and planted the seedlings. Although it didn't physically exhaust her, it did drain her mental energy. Once the trees were planted, she surrounded the area with a fence to protect them from livestock. Noting that the grass on the adjacent hill had been nearly consumed, she prompted growth once more, infusing the green light into the fruit trees, which began to thrive vigorously with roots firmly anchored in the earth. The dragon fruit was the first to bear fruit, followed closely by cherries and blueberries. In this realm, devoid of external scrutiny, Shen Xun felt unrestrained and practiced her ability to accelerate plant growth. She had indeed improved compared to her initial attempts, where she could only coax a few sprouts from a sweet potato, likely due to a lack of mental strength. After being reborn, the mental fortitude from 2 lifetimes allows one to unleash the true might of their extraordinary abilities. A plethora of fruits hung from the trees, signifying a bountiful harvest. Shen Xun plucked a banana, and upon exiting the space, it appeared in her hand. Peeling back the skin, she took a bite and her eyes sparkled. Its aroma was more intense than that of store-bought bananas, its sweetness unparalleled, and its texture delightfully soft. She indulged in 4 bananas before she could bring herself to stop. In Chapter 11, while savoring the bananas, Shen Xun sampled other fruits, each proving far superior in taste compared to those available in the market. She retrieved a meal from the space: shredded pork with green peppers, spicy diced chicken, stir-fried Chinese broccoli, and Crussian carp soup. Not one to waste food. She finished every morsel, feeling somewhat stuffed, and reclined on the sofa to digest. The center warehouse had been completely emptied, leaving only the seaside wholesale market warehouse, which still contained a substantial stock of coal and salt, enough for 3 days, after which she planned to collect it. She took out her phone and purchased a ticket to the beautiful country, anticipating her trip to Bi City in 3 days, where she would acquire a property in Tianfu Yuqing and then stockpile gasoline and weapons. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax, Shen Xun opened a trending video app to browse the latest news, only to find that none of the trending topics interested her. Reports of a certain young star participating in a variety show, or another celebrity caught in an affair, followed by a slew of gossip, drew a frown as she scrolled to the bottom, where she finally spotted a trending topic she wished to view, marked in red. The frequency of official weather warnings was alarming. Country's temperature had plummeted once again. The Earth's orbit had shifted. Glaciers were melting. Shen Xun clicked into the trending news about the temperature drop in country, as she would soon be traveling there. Her fingers glided over the articles and images, revealing that in just a week, temperatures had plummeted to -40 degrees and continued to drop. After absorbing the trending news, she felt a twinge of nostalgia. Many events in her previous life had clear patterns, though she had overlooked them at the time. Numerous comments flooded in, with around 100,000 responses, many espousing doomsday theories. Yet, after a brief period, she noticed that one user's avatar had turned black. AAA's bitter tea wholesale had been silenced by the moderators, followed by a barrage of comments ridiculing that person's claims. Shen Xun closed her phone and immersed herself in the space, meticulously organizing the items she had collected the previous night, separating the meats. The refrigerator, ice maker, flour mill, induction cooker, and washing machine were all gathered together, while the generator, power storage box, solar panels, underfloor heating equipment, and electric heaters were also neatly categorized. Water, a consumable resource, filled the space with tons of bottled water, and the cistern was brimming, sufficient for 3 lifetimes. She retrieved 6 ice makers to begin producing ice cubes, recalling the 3rd year of the apocalypse, where the extreme heat reached 80 degrees, and people dared not venture outside. Heatstroke was rampant. Some were reduced to mere husks, consumed by others. During that time, she had lived with her uncle and second uncle in a communal dormitory, suffocated by the stench, dreaming of a sip of ice water each night. The hum of the ice makers filled the room as they diligently worked, producing a substantial quantity of ice cubes that Shen Xun stored in the space. Yet she did not cease their operation. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was 3 o'clock. Donning her sunglasses and grabbing the sports car keys, she drove a Bentley out of the villa. As she waited at a traffic light, she lowered the convertible roof, allowing the passing breeze to alleviate the oppressive heat. E-City was perpetually warm, never experiencing snowfall, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees. Pedestrians on the crosswalk could not help but glance at Shen Xun in her white sports car. Her fitted white t-shirt and tailored jeans accentuated her exquisite figure. "Hey, beautiful. Let us exchange WeChat," a man called out, eliciting cheers from those around him, accompanied by whistles. Shen Xun glanced at the time, and in a heartbeat, pressed the accelerator. The car roaring past the man. For years had passed, yet it felt like yesterday. Shen Xun drove to the underground parking garage of the mall, took the elevator to the first floor, and pushed 2 shopping carts. In the nut and snack sections, she was there to stock up. After filling both carts, she checked out and returned to the car, loading the nuts and snacks before heading back inside the mall. Upon her third appearance, the staff were momentarily taken aback. Wondering if she intended to empty the snack and nut aisles, her purchasing speed outstripped their restocking efforts. "Can you really consume all this?" asked the cashier, her hands weary from scanning items. "Oh, my relatives' children are coming over to play. We don't usually have so many snacks at home, and there are quite a few of them, over a dozen. I'm worried this one tea be enough," Shen Xun replied, her face betraying no embarrassment. The cashier, truly wishing to avoid seeing her again, recommended several other snack shops in the mall, all specializing in snacks. Gratefully, Shen Xun placed the snacks into her car and proceeded to the stores the cashier had suggested. 3 Squirrels, Liangpin Shop, and 2 others, all in close proximity. Shen Xun made several more trips, with her last 2 purchases consisting of cookies and jerky. Returning the shopping carts, she felt satisfied with her haul for the day and decided to explore a different mall the following day. Checking the time, she realized it was perfect for dinner. Shen Xun took the elevator to the 5th floor of the mall, which was filled with various eateries, many not native to E-City. Entering a stone pot fish restaurant, she ordered a 3-kilogram fish, along with numerous side dishes sufficient to satiate her hunger. After perusing the menu, she decided to order 10 4-kilogram fish, requesting them to be prepared and packaged for delivery to the Ziyuan villa. Exiting the stone pot fish restaurant, she noted the hour was late and the sky had darkened. In Chapter 12, Shen Xun received a call from her second uncle. Descending to the underground garage, she twirled the sports car key around her finger. Opening the car door and starting the engine, she paid for parking and cruised around the vicinity. Previously, she had rarely ventured out, alternating between school and the villa, with the mall being her only frequent destination. Listening to her female classmates chat, she learned about a nearby Dongshan Mall and planned to investigate its location today, intending to stock up the following afternoon. Entering Dongshan into her navigation, several locations appeared. After selecting the mall icon, the route materialized, leading her to the vicinity of the mall, where she also searched for other nearby shopping centers. E-City boasted a population of 200 million, not counting migrant workers, so her extensive shopping spree in the mall posed little risk of attracting unwanted attention. Calculating the time, she guessed the stone pot fish should have arrived at the villa by now, prompting her to turn the car around and head home. If one were to name the finest villa area in E-City, Ziyuan would undoubtedly rank among the top, with impeccable security. 4 guards stood at the villa entrance, and after greeting them, Shen Xun drove inside. After parking, she found 10 stone pot fish quietly placed at the villa entrance, accompanied by a flat hot pot. Shen Xun carried the items inside and subsequently stored them in her space. By 9 o'clock, after showering and applying a facial mask, Shen Xun, who had been busy and sleep-deprived, finally found a moment of respite. Once organized, she lay on her bed and took out her phone to search for fitness equipment near B-City. Opting for home delivery, she ordered various workout apparatuses and reached out to the best building materials and renovation service near Tianfu Community. When she arrived in B-City in 3 days, she intended to purchase the property in Tianfu, requiring renovations for the doors and windows, luckily having contacted them in advance, as they had daily schedules, aligning perfectly with her timeline. Time was not of the essence. Had it been, Shen Xun would have undoubtedly spent a considerable sum to expedite matters. After surveying 2 security doors and soundproof explosion-resistant glass, Shen Xun placed her order by adding the merchant on WeChat, finally succumbing to sleep. The fatigue from her nocturnal travels weighed heavily upon her, leaving her no time to rest. This night marked a return to her usual bedtime, yet unbeknownst to her. Her phone buzzed with yet another influx of news. However, she had already slipped into a deep slumber. The screen illuminating her surroundings as the AI voice continued to relay information until, approximately a minute and a half later, the screen dimmed into slumber mode. With no alarm set, Shen Xun was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Her delicate arm emerged from beneath the down comforter, groping blindly on the bedside for a moment before inadvertently tapping the decline option. The irritating sound ceased instantly, and her drowsy mind replayed the tasks she needed to accomplish that day, allowing her a few more moments of slumber. Yet, within 2 minutes, the phone rang again, pulling her fully awake. She propped herself up to see who was calling her second uncle. Upon answering, a stern voice emanated from the speaker. "Shen Xun, where are you? Are you not in school?" Shen Xun activated the speakerphone, rising to dress and wash her face. She had forgotten that Shen Tong attended the same school as her. Shen Tong, the second child of her uncle, often took it upon herself to monitor Shen Xun at school and report back to their uncle on her affairs. Shen Xun remained unresponsive while her uncle continued his rambling, essentially interrogating her about any dubious acquaintances she might have made, cautioning her against early romance and imploring her to maintain her integrity as a young lady. "You are still quite young. Your studies should take precedence. In the future, once you excel, what sort of young man will you not attract? Consider the matter I mentioned last time. Shin Corporation is currently on an upward trajectory. Entrust your shares to me for management. Expanding Shin Corporation is also your parents' wish." Shen Xun felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. How hypocritical. It was likely that Shen Tong had once again spoken ill of her in front of them. It mattered little. She hoped they would endure long enough for her to take matters into her own hands. "Are you finished? If so, I shall hang up," she declared. "Shen Xun, what is this attitude? I am your second uncle, your only family in this world. What kind of tone is this to take with your elders?" Shen Zheng was incensed by Shen Xun's curt replies, his feigned benevolence nearly cracking under the pressure. "Darling, what's wrong?" A woman gently leaned against Shen Zheng, eager to learn what had provoked his ire. Shen Xun hung up, leaving the woman to hear only the beeping of the disconnection. Shen Zheng's expression darkened. The kite he had so meticulously managed had suddenly slipped from his grasp. Had he known, he would have severed its wings from the start, ensuring that even if it could fly, it would remain under his control. After rinsing the soap from her face, Shen Xun reflected on how slowly the president of Blue Star Technologies seemed to be moving. Was he secretly attempting to infiltrate Shin Corporation? The doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of her food delivery. Shen Xun stored dozens of food containers in her spatial storage, balancing a bun between her lips as she made her way down to the underground garage, opting for a larger G-Class today. With the window partially rolled down, the fragrant scents of trees and flowers wafted into the vehicle, lifting her spirits. Shen Xun felt her mood improve slightly after the morning's confrontation with Shen Zheng. Chapter 13. Cultivating Vegetables. With only 6 days remaining until the impending storm, Shen Xun had been busy stockpiling supplies. She fervently hoped that Shen Guo and Shen Zheng would not appear before her, for she feared she might truly lose control and do them harm. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and order had not yet collapsed. It would be unwise to seek confinement before the end times. Shen Xun silently prayed that they would survive, for she longed for the opportunity to act with her own hands. Shen Guo, Shen Zheng, Shen Yi, Shen Tong, Shen Wei. And 2 ants. Shen Xun pressed the accelerator, the car's speed surging as the AI warned her of exceeding the limit. Slightly returning to her senses, she slowed down. Yet the notification of running a red light had already reached her, incurring a fine of 200 yuan. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 10 o'clock. She could first visit the Dongshan shopping mall, purchasing her goods before collecting the reserved meals. Following the same routine as yesterday, Shen Xun parked the car and pushed 2 shopping carts into the supermarket, depleting the dried fruit and snack sections before moving on to the snack shop. Ultimately, with her load too heavy, it was the shop staff who assisted her in loading everything into her vehicle. Shen Xun offered them 100 yuan as a tip. "Thank you, otherwise I would have had to make several trips alone." The staff hesitated before accepting, recognizing that Shen Xun was a valuable customer, with her half-hour of shopping equaling their sales for half a month. "Can you possibly consume all this?" one staff member ventured to question. Shen Xun hesitated before responding recently. "The weather warning for East City indicated heavy rains. I'm unsure how many days it will last. I simply enjoy snacks, and should it rain heavily, I fear I won't be able to venture out, so I'm stocking up. The staff member internally scoffed at Shen Xun's rationale. Perhaps this was the mindset of the affluent. She considered suggesting that the staff also stockpile, but upon meeting their gaze, she refrained from speaking further and opened the car door to start the engine. Surviving the apocalypse for 4 years, enduring betrayal, murder, and the endless uncertainty of tomorrow, Shen Xun's heart had long since turned cold. With one hand on the steering wheel, she reached back to gather the items from the rear seat into her spatial storage. The home-style restaurant remained as bustling as ever, with several delivery drivers waiting outside for their orders. Shen Xun removed her duckbill cap, fearing it would be knocked off in the ensuing bustle. Coming right up. The owner greeted her warmly, to which Shen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. The staff assisted her in placing the meals in the back seat of her vehicle. You have a nice car, one remarked, previously. Shen Xun had only arrived in a small truck, leading him to believe she was working for a delivery company. Is this a BCG class? He reached out to touch the vehicle's exterior. Shen Xun confirmed with a simple must be over 3 million, right? The staff member's demeanor shifted, eyes widening as he realized the wealthy patron before him. Goodbye, Shen Xun said, closing the car door as she still had 4 more restaurant pickups to make. After navigating to the corner, she stored the meals in her spatial storage. Once she had collected from several restaurants, she drove to the 3rd shopping mall. Employing the same sweeping strategy as in the morning, Shen Xun emptied the mall and, upon checking the time, noted that today marked the 5th day. The coal tycoon should have moved out by now, and she planned to visit the seaside warehouse tonight to store the coal and remaining salt in her spatial storage. Wasting no time, Shen Xun returned to the villa, freshened up, and lay on her bed, her consciousness sinking into her spatial realm. The grass she had cultivated previously had flourished, with 2/3 of the hillside still covered in lush greenery. This should suffice for the cattle and sheep for a while. Shen Xun had no intention of raising pigs. She had consulted with the ranch owner, who informed her that pigs could be free-range, so she had designated a separate area, nurturing a wealth of tender pig grass and baby bok choy around it. The tender green bok choy was favored by chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, and Shen Xun had also cultivated an abundance of it for them. Retrieving some vegetable seeds from her lower storage, she manipulated the soil on the hillside, spreading it in the enclosed area surrounded by a fence. Exiting her spatial realm, Shen Xun picked a basket of blueberries and cherries, washing them and placing them in a fruit basket. As she munched on the fruit, she watched a video tutorial on vegetable planting. It must be said that the vlogger provided meticulous explanations, detailing even the types of soil suited for optimal vegetable growth. After watching the video, Shen Xun switched off her phone, realizing that digging holes was necessary. She had previously thought simply scattering seeds into the soil would suffice. As for fertilization, she had no need for it. Her ability to cultivate directly proved to be far more effective. Having barely eaten throughout the afternoon, she was unaware that she had devoured all the blueberries and cherries from the fruit basket. As consciousness submerged into the realm of space, Shen Xun wielded control over the earth beneath her, manifesting a series of pits. She deftly cast vegetable seeds into each hole, ensuring that they were all sown before commanding the soil to cover them. Before her eyes, a pristine patch of land devoid of weeds emerged. And with a smile gracing her lips, Shen Xun extended her hand, allowing verdant motes of light to emanate from her fingertips, drifting into the seeds buried below the surface. She awaited in tranquil anticipation, and after a mere 3 seconds, tender green shoots began to emerge from the soil, steadily reaching skyward. Shen Xun guided their growth, nurturing them to fruition: tomatoes, bell peppers, eggplants, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and pumpkins. In Chapter 14, titled Father and Mother, each vegetable blossomed and bore fruit under Shen Xun's deft touch. As she felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through her palms, a manifestation of her ability to stimulate plant life. It was more vigorous and tumultuous than before indeed. It was a frenzy. Shen Xun understood that this directly correlated with her mental prowess. It was akin to a balloon that, already filled with air, was suddenly forced to accommodate double the volume. It required release, just as she did. She needed to master this extraordinary ability rather than be consumed by her own formidable mental strength. Crouching beside the garden, she found it hard to fathom that she had learned to cultivate vegetables. After exiting the space, she set an alarm for 3 in the morning, then laid her phone down and drifted into slumber. Time always seemed to pass so swiftly. When she awoke, a sense of bewilderment lingered in her eyes. as if she had only just closed them moments before. After dressing in a coat, cap, and mask for a semblance of disguise, Shen Xun rode her small electric scooter out of the villa. The midnight breeze brushed against her face, invigorating her senses. A delivery truck was parked outside the villa. Shen Xun found a blind spot in the surveillance, stowing her scooter within the space before driving the truck to the seaside warehouse. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted, and after half an hour, she arrived at her destination. Once she stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was present, she retrieved her keys and unlocked the warehouse door. In the corner, the table and chair remained, but the fan had been removed. Evidently, the coal tycoon had departed. Shen Xun closed the warehouse door behind her. Proceeding to the rear of the warehouse, she located the power box and cut off the electricity, rendering the surveillance unusable, which finally put her at ease. With a flick of her hand, she collected everything within the warehouse, ensuring nothing was left behind before exiting through the main door. The entire endeavor took nearly 2 hours. By the time she returned to the villa, it was nearly 6 o'clock. She ordered a substantial takeout meal, considering it was the last day. After placing her phone down, she indulged in a brief nap. At 9:30, the delivery person rang the doorbell punctually. Shen Xun opened the door to receive her order, which was packaged in large boxes, each containing enough to serve 10 people. After all the takeout had arrived, she retrieved a breakfast serving while storing the rest in her space. The meal consisted of seafood porridge, stir-fried vegetable hearts, braised pigeon, and a fried egg. She savored every bite. After her satisfying meal, Shen Xun ascended to the second floor via the elevator, clutching a key tightly in her hand. She hesitated for quite some time before finally opening a door. The room had not been cleaned for 10 days, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the bedside table. Shen Xun seldom entered this room. She feared being overwhelmed by memories. On the cupboard was a family photograph depicting a cherubic girl with dimples, beaming with joy, while her father held her in one arm and embraced her mother with the other. Numerous photographs adorned the space, chronicling her life from the age of 1 to 13, until the day her parents departed, leaving no one to capture her moments thereafter. As she opened the cupboard, she could no longer restrain herself. Tears flowed from her eyes. Inside lay certificates from her kindergarten poetry recitations and a medal for placing third in a marathon during elementary school. There was also a consolation prize from an art competition in her first year of middle school. Back then, she was just a small child eager to excel, hardly valuing such accolades. Little did she know that her parents had preserved these cherished fragments of her childhood. Shen Xun crouched on the floor, leaning against the bedside, caressing the images of her parents captured in the photograph. In Chapter 15, titled Arrival in V City, purchasing the 22nd floor, the photograph was taken by the sea, with her mother clad in a beige sundress and a sun hat, while her father sported a white tank top. The three of them radiated happiness. As Shen Xun gazed at the photograph, she wiped away her tears and smiled, carefully storing the picture and the album in her space. Today marked her departure. She had no intention of selling the villa. It held her fond memories of her parents and her childhood. If the apocalypse were to one day cease, she wished to return to this place, even if it were nothing but ruins. She gathered all usable electrical appliances into her space, activating the still-functioning ice maker and storing both the machine and its ice cubes for future use, anticipating the extreme heat that might arise. Checking the time, she made her way to the garage, placing several vehicles into her space. These would serve as escape vehicles in the impending apocalypse. With all preparations complete, Shen Xun stood before the villa's entrance, waving farewell towards the second-floor room before resolutely stepping forward. She drove the small truck to the family restaurant, where a different staff member assisted her this time. After completing the move, she handed over 100 yuan as a token of appreciation. The previous worker was absent today. Shen Xun recalled how he had excitedly touched the truck's side the day before. Oh, he had a family matter to attend to and had gone home, the staff member explained as he tucked the bill into his pocket. It was no wonder he had been so eager, easily earning 100 yuan just for moving a few items. Shen Xun refrained from further comment, paid the remaining balance, and drove away. After collecting the remaining 4 locations, she parked the truck in a corner and returned to find the cargo area completely empty. Next, she visited a bicycle shop, purchasing 40 mountain bikes, high-performance models capable of traversing any terrain except water, with slip-resistant, durable tires. Buying in bulk, the owner even included maintenance tools, For individuals helped Shen Xun load the bicycles into the truck, which she then drove to a secluded spot to store them in her space. As the truck began to move, her phone rang from the passenger's seat, her uncle. Shen Xun chose not to answer, allowing it to ring for a while until the call was disconnected. Soon after, WeChat notifications began to flood in, messages from her aunt, Shen Yi, and Shen Wei. A smile spread across her face. Oh dear, she had been discovered. After returning the rental truck, Shen Xun walked leisurely down the street, phone on silent, and flagged down a shared electric bike to head towards the airport. With her belongings secured in her space, she carried a crossbody bag containing her phone and various documents, waiting to check in. Before long, she was in line to board the plane, selecting a window seat. As the aircraft ascended, she watched E-City shrink into insignificance beneath her. 6 hours later, Shen Xun disembarked at B-City Airport. After exiting the terminal, she powered on her phone, greeted by a barrage of missed calls and unread messages. Their mounting anxiety only fueled her delight. Contacting the real estate agency, she confirmed the address and hailed a taxi to Tianfu Yuqing, where the agent had been waiting outside for some time. After a brief introduction, the agent produced a card reader. Shen Xun placed her card on the device to verify her assets, and only then did the agent lead her inside to view the property. Not every residence you wish to view or purchase grants you entry. Numerous upscale communities and villas require real estate companies to assess your financial capability before providing their services. Miss Shen, the 22nd floor of Building F that you reserved is just above. Please follow me, the agent, a young woman in her 20s clad in a knee-length uniform, with a curvaceous figure that caught Shen Xun's attention more than twice. Ascending to the 22nd floor via the elevator, there are 2 units per floor, ensuring a sense of privacy. Upon exiting the elevator, a grand entrance greets them, secured with a password and fingerprint lock. The agent produced a magnetic card to unlock the door. Shen Xun followed her into the room, which featured a style reminiscent of traditional Chinese decor, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 2 bathrooms, and 1 kitchen, all spanning over 160 square meters, offering ample space. Particularly impressive was the living room, which could easily be transformed into a fitness area given its spaciousness. The agent enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the property, asserting that the community's amenities and security systems would undoubtedly satisfy Shen Xun. When Shen Xun promptly made the payment, the agent was momentarily taken aback by her decisiveness. After handing over the keys, the agent liaised with the property management for Shen Xun, and once the registration was completed, the matter of the house was considered settled. The room is regularly maintained by cleaning services, ensuring its cleanliness. However, the thought of a spare key remaining with the management left Shen Xun feeling somewhat uneasy. She called the construction and decoration company, requesting an early visit the following morning, and felt reassured once they agreed. Opening her phone, she browsed the website to check on her previous orders of skincare products and fitness equipment, all delivered to Tianfu. The deliveries had largely arrived, so Shen Xun took the elevator down to the first floor, meandering through the community, which comprised a total of 6 buildings, with her residing in Building F. Upon arriving at the designated area for package drop-off, the storage hive was overflowing with her parcels, prompting the security personnel to clear a room to accommodate her belongings. Chapter 16 inquired what she needed. Shen Xun produced the key to her 22nd floor unit, verifying her identity, and after spending over 1,000 yuan, enlisted several security guards to assist her in moving her packages. With many hands making light work, they efficiently transported everything within an hour. After expressing her gratitude and closing the door, Shen Xun commenced unpacking. She methodically unwrapped each package, filling her space as she went, taking over 2 hours to finish. Although all items were stored away, the cardboard boxes remained, which could later be utilized for kindling. Shen Xun stowed the cardboard boxes in the space, retrieved a broom, and tidied the room. 1 bedroom was for her own use, another designated for fitness equipment, and the third repurposed for growing vegetables. She anticipated staying here for an extended period until the official base in B-City was established. As night fell, Shen Xun was in the midst of drying her hair after a shower when her phone rang. A quick glance revealed it was Shen Tong. Short hair dries quickly, and after placing a towel over her shoulder, she answered the call, "Hello." Seemingly surprised that Shen Xun had picked up, Shen Tong hesitated before asking, "Where are you now?" Shen Zhong snatched the phone from Shen Tong, holding it to his ear. "Shen Xun, where are you? Have you truly sold your shares to Blue Star Technology?" You unfilial daughter, how can you face your parents' spirits? Shen Zhong's face twisted with rage. Had Shen Xun appeared before him, he would not hesitate to strangle her. Shen Xun rolled her eyes, weary of the incessant reminders from Shen Zhong and Shen Guo about her deceased parents, which had once lulled her into a false sense of trust and obedience during her youth. Am I supposed to give them away for nothing? In the past, she had believed her uncles genuinely had her best interests at heart. But she was no longer the same Shen Xun, having endured much pain. The mere thought of diving back into that abyss was akin to willingly colliding with a brick wall, an act of folly. Shen Zhong was momentarily stumped. But after a brief pause, he continued to shout, You unfilial daughter. I am your second uncle. What do you want? Shen Xun interrupted, Second uncle, ask yourselves. Is it merely a matter of wanting something? After she relinquished her shares in her past life, Shen Zhong and Shen Guo's demeanor had drastically shifted. And even the previously obsequious Shen Tong began to bully her. When the apocalypse struck, their behavior escalated even further. On the other end of the line, Shen Zhong continued his tirade, accusing Shen Xun of having grown wings and threatening to find her to exact revenge. Shen Xun scoffed and hung up. If mom and dad were still alive, they would never allow such treatment. However, thinking of their current frenzy brought her immense satisfaction. Setting an alarm, she lay in bed, her consciousness drifting into the space. The grass on the mountain had been nearly consumed, prompting Shen Xun to encourage further growth. To her delight, she noticed a sow lying on the ground with a slightly swollen abdomen, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. Her food reserves had increased once more. Exiting the space, Shen Xun retrieved her phone to check how many piglets a sow could have in 1 litter. 10. Ecstatic, she sat up in bed. With so many sows, if each one became pregnant and delivered 10 piglets, it wouldn't be long before she could achieve freedom regarding pork. Overcome with excitement, Shen Xun impulsively encouraged the sows to consume more cabbages. The pigs, sensing her gaze, shivered slightly but could not resist the allure of the fragrant cabbage, munching contentedly. With a smile gracing her features, Shen Xun fell into a deep, satisfying slumber. Morning arrived punctually with the alarms ringing. While she was grooming in the bathroom, the doorbell rang. Glancing at the electronic screen on the wall, she saw it was 4 workers from the renovation team, with a toothbrush in her mouth. She opened the door to find all 4 men fixated on her. Miss Shen, we spoke on the phone last night. It's you, right? Shen Xun nodded, rinsed her mouth, and poured them glasses of water, surprised at their early arrival. It was barely past 7. After quenching their thirst, the workers aimed to get straight to business, hoping to secure another job if they completed Shen Xun's project today. Miss Shen, we have all the materials ready. Please let us know how you wish to proceed. 2 of them approached the entrance and began moving items inside. Shen Xun, unhesitant, pointed out the areas in the room, delineating the space. We'll install underfloor heating, preferably a removable type so I can take it with me if I move. Solar panels will go on the balcony facing the kitchen, and the balcony will be enclosed. The solar panel wires will have 2 lines, one for the kitchen and one for the room. All glass should be replaced with explosion-proof, soundproof glass, and the security door should be installed inside rather than outside. The exterior must maintain a normal appearance, with 3 layers of security doors. An external installation would be too conspicuous. Placing it inside keeps it hidden, granting me peace of mind. The 4 workers gazed at Shen Xun in astonishment. She was the most peculiar client they had encountered this year. Was she intent on turning her home into a fortress? Yet, considering that she was a lovely young woman, it was understandable that she desired to feel safe from potential threats, especially since her compensation was exceedingly generous. Chapter 17. The Frigid M Country. Having completed her instructions, Shen Xun hurried to catch her flight to M Country. She closed her room, retrieved a down jacket from her space, and changed into warm boots. Hailing a taxi, she exited the community and, en route to the airport, opened her phone to search for the latest news regarding M Country. The AI's emotionless voice emanated from her device. M Country has recorded unprecedented temperature drops, plunging to -46 degrees Celsius, with conditions expected to persist. We now present footage captured by frontline reporters from a small town. Shen Xun clicked on the video, revealing a frozen landscape filled with cries and gunfire resonating through the footage. The driver sighed. My daughter is studying over there and is about to return. What you see in the video is true. It's a chaotic situation right now. Shen Xun merely frowned slightly. anticipating a chaotic atmosphere, yet she did not expect it to unfold so swiftly. Perhaps the prevalence of firearm accessibility contributed to this rapid descent into disorder. The driver glanced into the rearview mirror and noticed the down jacket Shen Xun was wearing. "Young lady, you aren't headed to Country M, are you? After all, your destination is the international airport." Shen Xun affirmed with a soft explaining that she had relatives there she intended to bring back. As she departed, the driver kindly cautioned her to return home promptly after reuniting with her family, advising against lingering in Country M due to its perilous nature. Noting that she appeared to be of similar age to his own daughter, Shen Xun sincerely appreciated his concern and, bidding farewell to the driver, proceeded to collect her ticket and board the plane. 5 hours later, upon arriving at her destination, Shen Xun boarded the shuttle. The airport was filled with foreign individuals, predominantly blonde and blue-eyed. As she passed through security, she spotted a gentleman holding a small red flag. As she walked by, he halted her and, fluently conversing in Mandarin, advised her to seek the embassy should she encounter any danger. Warmth enveloped her heart, for this man was there to remind disembarking passengers of safety. Having arrived on a flight from Country Z, exiting the airport, Shen Xun shivered. The familiar chill in the air felt akin to returning to an era of extreme cold, a stark reminder of the frigid conditions that would soon affect many nations. After locating a restroom by the roadside, Shen Xun stepped inside, closed the door, and retrieved a flesh-toned human mask from her belongings. Once donned, an utterly ordinary visage appeared in the mirror. She exchanged her down jacket for a black, punk-style padded coat, slipped into combat boots, and donned a skull-emblazoned hoodie, accentuating her eyes with bold black eyeliner. Once her transformation was complete, she emerged from the restroom, pulled the hoodie over her head, and placed a cap atop it, completely altering her demeanor. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she inhaled the frigid air, her entire being enveloped in a languid ease, her soul experiencing a momentary reprieve. During the initial successful fusion of the genetic serum, she had taken many lives within the laboratory, subsequently finding herself restrained to an experimental bed, sedated daily. Memories of those events flooded her mind, bringing forth thoughts of her beloved uncle and his family. Country M's market was rife with the sale of firearms and ammunition, all legally sanctioned. Although Shen Xun was proficient in the local language, a trace of her Country Z accent inevitably lingered. She expressed her intent to purchase a substantial quantity of arms, and the burly, bearded man scrutinized her ordinary visage, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Firearms are in short supply. I don't have as many as you desire. However, I can refer you to someone who might," he suggested, making a gesture that indicated a monetary exchange. "All right," Shen Xun replied, indicating that money was no object. The bearded man scribbled a number, but when she reached for it, he retracted the slip of paper. Producing some dollars from her pocket prompted him to relinquish the note. Shen Xun was acutely aware that the drop in temperature in Country M would persist. Calamities had already commenced, heralding an onset of extreme cold. Rubbing her somewhat numbed hands together, she approached a telephone booth, opened the door, and dialed the number provided. After a prolonged wait, she was connected. The voice on the other end provided her with an address and instructed her to bring cash. Exiting the booth, Shen Xun stretched, loosening her wrists and neck. The sound of her bones cracking echoed with her movements, and she let out a sigh. Hailing a taxi, she relayed the address given to her. The driver scrutinized her intently, questioning her certainty. "Absolutely," she affirmed. "You can exit now," he replied, refusing to proceed any further. Counting out several bills from her pocket, she sensed his hesitation. "The place you're headed to is perilous. I want to take you there. Fasten your seatbelt." With every word the driver uttered, Shen Xun offered more dollar bills, reflecting on how long she had waited in the cold to secure this taxi. Had she known the conditions in Country M were this dire, she would have arrived sooner. The driver brought her to the street's edge, adamant that he wouldn't enter, leaving Shen Xun no choice but to disembark and venture inside. After walking for a while, she finally comprehended the driver's trepidation. 2 lifeless bodies lay frozen on the ground, their blood congealed on the pavement. Chapter 18: The White Kitten. The 2 individuals lay face down, evidently shot in the back, instantly dispatched amidst the biting cold. In such frigid temperatures, even the warmest blood would solidify, and even if one could be saved, survival would be improbable. Rather than being deterred by the macabre scene, Shen Xun pressed onward, retrieving cash and a black handbag from her belongings as she turned a corner. Strolling leisurely, She approached a large black warehouse where two blonde men in down jackets, smoking, stood with weapons slung around their necks. "Halt," they commanded upon noticing Shen Xun, rising and aiming their guns at her. Shen Xun set down her handbag, raised her hands in a gesture of feigned fear, and stated, "I called your boss earlier." The men exchanged glances and muttered to one another before one departed, leaving the other to keep his weapon trained on her. Just as Shen Xun felt her patience waning, the man returned, accompanied by their boss, a robust African-American who stood tall. Shen Xun locked eyes with him as he gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons. Following his lead, she entered the warehouse, where she discovered a multitude of individuals. Numerous eyes peered down from the second floor, fixated on her handbag. The boss, towering at nearly 6'3", effectively concealed Shen Xun's form behind his imposing stature. As they passed a storage room, muffled groans reached her ears, leaving little to the imagination regarding the activities within. The boss ushered Shen Xun into a back room, where he settled into a chair with his legs crossed. Shen Xun took a seat opposite him. "I have brought the money. Now, where are the items I requested?" she inquired, untroubled by the prospect of deception. On the contrary, she welcomed the idea. Should the other party be astute, they would recognize that her body had been enhanced by 2 genetic serums, rendering these individuals no more formidable than mere prey in her eyes. As she opened the handbag, revealing its contents of cash, the boss straightened, visibly impressed. "Follow me," he instructed, pushing open an iron door at the back of the room, leading to another warehouse filled with an arsenal, sniper rifles, handguns, shotguns, and a plethora of tear gas and explosives. Shen Xun felt a surge of exhilaration, contemplating whether to eliminate him and the others in the warehouse to seize the entire cash. "The money you brought will only purchase a fraction of what you seek," he informed her. She had never intended to acquire such a vast quantity of weaponry after 3 years of the apocalypse. Mutated flora and fauna would render conventional arms ineffective, some even impervious to blades and bullets. Her aim in stockpiling weapons was solely for self-defense. Selecting a few items, she negotiated with him to sell her a vehicle as well. He acquiesced, and Shen Xun loaded the weapons into the car before departing the warehouse. "Boss, how can you let her leave just like that? You actually sold her the guns," one of the subordinates questioned as they watched Shen Xun drive away from their sight. He did not respond to their inquiries, but during their time alone in the room, Shen Xun had exuded an aura of danger. Despite her unremarkable appearance, that would have rendered her unnoticed in a crowd. Yet, only when one harbored murderous intent towards her could they truly comprehend the terrifying nature of such a person. As he opened the door with his back to Shen Xun, a cold sweat enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, the other party seemed intent on taking his life. Years of handling firearms had honed his instinctual awareness of danger. Shen Xun, with one hand deftly gripping the steering wheel while the other perused flight information on his phone, noted that the plane was set to take off in 2 hours, and due to adverse weather conditions, flights would be suspended starting the day after tomorrow. Shen Xun drove back to the earlier location, inquiring where he might procure gasoline and diesel, though not in excessive quantities. He deemed it essential to stockpile some. Upon receiving news of an oil vendor, he set off, completing this leg of his mission with half an hour to spare before takeoff. He maneuvered his vehicle into a secluded corner, concealing it within a spatial pocket. A sound from around the corner piqued his curiosity. He brandished a dagger from his concealed space and strode purposefully towards the source. If the other party had witnessed the prior scene, he was prepared. Silence enveloped the area ahead, causing Shen Xun to wonder if the individual had fled. With a quickened pace, he approached, only to find himself momentarily startled by a small white cat. It was nearly camouflaged against the snow, and as their eyes met, he scanned the vicinity for any other footprints. Satisfied there were none, he sheathed his dagger and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, Shen Xun glanced back at the white cat, now hiding behind a utility pole, and quickened his steps. The little creature followed closely, mirroring his movements. "Do you think this is a game?" Shen Xun thought, shedding any pretense as he dashed away. After gaining some distance, he cast a glance over his shoulder. Excellent. He had eluded it. With only 10 minutes until the flight, Shen Xun rushed to the ticket counter for his boarding pass. However, he was halted by security at the checkpoint. "Miss, pets are not permitted on the aircraft. If you wish to bring it aboard, you must purchase a ticket." Shen Xun sighed in exasperation. The small white cat had latched onto the back of his down jacket, clinging to him. An announcement echoed through the speakers, calling for Shen Xun as the plane prepared for departure. He reluctantly pried the little creature off, handing it to the security guard. "This is not mine. Farewell." The cat, with its round, wide eyes, watched Shen Xun until he vanished from sight. It then leapt from the guard's grasp and scurried after him. Chapter 19, Chang Wei or Lai Fu. The agile white cat weaved through the crowd, seeking that familiar scent. It sprinted with remarkable speed, pursued closely by two security personnel. After navigating through several rows of seats, it halted, its pupils reflecting the scene of the nearly closed boarding gate and Shen Xun's retreating figure. It emitted a high-pitched cry and dashed towards the gate. Shen Xun, sensing something, turned to see the small silhouette racing towards him. Words failed to encapsulate his current emotions. Yet a flutter of joy surged within him, a sense of affirmation in her presence. Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he noticed a flight attendant being summoned by the captain for some urgent task. The white figure leapt into Shen Xun's arms, and he quickly zipped it into his jacket. The little one felt surprisingly heavy as Shen Xun found a seat on the nearly empty flight to Z country. He sat alone in his row, and pulling a piece of sausage from his bag, he tore it open. The small creature gazed up at him with wide eyes. "Here, eat." Whether it understood was uncertain, but it seemed quite famished, its belly visibly hollow. Shen Xun recalled seeing it licking the snow earlier. The little one devoured the sausage in mere moments. Shen Xun handed it another piece, observing its slightly larger than average head and long tail. Upon closer inspection, he noticed gray spots adorning its fur, leaving him curious about its breed. As the flight attendant secured the cabin door, the plane took off. Several hours later, Shen Xun was roused from his slumber by the attendant. The day had come full circle, and as he exited the airport, night had fallen, the clock striking 10. He ordered a ride, providing the address to Tianfu. Feeling warmth radiate from his chest, the little creature had consumed 5 sausages and had now drifted into slumber. Ascending to the 22nd floor in the elevator, Shen Xun, filled with anticipation, unlocked the door. The sound of the lock opening startled the little one awake. It peered around, taking in its new surroundings. Shen Xun gently set it down, and the small creature circled his feet before settling quietly. He bent down to affectionately ruffle its head. As he opened the original wooden door, he was met with a solid iron door featuring a small window. This door was crafted from pure iron, with an identical door behind it, devoid of any window, completely sealed. Shen Xun produced his key and entered, encountering 4 locks that could only be opened from the inside. The 2 iron doors provided an unparalleled sense of security. Once inside, the little one followed him, sniffing around the room as if to confirm Shen Xun's scent. Finally, it settled at a closed door, attempting to peek through the crack. Shen Xun chuckled softly, opening the door to let it inside. The bedroom was equipped with underfloor heating, and a newly installed socket connected to solar panels adorned the wall. Shen Xun approached the window and drew back the curtains, revealing soundproof glass that had also been replaced. The room had been tidied, and upon turning around, he noticed the little one poised to leap onto the bed. He swiftly grasped it by the scruff of its neck. "Only after a bath can you go on the bed," he declared, carrying it along with a change of clothes into the bathroom. Lacking experience in bathing pets, Shen Xun consulted videos to learn the process, wetting it, applying shampoo, and rinsing off the suds. Without a pet dryer, he resorted to using a hairdryer for over half an hour. Fortunately, the little creature remained remarkably cooperative throughout. After drying its fur, it leapt onto the windowsill, gazing down as if puzzled by the absence of cold in this new environment. Ignoring its curiosity, Shen Xun searched online for what cats should eat, realizing that the supplies he had hoarded were solely for himself, leaving him unprepared for pet ownership. The little one hopped onto the bed, resting its head on Shen Xun's neck, nuzzling. It licked him unexpectedly, causing Shen Xun to jump. He gently scooped it into his arms. "Let us give you a name. How about Chang Wei or Lai Fu? You choose." He called out Chang Wei a couple of times, but it showed no response. Then he tried Lai Fu, and the little creature focused its gaze on Shen Xun's face. "Lai Fu, Lai Fu, Lai Fu," he repeated, deciding that would be its name. Regardless of whether it understood, it could hardly argue back. His phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was Shen Wei persistent in their pursuit of her. After setting an alarm, he powered down his phone. Lai Fu nestled into the covers beside him, and as Shen Xun's breathing steadied, Lai Fu too fell into a deep slumber. When the alarm rang in the morning, Shen Xun rose from bed, completed his morning routine, and ordered takeout, also contacting a fitness equipment company for a delivery today. The belongings from the adjacent room had been stored away, leaving it empty and ready for the equipment. Additionally, he planned to purchase some planting boxes and soil for vegetables. In 3 days, the long-term operation would commence. Lai Fu followed closely at Shen Xun's heels, accompanying him wherever he went. Occasionally, he would glance down to find it dutifully squatting between his legs. His phone chimed again. It was the takeout. Shen Xun instructed the delivery person to leave the order outside. Chapter 20. Like a leopard. Once the delivery person set down the food and departed, Shen Xun took 2 minutes to unlock the door, too many locks to manage. Lai Fu, captivated by the aroma, leaped onto the sofa, peering at Shen Xun with eager eyes. Only then did he realize he had forgotten to feed it. From a small bay in the space, a palm-sized live fish and several sausages were taken out, arranged neatly on a plate at the foot of Shen Xun. Lai Fu took a hearty bite into the fish's belly, savoring it with great delight, devouring even the entrails. The sausages were consumed in a mere few bites, and the plate was licked clean. Lai Fu then leapt onto the sofa, rubbing against Shen Xun's arm. Having finished her meal, Shen Xun reached out to ruffle Lai Fu's head. The equipment company was scheduled to deliver at 3 in the afternoon, and it was now time to set off to procure some gardening supplies. Shen Xun donned a black hoodie, and Lai Fu hopped onto her shoulder, burrowing into the hood. Upon exiting the elevator, her phone buzzed with a notification, alerting her to a weather warning in B City. Heavy rainfall was expected. Shen Xun hailed a cab and squatted by the roadside, waiting for her ride. While waiting, she scrolled through trending news, which this time was devoid of scandalous gossip and filled instead with weather alerts from various provinces and reports of a temperature drop in the country. Shen Xun clicked into the first article, where experts predicted a nationwide deluge, prompting a flurry of incredulous comments questioning the credibility of such experts. In recent years, the term expert had seemingly taken on a pejorative connotation online. However, some insisted that they had relatives in meteorological agencies who could confirm the veracity of the claims. The comments section devolved into apocalyptic theories, but this time Shen Xun noticed that no one seemed to be confined to a metaphorical black room, perhaps indicating that some individuals had begun to perceive the unusual circumstances. Lai Fu, with its forelegs propped up, perched atop Shen Xun's head, curiously scanning the surroundings. Several girls passing by couldn't help but steal glances at Lai Fu. Such an adorable little white cat. I want to pet it. When the cab arrived, Shen Xun confirmed the license plate and climbed aboard, heading first to the pet store. As she entered, 2 toy poodles scampered towards her, their forelegs resting on her, seeking affection. Lai Fu jumped down from Shen Xun and bared its sharp teeth, letting out a ferocious growl at the poodles. Its growl was not the typical meow of a cat, but rather a deep rumbling sound, akin to an engine starting. The poodles recoiled, cowering on the ground. Though Shen Xun had never owned a pet before, she knew that cats did not make such sounds. Lai Fu, come back, she called, and Lai Fu nuzzled against her feet, resuming its obedient demeanor. A young boy wearing an apron descended the spiral staircase. He glanced at the white cat in Shen Xun's hands and inquired if she was there for a bath. No, I'm here to buy some supplies, she replied. The boy nodded and led her to the back of the store, where several shelves displayed samples of cat food. You can try some of these, he suggested, placing them before Lai Fu. However, Lai Fu ignored the bowls filled with cat food and headed straight for the dish containing fish jerky and bones, finishing off the jerky before gnawing on a bone. The crunching sound of its teeth startled the boy, who quickly squatted down to present Lai Fu with the store's best-selling cat food. Shen Xun observed Lai Fu's reaction and lifted it up, placing it in front of the boy. Could you help me check? I think my cat might have a throat issue. The boy reached out to pry open Lai Fu's mouth, but Lai Fu emitted another growl, catching him off guard. Shen Xun took matters into her own hands to open Lai Fu's mouth. The boy scrutinized Lai Fu's sharp teeth, furrowing his brow. Only then did he take a closer look at Lai Fu. This doesn't appear to be a cat, more like. He seemed to recall something, though observing Lai Fu's coloration led him to doubt his own thoughts. After all, how could such a large and fierce-looking creature be found in B City? Like what? Shen Xun prompted, noticing his unfinished sentence. The boy half-joked, like a jaguar from country, but your little white cat has no spots, and the color is all wrong. I was just kidding, haha. In truth, he leaned more towards believing that the little cat had a throat issue. Feigning calmness, Shen Xun tucked Lai Fu back into her hood. Lai Fu did have spots, though they were subtle and only noticeable upon close inspection, perhaps due to its young age. It was clear that Lai Fu would not eat the cat food, and Shen Xun sighed, pondering what she had brought back, a means to achieve freedom from mundane constraints. I need to buy a substantial amount of cat litter, as well as more bones and fish jerky, not just for Laifu, but for her as well. The boy informed her that the pet store had limited stock, but they owned a factory. He provided Shen Xun with the factory address, where several pet supply factories were located. After departing from the pet store, Shen Xun took a taxi directly to the car rental agency in B City, renting a large truck. Laifu sat obediently in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Shen Xun as she fetched a sausage from her space for it to munch on. Considering that Laifu would continue to grow, Shen Xun purchased several sizes of pet drying boxes, opting for those designed for large dogs, accumulating dozens of them. Cat litter was bought by the ton, and the truck made numerous trips to haul in fish jerky and bones, completely depleting several warehouses' stocks. By noon, Shen Xun retrieved a meal from her space and had lunch in the truck. Laifu's meal consisted of a live fish and several sausages. Chapter 21, How I Choose to Manage My Belongings is My Concern. It devoured its meal swiftly and turned to look at Shen Xun. She set down her chopsticks and produced the bones she had just purchased from her space. Laifu placed its paws between the two seats, its tail wagging vigorously. Shen Xun held out the bone, and Laifu seized it in its mouth, its sharp teeth snapping through the bone with a satisfying crunch. After Shen Xun finished her meal, she restarted the vehicle, navigating to a nearby fish pond as indicated by the navigation system. The fish she had previously stocked was only sufficient for her own needs. But with Laifu now in the picture, it appeared she would need to acquire more. Following the route provided by the GPS, Shen Xun drove to the fish pond, purchasing a large quantity of both large and small fish as well as fry. After returning the rental truck, her phone rang. "Hello?" Shen Xun answered. "Hello, Miss Shen. This is the equipment company. We are already outside Tianfu." Shen Xun glanced at the time. They had arrived rather promptly. "I'm currently outside. Could you please wait for a moment?" "About 5 minutes should suffice," she replied, thankful that the distance was not too far. A large delivery truck halted in front of Tianfu Community, where 2 middle-aged men sat inside, smoking and occasionally flicking ash onto the roadside. Shen Xun exited the taxi and walked directly towards them, tapping on the truck window. "Hello, are you Miss Shen?" they asked, greeting her warmly as they alighted from the vehicle and opened the truck's rear doors. To her surprise, there were not just 2 men. 2 young individuals were also in the back, engrossed in a video game. Upon noticing Shen Xun, the 2 quickly powered off their devices. "Stop playing and help move the items," a middle-aged man called out to them. He tore open a corner wrapped in sponge, revealing a treadmill, elliptical machine, exercise bike, and rowing machine. The 4 men delivered the equipment into the community, following Shen Xun as she led them to the 22nd floor via the elevator. Upon opening the door, the 4 men were momentarily taken aback as the entrance appeared almost fortress-like. "Place them in this room," Shen Xun instructed, directing them to position the equipment in the spots she had previously considered. The room, measuring several dozen square meters, felt a bit cramped with the new installations. The remaining items were to be stowed in another room, ready to be transferred into her space after they departed. Once all the equipment was unloaded, Shen Xun compensated them for their efforts, recognizing that moving such heavy items required considerable strength. The men accepted without hesitation. As they left, they cast another glance at Shen Xun's 2 iron doors. After closing the door, Shen Xun opened her phone and contacted a nearby plant nursery, placing an order for several dozen foam boxes filled with soil to be delivered to Tianfu Community. After finishing her tasks, Shen Xun stored the fitness equipment from another room into her space. She hadn't purchased much, only 2 sets of the same apparatus sufficed. There was no need to hoard such items. Laifu nestled on the couch, and upon Shen Xun's arrival, he patted over, affectionately licking her arm before curling up in her embrace. Shen Xun absent-mindedly stroked his fur, capturing a photograph of Laifu, though the image was indecipherable. She turned to video search, looking up jaguars dark golden, earthy yellow, and black, capable of reaching over 300 pounds, comparable to a tiger in size, and known for their swift agility. Shen Xun observed the giant creatures in the videos, then glanced at the cuddly Laifu in her arms, questioning whether they truly belonged to the same species. Yet, Laifu did bear a striking resemblance to a jaguar cub. She continued to scroll through several more videos until one caught her attention, showcasing albino tigers and lions, with the last being the jaguar. Shen Xun watched intently as the tiny white jaguar grew, its spots becoming more pronounced with age. Indeed, it looked remarkably like Laifu. The video jaguar emitted a call, prompting Lai Fu to spring from Shen Xun's lap, mimicking the sound in response. Shen Xun comforted him, saying, "Don't be afraid." She retrieved the litter box and filled it with cat litter, beginning to instruct Lai Fu on its use. The curious little creature observed her every movement. Shen Xun almost demonstrated directly, and after 2 or 3 attempts, Lai Fu finally grasped the concept, encouraged by Shen Xun's approving gaze, and relieved himself in the litter box. Shen Xun rewarded him with some fish jerky, which Lai Fu eagerly carried in his mouth, circling her feet several times. Suddenly, her phone on the couch rang, and she approached to find it was a call from Shen Yi. "What is it?" Shen Xun answered. "Are you not at the Ziyuan villa? Where are you now?" Shen Yi's typically gentle voice resonated, accompanied by Shen Tong and Shen Wei. The trio had hoped to test their luck, checking if Shen Xun was indeed at the villa. However, the villa's security remained unyielding. Without the owner's permission, they would not be allowed entry. After a brief exchange, Shen Xun hung up, lacking patience for their inquiries, while Lai Fu jumped back onto the couch, nestling against her. "Wait, Shen Xun, we grew up together. If you don't trust them, how can you not trust me?" Shen Yi pressed on. "I just want to ask if the matter concerning the shares was a threat from Blue Star Technology. You're still young and don't understand everything. If you've made a mistake, there's still a chance to rectify it." Shen Xun cleared her throat, stating, "First, I did not grow up with you. Second, my parents only had me. Third, the shares were given to me by my parents and are under my name. How I choose to handle them is none of your business. Furthermore, if you continue to harass me, I will report you. Do you understand?" Chapter 22, Cultivating in the Room, Commencing Exercise. Shen Xun ended the call. What did she say? Shen Wei extinguished his cigarette and rose to glance at Shen Yi. She had not put the call on speaker, so Shen Wei and Shen Tong had not heard Shen Xun's words, and Shen Yi's expression darkened. Shen Xun had changed too much. Was she still the same Shen Xun? Previously. All it took was a little gesture or a small gift from Shen Yi for Shen Xun to obediently follow like a devoted dog. What had changed? Shen Xun had not only rejected her but also threatened to involve the authorities. Not daring to recount Shen Xun's words to the others, fearing it would undermine her dignity, she refrained from disclosing her location. Shen Tong eyed Shen Yi skeptically. "Aren't you the one closest to her? She didn't even mention you. Why did you see me being close to her?" Shen Yi retorted, swiftly departing in her red sports car. Shen Xun set her phone aside, and it soon rang again. This time, it was not a family member but the delivery service. "Hello? It's from the plant shop. Your items have arrived and are at the Tianfu gate." Shen Xun contacted the property management, instructing them to allow entry and send the delivery directly to the 22nd floor, where she would meet them at the elevator. Before long, the elevator chimed, and the delivery arrived, containing 6 foam boxes filled with soil. Shen Xun directed them to place the boxes in another room. After a brief flurry of activity, she compensated the workers and closed the door, cleaning up the scattered soil. She then watered the soil in the boxes and sprinkled in her vegetable seeds. With a wave of her hand, she channeled green light into the seeds, and they sprouted almost instantaneously, tender green shoots breaking through the earth. Lai Fu, intrigued by the luminous points, playfully tried to catch them, consuming one after another with delight. Shen Xun only encouraged their germination and did not push further. Realizing it was time for dinner, Shen Xun refrained from ordering takeout. In E City, she had been carefree in stocking up on supplies, but now in B City, where she had just moved, she needed to be cautious. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse approaching in just a couple of days, if the security guards noticed her stockpiling food, she would be the first target. Fortunately, in the last few days, her purchases had consisted solely of fitness equipment and soil. They likely assumed she intended to cultivate flowers on her balcony. Who would suspect a resident in a high-end community like Tianfu of growing vegetables at home? A small live fish, canned goods, 6 shrimp dumplings, some greens, and a sausage, enriched with fish oil, constituted Lai Fu's dinner. He trailed after Shen Xun in the kitchen. Once his meal was prepared, Shen Xun summoned dishes from her space, 4 dishes and a soup, still steaming. Having gauged Lai Fu's appetite, she knew how much to serve. After eating, Lai Fu lay beside Shen Xun, his belly full and round. Shen Xun bent down to rub his tummy, and he nuzzled her fingers affectionately. Once satiated, the pair reclined on the soft couch, and Shen Xun drifted into her space. Lai Fu had a penchant for eggs, whether raw or cooked. Many eggs had gone uncollected, resulting in the hatching of chicks. Now, collecting eggs had become a nightly ritual. As she gathered the eggs, she noticed that the batch of rabbits she had purchased was also expecting. These would be vital long-term resources that required careful nurturing. Shen Xun retrieved a basket, collecting an assortment of fruits, each type in abundance. Lai Fu watched in awe as the basket appeared, sniffing curiously before eagerly snatching one to devour. His eyes sparkled with delight as he craved another. Shen Xun selected a few and placed them on a small porcelain dish, saying, "Go ahead." After scrolling through her phone for a while, Shen Xun took a shower and lay down in bed, with Lai Fu jumping up beside her, finding a cozy spot at her feet. At 7 in the morning, Shen Xun rose early, preparing a breakfast of egg pancakes and 6 shrimp dumplings, accompanied by milk. The sky outside was overcast and online discussions were fervent. The temperature in M country had plummeted to a rare -70 degrees, and experts predicted heavy rainfall would commence today. Initially, no one believed it, but now, as they gazed up at the sky, who could dare to contradict the ominous forecasts? Shen Xun switched off her phone, tossing it onto the couch, while Lai Fu, with his little belly protruding, nimbly leaped onto the couch, covering the phone with his body so that Shen Xun would have to play with him. Shen Xun couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, ruffling his fur affectionately. She pushed open the door to the gym, drew back the curtains, activated the treadmill, performed a few stretches, set a running time of an hour, and commenced her workout. Lai Fu flitted around Shen Xun, observing for a while before leaping onto the treadmill. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Xun did not notice. Lai Fu tumbled off the rolling belt. After several attempts, the little creature finally matched Shen Xun's pace. However, after a brief spell of running, the small fellow was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground as it slipped off the treadmill. Chapter 23, The Onset of Catastrophe, a Torrential Downpour. At 8:30, the treadmill's speed diminished, signaling the end of an hour's workout. Shen Xun walked slowly for a few minutes. Her calf and thigh muscles were slightly sore but still bearable. Although she had taken a gene-enhancing potion, her physical strength was not sufficiently developed to fully harness its power. Had it been her former frail self, merely running for half an hour would have left her utterly spent. Now, she merely felt a hint of fatigue, indeed. It was through extreme exertion that one could unlock the body's true potential. After the treadmill came to a complete halt, Shen Xun dismounted. "What is the matter?" she inquired, noticing Lai Fu sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. She gently grasped the soft flesh on its neck, lifting it to her eye level. Lai Fu panted heavily, clearly exhausted. Setting it aside, Shen Xun approached another piece of equipment. The entire morning had been spent exercising, and she felt somewhat fatigued. Lying on the mat, her clothes were drenched in sweat, enough that even bitter tea could be wrung out of them. Lai Fu scampered over to Shen Xun, extending its tongue to lap at the sweat on her chin. "Refreshing," Shen Xun mused, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Most importantly, her body was brimming with energy. After 4 hours of exercise, the soreness had vanished, and her body felt considerably lighter. She fetched a towel to wipe the sweat from her neck and face, then filled the bathtub with warm water, preparing to wash away the odor of perspiration. Lai Fu lay against the closed bathroom door, scratching it with its paws. After waiting for a while without Shen Xun emerging, it settled quietly against the door. While applying a facial mask and soaking in the bath, Shen Xun dried her hair post-bath and tossed her sweat-soaked clothes into the automatic washing machine. Lai Fu joyfully circled around Shen Xun, barking and pawing at her pant leg, eager to climb up. Shen Xun tucked it under her arm, and Lai Fu turned its head to lick her neck. From her storage space, she retrieved milk tea and barbecue. The ice cubes in the milk tea remained intact while the barbecue emanated a tantalizing spicy aroma. Lai Fu wagged its tail as it jumped onto the sofa, eyes fixed on the barbecue. "It's right here," Shen Xun said, mixing bones and fish jerky with canned food, adding 2 eggs to Lai Fu's bowl. After finishing, Lai Fu gazed longingly at the barbecue in Shen Xun's hands. She swiftly wiped its drooling mouth with a tissue. "Here you go." Lai Fu wagged its tail and devoured the offering, only to immediately regurgitate it, rushing to the bowl to gulp down some water. "Haha, serves you right for being greedy." Shen Xun chuckled at the sight of Lai Fu sprawled out from the spice. She retrieved a small ice cube from her storage. "Come here." Lai Fu licked the ice cube, its spicy tongue finally finding relief. WeChat notifications rang incessantly. Shen Xun set down her milk tea and opened her phone to check the Tianfu owners group. Building A. Unit 601. Look outside, everyone. Building E. Unit 202. I saw it ages ago. It's getting darker. Building B. Unit 1101. What a fuss. Even if it rains, it won't last long. Building D, Unit 1602, I hope it pours heavily, enough that we can't go out, I want to rest. The messages varied widely. Shen Xun enabled Do Not Disturb mode, quietly sitting on the bay window as Laifu nestled in her arms, both gazing out at the rain. Time passed slowly, yet Shen Xun remained tense, the little creature pressing against her, sensing her anxiety. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, raindrops the size of beans began to splatter against the glass. Shen Xun rose from the bay window to close the bathroom window, checking that all other room windows were securely shut. Thankfully, soundproof glass had been installed in advance. The rain striking the glass produced only the faintest sound. As the rain intensified, the relentless downpour rendered pedestrians unable to open their eyes, and windshield wipers became ineffective. The streets echoed with the sounds of colliding vehicles, honking horns, and the curses of drivers. Shen Xun peered through binoculars, but could only make out blurred figures hastily fleeing from the torrential rain. The deluge continued for 2 hours, showing no signs of abating, and in fact, it only grew stronger, resembling a flood threatening to engulf everything. Preparing Laifu's meal, Shen Xun plucked several chilies and tomatoes, along with a piece of beef from her storage, and gathered all necessary seasonings. She then opened her phone. Beef brisket rice, she searched, soon finding a recipe. Placing her tablet aside, she followed the instructions. Before long, she had burnt the bottom, though it was still edible. As a novice cook, her inexperience showed, yet at least everything was cooked through. The flavor was far from perfect, but thankfully, Laifu was quite supportive, sharing the meal with her. With a stockpile of food in her storage, she believed that by rationing, it should last 6 or 7 years. She was determined to become a proficient chef within that time frame. After finishing their meal, the duo reclined on the sofa. Shen Xun picked some fruit from her storage and placed it on Laifu's ceramic plate, then opened a historical drama to pass the time. Each episode, normally over an hour long, passed by, and after 2 episodes, Shen Xun turned off her phone. The fruit was gone, and Laifu curled up beside her asleep. Shen Xun rose and glanced outside. Visibility was nil, with even the neighboring buildings reduced to indistinct shapes. The temperature had noticeably dropped, turning quite chilly. Chapter 24. The Plight of the Ground Floor Residents. Rain pelted against the glass before sliding down, prompting Shen Xun to take out her binoculars in an attempt to discern the situation within the community, but clarity eluded her. The property management sent a message advising residents to remain indoors, as the street's sewer manhole covers had been opened to prevent accidents. The owners' group was buzzing with activity. Building V, Unit 401, this rain is so heavy, my husband hasn't gotten off work yet, sigh. Building A, Unit 601, my husband too. He probably has to work overtime. Building F, Unit 1602, my child is still at school. The rain is so heavy the school bus can't get through. Building F, Unit 1101, my child as well. I got home late from work, and it started pouring immediately. I don't know when it will stop. Reading the messages. Shen Xun thought if the school was nearby, it was best to go pick up the children now. The opportune moment was now. If they delayed, it would be difficult to retrieve them later. Building F, Unit 2201, it seems this rain won't stop anytime soon, and it's only getting heavier. If you need to pick up your kids, it's best to go now. Shen Xun typed a response and sent it out. Building A, Unit 101, enough already. Can someone please contact the property management? The rain is too heavy. The ground floor is already flooded. Shortly after, they shared several videos and images of the situation in their rooms. Shen Xun clicked to view. The water had risen to the point where it was unmanageable, and they had turned off the electricity. In the video, a man was barefoot, attempting to shut off the power, with water just shy of his ankles. Turning off the electricity was wise. If rainwater mixed with the wires, the consequences could be dire. Building E, Unit 102, I have water coming in too. I regret not buying a higher floor. He sent several videos showing 2 middle-aged men in blue work uniforms crouched on the ground, stuffing wooden boards on either side of the door to prevent more water from flooding in. Building F, Unit 101, video. Shen Xun clicked to view. It showed 2 young men using brooms to sweep water out, but the rain surged back in almost immediately. They were clearly exhausted, and the last scene showed one of them dropping the broom. Building V, Unit 102. Is there anyone who can help? Is there a doctor? My child has been electrocuted. Her words acted as a catalyst, igniting the hesitance of the other mothers. Building D, Apartment 1001. I am heading out to fetch my child from XX kindergarten. Is anyone else going? Below, a dozen individuals responded, arranging to meet in front of the community entrance. Subsequently, the owner group fell into silence, save for a few on the first floor who continued to share videos. Building B, Apartment 102, Trenfu Property Management. No one replied to her. The sky grew darker, and Shen Xun took out a thermometer. The temperature had plummeted from 32 degrees to 24 degrees. Lai Feng, with a ball in his mouth, scampered back, placing it in Shen Xun's hands. Upon receiving the ball, she threw it, and Lai Feng retrieved it, engaging in a delightful game of fetch. Shen Xun chuckled at his endearing, foolish demeanor. She retrieved some snacks from her space and picked a variety of fruits. Lai Feng placed his porcelain plate at her feet, and Shen Xun added some jerky and fruit to it. She resumed watching the TV series she hadn't finished earlier, munching on snacks while binge-watching. After finishing 3 episodes, she picked up her phone and opened the owner group chat. The mothers were lively again, evidently having picked up their children. Shen Xun scrolled through the messages. Building C, Apartment 502, the child from Building B who was electrocuted has passed away. By the time they took him to the hospital, he was already cold. No one helped. The husband was still at work, and the woman had to carry her child to the hospital alone. The child was already dead at the moment of electrocution, and now the body remains at the hospital. Building A, Apartment 101, video. Shen Xun clicked in. A man stood in his living room where the water had risen to his knees and continued to swell. In the video, wooden boards blocked the front door, but the water had risen higher than the boards. The first-floor residents were in despair, and the property management had posted several urgent repair videos in the group, indicating their own helplessness. Shen Xun stretched, freshened up, and lay down on her bed. Lai Feng lay on her stomach, licking her palm, bidding goodnight. Having been preoccupied with stocking up, now she finally found a moment to rest, enjoying the most comfortable sleep she had experienced in days. She was awakened by Lai Feng's licking. Although a leopard, he was still a member of the feline family. Shen Xun expertly grasped the scruff of his neck, saying, All right, I'll get up right away." She took a piece of chicken breast, shredded it with a machine, then added 2 eggs and some small fish. "Here you go." Lai Feng, with his little bottom in the air, munched happily. Shen Xun retrieved a piece of pork from her space and sliced it into strips. Her knife skills surprisingly decent despite her lack of cooking experience. Next came the scallions, ginger, and garlic, which she chopped to her satisfaction. After watching a video, she heated oil in a pan and added the pork strips, attempting to make a simple dish of shredded pork with green peppers. After her efforts, Chef Shen decided to order takeout. She took out some fried rice she had bought from the night market. While the fried rice was decent, paired with her shredded pork with green peppers, the taste was somewhat odd but still edible. Shen Xun wasted nothing. After all, it was all cooked and could be consumed. Writing is not easy. Please refrain from leaving malicious reviews. I am merely a novice author, and there are many esteemed works in the apocalyptic genre. If my work does not resonate with you, feel free to move on to theirs. I will strive to learn and improve. This is a whimsical narrative, devoid of strict logic. Chapter 25, Power Outage in the Community. Lai Feng propped himself up with his paws, leaning in to sniff at Shen Xun's plate of shredded pork with green peppers, his eyes sparkling with desire to taste. Shen Xun felt a sense of pride. He had good taste. However, the plate was already empty, and there was none left for him. The sound of a text notification broke the silence. Shen Xun picked up her phone. It was a message from the property management. "Dear esteemed residents, due to unusual weather, we must suspend power supply to the community." Accompanying the message were several images from the first floor, showing that the rain had risen overnight, flooding the first floor and threatening the second. The electrical boxes were submerged, and if power continued, it would create a perilous waterlogged electrical network. Shen Xun gazed out the window. The torrential rain persisted, and the temperature had dropped to 20 degrees. The sky was ominously overcast, and in the distance, only blurred outlines were visible. She opened the owner group chat, and indeed, a chorus of complaints erupted. Scrolling up. Building E, Apartment 101, last night, someone drowned on the first floor of Building C. It was that paralyzed old lady. You wouldn't believe it. When discovered this morning, her body was already swollen. Building C, Apartment 601, ISNT the property management doing anything? Building C, Apartment 902, I knocked on their door yesterday, but no one answered. We all thought there was no one inside. It seemed the property management had been busy all night, running around to various first floors. Building A, Apartment 1401, What do I do if I forgot to charge my phone last night? It's almost dead. Building D, apartment 1201, we have no food left at home. Is anyone going to the supermarket? A dozen people echoed behind him. As the rain continued to rise, those with children prepared swimming rings and arranged to meet in front of the community entrance. Shen Xun watched the exchanges with disbelief as she glanced at the floor numbers. Suddenly, someone retracted a message. She recalled it was from Building F, her own building, and felt a twinge of relief. The chat fell silent once more. And her WeChat rang. It was Uncle Wang. Shen Xun answered, "Miss, are you all right?" Uncle Wang's voice was laced with urgency. Had she not given him a day off, he would have been stuck in E-City, anxiously watching the rain and worrying about his family. In her previous life, Uncle Wang had been with her and her family. Since the apocalypse, he had missed his loved ones every day until the E-City base was established. When he received news that his wife and child had perished, he was devastated, ultimately succumbing in the second year of the apocalypse. "Uncle Wang, I'm fine. I'm doing well. Listen to me. You need to go to the supermarket and buy food, as well as down jackets. Purchase as much as you can, but be discreet. After the rain stops, leave E-City and head to B-City or J-City." Uncle Wang fell silent for a moment. The miss he remembered was always quiet and obedient, rarely adopting such a serious tone. Did she have some news? He knew the Shen family was wealthy, unlike ordinary households. "Yes, I have received news, but that's all." Uncle Wang had initially followed her father, then later her and Aunt Sue. After hanging up, Shen Xun waited a while, and indeed, Aunt Sue called. Upon answering, she too advised buying food for storage, her tone cheerful. She mentioned that she had already purchased plenty, enough to last. Responsible for Shen Xun's meals, she had thought ahead as the rain began to pour. Shen Xun paused, asking how many people knew about her shopping. Aunt Sue mentioned several, and Shen Xun fell silent for a moment, but still reminded her to be cautious. After hanging up, she traced circles on Lifeng's ear with her fingers. Lifeng playfully nipped at her finger, and she withdrew her hand, wiping the saliva on him. After stretching her ankles, she pulled out the power bank and plugged in the treadmill, setting it for an hour and a half. Shen Xun began to run. Lifeng, hearing the commotion, watched for a moment before placing his paw on the treadmill belt, which caused him to slip and tumble to the ground. Lifeng circled Shen Xun a couple of times before jumping onto the treadmill behind her. Noticing his movements, she stepped aside to give him some space. Together, they ran side by side on the treadmill. The little creature, a true cheetah, swiftly moved his limbs, matching Shen Xun's pace. She kept an eye on the time. Half an hour passed, and Lifeng began to lag behind, his front legs growing weary. Remarkably, he had managed to keep up for such a long duration despite his small size. Shen Xun paid him no mind as she continued running, and Lifeng gradually fell further behind, eventually collapsing on the treadmill, panting heavily as he slid off onto the floor. Shen Xun turned her head to glance at it, realizing that the little creature had been so fatigued yesterday because of this. It lay on the ground, observing Shen Xun's silhouette, and after a brief pause, it leaped onto the treadmill. This time, Shen Xun did not yield her position. It ran intermittently behind her, pausing when tired before resuming its sprint. An hour and a half passed swiftly, and as the treadmill slowed down, Shen Xun walked leisurely for over 10 minutes, hydrating and wiping away her sweat before commencing her next workout. Lifeng crouched by the window, watching the torrential rain outside, then turned to glance at Shen Xun before foolishly jumping onto her back while she was in the midst of performing a plank. Chapter 26. Weighted Strength Training. The rain continued to pour, having begun yesterday afternoon and persisting through the night until now. The online community was abuzz with activity as entire storefronts had been submerged. The underground garages and shopping malls were concealed beneath the deluge, and all available merchandise had been cleared out. In no time, rescue teams dominated various websites, with official appeals urging everyone to ascend to higher ground. Many inquired when the rain would cease, yet the authorities could not provide a definitive answer. Those who had previously hesitated to venture out in the downpour were now stirred into action by the official news, as numerous areas were in dire need of assistance, albeit with limited manpower from the authorities. Online, a compassionate rescue team was organized, joining forces with the officials to commence relief efforts. The rural towns were not as elevated as the cities, and many individuals had been stranded on rooftops for over 12 hours, making them priority rescue targets. "Is anyone heading to the mall?" asked the administrator, and with one person stepping forward, others quickly followed suit, organizing a second group to the mall. The first group had yet to return, and inquiries filled the chat about whether there was still merchandise available. Soon, responses flowed in. E-Building 801, there are too many shoppers. The mall will likely be emptied shortly. You should hurry if you wish to come. F Building 1202, I'll pay double. Can you bring something back for me, E-Building 801? I'll pay triple. Please bring me a portion as well, E-Building 801. I'll also pay triple. Could you assist me in acquiring a portion? E-Building 801 remained silent in the group, and Shen Xun set her phone down, using a towel to dry her hair. She retrieved a power bank, plugged in her hairdryer, and within 6 minutes, her short hair was dry. Lai Fu, holding its food bowl in its mouth, scurried around the room, trailing Shen Xun as she emerged from the bathroom. The porcelain bowl clattered against the floor, and Shen Xun, with a half-dry towel atop her head, crouched down to take the bowl from Lai Fu's mouth, filled with goat milk, beef bones, chicken breast, half a can, and an egg. Lai Fu buried its head in the food, savoring every bite, while Shen Xun observed the little creature, which had grown considerably. She retrieved several chicken wings and legs from her space, washed them thoroughly, marinated them, and then plugged in an oven. Shen Xun placed the marinated chicken into the oven, following the instructions from a video, 180 degrees for 15 minutes, flip, and then bake for a few more minutes. The final result, though slightly charred on the surface, was cooked and ready to eat. Damn it, Shen Xun thought. If only she possessed a system that maximized her culinary skills, she would not hesitate to elevate her cooking prowess to the fullest. Lai Fu, ever the supportive companion, wagged its tail and followed Shen Xun closely. She placed the dish containing the roasted chicken wings and legs on the table and retrieved a chilled can of cola from her space. Lai Fu rubbed against her calves, and Shen Xun offered it a chicken leg, devoid of spicy seasoning. This was Lai Fu's first experience with marinated roasted chicken, and it was instantly enamored. After finishing her meal, Shen Xun stood by the window, peering through binoculars at the outside world. The water had already risen to the second-floor staircase, obscuring visibility. She noticed silhouettes at the entrance of the community and adjusted the binoculars to focus on the main gate. The torrential rain blurred her view, but she could vaguely discern a few figures, presumably those returning from the mall. A large barrel filled with items was being carried by several individuals, each gripping a rope tightly, while 4 others pushed from behind. Shen Xun swiftly retracted the binoculars and drew the curtains. She retrieved a punching bag from her space, positioned it in the living room, secured it in place, and donned red boxing gloves. Controlling her strength, she struck the bag lightly with her fists. With a solid punch, the bag immediately caved in, leaving an imprint of her fist, providing her with a newfound understanding of her force. Shen Xun shook out her hands, preparing to unleash her full strength without restraint. With another powerful jab, the bag burst open, and the gloves ripped apart. Removing her wrist wraps, she realized that both the bag and the gloves were now unusable. After gauging the appropriate level of force to employ, Shen Xun retrieved a new bag and gloves from her space. Simply training like this would soon become monotonous. She then produced 2 20-pound weights and 10-pound plates from her space, binding the weights to her arms and the plates to her calves. Once secured, Shen Xun rose to her feet, feeling the substantial weight. She was now carrying an additional 60 pounds. As she lifted her arms to stretch, it felt manageable at first, but grew increasingly strenuous. Securing her tablet, which housed a comprehensive boxing tutorial, from novice to proficient, designed so that even a fool could throw a couple of punches, Shen Xun mimicked the demonstrated moves, delivering punches to the bag. However, due to the added weight on her arms and calves, her strikes lacked even half the force they had initially possessed. She spent the entire afternoon repetitively practicing those introductory moves under the added load, eventually collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted, her clothes soaked through with sweat. Lai Fu, intrigued by the scent of Shen Xun's discarded boxing gloves, poked its head inside. Shen Xun reached down to pat its rear. After boiling some hot water, she wiped away the sweat from her body and placed the boxing gloves atop the punching bag. Chapter 27. Inviting Trouble. The muscles in her arms and calves ached more than they had in the morning session. After over 2 hours of training, Shen Xun had finally acclimated to the weights. As her punching speed gradually increased, she retrieved a massage gun and foam roller, using them to relieve her muscles, revealing bruises on her calves and thighs. Strength alone was insufficient. It had to be skillfully controlled to be of any use. Laifu had fallen asleep on the sofa, and Shen Xun playfully pinched its ears, stroking it, noticing that its spots seemed to be more pronounced. She picked a few strawberries and set them aside, then harvested a corn cob and 2 carrots from her garden space. After cleaning and chopping the ribs into pieces, she added a bit of ginger and placed them in a pressure cooker to make rib and corn soup. While waiting for the ribs to cook, Shen Xun enjoyed the strawberries, marveling at the size and sweetness of the fruits and vegetables that had sprouted, each seemingly larger and juicier than the last. The enticing aroma of the ribs wafted through the air, rousing Laifu from its slumber. It sauntered over to Shen Xun, resting its head between her legs. Shen Xun gently grasped the nape of its neck and set it in front of a porcelain dish, having saved a few strawberries for it while enjoying her snack. The white and red strawberries emitted a delightful fragrance, and Laifu devoured them one by one. The overcast sky rendered it difficult to discern whether it was day or night. Glancing at the time, Shen Xun noted it was past 7. The ribs should be ready, as she could already smell the corn sweetness. Releasing the pressure, Shen Xun donned gloves and lifted the lid, revealing that the carrots had softened and melded with the ribs and corn. Although the soup had reduced significantly due to a shortage of water, it was still edible. The ribs and corn, enveloped in a puree of carrots, were likely a dish only she could master. Laifu had already taken its bowl to the kitchen door, eagerly waiting. Shen Xun cast a glance at it, amused, realizing that from childhood to now, it was the first to savor a meal prepared by her own hands. Laifu was quite supportive, showing interest in everything Shen Xun prepared, devouring it eagerly. Shen Xun found it hard to fathom that these dishes originally possessed even greater flavors. She pondered whether Laifu would feel deceived if it ever experienced the true taste. Generously, Shen Xun placed several pieces of rib and 2 spoonfuls of carrot puree into Laifu's bowl, urging it to eat. Laifu nudged Shen Xun's hand affectionately before burying its head in the food. From her space, she retrieved fried rice to accompany the corn and ribs she had made. The taste was exquisite, and Shen Xun sensed her culinary skills had improved ever so slightly. After a satisfying meal, the two of them, one large and one small, reclined on the sofa. Shen Xun pinched the purplish muscles on her calf, noting the pain had lessened. She opened her phone, scrolling through videos with one hand while gently petting Laifu, who lay beside her, eyes closed in slumber. Online, there were numerous rescue videos from teams responding to the global catastrophe, torrential rains acting as Earth's cleansing mechanism against pests. Shen Xun silently scrolled, aware this was merely the beginning. In a week, when the city would be submerged and the relentless downpour continued, a sense of impending doom would arise. That's when the true horrors would begin to reveal themselves. In the Chenfu owner group, a message notification popped up, 99 unread messages. Shen Xun clicked in to find individuals discussing those who had ventured to the mall during the day. Building F, room 1202, I'll pay triple the price. Can you sell me anything? Another lamented, I went to the mall too, but everything was gone. Frustrated, he searched through the chat history to see who had visited the mall that morning, realizing nearly everyone in the community was seeking them. I only bought a little. Not enough to feed my 2 elderly relatives above and 2 children below. He shared a few pictures of the meager supplies he had managed to secure, 2 battered cabbages, several packs of instant noodles, and half a bag of rice. The chat fell silent. I called the police, but the line was perpetually busy. Shen Xun paused, fearing that even the police had joined the rescue efforts. A message from Building A, room 102, included a video and images from someone on the first floor. Shen Xun clicked in. The power had gone out in the community, causing the elevators to cease operation. She had long wished to know the situation below, but living on the 22nd floor made it difficult. The video featured a man with bare feet, already pale from being submerged. The water had risen to the 2nd floor stairs, where 3 elderly individuals and 2 women sat. At the staircase landing, neatly stacked bedding and food suggested they had spent the night there. He sought the property management in the group, inquiring if there were any unsold units available for temporary refuge, but no one responded. Soon, others from different buildings began asking if there were spare rooms. They were willing to pay for temporary shelter. Building E, room 702, I have 2 rooms available. I live alone and didn't expect you all to be in such dire straits. Come up from Building E. Shen Xun clicked on her profile, revealing a beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 20s. The residents of Building E's first floor rejoiced, flooding the chat with gratitude and compliments, to which the young lady responded with an embarrassed emoji. Shen Xun chuckled softly, glancing at the thermometer on the table, noting a rapid drop in temperature. Chapter 28. The city plunged into darkness. Just yesterday, the temperature had been over 20 degrees. Today, it had plummeted to 16. After boiling water to bathe, Shen Xun placed Laifu on the bed. Laifu had been sleeping since the afternoon, stirring only during mealtime. Shen Xun gently tugged at its ears, but received no response. Placing her fingers near its nostrils, she sighed in relief upon feeling its breath. She nearly wept in anxiety. Was it possible that animals with albinism carried some affliction? After all, Laifu was just such a creature. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Xun eventually drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning illuminated the rain-soaked night in City B. The searchlights above many rooftops extinguished instantly, plunging the entire city into darkness, as screams and the cries of infants echoed through the night. This night, many would find it impossible to sleep. Shen Xun turned over, one long leg, marked with purplish bruises, draped over the blanket. Laifu, pinned beneath the covers, struggled to breathe. It arched its body, gradually wriggling free, and nestled beside Shen Xun's feet, seeking a comfortable spot to sleep. The alarm rang at 8, prompting Shen Xun to grab her phone from the bedside and open it. The group chat was less active. After 3 days, many phones had died. A few remaining with battery life were furiously searching for property management. Building C. Room 1802. My windows have been shattered by the torrential rain. Shen Xun's gaze fell on the image revealing rainwater flooding the interior of a residence. It appeared the glass had shattered in the dead of night, the relentless downpour proving too much for ordinary glass to withstand. Building F. Room 101. The property management has fled. We haven't been able to reach them since last night. Residents on the first floor had been attempting to contact management to locate vacant upper units, but it was as if management had vanished. There was no hope for the rescue teams, and the emergency line was unreachable. Most critically, the entire city had lost power since the previous night. Building E. Room 1402. We have no food left at home. Does anyone have any? I'm willing to buy. Silence fell over the chat. The news of management's disappearance had rendered everyone speechless. Shen Xun opened the message from the Ziyuan Villa group, announcing that the rescue team had arrived and urging all residents to stand in visible spots so they could be seen. In her past life, it was during such a moment that she and Xinzhong were taken away by the rescue team. Shen Xun refrained from charging her phone further. City B was now plunged into darkness, and it would likely take a freezing ordeal before power was restored. Rising from her bed, she washed her face and brushed her teeth. After freshening up, she prepared breakfast for Laifu, retrieving frozen dumplings from her space and boiling 20 or so of them. After a hearty meal, she took out her binoculars to gaze outside. Unlike the previous days, when she could see shadows moving on the streets, now not a single figure was in sight. Binding weight plates to her calves, 10 pounds each, just like yesterday, she felt revitalized after a night's rest. She started the treadmill at a slow walk, gradually increasing the speed until she was running, bearing a total weight of 20 pounds on her calves. Shen Xun adjusted her upper body posture for balance, then added speed once again. Compared to yesterday, the treadmill's pace was halved. Yet it remained a strenuous endeavor for her. After half an hour, her tank top was drenched in sweat. The speed continued to rise, and Laifu managed to endure for a longer duration than the previous day. Emerging from the gym 4 hours later, Shen Xun did not remove the weight plates. Instead, she carried on, wiping the sweat from her forehead and neck before preparing lunch for Laifu. She fished several shrimp from the bay, cleaned them, and rinsed the rice before preparing a pot of seafood porridge, following a video tutorial. After letting the porridge simmer, Shen Xun crushed 2 cucumbers, mixing them with garlic, ginger, and scallions. She couldn't help but praise her culinary prowess. Next, she picked a few cabbages, preparing to stir-fry them with minced garlic. Heating oil in the pan, she added the garlic, only to be met with the acrid scent of burning. The garlic had become charred in an instant. Adhering to her principle of minimizing waste, she tossed the cabbage into the pan. It was done. It was edible. The seafood porridge was ready, and Shen Xun set the dishes on the table. This time, Laifu did not come over, but instead leapt onto the sofa and fell asleep. The seafood porridge felt, for some inexplicable reason, as though it was missing something, prompting Shen Xun to finish her meal promptly. Opening the door to the adjoining gym, she sprinkled some water on the tender sprouts in the foam box. Since the last time she had induced their growth, she had refrained from doing so again, preferring to observe whether they could thrive under these conditions. Unfortunately, the answer appeared to be negative, as some of the green shoots had already wilted despite her daily watering. Shen Xun set down the watering can, and green specks of light danced from her fingertips into the sprouts. The vegetables in the foam box were quite common in the market: eggplants, tomatoes, potatoes, peppers, cabbage, pea shoots, and sweet potatoes. Each foam box contained a different assortment, and after inducing their growth, the sprouts had unfurled to a height of about a palm's length. Chapter 29 ushered in a chill dampness that permeated the air. Lai Fu, curious, propped itself up to observe the palm-sized sprouts, only to attempt to bite down on one. Then release it as Shen Xun gently pinched the flesh on the back of its neck. Lai Fu fidgeted with its limbs as Shen Xun placed it back on the ground. It was the 5th day of relentless rain, and the temperature hovered around 8 degrees Celsius, neither rising nor falling. Shen Xun reclined on the sofa and retrieved 2 10-pound iron plates from her space. Having already trained with the iron plates for 3 days, it was time to add some weight. She affixed the plates to her wrists, now weighting both her arms and legs. Once her body gradually acclimated, she donned boxing gloves and began practicing strength and speed. The room echoed with the sound of punches striking the sandbag throughout the afternoon, while Lai Fu curled up on the sofa, a small ball of fur, only to awaken and gaze in Shen Xun's direction. Feeling too lethargic to cook, Shen Xun fetched a self-heating hot pot and a portion of fried rice from her space. The vegetables in the hot pot were scant, so she added some blanched greens from her space. Having prepared a meal for Lai Fu, the little creature, which had previously been quite active, did not come seeking her out at mealtime but instead received 2 of its favored fish. After a few minutes, Shen Xun lifted the lid, and the combination of hot pot with fried rice turned out to be the most delightful meal she had enjoyed recently. After finishing her meal, Shen Xun took out some potato chips and milk tea, along with a few skewers of barbecue, and turned on the drama she had been watching, a historical series with over 50 episodes, of which she had only seen less than 10. Lai Fu lay across Shen Xun's belly as she gently stroked its fur. After watching 3 episodes, her eyes began to feel a bit strained, prompting her to stretch and rise from the sofa. She boiled some hot water and filled the bathtub, planning to indulge in a long soak. After her bath, Shen Xun retrieved an electric blanket from her space and plugged it into the power bank, also taking out a stove to burn charcoal. The air was thick with humidity after several days of torrential rain, and even the blanket felt damp to the touch. The stove was a rustic type she had specifically purchased from the countryside, radiating warmth once ignited. After half an hour, the chill in the room dissipated, replaced by a cozy warmth. The stove was positioned at the foot of her bed, where Lai Fu lay comfortably, while Shen Xun sat on the edge of the bed, drying her hair. Over the past 5 days, she had relied entirely on this power bank for electricity, which had proven to be quite durable, judging by the remaining charge. It should last another 3 days, a worthy investment. Setting the electric blanket to a low temperature, Shen Xun nestled in comfortably. At 6 in the morning, while she remained in slumber, Lai Fu awoke alertly, quietly leaping off the bed and emitting a low, guttural growl towards the door. Shen Xun stirred awake at the sound, rising with a dagger in hand. Approaching the door, she opened the first iron gate, and through the small window of the second gate, she observed someone attempting to tamper with the lock on the wooden door. A smile crept onto her lips as she opened the second gate, peering through the peephole, where a man was seen meddling with the lock. Shen Xun swung open the wooden door, catching the lockpicker off guard. She pressed the dagger against his chest, demanding to know his intentions. A clatter echoed as the lock-picking tools hit the ground, and she thrust the blade slightly forward, hearing him stammer, "I'm sorry. I thought this place was unoccupied." Fear washed over the man's face, his legs trembling slightly. "Miss, we really believed no one lived here. Let us discuss this calmly," he said, as a disheveled woman appeared behind him, evidently sleep-deprived after several restless nights. Shen Xun glanced behind them, realizing they were not alone. The hallway was filled with a number of individuals, men, women, and even children, standing by the open stairwell door. "I'm from 102, they're from 202 and 201. She stated indifferently, her expression revealing a hint of amusement while keeping the dagger firmly against the man's chest. "If I catch anyone else trying to pry open my door, I won't hesitate to kill him." The group exchanged glances of indignation, a couple of children clinging to their elders in fright. With a resounding thud, Shen Xun slammed the door shut, leaving the man sprawled on the floor. "Are you all right?" the woman asked, concern etched on her face as the man remained dazed from the encounter. "Honey, are you okay?" Awakened by the commotion, Shen Xun felt wide awake now. Closing the door and storing the dagger back in her space, she retrieved a dried fish for Lai Fu, who eagerly grabbed it. A reward for you, well done, she praised, ruffling its fur as it wagged its tail in delight. Reflecting on the man from earlier, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Shen Xun's eyes. The man had clearly acted with intent. The doorbell was intact and functioning, and he could have easily rung it. Instead, he chose to silently attempt to breach her lock. Fully aware that she lived alone in the building, it seemed he intended to treat her like an easy target. A smile of excitement crept across her face as she contemplated the thrill of the encounter. Had she chosen not to open the door, she could have plunged the dagger into his throat upon his entrance, blood surely spraying in a straight line across her hands and face. Shen Xun licked her lips, resolving that if anyone attempted to pry her door open again, she would be fully prepared. With this thought, she found herself walking with a newfound spring in her step. And Lai Fu, sensing her elation, happily trotted behind her. Chapter 30 brought further revelations. Room 2201 was indeed occupied. Shen Xun took a few eggs and some milk from her space, preparing a simple meal. After Lai Fu had its fill, it leapt onto the sofa, lethargically drifting back into slumber. Shen Xun curiously leaned over, pinching its soft cheeks. Why have you been sleeping so much after eating? Its routine seemed more regular than that of a sow in gestation within her space. Lai Fu let out a yawn, turning its back to her. Tianfu Community was a high-end residential area in City B, with 2 households per stairwell, where residents were either high earners or business families, lacking for nothing. The man squatted against the wall, taking a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. That woman is insane, he muttered. Having encountered Shen Xun twice at the elevator when she moved in a couple of days prior, he had seen her coming and going alone, which led him to target her. He had a friend in property management who informed him that Shen Xun had purchased room 2201 outright. Initially, he had planned to force his way in, thinking he could simply claim ignorance about the occupancy, assuming that a young woman like her wouldn't be able to stop him. As the rain continued to pour, Shen Xun secured the iron plates and began her training for the day, incrementally increasing the weight. Today's load was raised by 5 pounds, totaling 60 pounds. Shen Xun crawled out of the gym, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lai Fu placed its paw on her shoulder, licking the sweat from her cheek. But she waved it away, propping herself up to stand. The sweatband on her forehead was already saturated, and Shen Xun casually removed it. After exercising, her cheeks were flushed, and her short hair was plastered to her sides, rendering her both adorable and utterly harmless. She prepared a meal for Lai Fu, taking out the rice cooker to cook rice and boiling water to freshen up in the bathroom. Once ready, she reattached the iron plate, surprisingly. After over a week of weight training, her gait now resembled a graceful float. If a wall over 2 meters high stood before her, she felt she could attempt to scale it. As the rice neared completion, Shen Xun retrieved the stone pot fish she had purchased earlier from her storage, heated the pot, and poured the fish inside, adding greens while savoring the fish meat. She had even prepared to serve Lai Fu some fish, but he remained asleep on the sofa, oblivious to the delicious aroma wafting through the air. Shen Xun pulled out her phone to check if Lai Fu's symptoms indicated illness, but upon unlocking it, she discovered there was no signal. Evidently, the internet was down. Having consumed only half of the fish, she stored the remainder in her space for later. Her body had grown accustomed to the weight of the iron plate, and her speed of movement had returned to its normal pace. Initially, walking a few laps around her room had been quite taxing, but now it felt manageable. Can you smell that? It's delicious. Mom, I'm hungry. A group stood in the corridor, the water rising too swiftly. In their haste to escape their rooms, they had neglected to grab any food. The woman's gaze rested upon the man beside her, her eyes filled with resignation. I'll go downstairs to inquire, the man declared, rising to descend. This marked the 6th day of relentless rain, with the water now reaching the 2nd-floor stairway, and it was only a matter of time before it breached the 3rd floor. Among the residents of Building F, only Shen Xun had recently moved in. The other floors were fully occupied. The man knocked on doors, floor by floor, seeking something to eat. In truth, those in the group claiming they had nothing to eat were merely lacking in vegetables. They still had rice. After all, who doesn't buy rice in bulk? A bag typically weighs between 20 to 50 pounds, and no matter how much a family eats, it could last 2 to 3 months. If one were clever, turning it into porridge would extend its longevity even further. Upon returning, The man held a plastic bag containing rice, a pack of seaweed, and 2 eggs. The residents of Units 202 and 201 turned their attention to him. He exchanged a glance with his wife, leading their family downstairs. The 22nd floor was the top level, and his earlier ascent with several others had been an attempt to reside in Shen Xun's unit. Unexpectedly, when Shen Xun had confronted him with a knife, none of the second-floor residents had come to his aid. Shen Xun had only acquired this apartment 4 or 5 days ago. It was no wonder the people in Building F were unaware. After resting, Shen Xun donned her boxing gloves and commenced her training for the day. When Lai Fu awoke, he began playing with the ball, pushing it with his paws and joyfully chasing after it. Shen Xun was pleased to see him invigorated. "Come here," she called, and Lai Fu, hearing her summons, scampered to her side with the ball in his mouth. She retrieved a small bowl of fish meat she had set aside for him. As dusk fell, Shen Xun opened 2 iron doors and peered through the cat eye of the wooden door. In the corridor sat the individuals she had seen during the day. Yet the man who had attempted to break in was absent. The temperature remained stagnant around 8 to 9 degrees Celsius, and Shen Xun knew that once the rain ceased, the temperature would change dramatically. She rekindled the stove and lay down to sleep. Morning arrived with the clamor from the corridor rousing Shen Xun from her slumber. Irritated, she got up to find Lai Fu squatting by the iron door, evidently having waited for some time. She patted his head and offered him a small fish treat. Opening the iron door, she stood by the wooden door, listening to the sounds outside. Overnight, the water had risen to the 6th floor. The residents of the 3rd and 4th floors had evacuated during the night. They were all from Building F and knew well that the top floor, 2201, had not been sold. After the flooding, they thought to check it out. Even if someone lived there, it wouldn't matter. They could simply squeeze in. Upon arriving, they noticed some individuals in the stairwell, others on the 16th floor, and those from the 2nd floor crouched on the 22nd. The water had reached the 6th floor, prompting Shen Xun to contemplate that the nearby reservoir must have overflowed. Otherwise, the flooding wouldn't have escalated so rapidly. The commotion outside continued, muffled and indistinct. Shen Xun retrieved a stool and some snacks, leaning against the doorframe. Someone rang the doorbell of the adjacent unit 2202, and after a considerable wait, someone finally emerged. Shen Xun stood up to peer through the peephole. An elderly gentleman opened the door. After some exchange, several individuals entered his apartment. Ding dong, her doorbell rang. Shen Xun wiped the crumbs from her mouth and opened the door. With the door ajar, she pressed one hand against it and leaned with the other, inquiring, "What is it?" The woman's gaze scrutinized the space behind Shen Xun, as if determining how many people resided there. "Hello, I'm Wang Rui from 401 downstairs. Are you living here alone?" Shen Xun glanced past the woman to see a few individuals standing behind her. "Yes, I live alone. What do you wish to discuss?" Several faces lit up with excitement, eagerly crowding behind the woman, vying to be the first to enter upon Shen Xun's approval. "My home was flooded, and the water has now reached the 6th floor. The downstairs is uninhabitable. Since you're alone, could you know?" Shen Xun replied curtly, slamming the door shut. The wind from the door caught the woman's hair, leaving her looking awkward. She had assumed the occupant of 2202 was a man. Little did she expect to be greeted by a young girl. She was adept at handling men, but had no experience with women. The faces of those standing behind her turned sour. After closing the door, Shen Xun prepared food for Lai Fu, pulling out a meat grinder and some cabbage, along with minced ginger and garlic. Once everything was ready, she took out the dumpling wrappers. Following the technique she had seen in a video, Shen Xun crafted over 20 oddly shaped dumplings, which turned out quite well. After boiling water and adding the dumplings, she filled herself up and then turned on the drama series she had been following, placing her tablet in the treadmill's slot to watch while running. The corridor on the 22nd floor was now packed with people. Beyond that lay the rooftop. After her training, Shen Xun lacked the motivation to box in the afternoon. Yet the iron plate remained secured to her body. She picked up her binoculars to survey the area below her building. The water level continued to rise, now reaching the middle of the 7th floor. Shadows of figures appeared to be moving through the rain. Shen Xun adjusted the binoculars for a clearer view. She discerned several silhouettes in the water, making their way toward Tianfu Community. The Tianfu Community was among the taller buildings in the vicinity, and those individuals likely had no choice but to leave their previous locations. It seemed chaos was on the horizon for Tianfu. Shen Xun watched as they climbed through the seventh-floor windows, then set down the binoculars and retrieved a plush blanket from her space, curling up on the sofa. Lai Fu snuggled into her arms, and together they drifted into slumber. They slept until the afternoon, and as Shen Xun rubbed her eyes awake, she noticed the air had grown considerably colder. Checking the thermometer, she saw it read 3 degrees. Logically, 3 degrees shouldn't feel that frigid, however. The continuous downpour combined with the damp air made the drop feel akin to sub-zero temperatures. She pulled out a thermal vest from her space, layering it with a fleece hoodie to feel somewhat warmer. With a sudden drop in temperature, barbecue or hot pot seemed fitting. So Shen Xun moved the stove from her room to the living area. Once the coals ignited, she placed the grill on top, retrieving several bags of skewered barbecue from her space. The sizzling sounds filled the room, and the aroma wafted through as she prepared 2 dipping sauces. A large and a small creature shared a meal, and after they were satiated, Shen Xun cleared the items from the stove and added more charcoal. It must be said, the charcoal was truly exceptional, long-burning and smokeless. She moved the stove into the room to warm it up and boiled a basin of rainwater on the stove for bathing. Lai Fu, dragging its little nest in its mouth, leaned against the stove, and Shen Xun glanced over, lifting her hand to assist it. The little creature emitted a few excited yelps. Shen Xun held Lai Fu up close, inspecting it from side to side, wondering if it had grown a bit larger. Lai Fu was at a stage of rapid growth, and Shen Xun had ensured it was never hungry. She fed it all sorts of nutrition, both what was suitable for humans and what was not. Once the water boiled, she released her playful grip on Lai Fu, urging it to enjoy its freedom. After freshening up, Shen Xun gazed out at the night sky, pulling the curtains to obscure the faint glow emanating from the stove. In the dead of night, she was jolted awake by a persistent knocking at her door, accompanied by the ringing of the doorbell. After adding some charcoal to the stove, she donned her plush nightgown, its long hem cascading down to her knees. Peering through the peephole of her iron door, she noticed an increased number of figures in the corridor. Several men stood before her door, their faces etched with impatience as they pressed the doorbell repeatedly. Chapter 32. Murder, Murder. If only she had reinforced the corridor door beforehand, the noise was unbearable, and the knocking resumed with renewed vigor. Shen Xun turned the doorknob, opening the door from within. As she did, a man with a glint of malice in his eyes surged forward, attempting to force his way inside. A dagger appeared in her hand, and she remained still, pressing the blade against the man's neck. He felt the sharp sting and recoiled, but those behind him continued to push him forward. The man, with all his strength, braced himself against the doorframe, terror flashing in his eyes. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have impaled himself on the knife. The others behind him were oblivious to the unfolding drama, cursing loudly. "What the hell are you stalling for? If you're not coming in, step aside." The man had been the most aggressive in knocking, yet here he was, hesitating. The dagger remained pressed against his throat, rendering him motionless. One of the men behind him yanked him back, and he stumbled to the ground, wanting to shout a warning, but it was too late. Warm blood sprayed onto Shen Xun's hands, face, and body, and she felt as if she had returned to the apocalyptic days. In the dim light, visibility was nearly non-existent, but the small fire in the corridor illuminated the scene as the man collapsed, clutching his neck and gasping for breath. The others, who had been eager to surge forward, froze in place, and as the corridor's occupants grasped the horrifying scene, they let out high-pitched screams. "Ah! Murder! Murder!" Despite the man's desperate attempts to staunch the flow of blood, it seeped through his fingers, quickly pooling on the ground and spreading wider. His hands fell limply to his sides. He was dead. The stunned individuals on the 22nd floor snapped back to reality and rushed downstairs, as if Shen Xun were a monstrous flood. It was only the 9th day of the torrential rain. Surely everyone still had some food at home. High-end apartments remained relatively secure, and the situation had not yet devolved into utter chaos. The men knocking at her door were likely those she had seen earlier in the afternoon. The 22nd floor was soon emptied, save for 2 individuals lingering in a corner, whom Shen Xun recognized vaguely. Their clothing was splattered with blood. After changing into a raincoat, she returned with a mop and tools. Gripping the collar of the deceased man, whose life had long since fled, Shen Xun dragged his lifeless body to the corner by the window. As she approached, a frail woman huddled in the embrace of the tall man, trembling in fear. The man stood protectively, eyeing Shen Xun warily. "Please move aside," she requested, realizing her intentions. The man helped the woman to her feet, and they made room for Shen Xun, who then noticed a half bag of rice behind them. Opening the window, the torrential rain poured in, and Shen Xun tossed the items she held out into the downpour, which sent another wave of screams from downstairs. Closing the window, she clapped her hands together. In a matter of moments, the floor was soaked. Thankfully, she wore her raincoat. The mop soaked up the water as she hummed a tune, leisurely cleaning the bloodstains and the drag marks on the floor. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though she was merely tidying up. Lai Fu emerged from the room, trailing behind her, thinking Shen Xun was engaging in a playful game, darting after the mop's string. Once Shen Xun finished her tasks, she approached the two individuals. "May I kindly inquire how high the water has risen?" Lai Fu surveyed them, realizing it could not leave without her. This was the first time in days it had seen another bipedal creature aside from Shen Xun. The tall man remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together, while the woman raised her head, replying, "The 10th floor." Shen Xun was taken aback by the woman's beauty. "You're stunning," she remarked, captivated by her androgynous features, particularly the tear mole at the corner of her eye, which added an aura of allure. The slender neck and the undulating Adam's apple caught her attention. Wait a moment, an Adam's apple? A male? Shen Xun's excitement grew. As a seasoned fangirl, a mischievous smile spread across her face as she watched the two. The tall man instinctively pulled the woman closer, shielding her behind him. Shen Xun quickly wiped the lewd grin from her face. Time to go. Lai Fu scampered after Shen Xun until the door to room 2201 clicked shut. Only then did the tall man relax, opening his mouth as if to speak, but producing no sound. "Acheng, it's all right now," the beautiful man whispered, embracing Acheng as they exchanged smiles of relief, seeking solace in each other's presence. Shen Xun glanced at the bloodied nightgown lying on the bathroom floor, her own body reeking of iron. She picked up the garment and tossed it into the automatic washing machine before filling a basin with water to heat. Once the water boiled, she mixed in half a bucket of cold water and took a shower. She had to wash off the blood that had clung to her hair. The warmth from the burning stove made the room exceptionally cozy, and the electric blanket provided a gentle warmth. Shen Xun slid beneath the covers with a contented sigh. Embracing the moment, she knew such opportunities would be rare in the future. Lai Fu lay sprawled in its nest, belly up, deep in slumber. Shen Xun cast a glance at it, wishing it would join her, but to her surprise, it was already fast asleep. Chapter 33, 14 Days of Torrential Rain, Venturing Outside. Shen Xun opened the iron door, peering through the peephole. Following last night's incident, the 22nd floor had settled into an eerie silence. Only the two individuals from the previous night remained in the corridor. No one else dared to ascend, but she knew this state of affairs was only temporary. Taking out her binoculars, she looked downwards. The water level had risen again, now submerging the 11th floor and continuing its ascent. At this rate, would the 22nd floor remain safe? A sense of unease stirred within her. This was the 10th day of relentless rain, with 15 days still ahead. She hoped they could endure. If the waters rose too high, it would be time to seek refuge elsewhere. After concluding her morning training, Shen Xun retrieved food from her space. She hadn't eaten in several days, and had been subsisting on her own rudimentary cooking. Now, indulging in these meals felt like a feast for the senses. Lai Fu remained in its nest, sound asleep, not even stirring for lunch. Shen Xun held a piece of meat up to its nose, and Lai Fu instinctively twitched in response. Observing its condition, she thought it seemed fine, yet wondered why it had been so lethargic lately. She couldn't pinpoint the reason. After her meal, Shen Xun lay on the sofa, allowing her consciousness to drift into her space. The grass on Yoshan Mountain was consumed rapidly, requiring replenishment every few days. In the vegetable garden, the crops had thrived after the previous growth stimulation, flourishing freely in their space. Now, they had matured sufficiently, and Shen Xun harvested them, placing them in the lower space. On the hillside beneath the cove, she cultivated a patch of farmland, diverting some water to it. Shen Xun scattered rice seeds across the field, nurturing them into tender sprouts, awaiting their natural growth. The pregnant rabbit remained lively, bounding about, and Shen Xun feared it might inadvertently deplete the food reserves, unlike the piglets who were far less troublesome, contentedly eating and sleeping. Their bellies were visibly swollen, and Shen Xun offered some apples to the rabbit, hoping to nourish it for the sake of producing robust piglets in the future. Amidst the commotion in the hallway, it was evident that new arrivals had come. Peering through the peephole, Shen Xun saw her elderly neighbor's door had been torn down, a pitiful sight. The old man's room was crowded with people, and the hallway was also filled with individuals clad in wet clothing, clearly not residents of the Tianfu community. Shen Xun took out her binoculars to observe below. And to her astonishment, numerous people were swimming towards the Tianfu community, likely locals seeking refuge. They climbed through the 12th floor stairwell windows, and it was uncertain how many had arrived. With 2 households per floor and at least 3 individuals each, there could be over 100 people in Building F alone. The influx of so many individuals seemed to herald a scene akin to purgatory. Lai Fu, clutching a bowl, approached Shen Xun, the porcelain bowl clattering against the ground. Shen Xun retrieved some canned meat, goat's milk, and 2 hard-boiled eggs from her space, offering them to him. This little one had only just awakened to eat after a long sleep, and as he munched away, Shen Xun urged him to move back a bit, as she intended to close the door. Lai Fu, undeterred, dragged the bowl closer, displaying his growing strength. Shen Xun shut the door and resumed her boxing practice, the minutes slipping away. As darkness fell, she lit the stove to heat water, while Lai Fu continued to slumber. Her anxiety mounted as Lai Fu remained asleep, and the dinner she had prepared had grown cold. After bathing, Shen Xun lay in bed, cradling Lai Fu in her arms. He remained oblivious, soft and pliable in her embrace. Covering his nose with her hand, she watched as he opened his large eyes to meet hers moments later. Lifting him by the scruff, she placed him before the bowl, encouraging him to eat. Lai Fu dove into the food hungrily. Shen Xun settled back into bed, drifting off to sleep once more. In the dead of night, a loud banging on the door jolted her awake. Pulling the blanket over herself, she attempted to continue sleeping. After a while, the knocking ceased, likely due to the absence of a response. Upon waking in the morning, she gazed at Lai Fu nestled in his bed, adding some charcoal to the stove to keep the room warm, with his food bowl positioned beside him. After a workout, Shen Xun boiled water for a shower. On the 14th day of the torrential rain, the sound of banging echoed at the door, prompting her to retrieve a handgun from her space, tucking it behind her waist. Today, she intended to venture out, removing the iron plates strapped to her wrists and calves, instantly feeling lighter. The banging persisted, and with calm determination, she opened the iron door. Just as she was about to open the second iron door, a loud crash signaled the wooden door's lock had been shattered. The intruder seemed to believe something was blocking the door and continued to push forcefully. Upon opening the door, he called for assistance and several others joined him, pushing hard until the wooden door splintered in 2. Shen Xun raised an eyebrow at the scene. Damn it, there's an iron door inside, she thought as the group cleared the broken door, revealing her standing at the small window. Little girl, I strongly advise you to open the door and let us in. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands, he threatened, attempting to intimidate her. Chapter 34, Abilities and Shackles. Shen Xun's dagger had transformed into a tang knife, its tip tapping against the ground, producing a ringing sound. Through the small window, she addressed the intruders. You were the ones who broke this door. And what of it? The man retorted, brandishing his own knife menacingly. Open the door. They had heard that 2201 housed a solitary occupant, and upon their arrival, they had fixated on this place, surprised to find it fortified with an iron door, which pleased them further. Fine, Shen Xun replied, seeing their eagerness to enter. She sheathed her tang knife and opened the iron door. The men beamed at her compliance, 2 of them leering at her as Shen Xun maintained a hospitable smile, inviting them in. In the hallway, women with children exchanged glances with Shen Xun, their expressions a mix of hesitation and disbelief, while only those who had witnessed her previous acts of violence remained silent. As the 6 men and 2 women entered, Shen Xun continued to wear her welcoming smile. Addressing the crowd in the hallway, is there anyone else who wishes to join us? Some among them hesitated, tempted by her words. What the hell are you doing? You filthy woman? This is my territory now, the man bellowed, causing those who had been considering advancing to retreat. Shen Xun regarded them with a hint of regret, her eyes seemingly conveying, perhaps next time. She closed the iron door, the sound of the lock resonating as a tall man in the corner covered the ears of a handsome man beside him. Ah Chung, what is wrong? He asked, to which the taller man simply shook his head, pulling him closer. As the final clicks of the locks echoed, Shen Xun turned to face the guests in her living room. The man's knife bore signs of wear, its handle stained with dried blood, indicating he too had been involved in violence. The two men who had been eyeing Shen Xun earlier now did so unabashedly. At 18, nearing 19. Shen Xun's innocent visage appeared untouched, evoking a desire to stain her blank canvas, unbeknownst to them that it had always been tainted. Little sister. How about we play a game? The two men approached her, having shed their jackets and carelessly tossed them onto the sofa. Sure, but I need to change first. Delight flickered in their eyes, and one of the women scoffed. I thought she was innocent. Turns out she's quite the temptress. Go ahead and change. They presumed she genuinely wished to entertain them. All right, Shen Xun replied, barely suppressing her amusement. As they awaited her, she retrieved a raincoat from the bathroom's hook, still bearing remnants of dried blood from her last encounter. Clad in the raincoat, she produced the tang knife from behind the door, its blade glinting as she tapped it. Who will be first? Shen Xun reveled in the thrill, momentarily transported back to the time of her awakening at the laboratory. Her demeanor shifted, and the two men before her trembled, stepping back as she struck with swift precision, the tang knife plunging into one man's chest, twisting the handle as blood gushed forth. Others, now alert, lunged at her with knives while the two women screamed, hurling objects at her. Shen Xun deftly evaded, dispatching another attacker before swiftly wielding her dagger to pierce a man's abdomen repeatedly, felling 3 in under a minute. The women's screams pierced the air, echoing in a chilling crescendo. Shen Xun raised her hand to her ears, momentarily savoring the high-pitched melody. The 4 individuals were utterly paralyzed with terror at the sight before them, hastening towards the iron door, the clattering of the lock ringing incessantly. One among them had already lost control of his bladder. Shen Xun, wielding her weapon with the precision of a seasoned butcher, swiftly dispatched several foes. Her acceptance of any heads presented to her a testament to her ruthless nature. With a fluid motion, she stowed her dao into her spatial pocket, dragging the lifeless bodies to the door and stacking them together. She gazed silently at the grotesque pile, her mind flooded with memories of the laboratory, where the horrors were even more abundant and towering than this. Aware of her own capabilities, she erected a mental barrier, resolutely binding her principles to prevent herself from plunging into the abyss. With a decisive clang, Shen Xun yanked open the iron door, drawing the attention of those in the corridor. Upon seeing what trailed behind her, they screamed and fled in a panicked rush, leaving the corridor empty once more. She seized one man by each arm, dragging them to the window. As she approached, the man clutched his companion tightly, making way for her with an air of defiance, as if to signal that he would fight to protect him. May I inquire, Shen Xun asked, to what floor the waters have risen? The 13th, replied the handsome man, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Upon catching sight of his face, she couldn't help but smile radiantly. I'm Shen Xun. And you are? I'm Lin Xiangrui, and this is my boyfriend, Chen Cheng. The latter, unflinching, shielded Lin Xiangrui behind him, exuding an aura that suggested he would resist Shen Xun fiercely if she dared to strike. Chapter 35. The dogs of the 16th floor. Twice Shen Xun's gaze lingered on Lin Xiangrui, heightening his wariness. Chen Cheng weighed his options, contemplating whether he stood a chance against Shen Xun should she harbor intentions towards Lin Xiangrui. Her scrutiny of him was impossible to ignore. Chen Cheng, with features unremarkable yet exuding an honest demeanor, appeared robust, likely a frequent visitor to the gym. Shen Xun rose, genuinely appreciating Lin Xiangrui's beauty, without ulterior motives. With the wooden door gone, she secured the iron door and returned to her room, adding more charcoal to the furnace. Despite the earlier ruckus, the dog, Lai Fu, remained undisturbed. Shen Xun boiled water and took a cleansing bath. Glancing at the clock, she retrieved a reclining chair from her spatial pocket and positioned it by the fire, easily reaching Lai Fu, who basked in the warm, golden glow radiating from the furnace. Plucking some fruit, she indulged in both reading and snacking. Around 7, Lai Fu awoke, and after their meal, it nestled beside Shen Xun, resting its paw on her. Their gazes met, but soon Lai Fu's eyelids drooped, succumbing to slumber. It seemed that upon awakening, it would feast, and after eating, it would drift back to sleep, prompting Shen Xun to reflect on its behavior. She added more charcoal to the fire and succumbed to sleep with Lai Fu in her arms. In the dead of night, shrill screams and the sound of barking echoed from below, accompanied by wails of anguish. Shen Xun stirred from her slumber. The temperature had dropped further. She donned a thermal vest and a fleece hoodie, securing her firearm at her back. The clanging of the iron door lock resonated, and half the people huddled in the corridor scattered. Shen Xun emerged from her room, surveying the scene. Many were pressed against the walls or lying down, resembling a makeshift refugee camp. Every time her gaze fell upon a group, they instinctively recoiled. Shen Xun turned to close her room door. The screams from downstairs persisted, the women's cries piercing through the night air. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, she advanced, and with each step, the occupants of the corridor parted to grant her passage. Her expression remained impassive as she pushed open the wooden door leading to the staircase, which descended into darkness, devoid of light, rendering each identity a mystery. "Excuse me, may I pass?" she called, brandishing a mini flashlight. The corridor was crammed with people, the staircase and every available foothold occupied. A foul stench of excrement lingered, marking this as merely the 21st floor. Those who recognized Shen Xun shrank back, yielding only a single step for her descent. Upon reaching the 20th floor, the crowd swelled, clustered together for warmth, evidently. Her notorious reputation on the 22nd floor deterred anyone from lingering above. Descending to the 17th floor, she noted the space was less congested. Yet the women's wails grew clearer, interspersed with men's curses. The people in the corridor seemed desensitized, remaining hunched in place, until a fresh round of screams erupted from below. The residents of the 16th floor appeared paralyzed with fear, retreating upwards. Shen Xun halted her descent, preventing a stampede, waiting for the crowd to disperse before continuing downward. In the dimly lit corridor stood several figures. She swept her flashlight across them, noting both men and women, as well as a dog lying feebly on the ground, beside which a girl lay unconscious or worse. In room 1601, the girl's cries resonated, blood flowing at the doorway, and a severed head lay at the feet of a man. Shen Xun approached, crouching to assess the dog. It was a golden retriever, uninjured but evidently beaten, still breathing. As she reached to turn the dog over, a man standing at the doorway kicked at her. Shen Xun seized his foot, retorting, "If you don't want it, I can help you remove it." With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones filled the air as the man collapsed, howling in agony. "You filthy bitch." He spat as others in the corridor came to their senses, brandishing clubs against her. Shen Xun sidestepped effortlessly, her dagger appearing in hand as it sliced toward the man's neck. "You dare?" The makeshift weapon fell from the man's grip as he leaned against the wall, hands clutching his throat, gradually sinking to the ground, lifeless. The onlookers, eyes wide with rage, brandished their clubs menacingly at Shen Xun. Yet she swiftly dodged, her knife carving towards the hand of the man wielding the club, causing him to drop it in pain. Shen Xun lunged forward, plunging her dagger into his heart. After delivering several swift stabs, she withdrew her weapon, having felled 2 men in mere moments. The women in the corridor, terror-stricken, had sunk to the ground, trembling. 2 others, further away, knelt in supplication, their own weapons discarded as they begged for mercy, finally recognizing her as the notorious figure from the 22nd floor. Shen Xun had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the 16th floor. She had descended solely drawn by the sound of the dog's cries, curious whether its condition mirrored Laifu's. If so, it suggested that animals might already be undergoing transformations, evolving ahead of humanity, adapting to the changing climate as the favored beings of Earth. The woman on the ground had regained consciousness, witnessing the entirety of Shen Xun's lethal display. "Please, save my sister. I'll do anything you ask," she pleaded, kneeling before Shen Xun, who remained crouched, examining the golden retriever. Chapter 36. The animals have begun to mutate. Shen Xun's expression remained inscrutable. "Is this dog yours?" The woman continued to bow her head. "It belongs to my sister." The sounds of laughter from men within the room mingled with the woman's anguished cries. "Please, save my sister," she implored, her head repeatedly bowing. Shen Xun offered no affirmation, instead crouching before the woman. When their eyes met, the woman fell silent, for Shen Xun appeared to be the same age as her sister. Yet the memory of Shen Xun's ruthless killings loomed large in her mind. Shen Xun extended her dagger towards the woman, who seized it swiftly, abandoning her pleas as she dashed into the room. In the pitch-black interior, 3 men were still moving, and the woman lunged at them, thrusting the dagger into the man on the bed, before withdrawing it to stab the next one. Shen Xun illuminated the scene with her flashlight, and the man, now aware of her presence, attempted to block the incoming blade, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow but sustaining a gash in his arm. "Damn it," The man seized the lamp from the bedside table and swung it violently, only to be met with the swift intervention of Shen Xun, who yanked him back by the collar of his clothing. The man, momentarily dazed, had failed to notice the presence of another individual in the room. With a clothesline pole in hand, the other assailant lunged at Shen Xun, who deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at the man. With a resounding thud, he was sent crashing against the wall, rendered unconscious. Shen Xun leaned closer to the woman, whispering something before extinguishing the flashlight, plunging the room back into darkness. As the flashlight flickered out, the woman tightened her grip on the dagger, honing in on her target in the obscurity. And with a sickening sound, the blade found its mark. The ensuing crash of her collapsing body echoed through the room. Shen Xun turned the flashlight back on, revealing the girl on the bed, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. She draped her hoodie over the girl, just as the golden retriever entered the room. Given the girl's state, Shen Xun knew she wouldn't be able to extract any information, so she made her way downstairs, where the water had already reached the junction of the 13th and 14th floors. The murky rainwater absorbed the light, drawing it into the abyss. Upon returning to her room, Shen Xun took a shower. The golden retriever remained fast asleep as she gently stroked its fur. Because of her influence, many had refrained from causing too much trouble. Even in dire hunger, they had not resorted to violence. The situation in the other buildings remained uncertain. After finishing breakfast the following morning, Shen Xun was running in the gym when a knock echoed from the door. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she opened it, holding a cup of tea. "What is it?" The girl stood there, clad in Shen Xun's black fleece hoodie, her long hair tied back, with faint bruises on her neck. In her hand, she clutched the dagger from the previous night. "Thank you for last night. I brought this back for you." Shen Xun did not take it. "Is that golden retriever yours?" The girl nodded. "Do you want to come in? I have a few questions for you." Shen Xun stepped aside, allowing her entry. The onlookers in the corridor widened their eyes, the scene eerily reminiscent of a previous encounter. The girl hesitated but followed Shen Xun inside. The clang of the iron door locking startled her like a frightened fawn. "Don't be afraid, I mean you no harm. I genuinely just want to ask you something." "Follow me," Shen Xun said, leading her into the room where the golden retriever was still asleep. The warmth of the room enveloped them, dispelling the chill in the air. A small white kitten dozed beside the stove. Shen Xun scooped up the golden retriever, its soft body nestling against her. "Has your dog been unusually sleepy lately?" The girl watched the adorable creature, her heart melting, but the visible bruises on her wrist made her withdraw her hand. Shen Xun averted her gaze. "My cat has also been lethargic since the rain started. I've been fortunate that it was asleep during this time, but eventually, those desperate for food discovered its hiding place." Shen Xun proceeded to inquire about how long the golden retriever typically slept and whether it could stay awake for any length of time. Sensing her questions revolved around pets, the girl opened up, and as she departed, Shen Xun gifted her 4 packets of instant noodles in gratitude. As Shen Xun opened the door, the girl was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. "Sister, I'm fine." After closing the door, Shen Xun returned to her room, contemplating the possibility that animals had begun to mutate even before the calamity struck. What about the plants? Were they undergoing similar transformations? Until she could confirm this, she had always assumed the golden retriever's time was limited, even preparing a grave for it. In her previous life, she learned about mutated animals and plants only after the extreme cold had passed, by which time the aberrant creatures had already evolved significantly. The authorities held a monopoly on resources. How could ordinary people like them possibly know? Seated in her recliner, Shen Xun gently caressed the golden retriever, observing how its spots had become more pronounced, shifting from dark gray to black. The torrential rain seemed to have lessened, and the people in the corridor began to cheer, though some sobbed quietly, casting resentful glances toward Shen Xun's door, plotting to report her as a murderer once the waters receded. Chapter 37. Out in search of supplies. Shen Xun could hear the cheers from the corridor. Grabbing her binoculars, she positioned herself by the window, peering downwards. The downpour had diminished but had yet to cease, with water levels continuing to rise. The 14th floor must have been submerged by now. She spent the afternoon practicing boxing, and as dusk fell, she collapsed onto the floor, exhausted from the increased weight training. The hot water on the stove had boiled, and she mixed it with rainwater to shower, using a massage gun to ease her sore muscles. The golden retriever's bowl was empty, and the small white ball of fur curled up at the foot of her bed. It had been 5 days, and the temperature remained consistently at freezing. After waking up in the morning, Shen Xun tended to her small indoor garden, encouraging the plants to grow taller. The tomatoes were the quickest to bear fruit, already producing numerous green globes. With another round of encouragement, she would soon be able to harvest them. Strapping on her wrist guards, Shen Xun prepared to resume her boxing routine when a knock sounded at her door. Tying her wrist guards, she opened the door to find a man in his 40s standing outside. With a puzzled expression, Shen Xun observed him while fastening the straps of her guards. "What do you want?" The man scrutinized her before asking, "May I come in? Are you sure you want to enter?" Shen Xun replied nonchalantly, stepping aside to let him into the hallway. The man hesitated before saying, "Let's talk here. My name is Yu Jiangwo, and I live in Building A. I've heard that the most formidable person in Building F is you. And I wanted to ask if you'd like to join me in searching for supplies. I used to work at the Hangguang building, right next to a large shopping center, which is likely still dry." Yu Jiangwo's eyes locked onto Shen Xun's. "How many people have you gathered?" Shen Xun, intrigued by the prospect of venturing out, asked. "Currently, there are 6 of us. In Building F, I've only invited you and Chen Cheng." He gestured toward the corner, where Chen Cheng's gaze met Shen Xun's. "When are we leaving?" "At 10 tonight." Yu Jiangwo concealed his skepticism. Shen Xun agreed to join them in their quest for supplies, with a 10 o'clock rendezvous. He had come to find Chen Cheng, but had been compelled by Lin Xiangrui's persistent mentions of Shen Xun to satisfy his curiosity. Since a few days ago, many outsiders had entered the Tianfu community. At first, it was manageable, but as food supplies dwindled, their true nature emerged. The residents of Building A had worked together to fend off the intruders, but today, upon arriving at Building F to locate Chen Cheng, Yu Jiangwo was surprised to see so many outsiders dutifully waiting in the corridor, attributing the orderliness to the girl before him. Noticing that he was dry from the rain, Shen Xun realized he must possess some means of water transport. After Yu Jiangwo took his leave, the onlookers in the corridor cast eager glances at Shen Xun and Chen Cheng. While they dared not curry favor with Shen Xun, they saw an opportunity with Chen Cheng. Having grown weary of consuming thin porridge daily, they longed for a chance to seek out real food. Shen Xun closed the door and donned her boxing gloves, commencing her weight training. The rhythmic sound of her gloves striking the punching bag filled the living room. After completing her workout, she boiled water to cleanse herself of sweat. Tonight, she would take the golden retriever with her into the space. Shen Xun retrieved a waterproof backpack, meticulously packing the necessary items. At 8 o'clock that evening, she added more charcoal to the stove and settled into her recliner, engrossed in her book. As the charcoal embers extinguished, the clock approached 10 o'clock. Shen Xun donned a thermal vest, layered it with a cotton jacket, secured a gun at her waist, and slung a backpack over her shoulders, preparing to venture outside. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Lin Xiangrui, who stood at the threshold, exclaiming, "Hi, my mood is at an all-time high today." Lin Xiangrui flashed a smile at Shen Xun, while Chen Cheng, the ever-cool and aloof figure, lingered behind him, obscuring his expression from Shen Xun's view. Taking the initiative, Shen Xun descended the stairs first. Lin Xiangrui embraced Chen Cheng tightly, cautioning him for the journey ahead. Chen Cheng lowered his head to plant a kiss near Lin Xiangrui's lips before turning to catch up with Shen Xun. Yu Jiangwo was already waiting by the window on the 14th floor. Shen Xun glanced in that direction and spotted an inflatable raft moored on the water, approximately 3 meters in length, draped with waterproof tarpaulin. The raft already carried 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. Shen Xun approached the window, stepped onto the sill, and soon after, Chen Cheng joined her on the raft. Shen Xun settled at the back alongside the woman, who bore a bow and arrow on her back. "Is that real? How cool." Shen Xun mused, envisioning the woman drawing the bow and shooting an arrow. The woman removed the bow from around her neck and demonstrated a perfect shooting stance, prompting Shen Xun to applaud in admiration. Chen Cheng, who had witnessed Shen Xun's fierce side, observed the introductions being made by Yu Jiangwo. "I am Yu Jiangwo. I trust you are all acquainted with me, haha. This is my brother, Huang Weigua. Next to him is Zhang Yuanchao, and this is son Jiahong. We all reside in Building A." He gestured towards Chen Cheng. "This young man is the Chen Cheng I mentioned, and this young lady is Shen Xun." Upon hearing Yu Jiangwo's words, the group turned their attention to Chen Cheng. "So you're the Chen Cheng old Yu has been talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet the real deal," Zhang Yuanchao remarked, almost weary from Yu Jiangwo's incessant mentions. Chapter 38, Powerless. After the rain had subsided, they contemplated venturing out in search of supplies, otherwise they would be left to starve. After a brief discussion, Yu Jiangwo recommended Shen Xun to accompany them. He led the way, setting out at night when darkness would aid their endeavors. They took turns rowing. As they navigated some distance from the community, Shen Xun noticed a number of others sharing their intentions, all heading towards the Hengguang building. "We must hurry," Yu Jiangwo stated before switching positions with Shen Xun, who then took her turn at the oars. Shen Xun and Qin Cheng rowed side by side, with Yu Jiangwo directing them. "Youth certainly has its advantages," Huang Weiguo remarked, observing Shen Xun and Qin Cheng, who appeared quite energetic, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. Meanwhile, Sun Jiahong, partnered with Huang Weiguo, struggled to keep pace, his hands still trembling, aware that if he couldn't match Sun Jiahong's speed, their raft would drift off course. After more than 20 minutes of rowing, they switched places with Huang Weiguo and Sun Jiahong. As they rounded the building ahead, Yu Jiangwo's voice brimmed with excitement. "After over an hour, we have finally arrived." Sun Jiahong and his partner quickened their pace, and indeed, after navigating around the building, they beheld a circular shopping center. The structure towered high, and Shen Xun surmised that, even if the rain ceased, it would remain unscathed. The glass windows of the building lay shattered, and the group maneuvered their raft to the edge. Qin Cheng was the first to ascend, with Yu Jiangwo and Zhang Yuanchao supporting him from below. One by one, Qin Cheng helped everyone aboard, with Yu Jiangwo being the last. He passed the raft's rope up before climbing aboard, and together they hoisted the raft up. "Let us leave it here. Let us go," Yu Jiangwo instructed as they concealed the raft behind two empty shelves. "The food is on the 28th floor. Clothing on the 29th and restaurants on the 30th, Yu Jiangwo informed them, ensuring they were aware of where to find necessary supplies. Meanwhile, the group on the 17th floor began their ascent. Only Shen Xun and Yu Jiangwo possessed flashlights. They decided to first visit the supermarket on the 28th floor, each equipping themselves with a flashlight before dispersing to search for resources. In silence, they climbed the stairs, conserving energy. Shen Xun cast a glance at Qin Cheng, who she had previously deemed a taciturn, aloof figure, only to realize he was, in fact, a mute. Upon reaching the 28th floor, they headed straight for the supermarket, where the entrance had been breached and shattered glass littered the ground. Before they could step inside, the sound of voices emanated from within. "Let us go in," Yu Jiangwo urged, leading the way with his flashlight. The supermarket was not overly crowded, and they initially ventured into the tools section, agreeing to reconvene in 50 minutes. "Shen Xun, come with us," Sun Jiahong called out, concerned for her safety amidst a throng of people. Qin Cheng had already moved on, pairing with Zhang Yuanchao. Their objectives aligned. Yu Jiangwo, Sun Jiahong, and Huang Weiguo planned to team up. Shen Xun shook her head with a radiant smile. "I'm quite capable." Sun Jiahong, noting her slender arms and legs, hesitated to dissuade her but soon found Shen Xun had already vanished from sight. After distancing herself from the group, Shen Xun approached the window and peered down through her binoculars, spotting several dark shapes on the water, inflatable rafts, all arriving at the shopping center in search of supplies. Stowing her binoculars, she moved to the seed section, noting that the seeds were still viable. They would thrive even in the impending extreme cold, as only the mutated ones would survive. Shen Xun collected all the seeds from the shelves into her backpack, and as she withdrew her hand, the items were already stored in her space. After securing the seeds, she sought out the food section. A wall lined with hot pot bases, sour fish bases, and various other ingredients awaited her, delicious meals that merely required water to prepare. Regrettably, she had already stockpiled a considerable amount from several chain supermarkets. "Let us leave some for others," Shen Xun decided, filling her space with over 20 bags of her preferred bases. As she advanced with her flashlight, Shen Xun placed anything she fancied into her backpack, ensuring it appeared full. Otherwise, her companions might suspect she hadn't taken anything. In merely a short while, she encountered several groups of people, and the circumstances seemed manageable, given that it was only the 17th day of the deluge. With no vegetables available, at least rice porridge was still attainable. Passing the shelves of milk tea and ice cream powder, Shen Xun stuffed a few bags into her backpack. Two individuals sauntered past her, laughing when they noticed her gathering supplies. Shen Xun shrugged it off, smiling. "It's nothing, I want to go hungry." Yet she knew that if it came to a confrontation, the outcome would differ. With her flashlight in hand, Shen Xun prepared to ascend to the 29th floor. intending to procure some cold-weather clothing for Lai Fu, whose size would likely fit a child's garments perfectly. Chapter 39. The Decaying Female Corpse. Following a series of torrential rains and plummeting temperatures, the 29th floor still housed a considerable number of individuals. In the expansive circular shopping center, the glass display windows of the clothing stores had been shattered. Shen Xun illuminated the interior with her flashlight. Many of the stores had been emptied, leaving only spring and summer short-sleeved shirts dangling forlornly on the racks. Shen Xun pressed onward. After inspecting several stores, she finally discovered infant-sized cotton jackets. Grasping a fire extinguisher from the ground, she smashed it against the entrance glass, which had already been fractured, although the opening was too small. The sound of shattering glass failed to attract attention, as many others were engaged in similar actions. Shen Xun kicked aside the broken glass and stepped inside. The flashlight swept across the room, illuminating over 20 infant winter coats that Shen Xun had collected sufficient for now, as Lai Fu was growing quickly, and in a short while, these would likely be unnecessary. After placing the coats into her spatial storage, Shen Xun donned a long black coat as a mere formality before exiting the establishment. She directed her flashlight upwards as she ascended the stairs. The 30th floor housed a restaurant, and she wondered if there might be anything of use there. As she climbed, she encountered someone descending and stepped aside to allow them passage. Once the individual exited, Shen Xun pushed the heavy door ajar. Unlike the 28th and 29th floors, the 30th floor was engulfed in a pervasive stench of decay that clung to her nostrils, lingering ominously. With an impassive expression, Shen Xun ventured inside. Recalling far worse odors from her previous life, this was a mere trifle. Mosquitoes swarmed about, and with the water and electricity cut off, the ingredients stored in the restaurant's kitchen had spoiled, giving rise to a plague of flies infesting the floor. It was evident that this place had been previously ransacked. Shen Xun noted the disarray of tables and chairs and made her way towards the kitchen, where the foul odor intensified. She kicked aside a chair that obstructed her path. The refrigerator and freezer were not within her considerations, and she had no intention of subjecting herself to the unpleasantness of opening them. Waving away the mosquitoes buzzing before her, she retrieved some floral-scented repellent from her spatial storage and sprayed it on herself, causing the pests to retreat in fear. Upon opening the microwave, she found it remarkably clean, showing signs of use but not detracting from its condition. She stored it within her spatial compartment, and apart from the refrigerator and freezer, she collected all visible appliances into her storage. Moving on to the next establishment, these were items she could procure without spending a single coin. In the subsequent bubble tea shop, mosquitoes were present but in lesser numbers. Shen Xun rummaged through all the cabinets, packing away the undamaged items, including the ice maker. Adjacent to the bubble tea shop was a hot pot restaurant, where she discovered a plethora of hot pot base ingredients in the kitchen, all of which she stored into her spatial compartment. Before her stood a large contraption resembling a refrigerator, but serving a different purpose, akin to those used in school cafeterias. It was clean and held several trays, which she also stowed away, seizing every opportunity. After successfully collecting from several shops, Shen Xun continued to the next one. Pushing open the kitchen door, a swarm of mosquitoes scattered in panic, filling the air with a rancid odor that assaulted her senses. Directing her flashlight to the shadowy mass on the floor, she realized it was a person, a half-decayed corpse. The ground was littered with yellowish-black shells of hatching maggots. The deceased appeared to be a woman, dressed in a fitted skirt and white blouse, indicative of professional attire. Shen Xun retreated and closed the door behind her, noting that there were still 20 minutes until the designated meeting time, and she retraced her steps. That item was mine first, it should belong to me. She overheard someone assert. Indeed, we had our eyes on that, you cannot take it away. You claim it's yours because you saw it first? I could just as easily say the entire mall belongs to me, Zhang Yuanchao retorted. His face flushed with anger as he clutched a plastic bag containing 3 neatly folded coats. At that moment, 5 individuals blocked his and Chen Chang's path, preventing their exit. I stated that we had our eyes on it first. We merely went to retrieve other items, he insisted. Now that we have returned, you must relinquish it. I don't care what you were after before. I only know I found this and took it from the shelf, Zhang Yuanchao declared, adamant in his refusal to yield. The standoff persisted for several moments as Shen Xun observed silently from the crowd, unwilling to intervene. Zhang Yuanchao, clutching the bag, attempted to rush past, but the group seized him, trying to snatch the bag from his grasp. He stepped back, gripping the bag tightly. Hand it over. One man shouted, brandishing a spring knife. Its blade glinting ominously as it was thrust toward Zhang Yuanchao. Panic seized him, and in a moment of reflex, Chen Cheng yanked Zhang Yuanchao aside, narrowly avoiding the knife. Though Zhang Yuanchao's coat was nevertheless slashed. Seeing their companion act, the remaining force surged forward. Zhang Yuanchao was toppled to the ground, and the assailant with the knife lunged at him. In a frantic attempt to shield himself, Zhang Yuanchao raised the bag, and the knife plunged into the coats within. The others encircled Chen Cheng, brandishing their blades. Chapter 40. The Situation in Other Buildings. On the ground, Zhang Yuanchao struggled amidst a gathering crowd, while Shen Xun remained silently at the back. Let go of my hand. A man screamed, the spring knife slipping from his grasp as Chen Cheng wrenched his hand. A loud crack echoing as the man screamed in agony. Chen Cheng released him, and the man rolled on the ground, moaning in pain. After neutralizing that individual, Chen Cheng dashed to Zhang Yuanchao's side, seizing a fire extinguisher from the ground and striking the man with it, eliciting further cries of distress. As Chen Cheng approached, he noticed Shen Xun among the throng. Their eyes met, both wearing impassive expressions. With 2 down, the remaining 3 encircled Chen Cheng and Zhang Yuanchao, agreeing to deal with the older one first. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, striking one of the assailants in the leg, causing him to collapse in agony. Who did that? The remaining 2, momentarily forgetting about Chen Cheng and Zhang Yuanchao, brandished their knives, their flashlights scanning the area for the source of the attack. Shen Xun, having been momentarily blinded by the light, watched as the crowd dispersed in chaos. Another arrow flew through the air, this time hitting a man in the shoulder, causing his knife to clatter to the ground. The last remaining assailant, visibly shaken, glanced at his moaning companion before fleeing quickly up the stairs into the night. Are you both all right? Called Sun Jiahong and Yu Jiangwo, who had arrived just in time as the arrows flew. Shen Xun had anticipated their arrival earlier, concealing herself in the shadows as the crowd scattered. When the 3 approached, she feigned having just come down from the upper floors. Huang Weigua and Chen Cheng helped Zhang Yuanchao to his feet. I'm fine. Let us leave quickly, Zhang Yuanchao urged, eager to vacate the scene. The group hastily descended the stairs, with Chen Cheng casting a glance at Shen Xun's retreating figure. She turned back to offer him a broad smile. As they moved aside the shelves, revealing a hidden inflatable raft, the group crouched to organize their collected supplies while Shen Xun munched on snacks nearby. Her haul was modest, neatly packed in her backpack. Little Shen, is that all you took? Huang Weigua remarked, noting her sparse selection. We finally made it out, and you've barely gathered anything. I managed to get quite a bit, all packed in my bag, Shen Xun replied, opening her backpack to reveal its contents. After organizing their findings, they each selected a large white barrel, placing their items inside. They drilled a small hole in the lid, threaded a rope through it, and secured it to the raft before tossing the barrels into the water. The 5 white barrels floated to the surface as they boarded the raft. Although this method allowed them to collect considerable supplies, it would require significant effort on their return journey. On their way back, the group was no longer in a hurry, paddling more leisurely than when they had set out. Zhang Yuanchao, previously chatty, had grown unusually somber. Thank you, Chen Cheng. If it weren't for you, I would have met my end back there. And thank goodness for you, Sun Jiahong. Your timing was impeccable. Yu Jiangwo patted Zhang Yuanchao's shoulder, sharing in the moment's somber reflection. It was merely a passing storm. Why has it turned into this? Zhang Yuanchao lamented, expressing how he had seen more death recently than in his 40-plus years of life. Once the rain stops and the waters recede, things will return to how they once were, Huang Weigua consoled him. Shen Xun half opened her eyes to observe them, knowing that the water would soon recede. But that would merely herald the onset of a new round of hell. Zhang Yuanchao tightened his clothing and suggested, Chen Cheng, Xiaoshen, why not move to Building A? Indeed, you both should consider relocating. The residents of Building A are quite united. Sun Jiahong recounted how, at the beginning, when outsiders caused a ruckus in their building, Yu Jiangwo led a group to confront them and drove them away. You exaggerate too much. You're making Yu Jiangwo blush, Shen Xun remarked, noting that he seemed to possess the qualities of a natural leader, someone who could make decisions in times of crisis, much like during their recent venture to procure supplies. No, I find my current residence quite comfortable, Shen Xun declined with a smile, while Chen Cheng gestured in sign language, though only Yu Jiangwo could decipher it. You're still afraid of your wife, Yu Jiangwo teased Chen Cheng, prompting laughter from the others, while Chen Cheng's face softened at the mention of Lin Xiangrui. The situation in the other buildings was dire. Since neither of them intended to move, Yu Jiangwo advised them to remain vigilant, his tone turning serious. Have you ventured into the other buildings? Shen Xun retrieved her thermos and poured hot water for each of them. After consuming the warm liquid, they felt their bodies warm up. I only know about buildings B and E. I have friends residing there. A couple of days ago, when the rain lightened, I intended to invite them out for food, but as soon as I reached Building B, I was chased away without even seeing my friends. Later, I ventured into Building E, but it was even more chaotic, truly tragic. Many lay dead in the corridors, and my friends and their child were forced out. I brought them to my place to stay. You in Building F should be cautious since you're right next to Building E. After listening to her, Chen Cheng's gaze fell on Shen Xun, though he was unaware of why he was looking at her. Chapter 41. Lin Xiangrui is impressive. Shen Xun pondered that some individuals are inherently malevolent. When order collapses, rules no longer bind them, and they unleash their true nature. She had witnessed the depths of human depravity in her past life. Yet, she was no longer a mere pawn, holding the knife while maintaining a low profile. The power of choice had shifted from her hands to those of others. To believe oneself powerful merely by bullying the weak is not true strength. It merely indicates one has yet to encounter someone fiercer. Noticing Chen Cheng's gaze, Shen Xun looked directly at him and softly inquired, between you and Lin Xiangrui, who pursued whom? Her curiosity was piqued. Given Lin Xiangrui's striking beauty, any connection between them must surely be a tale of profound love. Chen Cheng's face flushed crimson. But fortunately, the darkness concealed his expression. He gestured toward Shen Xun. Although she initially could not comprehend sign language at that moment, she surprisingly understood his intent, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her surprise, Chen Cheng was indeed the straight man who had been swayed by Lin Xiangrui. How impressive. Although Chen Cheng was typically reticent, he animatedly communicated through gestures when Shen Xun mentioned Lin Xiangrui. Soon, it was their turn to row, and Shen Xun hummed softly, her paddle gliding gracefully across the water's surface. Zhang Yuanchu was still lost in the emotions of the night, and the others gradually fell into silence alongside him. Yu Jiangwo contemplated how to reach the rescue team, when the torrential rain would cease and when they could next search for supplies. Sun Jiahong counted the remaining arrows in the quiver, while Huang Weigua huddled in his padded coat, warming his hands and feet. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at the Tianfu community, where the 4 first escorted the 2 to Building F. Chen Cheng climbed up first, and they pulled his white barrel from the water, working together to lift it. The inflatable raft sank slightly under the weight, and despite Chen Cheng grasping the edge of the barrel, he still couldn't hoist it up. Shen Xun placed her palm beneath, applying a gentle force, and with a sudden lift from Chen Cheng, the barrel finally made its way inside. Shen Xun, Sun Jiahong called out, handing her some snacks from her bag. Shen Xun looked up at her. Thank you. You both should rest early. We're off now. Yu Jiangwo and the others paddled towards Building A. In the corridor, people gazed at the white barrel in Chen Cheng's arms with envy and greed, but upon noticing Shen Xun behind him, they shrank back, fearful that she might cast her eyes upon them. There was no escaping the fact that Shen Xun's reputation preceded her. The water had already submerged the 14th floor and was nearing the 15th. They had opened the top floor and set up a waterproof support where many had taken refuge. Upon returning to the 22nd floor, Chen Cheng placed the wooden door he had broken earlier against the window, creating a few square meters of privacy for himself and Lin Xiangrui, who immediately embraced him after he set down the barrel. Shen Xun entered the room without lingering to observe their affectionate display. The greatest harvest from their trip to the mall had been the electrical appliances. Although they were all second-hand, she did not mind and felt quite pleased. She lit the stove, placing coal inside, and the room grew warm. After boiling water, she lay down on the sofa, drifting into a deep reverie. Lai Fu, what are you doing? Shen Xun caught it and tossed it out of the space. For this little leopard cub had been chasing the chickens within her domain, causing them to scatter in fright. Lai Fu, bewildered by Shen Xun's scolding, remained unaware that she was already irritated. With bits of chicken feathers stuck to its mouth, Lai Fu approached her for affection. Shen Xun lifted it to her face, giving it a lesson in love. The eggs you adore come from her. If you harm her, there will be no more eggs for you to eat. Lai Fu squirmed. And though Shen Xun was unsure if it understood, she felt education was still necessary, despite the language barrier. The water boiled, and Shen Xun mixed in rainwater to bathe, as she had been collecting rainwater for usage. Although her space held ample reserves, conserving was prudent. Not only did she save, but she also stored a great deal. After filling the barrels, she poured water into a small bay or stored it in the lower levels of her space for during the extreme heat. Daily water consumption would be substantial. Uncertainties lay ahead, and she would not dismiss any item that could prove useful. Lai Fu sought to jump onto the bed to sleep with Shen Xun, but she rejected the idea, chuckling, "You reek of chicken and expect to share my bed?" Resigned. Lai Fu lay beside the fire, soon dozing off. Shen Xun, glancing at the time, noted it was 4:30. Though her body felt no fatigue, her spirit was weary. Without setting an alarm, she naturally awoke at 10 in the morning. Upon rising, she glanced at Lai Fu, who was still sleeping soundly, its belly slightly round. Shen Xun forcibly roused it, insisting it eat before returning to slumber. Lai Fu nibbled a few bites and then collapsed into the bowl. Shen Xun lifted it by the scruff, and thus their meal took half an hour. Shen Xun noted that when Lai Fu ate sufficiently, its growth accelerated remarkably. Previously resembling a small kitten, it now appeared as large as a 7- or 8-month-old puppy. Chapter 42. Laughter in Building F. Today, the mood was splendid. It was now heavier to hold than before, so Shen Xun placed it back in its nest and added more coal to the fire. Having gathered so many hot pot ingredients yesterday, she decided to prepare hot pot today. Armed with a basket for vegetables and a small pair of scissors, she opened the door to her little garden. Shen Xun first plucked the ripe cherry tomatoes, then harvested some pea shoots, bok choy, chrysanthemum greens, and water spinach. Freshly harvested. They looked quite vibrant. She then retrieved some beef slices and tripe from her space, shredded potatoes using a machine, and added braised ribs and roasted chicken. Finally, she cut a large watermelon in half and picked some other fruits to complement the meal. Once all was prepared, Shen Xun carefully extracted some charcoal from the furnace and reignited it, creating a warm fire for a hot pot feast. The enticing aroma wafted through the room, reaching the ears of those in the corridor who had already experienced the delightful scent of Qin Cheng and Lin Xiangrui's fried rice that morning. Now, with Shen Xun's hot pot adding to the mix, the rice seemed less appealing. The urge to venture out in search of supplies grew increasingly intense. Among the provisions that Qin Cheng had brought back yesterday was an inflatable boat, which several had witnessed. "Qin Cheng, could you lend us the inflatable boat to gather some food?" A few pressed him earnestly. He eventually acquiesced, but only for the residents of Building F, as they still had family members remaining here and would return. Those borrowing Qin Cheng's boat agreed to offer him a portion of the supplies they collected as a sort of rental fee, and there was no dissent. The outsiders, wary of Shen Xun's influence, refrained from causing a scene. They designated 2 individuals to accompany the residents of Building F on their supply run. Some fortunate souls managed to procure another inflatable boat, and throughout the day and night, groups from Building F took turns going out, ultimately amassing 3 inflatable boats, including Qin Cheng's. With bellies full, the atmosphere in Building F became jovial, and a small charcoal fire flickered in the corridor that evening. After a rigorous training session, Shen Xun treated Lai Fu to a meal, retrieving some freshly prepared fish from her space. With a grill set over the stove, she opened a video tutorial on how to grill fish. Her cravings compelled her, and as she brushed the fish with oil repeatedly, it sizzled enticingly. However, due to her inability to control the heat, the fish ended up charred and burnt. Complementing the leftover hot pot from lunch, she placed the fish into the pot to cook. After satisfying her hunger, Shen Xun retrieved a cup of ginger milk tea from her space, feeling the warmth spread through her stomach after sipping it. After a quick wash, she lay on her bed, her consciousness drifting into her space where she collected some eggs and fed her stored grains with sweet fruits. The little rabbit seemed to sense its impending motherhood, no longer bouncing around as it once did. The rice seedlings had grown considerably taller, and after exiting her space, Shen Xun fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking in the morning, she was pleasantly surprised to find Lai Fu alert. She rewarded him with 3 eggs, 2 live fish, and several large shrimp, all of which he devoured. Taking out the filling she had prepared previously, she wrapped over 20 dumplings. After eating her fill, Shen Xun opened the door and stepped outside, knowing that in 4 days the torrential rain would cease. Uncertain whether the water would rise to the 22nd floor, she planned to investigate. The lingering aroma of food in the corridor caught her attention, and she turned to observe the substantial stockpile of supplies, particularly in the corner near Lin Xiangrui. Spotting her gaze, he greeted her with a smile, his mood evidently buoyant. Despite their fears, the residents of the corridor clutched their supplies tightly, apprehensive that Shen Xun might covet something and attempt to seize it. Lai Fu followed closely behind Shen Xun, and Lin Xiangrui was taken aback by how much he had grown. He had always assumed she was raising a cat, but no cat could be this large. If it were a dog, it would still be vastly different. Chen Cheng playfully turned Lin Xiangrui's head away, not allowing him to gaze at Shen Xun, as he felt a twinge of jealousy. Descending to the 16th floor, Shen Xun observed the rising water in the corridor, which had already seeped in. She believed the 22nd floor would hold up for another 4 days. A low growl emanated from Lai Fu, and Shen Xun immediately became alert. Cautiously watching the direction of the sound, her hand instinctively resting on her waist, she inched behind Lai Fu, peering at the empty stairwell and the murky rainwater below. Lai Fu nudged her leg, and as she noticed him relax, she too felt a sense of relief. Returning to her room, she resumed her training, gradually increasing her load. She was now carrying over 100 pounds, especially with the iron plates she wore constantly, refusing to take them off. Lai Fu remained lively throughout the day, reverting to his original energetic self. After Shen Xun removed her boxing gloves, he eagerly sniffed around. He even hopped onto the treadmill, and after she pressed the switch, Lai Fu ran with great enthusiasm. Shen Xun set a timer for an hour, watching him run until he finished. When he dismounted from the treadmill, he showed no signs of fatigue, stretching his limbs as if relishing the experience. That evening, while boiling water, Shen Xun prepared extra to give Lai Fu a bath, resulting in a fragrant cuddle session as they fell asleep together. Chapter 43, Lin Xiangrui's Despair. With the water and electricity cut off, those huddled in the corridor retired early as darkness fell. In the dead of night, piercing screams and cries erupted from the corridor. The shrill cries jolted Shen Xun awake, and Lai Fu stood at the door, poised to attack. If anyone were to burst in, he was ready to strike. Shen Xun donned a thermal vest and a windbreaker, peering through the small window of the iron door. The pitch-black corridor was empty, but she could hear chaotic footsteps from above, indicating the inhabitants had fled upward. Boss, they really have a lot of food. 2 men, wielding flashlights, scrambled to gather supplies from the ground. Quick, call the brothers over to move this stuff. We need to grab that inflatable boat too. The men directed their companions, and soon, a dozen individuals rushed up from below, each laden with items, swiftly hauling the corridor's supplies downstairs. Boss, those girls in Building E have grown tiresome. How about, one man suggested with a lewd grin, causing laughter among the group. Shen Xun leaned against the door, peeling an apple with her knife, listening intently. These men were from Building E. Let us go check it out. The man spoke casually, as if they were merely selecting items. The apple peel fell away flawlessly as Shen Xun took a bite, the sweet and sour flavors mingling delightfully in her mouth. The 2 men approached Shen Xun's door, their flashlight beam sweeping across the small window. Upon spotting her standing there, one exclaimed, "Boss, there's someone here." The man strode towards her door, and Shen Xun, maintaining her composure, took another bite of the apple. The flashlight beam illuminated her face before scanning the interior, prompting Lai Fu to growl menacingly. The iron door was pushed, but it was securely locked. Open the door. The man's greedy gaze fixated on Shen Xun. If you shine that thing in my eyes again, I will sever your hand, Shen Xun retorted, her knife now held in a defensive stance. The man appeared startled by her fierce demeanor, but quickly regained his composure and kicked the iron door in frustration, producing a resounding clang. He pressed his face against the small window, locking eyes with Shen Xun, a grin revealing his yellowed teeth. You think I can't do anything if you don't open the door? He produced a pair of pliers from somewhere and began to pry at the welded lock. Shen Xun tossed the apple to Lai Fu and deftly unlatched the lock. Seeing her make a move to open the door, the man assumed she had been intimidated. Just a woman, he thought, noting her delicate appearance, cleaner than the women in Building E. We should have come to this building sooner. There's food and women here. Help! Help! A madman. A voice from the top floor cried out, sounding like lazy. The group rushed to the stairwell just as 2 individuals descended from above. Why are there only 2 of you? What happened up there? The man gripped the pliers tightly. Boss, there's a madman up there. They have knives. And Lazy was killed. Damn it. Let us go check it out. The man abandoned thoughts of Shen Xun and led the others upward. Chen Cheng, in a frenzy, swung a baseball bat at the man, who lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life. A girl in a black hoodie clutched a bloody knife, her body trembling slightly. The crowd huddled tightly against the wall, leaving a circular vacuum in the center where the two sisters from the 16th floor, Lin Xiangrui, slumped on the ground, and Chen Cheng, who was frantically smashing a corpse, were situated. Upon entering, the man witnessed the scene and growled, "Lazy, I'm going to kill you." 7 or 8 individuals surged forward, encircling Chen Cheng, while Lin Xiangrui clutched the foot of one of them, preventing his escape. The man raised the iron clamp in his hand and brought it down with ferocity. The sickening sound of metal piercing flesh echoed. Lin Xiangrui lay on the ground, teetering between life and death. The man kicked Lin Xiangrui aside, while Shen Xun deftly sidestepped. In a moment of rage, Chen Cheng swung his baseball bat indiscriminately, knocking 2 people down. An assailant in a black hoodie attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind, brandishing a dagger. But the man fell with a grunt as the blade struck him. Shen Xun leaned against the door, quietly observing. Chen Cheng blocked the man's iron clamp, pinning him to the ground, his hands tightly gripping the man's throat despite the blows raining down on him from behind. His sole desire was to avenge Lin Xiangrui. The girl in the black hoodie was similarly subdued, her dagger snatched away, despair filling her eyes. Several individuals combined their efforts to pull Chen Cheng away. While the man gasped for breath, fear coursing through him, had it been a few seconds later, he would have been finished. Spitting out blood, he stood, seizing the dagger from one of his subordinates, vowing, "I will make you wish you were dead." Lin Xiangrui propped himself up with one hand, his other arm clearly injured. He turned to see Shen Xun beside him. "Hi," Shen Xun greeted with a smile. For people restrained Chen Cheng, and the man placed his foot on Chen Cheng's head. Their eyes met, and Chen Cheng offered a smile to Lin Xiangrui, who was filled with despair, tears brimming in his eyes. It was all because of him. If not for him, Chen Cheng would not be in danger. Had he obediently followed them earlier, none of this would have transpired. Chapter 44, Can you cook? The man lifted the dagger, ready to strike. Chen Cheng, no. Lin Xiangrui pleaded, unable to bear the thought of watching his beloved die before his eyes. A fate more agonizing than death itself. The man lowered the dagger, glancing toward Lin Xiangrui, realizing the depth of their relationship and devising a method to make Chen Cheng suffer even more. Shen Xun, don't you like my face? Help me save Chen Cheng. And I will be your servant, Lin Xiangrui implored, his expression more painful than tears. The man, momentarily startled, finally noticed Shen Xun standing by the door. Wasn't she the girl who had threatened to kill him earlier? Shen Xun seemed genuinely contemplative. Can you cook? After more than a month, she had concluded that she truly lacked that talent. Indeed, when God opens a window, he simultaneously closes a door. Shen Xun crouched down, resting one hand on the knife, achieving eye level with Lin Xiangrui. Seeing the earnestness in her eyes, he braced himself for what he assumed would be her request for an intimate favor. To his surprise, she merely asked if he could cook. I can cook. Lin Xiangrui replied eagerly, inexplicably feeling a blind trust in Shen Xun's abilities. Then it's settled. You cook for me and I'll help you save him, Shen Xun declared, rising with the knife raised. The man's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he regarded Shen Xun. In the eyes of those leaning against the wall of Building F, there was pity directed toward the group. Why were they so obedient? Because there was a devil on the 22nd floor. Shen Xun stood by the window on the top floor, rain cascading down upon her, droplets collecting in the creases of her raincoat before sliding off. Lai Fu stood quietly at her feet, without granting the others a moment's respite. Shen Xun confirmed her intentions and resolved that no one would leave alive. The blade swept through the air, decapitating the closest individual to her. The man lunged at Shen Xun with the dagger, but after extensive weight training, she had shed the constraints of metal, moving far faster than these ordinary men. She sidestepped the man's thrust and swung her knife, blood spraying forth as his wrist severed, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ignoring the cries of the fallen, Shen Xun's figure vanished swiftly before them, and the next moment, her blade plunged into the man's chest. The remaining individuals were paralyzed by her ferocity, turning to flee into the crowd. Those marked for death by the great demon dared not approach. As they scattered, retreat became impossible, and they chose to fight Shen Xun. Until now, she had always killed behind closed doors. This was the first time they had witnessed her in action. Once all were dispatched, Shen Xun silently bent to lift the lifeless bodies, casting them from the top floor into the water below. Chen Cheng, with only minor injuries, helped lift the corpses, while the girl in the black hoodie assisted him. Chen Cheng cradled Lin Xiangrui in his arms, and neither spoke as Laifu followed closely behind Shen Xun when she descended. The 17th and 18th floors were strewn with bodies, and supplies lay scattered across the ground. The corridor was already soaked in blood, the scene resembling a hellish nightmare. Soon, those who had sheltered on the top floor rushed downstairs, some searching for their belongings. Others sifting through the bodies for lost loved ones, cries of grief and curses filling the air. Upon returning to the 22nd floor, Shen Xun found Lin Xiangrui and Chen Cheng crouched before her door. Lin Xiangrui's injured arm was hastily wrapped in a makeshift bandage. Chen Cheng held him closely, and Shen Xun opened the door, inviting them in. Chen Cheng hesitated to rise, but Lin Xiangrui urged, "Let us go," clearly not yet ready to discuss their prior arrangement. Laifu, observing the two unfamiliar individuals entering the room, noted Shen Xun's lack of hostility and jumped onto the sofa. Shen Xun entered the room, emerging with a first aid kit. "Let us tend to those wounds." Though Chen Cheng felt apprehensive around Shen Xun, Lin Xiangrui's injury could not afford delay. Shen Xun stoked the fire, boiling a pot of water, and by the time she returned, Lin Xiangrui's wound had been treated. Chen Cheng signed in gratitude, "Thank you," accepting the first aid kit back. Shen Xun noticed Lin Xiangrui had fallen asleep on the sofa, covered with Chen Cheng's clothing. She retrieved 2 blankets and placed them on the sofa. "There are no more rooms, you'll have to sleep on the sofa." The blankets were new cotton ones, and Chen Cheng gratefully accepted them. He had already heard Lin Xiangrui explain why Shen Xun had chosen to save him, and with that revelation, he let down his final defenses. When trouble had arisen in the mall, Shen Xun had refrained from intervening, and he had understood her nature then. Now, with Shen Xun offering assistance, he felt uneasy. Thankfully, she didn't appear to have taken a liking to Lin Xiangrui. Chapter 45, A Particularly Voracious Pig. As the water receded, the rescue team would soon arrive. Separating then would not be an issue. However, during this interval, she needed to learn how to cook. It need not be complex, but she should master the basics, otherwise possessing mountains of gold and silver would be meaningless if she felt powerless to act. After gaining Shen Xun's consent, Chen Cheng pushed the 2 sofas together, ensuring there was ample space for all 3 of them to sleep near the balcony. Shen Xun fetched a rope and 2 hooks, while Chen Cheng hastily fashioned a makeshift curtain. Once the water boiled, Shen Xun took a shower. Lying in bed and preparing to sleep when a loud clang echoed from the iron door, someone was knocking. Shen Xun opened the door to find Chen Cheng standing there, his face a mask of tension. After enduring several nights of life and death, Chen Cheng appeared to have rediscovered the world. Seeing Shen Xun emerge, Chen Cheng felt a sense of relief. He opened the door and Shen Xun, in a calm tone, commanded Chen Cheng to do so. Peering through the small window, they recognized the familiar face of Yu Jiangwo, who was outside with a flashlight. Chen Cheng glanced at Shen Xun, who nodded, prompting him to open the main door, though he did not allow Yu Jiangwo to enter. "Are you all alright? I heard something happened at Building F, so I came to check on you," Yu Jiangwo said, followed closely by Sun Jiahong. They had witnessed the gruesome aftermath on the 17th and 18th floors, where bloodshed was indeed rampant. "We're fine. Chen Cheng is quite capable and dealt with those people," Shen Xun remarked, as Chen Cheng stood silently by, watching Shen Xun boast. A portion of their supplies from Building F had been pilfered by those from Building E, and Chen Cheng had lost his supplies as well. But their leader had perished here, leaving the remaining individuals as disarrayed as scattered sand. Yu Jiangwo inquired whether they wished to join him tomorrow in search of resources. Shen Xun declined, stating that they had yet to finish their last haul. Chen Cheng nodded in agreement, proposing a departure at 6 in the morning, leading Yu Jiangwo and Sun Jiahong to depart. Once the door was closed, Shen Xun adjusted the electric blanket to a low setting, sinking into a comfortable slumber. Chen Cheng reclined on the sofa, cradling Lin Xiangrui in his arms. This marked the first time in a month of torrential rain that he could stretch his legs, no longer confined to the cold floor beneath him. Morning arrived with the gentle nudging of Laifu, who roused Shen Xun from her sleep with affectionate licks. She embraced Laifu, showering him with kisses, relieved that his abnormal behavior had ceased and that he had not succumbed to slumber again. He had also grown notably larger. After preparing breakfast for Laifu, Shen Xun finished her morning routine and opened the door to find Lin Xiangrui seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Shen Xun's awakening, he shyly closed the book, explaining, "I saw it on the table and just picked it up to read." "It's just a book," So feel free to peruse it, Shen Xun encouraged as she entered the small garden room, having nurtured the vegetables within to avoid raising Lin Xiangrui's suspicions. He, too, refrained from disturbing the room's contents, aware that Shen Xun, though always smiling, harbored a coldness within that surpassed anyone else's. He would not gamble with his life to test Shen Xun's temperament. Emerging from the garden room, Shen Xun was greeted by Lin Xiangrui's cheerful inquiry about her breakfast preferences. She opened the large door to the garden, inviting him to take a look inside. Lin Xiangrui's eyes widened at the sight of an entire room filled with vegetables. His mind flickered back to Shen Xun's swift and decisive actions the previous night, unable to fathom her engaging in such humble labor as planting. I would like vegetable fried rice. You can handle the cooking. The fridge is in the kitchen, equipped with gas and a stove, Shen Xun suggested, intending to observe Lin Xiangrui's culinary skills. As he opened the refrigerator, Lin Xiangrui was astonished to find it stocked with snacks, beverages, mineral water, eggs, noodles, and several apples on the top shelf. The lower section held frozen pork, beef, chicken, and ribs. Behind the refrigerator, he spotted a black box, likely a power storage unit. He marveled at Shen Xun's resourcefulness. Taking out eggs and sausage, he also plucked several greens from the garden. Shen Xun noted his careful movements. He was far more meticulous than she would have been, as she would have simply grabbed a pair of scissors and snipped away. The rice on the stove was nearly ready, and the sweet aroma wafted through the air, making Shen Xun's stomach growl. Lai Fu, drawn by the scent of sausage, wandered around. Shen Xun offered him a piece of meaty sausage, and Lin Xiangrui glanced over, noticing that Lai Fu had visibly grown since their last encounter. With his pure white fur, Lai Fu resembled a cat yet was distinctly not one. What is his name? Lin Xiangrui asked, crouching to observe Lai Fu. Shen Xun handed Lai Fu the remainder of the sausage packaging. His name is Lai Fu. He's my little brother, Shen Xun said, affectionately scratching Lai Fu's ears. Is Lai Fu a dog? I don't think I've ever seen this breed before, Lin Xiangrui remarked, igniting the gas and heating the oil in the pan. Shen Xun lifted Lai Fu's front legs, and he climbed onto her shoulder, peeking out from beneath her hat to gaze at Lin Xiangrui. He's not a dog. He's a particularly gluttonous pig, Shen Xun replied, though Lai Fu, oblivious to their conversation, nuzzled her head. Sensing Shen Xun's reluctance to elaborate, Lin Xiangrui focused on cooking. While Shen Xun observed the prepared ingredients, sausage, eggs, scallions, and diced greens laid out on the cutting board. Chapter 46. Resources have become increasingly elusive. With such an abundance of ingredients, she began to anticipate the flavor. Is that how much salt you should add? What about soy sauce? I love spicy food. Should we add the greens now? Shen Xun watched Lin Xiangrui's fluid motions, impressed by his proficiency. A smile graced Lin Xiangrui's face as he realized Shen Xun's intentions. Initially, he believed she merely wanted him to cook, but soon understood she sought to learn. With each question Shen Xun posed, he dutifully shared his knowledge. Before long, a bowl of fried rice emerged from the stove. Lai Fu seized the large ceramic bowl and clattered out of the room, while Shen Xun served him half a bowl. After finishing his breakfast and devouring the sausage, he was now ready for fried rice. Lin Xiangrui had prepared a substantial amount, filling an entire pot. After both had eaten their fill, 2 bowls remained in the pot, which Lin Xiangrui intended to save for Chen Cheng, to which Shen Xun had no objections. Once their meal concluded, Shen Xun retreated to the room to bind iron plates, clad in a long athletic outfit that concealed the plates. Emerging from the room, she entered the gym to commence her warm-up with a run. Lin Xiangrui stood at the doorway, gazing inside at a room brimming with fitness equipment, as if a gym had been established within their home. Lai Fu and Shen Xun ran side by side on the treadmill, keeping pace with one another. Lin Xiangrui returned to the sofa, bringing the kitchen stove into the living room, which soon warmed the entire space. An hour passed, yet Shen Xun remained in the gym. Lin Xiangrui peered in to see her still running, with Lai Fu keeping up, their speeds even increasing. Are you not going to take a break? He called out. Lin Xiangrui was aware that Chen Cheng, another fitness enthusiast, would typically enforce a rest period after extended workouts. Shen Xun waved her hand dismissively, and Lin Xiangrui fell silent. Another 2.5 hours elapsed, and Shen Xun was still absent from the gym. Lin Xiangrui felt a sense of numbness creeping in, glancing over to see that Shen Xun had switched to different equipment. For hours had passed, and his perception of Shen Xun had shifted yet again. One must not judge solely by appearances. Finally, as the clock approached 11, Shen Xun emerged from the gym, her athletic jacket clinging to her form. She boiled water and collapsed onto the sofa. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Xiangrui inquired, noting the time was just right to start preparing a meal. "Braised pork and yellow braised chicken," Shen Xun replied, carrying the hot water to her room. Her quarters included a private bathroom and shower, and she hurriedly washed up to avoid missing Lin Xiangrui's cooking. As she closed the door to shower, a knock echoed at the iron door. Lin Xiangrui opened it slightly, and upon seeing that it was Chen Cheng, he excitedly swung the door wide. "What is wrong?" Lin Xiangrui asked, taking the items from Chen Cheng's hands and placing them down. Chen Cheng, appearing somewhat weakened, collapsed onto their sofa bed. "I'm fine," he reassured, though it was evident he wished to spare Lin Xiangrui from worry. The recent outing to gather supplies had proven even more perilous. Sun Jiahong and Huang Weiguo had both sustained injuries, and their haul had been disappointingly meager, as many stores had been thoroughly emptied. They visited that mall again today, but now it was utterly desolate, with only a few empty shelves remaining. Lin Xiangrui, noticing that he bore no injuries, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shen Xun wiped his body, alleviating the sticky sensation, and dried the sweat from his brow before emerging from the room. "Hey," Shen Xun called out, glancing at the two backpacks by the entrance. It seemed that resources were scarce outside at present. Chen Cheng supported himself as he opened one of the backpacks, allowing Shen Xun to select some items, considering it a form of rent for his stay, especially since Shen Xun had only mentioned wanting Lin Xiangrui and not him. Moreover, his ability to leave with such peace of mind, trusting Lin Xiangrui to remain safe, was due to Shen Xun's assurance of his protection. Shen Xun rummaged through the backpack, taking 2 packs of snacks, but ultimately decided against them, finding little of value. The chicken had already thawed, and Lin Xiangrui headed to the kitchen to start preparing. Shen Xun followed, asking, "Should we add ginger slices?" "Yes, to eliminate the odor," Lin Xiangrui replied. Shen Xun suddenly understood. No wonder her previous attempts at cooking had always yielded an unpleasant taste. Now she realized the root of the issue. With one stove and a gas burner, both the huangmen chicken and braised pork were prepared simultaneously, accompanied by a stir-fried vegetable and a seaweed egg drop soup. Lin Xiangrui reheated the leftover fried rice from the morning for Chen Cheng, and Shen Xun said nothing as the three of them quickly finished their meal. After devouring the fried rice, Chen Cheng shyly glanced at Shen Xun, admitting that it was the first time in a month he had felt truly full. Shen Xun ignored him and went to change clothes, as she needed to prepare for weight training later that afternoon. Chen Cheng took the initiative to wash the dishes, his eyes wandering around Shen Xun's room, marveling at its layout and wondering about her previous profession. Could she have truly been an assassin? The refrigerator was stocked with food, and there was an entire room dedicated to a vegetable garden. It was no wonder Shen Xun had not accompanied them in their search for supplies the previous night. After securing some iron pieces, Shen Xun donned her boxing gloves, and the familiar sounds of punches echoed through the gym as she commenced her training. Chapter 47. The rain has stopped, the water has receded. When Lin Xiangrui heard the commotion from the gym, he was taken aback. Was Shen Xun a machine? Did she never tire? Meanwhile, Chen Cheng gazed enviously at the array of gym equipment. He signed to Lin Xiangrui, really? Lin Xiangrui responded with a questioning look, and Chen Cheng nodded. Shen Xun. Pause for a moment, Chen Cheng advised. That's not how you throw a punch, you could injure your knees. Lin Xiangrui, being inexperienced in training, could not discern Shen Xun's errors either. Chen Cheng pointed out her mistakes, as he had practiced boxing frequently. Otherwise, Yu Jianghua wouldn't have invited him to join in their search for supplies. Shen Xun halted her movements, her eyes fixed on him as Chen Cheng approached the punching bag, demonstrating a proper kick. Though he could not speak, Shen Xun grasped his intent. She had mastered that movement recently, but had experienced knee pain afterward. Previously, she thought it was due to prolonged training. Now she realized it stemmed from improper technique. She practiced boxing to enhance her reflexes, and an idea sparked in her mind. How about you teach me to box? In exchange, you can freely use any equipment in my gym. What do you think? Chen Cheng readily agreed, realizing he had struck a favorable deal. Living with Shen Xun and enjoying ample meals was a definite advantage. That afternoon, Lin Xiangrui settled on the sofa with a book while Chen Cheng guided Shen Xun in her boxing practice. Shen Xun demonstrated her previous movements, and Chen Cheng identified several errors, allowing her to train with greater confidence. Lai Fu remained closely at Shen Xun's side, pouncing on her whenever she paused. The two fitness enthusiasts immersed themselves in the gym for the entire afternoon, and Lin Xiangrui prepared hot water for both, eager for them to bathe afterward. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired, observing the exhausted duo. "Braised ribs," Shen Xun replied, having longed for this dish, but hesitant to attempt it herself due to fears of wasting ingredients. Her previous attempts had ended in failure. The two of them used rainwater to bathe, marking the first time since the torrential downpour that they could enjoy a proper wash. Cheng lingered in the shower for quite some time, finally ridding himself of the lingering odor of sweat. He was unaware of whether Shen Xun's sense of smell was dulled, as she displayed no signs of distaste. After Shen Xun emerged, she stealthily observed the kitchen, and upon catching the enticing aroma of ribs, she sought out a meatier piece for Lai Fu, lifting its bowl as she returned to her room. Shen Xun retrieved 2 eggs and 2 live fish from her space, and Lai Fu eagerly dug in, though Shen Xun was now wary of placing him back in the space, as he tended to chase the stored food around. After feeding Lai Fu, Shen Xun returned to find the ribs already simmering. With the pressure cooker on high heat, the ribs would be ready in half an hour, and the three of them would soon feast heartily. Lai Fu managed to snag quite a bit to eat as well. That night, Shen Xun left the stove for the two of them and closed her room door to sleep. In the midst of her drowsiness, she heard cheers erupting from the corridor. Not just there, but throughout the entire Tianfu community. The jubilant shouts echoed, "The rain has stopped, the water has receded, it has finally receded." Finally, the heavens opened their eyes. Survivors in the corridor began racing downstairs. Shen Xun sat up in bed, her expression grave. She retrieved 2 blankets and a plush throw from her space, lifting the blankets to place the throw beneath, cranking the electric blanket to its highest setting. She also stoked 2 stoves. Animals are often the first to sense changes in the weather, and Lai Fu paced anxiously in the room until Shen Xun ignited the 2 stoves, at which point he settled slightly. Shen Xun took out a cotton coat from her space and dressed Lai Fu in it. His rapidly growing body rendered her previous preparations useless. She draped 2 blankets over him, watching the thermometer drop swiftly. In mere moments, it plummeted to a chilling -17 degrees, with the rain having ceased and water levels receding. The people in the corridor excitedly rushed downstairs, the water level barely dropping to the 2nd floor. In their excitement, they seemed oblivious to the drastic temperature change. One by one, they plunged into the water, hoping to swim back to their former homes. Shen Xun peered through binoculars, wishing them luck, hoping they could find solid ground before realizing the temperature had dropped. Someone from Building F departed while others returned to their homes, which had been submerged in rainwater. Shen Xun glanced at the thermometer, 29 degrees and still falling. Cheng and Lin Xiangrui, having heard the news of the water receding, felt a stir of emotion. Yet both remained quietly nestled on the sofa, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. As they held each other tighter, Lin Xiangrui murmured, "Cheng, do you feel that? It's so cold." He burrowed deeper into Cheng's arms. Cheng nodded, both of them reluctant to extend their hands into the frigid air, instinctively drawing closer to the stove. At a staggering -48 degrees, Shen Xun suddenly remembered the 2 sleeping figures in the living room. Hurriedly, she donned her clothes and climbed out from under the covers. Chapter 48. We must not perish now. "Lin Xiangrui, are you still alive?" Shen Xun called out, bringing the electric blanket with her. She had been so preoccupied with arranging her room that she had forgotten about the 2 in the living room. The charcoal in the stove had already extinguished, and their breaths formed white clouds in the frigid air. "Shen Xun," Lin Xiangrui managed to utter, his voice breaking from the cold. Shen Xun retrieved the electric storage box from behind the refrigerator. In such frigid weather, refrigeration was no longer necessary, as the temperature itself served as a natural preservative. "How are you both faring?" Shen Xun inquired as she placed the 2 backpacks on the ground. "This is an electric blanket. You should plug it in quickly." Lin Xiangrui was already too cold to move, while Cheng, possessing a considerably better constitution, trembled as he donned his padded coat. Shen Xun gently lifted Lin Xiangrui, bundled in the blanket, and set him aside. After connecting the electric blanket, Shen Xun retrieved 2 boxes of charcoal and reignited the stove, the temperature beginning to rise. Fortunately, the balcony was enclosed, otherwise, had she delayed any longer, she would have only been left to retrieve their bodies. She had yet to master the art of cooking, and Lin Xiangrui must not perish at this juncture. The stove glowed brightly, radiating warmth, and the electric blanket was now heated. Shen Xun checked the thermometer, -56 degrees, how swiftly it had plummeted. Snowflakes had begun to fall outside. Thank you, Lin Xiangrui murmured, feeling considerably better. Moments before, he had felt on the brink of death. The blood trickling down his thigh, a painful reminder of his plight. This is for you, Shen Xun said, leaving half a box of charcoal for them before turning back to her room. In that brief interlude, she had grown dreadfully cold. Although 2 stoves were burning in her room, it still felt rather chilly. Only after she nestled into bed did she begin to feel warmth. The electric blanket radiating heat to every corner. She pulled Lai Fu into the blanket with her and drifted off to sleep. Qin Cheng moved the stove closer to their sofa bed, cranked the electric blanket's temperature to maximum, and wrapped Lin Xiangrui in his arms, contemplating how he would encourage Lin Xiangrui to engage in some physical exercise in the future. In their little world, shrouded by the curtains, the two clung to each other closely. After Lin Xiangrui fell asleep, Qin Cheng rose every 3 hours to add more charcoal. His heart filled with immense gratitude for Shen Xun. Without her, Lin Xiangrui's frail body likely would not have endured the night. Upon awakening, Shen Xun's first action was to check the thermometer, which read -65 degrees. Despite having prepared herself, the frigid air still sent a jolt of pain through her head as she raised it from the cocoon of warmth. The charcoal in the room had extinguished, and the cold breath she exhaled felt like a slap to her face. She reignited the stove, fetching rainwater from her supplies to heat up, and after tidying herself, she donned a fleece-lined hat that covered her ears. A long rabbit fur scarf enveloped her neck, warming her thoroughly, and she even fitted Lai Fu with a smaller hat. After layering on a fleece vest, thermal jacket, windbreaker, padded coat, and snow boots, she finally felt a semblance of warmth. As she opened her door, she glanced at the 2 men. Lin Xiangrui was clad in several ill-fitting garments, including a long padded coat, with the hood pulled over his head, cradling a cup of hot water. Their outfits were quite similar. However, upon seeing Shen Xun, both men paused momentarily, taken aback by her professional attire, which commanded their admiration. Lai Fu's paw pads and fur had thickened overnight. Shen Xun swapped his lighter padded coat for a more mobile version, allowing him greater freedom of movement. Lai Fu exited the room and promptly squatted by the stove. "What do you want to eat?" Lin Xiangrui asked as he rose from the sofa, still cognizant of his responsibilities, especially in this critical moment. "Hot pot," Shen Xun replied, initially wishing for barbecue or grilled fish, but felt hesitant to retrieve supplies with the 2 present. It seemed imperative that she learn to cook soon, so she could prepare meals independently. The vegetables in the garden had succumbed to the unexpected drop in temperature, lying frozen yet still retaining their tender green appearance, enough to last them a month if rationed. Lin Xiangrui sliced chili peppers in the kitchen, crafting a base for the hot pot, and Shen Xun watched in awe, having previously only known to drop pre-made bases into boiling water. Qin Cheng wielded a knife, chopping several cabbages, cleaning them in hot water. Shen Xun gazed out the window at the increasingly heavy snowfall. Returning to the room, she retrieved 2 live fish and some bones, heating them over the stove as breakfast for Lai Fu. The warmth of the 2 stoves enveloped the room. Yet Lai Fu's food still froze over shortly after he began eating. The sound of his gnawing echoed in the quiet. Shen Xun extracted some wool from her supplies, stuffing it into baby socks to keep Lai Fu's feet warm, excusing her lack of sewing skills. Lai Fu seemed as though he had forgotten how to walk, his movements awkward. Shen Xun activated the treadmill, encouraging Lai Fu to walk on it. After a few minutes, he began to run more naturally, acclimating to the odd sensations on his paws. "Shen Xun, it's time to eat," Lin Xiangrui called out as the hot pot was set beside the sofa. Huddled around the stove, the 3 of them enjoyed the spicy meal, warmth radiating through their bodies. Lai Fu, upon catching the familiar scent of chili, eagerly approached, no longer tempted by the enticing aroma. Qin Cheng communicated through sign language, which Lin Xiangrui translated, conveying that the water had receded and he planned to venture outside to gather supplies. Shen Xun regarded Qin Cheng with surprise. His awareness was remarkably high. If one were to ponder who among Lin Xiangrui and him might endure longer, she would undoubtedly place her faith in Qin Cheng. Chapter 49. He cherishes the present world. Qin Cheng felt a twinge of urgency. Although Shen Xun had generously provided him with half a box of charcoal the previous night, it was nearing depletion. If he did not venture out in search of more, he and Lin Xiangrui would surely not survive the night. "I too am preparing to go out," Shen Xun remarked, observing Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng as they readied themselves. In truth, she was fully equipped to venture out as well. "Do you wish to accompany us?" Lin Xiangrui inquired. Shen Xun shook her head. She preferred to operate independently. Once Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng departed, Shen Xun retrieved her thermos, filling it with hot water infused with slices of ginger. The thermos, equipped with a strap, was slung around her neck. She intended to take Lai Fu for a stroll, to see where the water had receded. Lai Fu, with his thick fur seemingly impervious to the cold, bounded ahead of her, stopping occasionally to wait for Shen Xun. Observing Lai Fu's growing stature, she noted that he now reached her knees when standing beside her. After a night had passed, the city lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of snow. With temperatures plummeting below 60 degrees, even the rainwater had frozen. Shen Xun stepped over the second-floor window ledge, treading carefully on the icy surface, while Lai Fu gleefully frolicked in the snow before returning to her side. The city, a first-tier city, boasted the Tianfu area at its center, home to numerous shopping malls. Although previously submerged, the waters had receded, revealing many of the establishments once hidden beneath the flood. As she walked, Shen Xun noticed several individuals bundled up like dumplings, moving past her. Whenever someone cast a greedy glance at Lai Fu, he would bare his sharp teeth and growl. Observing the buildings around her, Shen Xun noted some had succumbed to water damage, collapsing, while others appeared precariously unstable, their walls peeling and crumbling. A gentle push would likely send them tumbling down. Having only arrived in the city a few days prior, she had yet to explore its offerings. A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Shen Xun to tighten her scarf around her neck, covering half her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. Ahead lay what appeared to be a shopping mall. She called out to Lai Fu, who scampered back to her side. Lifting Lai Fu onto her shoulder, Shen Xun studied him as she scanned the area for any signs of life. After a brief run-up, she sprang with agility, easily leaping over the 2-meter-high wall and landing gracefully on the windowsill. "Down you go," she instructed, lowering Lai Fu to the ground and brushing off the white wall debris from her gloves. No one had yet entered the mall, and Shen Xun made her way to the grain section. Many bags of rice, encased in plastic, had absorbed the rainwater, transforming into a mushy mass. The watery rice paste was now frozen solid on the shelves. There were also some untouched by the rain, all made from waterproof materials. A whole section of shelves was filled with well-packaged rice, which Shen Xun carefully selected and stored in her space. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the wall. Someone was breaking through. With no tools available for climbing, they resorted to smashing the wall. Shen Xun quickly gathered a few useful tools and placed them into her space. Before long, a large hole was made in the wall, through which a dozen individuals entered. Upon seeing Shen Xun standing by the shelves, they paused momentarily. Clearly, these individuals were not part of the same group. After breaking through the wall, they began to frantically seize the items on the shelves. Shen Xun pretended to pick a few things to put in her backpack, with Lai Fu closely following at her heels. "Hey, that woman over there, wait a moment." 3 of them called out to Shen Xun as she attempted to leave. Ignoring them, she proceeded toward the breached wall, thinking to herself, "Just because you shout doesn't mean I must stop. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you?" One man, having dropped the items he was carrying, fixed a greedy gaze on Lai Fu, his eyes glistening with anticipation. "Meat. It's been over a month since I last had meat. You can go. But your dog must stay," he added. Lai Fu sensed the hostility emanating from Shen Xun and let out a low growl toward the man. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." The man continued, "Are you really deaf? I said you can scram, but leave the dog behind. Keep talking. And you might not leave at all." He was clad in a long black cotton coat, his gaze locked solely on Lai Fu. "What a fat dog. It's been ages since I've had dog meat." Lai Fu, who had been well-fed and was now quite plump, especially with the exercise Shen Xun provided, had legs not of fat but of robust muscle. Shen Xun chose to disregard the man, turning instead to exit the mall. Now that Lai Fu had undergone a transformation, it was time to test its newfound abilities. The man drew a machete from his backpack, taunting, "You think you can escape? You didn't listen when I told you to leave. Now you can't run. Let us just grab some food and leave, Wuge," urged a woman who had accompanied the man. "Get lost," he snapped, his eyes wild with madness. He relished this new world, free from constraints, having already taken many lives. Though a flicker of fear crossed his mind at the thought of being captured by the police, the ensuing drop in temperature and heavy snowfall reassured him that the world had irrevocably changed. Chapter 50. The Ferocity of Lai Fu. He reveled in watching those who once held power now grovel at his feet, enjoying the adoration of others and the thrill of unrestrained slaughter. The sensation of controlling others' lives was utterly intoxicating. Shen Xun recognized the frenzied expression on his face. She had witnessed it countless times before. The first wave of inhumanity had emerged in the apocalypse. Those who had long suppressed their instincts, once freed from societal rules, would shed their facades and act with impunity. The people in the mall, eager to avoid trouble, chose to remain oblivious, focusing solely on gathering supplies. The lives of others were irrelevant to them, with survival taking precedence. After being scolded by the man, the woman felt a surge of fear and ceased her attempts to persuade him, turning away as if she hadn't seen anything. As the man brandished his knife, the other two seemed to anticipate Shen Xun's fate, opting to continue gathering supplies rather than intervening. Once outside the mall, Shen Xun halted and turned to face the man. Not running anymore? Keep going if you can, he snarled, his expression grotesque, the blade in his hand already nicked. Who said I was going to run? Shen Xun unzipped her backpack, feigning to retrieve something, but instead pulled out a wide blade, drawing it from her pack with a flourish. The man momentarily froze, his smile vanishing. Anyone bold enough to seek supplies alone must either be like him or possess some skill. He couldn't discern which category the young girl before him belonged to. He glanced back. They were now at a considerable distance from the mall. Lai Fu, he said he wants to eat you. What do you think we should do? Lai Fu had already assumed a combat stance. Hesitating, the man did not advance, but Shen Xun was steadily closing in on him, having killed many already. He felt no fear as he charged at her with the machete raised. Shen Xun had no intention of killing him. She merely deflected his strike with her blade and delivered a swift kick to his armpit, causing the machete to clatter to the ground. She picked up the weapon and stepped back, declaring, Lai Fu, he's yours now. It's time for you to train. For a moment, Lai Fu hesitated, glancing between Shen Xun and the man, then leapt forward, eager to finally sink its teeth into something. Previously, when Shen Xun had placed it in her space, its inherent nature craved to kill animals, but she had not allowed it. Each day, it could only take the life of a live fish during mealtime, using their blood as a consolation. Lai Fu's sudden ferocity made the man take 2 steps back, still reeling from the pain in his armpit. As Lai Fu pounced on him, it bit down, and the man instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. But Lai Fu's sharp teeth pierced through his coat and into his flesh. He screamed in agony, "Get off me!" Lai Fu was kicked into the snow, rolling twice before looking at Shen Xun with a pleading expression. However, she pretended not to notice, leaning against a tree to drink water. Left with no choice, Lai Fu scrambled back into the fray, but this time it suffered further injury as the man struck it hard in the neck, momentarily disorienting it. Lai Fu, alert and vigilant, circled the man, then seized the opportunity to leap onto his back and bite down. The man howled as Lai Fu tore a chunk of flesh from the back of his head, his hat flying off. The blood flowed but quickly froze in the frigid air, and the man, racked with pain, struggled to retaliate. Just then, he seized Lai Fu's front leg and slammed it to the ground. Lai Fu quickly regained its footing, and a standoff ensued. The man was bewildered. How could this dog be so fierce? Despite the beating, it could still rise. His strength was considerable. He had previously knocked out a man with a single punch. Lai Fu, too, had become emboldened through the fight. As a hybrid of a lion and a tiger, it was faster than both. Cautiously, it observed its prey, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. Shen Xun felt a sense of relief at Lai Fu's transformation, having nearly intervened moments before. Lai Fu charged at the man, leaping onto him just as he attempted to counterattack, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. As the injuries accumulated, the man's speed began to wane. Lai Fu intended to wear him down gradually. The blood seeping from his wounds would freeze, ensuring that even if he managed to escape, his days were numbered. No longer engaging in close combat, Lai Fu retreated after each successful strike, utilizing its speed to evade the man's pursuit. The onlookers in the mall, sensing the man had been gone for some time, emerged to investigate. The wounds on the man's legs rendered him unable to stand, and he fell to his knees. The surrounding snow stained a deep red with his blood. Lai Fu, enough playing around. Let us go, Shen Xun called, turning to leave. Lai Fu, however, lunged at the man, biting through his neck, blood gushing forth as the man collapsed, gasping for breath. It ran back to Shen Xun, who produced some fish jerky as a reward. Lai Fu eagerly crunched on the treat. Chapter 51. The Mutated Crocodile. Shen Xun observed the bloodstains on Lai Fu's mouth, Contemplating, Lai Fu was still too young, possessing the instincts to hunt but lacking the necessary training. As the large and small figures continued their journey, Shen Xun, despite being warmly dressed, felt an unusual chill. She poured herself a cup of ginger tea to warm her body and filled another cup for Lai Fu. After finishing the drink, Lai Fu dashed over to a snow mound and began to dig. Shen Xun initially thought it needed to relieve itself, but Lai Fu softly called for her instead. Approaching its side, Shen Xun noticed that Lai Fu was still furiously scraping the ice, revealing something beneath. She used her foot to push aside the snow covering the ice surface, uncovering a frozen figure beneath. The person's eyes were wide open, clearly trying to claw their way to the surface. Seeing that Shen Xun had spotted its discovery, Lai Fu affectionately nudged her before joyfully returning to dig at the ice again. Shen Xun realized that Lai Fu had found yet another human. Like a predator, Lai Fu continued to excavate, and in a short span, had created numerous small pits in the snow. As noon approached, Shen Xun found an unoccupied house, closed the door, and retrieved a pre-prepared stove from her space. She placed a grill on top and set out the skewers she had purchased earlier. With ginger milk tea complementing the skewers, Lai Fu crouched by the stove, enjoying its meal. After a brief cleanup, they set out once more. Shen Xun noticed that Lai Fu had changed significantly. It no longer rushed over to seek affection as it once did. Yet, if she extended her hand, it would still trot over, tail held high in a proud sway. Truly, this feline possessed an air of aloofness typical of its kind. As Shen Xun affectionately stroked Lai Fu's neck, she produced a bag of snacks from her space, munching as they walked. Suddenly, Lai Fu bolted in a particular direction with exuberant energy. It moved with remarkable speed, and Shen Xun, disregarding everything else, hurried to follow it. They twisted through several alleyways before Lai Fu disappeared into one, prompting Shen Xun to halt her pace. In the alley, a heavy stench of blood and the foul odor of decaying corpses filled the air. Drawing her sword, Shen Xun stepped cautiously into the darkness. The alley, 3 meters wide, was littered with countless bodies, some decomposed, others intact. Yellowish-black fluids had frozen solid upon the ice. Even with her mental preparation, the sight before her left Shen Xun momentarily paralyzed. Lai Fu, come here, she called. Lai Fu hesitantly approached her side, swallowing nervously as the icy sunlight illuminated several crocodiles feeding on the remains. Among the heap of corpses, Shen Xun recognized several familiar faces, those she had personally discarded into the water, now dragged here. A multitude of eyes turned towards her, halting their feast. Gripping her sword tightly, Shen Xun noticed one crocodile gnawing on a severed hand. The sound of its razor-sharp teeth crunching through bone echoed ominously in the stillness of the alley. The bone must have been pulverized, she thought, as the guttural swallowing sounds grew louder, and the crocodiles began to advance towards her. A fight was imminent. The creatures that had survived to this point had undoubtedly undergone successful mutations. Shen Xun could not afford to be careless. The crocodiles moved with incredible speed, their limbs propelling them swiftly across the ground. She turned and fled, recognizing that the narrow confines of the alley would hinder her ability to effectively fight back. Lai Fu, come here, she shouted while running, but Lai Fu, seemingly overly stimulated, hesitated momentarily to glance back at the crocodiles before quickly following her out of the alley. The crocodiles pursued them relentlessly, their saliva trailing behind them in long streaks. Once outside the alley, Shen Xun found herself cornered with no escape route. The crocodiles formed a circle, trapping both her and Lai Fu. Clenching her sword, she prepared for their assault, which came without respite. Swinging her sword down, she struck a crocodile on the head while another lunged at her. With one hand clutching Lai Fu, she leaped onto the head of a crocodile, using it as leverage to escape their encirclement. The blade of her sword bore a deep gash, and as she assessed the damage, she realized these creatures had become incredibly formidable. Blood poured from the wound she inflicted, yet the injury was not deep enough to deter the crocodile, which now attacked with renewed ferocity. 6 or 7 crocodiles charged at her simultaneously, and seizing the moment, Shen Xun thrust her sword into one of their eyes, pulling out the eyeball as she withdrew her weapon. The creature thrashed in agony on the ground. Lai Fu, go for their eyes, she commanded. 2 more crocodiles lunged at her legs. Shen Xun barely evaded their onslaught, her sword wedged firmly between the crocodile's jaws. She delivered a powerful punch, slamming its elongated mouth into the ground, pulverizing its upper jaw into a bloody mess, and cracking the ice beneath them. Having used 2 swords without success against these beasts, She retrieved a handgun from her space and fired twice at the advancing crocodiles. The bullets struck with tremendous force, penetrating their armored hides, causing one to collapse motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Lai Fu clawed at one crocodile's eye and bit down on its arm, tearing it off with a savage rip. Chapter 52, Cleansing the Mutated Beasts of City B. Shen Xun watched in astonishment as 2 gunshots felled the crocodiles behind Lai Fu, letting out a sigh of relief. She surveyed the scene, her swords now rendered useless. Observing the gashes on her sword, it was evident that the crocodile's teeth and claws had caused the damage. Lai Fu, carrying the severed arm in its mouth, trotted over to Shen Xun and dropped it at her feet, then returned to drag another crocodile towards her. Shen Xun watched in silence. Lai Fu, she called, and upon hearing her voice, it rushed back. Shen Xun knelt and pried open Lai Fu's mouth. It easily bit through the crocodile's hard shell that had resisted her sword. With its sharp fangs dripping with blood and saliva, Lai Fu seemed eager to feast. "You want this?" Shen Xun queried, glancing at the pile of crocodile corpses at her feet. Lai Fu picked up a severed hand and bit down, producing a satisfying crunch that made Shen Xun wince. No wonder it was so excited, it craved a change of taste. Collecting the crocodile remains into her space, Shen Xun poured herself a cup of ginger tea, finally feeling warmth return to her body. Lai Fu, still gnawing on the crocodile's arm, walked alongside her. "Lead the way." "We're heading home," Shen Xun instructed, realizing she had lost her bearings in this unfamiliar environment while following Lai Fu's lead. They entered an unoccupied room, and Shen Xun retrieved a non-slip bicycle from her space. Lai Fu ran ahead as she rode closely behind. Along the way, they encountered several groups of people searching for supplies. Just before dusk, they arrived at the base of Building F, climbing through the second-floor window, where they found 2 wooden crates likely left by Chen Cheng and his group for assistance. Shen Xun and Lai Fu climbed in, and after retrieving the bicycle, she decided to leave it out rather than stowing it away. She carried it with one hand, seeking a room in the corridor to hide it. The number of people remaining in Building F had dwindled significantly, following the retreat of the waters. Many had departed either to seek relatives in the countryside or to flee City B, uncertain if they would survive the journey. Shen Xun climbed the stairs at a leisurely pace, aware that the zoo and various breeding grounds in City B harbored successfully mutated animals lurking within the city. These creatures fed on the flesh and blood of humans to survive. Having likely remained dormant during their mutation, they had now awakened to feast. Tomorrow, she would lead Lai Fu on a hunt to eradicate the mutated beasts from City B. It would also serve as good training for Lai Fu. Upon reaching the 16th floor, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiangrui, who was dragging a wooden board laden with supplies they had gathered. "Keep it up," Shen Xun encouraged as she passed him, continuing her ascent. On the 22nd floor, a multitude of supplies had been amassed, all carried up by pairs of individuals. Chen Cheng had tidied up room 2202, which remained unscathed by the rain. In the corridor, he constructed a partition, where a stove was ablaze with charcoal. Shen Xun opened the iron door, revealing Lin Xiangrui, who was already hauling items upstairs. "Shen Xun, Chen Cheng, and I won't disturb you any longer. We intend to move into room 2202 across the hall. I shall still prepare meals for you. Just come over to the partition when it's time to eat. If you wish to learn, I will gladly teach you," he remarked, noting that it had been over a month since he and Chen Cheng had been intimate. Staying at Shen Xun's place was also inconvenient, and it was only during their expedition for supplies today that he realized how drastically the outside world had transformed. The two managed to find a considerable amount of charcoal, albeit soaked by rain. It could be ignited, but required some drying first. He exchanged 3 bags of rice with Shen Xun for 2 boxes of dry charcoal and some coal, additionally requesting her to select a few more supplies. He also removed the sofa bed, leaving only a solitary sofa in the living room. As Shen Xun closed the door, Lai Fu scampered into the room, retrieving its ceramic bowl. Shen Xun placed a live fish before it, which Lai Fu devoured in mere moments. After finishing, it gazed at Shen Xun, prompting her to offer it 2 eggs. Yet, Lai Fu continued to follow her, expressing a newfound desire for crocodile meat, having grown tired of fish. Shen Xun's mind drifted into her space, where she retrieved a crocodile from the lower level, slicing it into several portions. Within her domain, she was the sovereign. With but a thought, mountains could be flattened. Presenting the neatly cut crocodile meat, Lai Fu eagerly indulged, and Shen Xun, witnessing its sheer delight, felt a pang of temptation herself. However, the thought of crocodiles being carnivorous made her lose her appetite. Shen Xun opened the iron door to procure ingredients, stating her desire for braised pork ribs. Lin Xiangrui wiped the sweat from his brow, affirming her request. Observing the two in their flurry of activity, Shen Xun noted that the residents of room 2202 had departed after the water receded. They had discovered numerous vacuum-sealed seafood provisions, remarkably well preserved against moisture. As Shen Xun watched Lin Xiangrui cook seafood porridge, she paid keen attention, recalling the less-than-pleasant flavor from his last attempt. Having spent over a decade without stepping foot in a kitchen, let alone during the apocalyptic aftermath, she decided to gather a handful of greens for Lin Xiangrui to incorporate into the meal, as they were all on the brink of freezing. This small partition in the corridor had transformed into a makeshift kitchen, and soon, Qin Cheng had also organized the sofa bed. He, feeling the chill, squatted near the stove to warm himself. Cheng, I have heated some water. Warm your hands here, Lin Xiangrui offered, pouring hot water into a basin. Chapter 53, What on Earth? Walking the Dog. The two appeared ravenous after a day spent scavenging for supplies. The outside is in utter disarray. I had hoped the water receding would bring some relief, yet it is even more chaotic, Lin Xiangrui lamented, it being his first venture outside since the relentless downpour began. Shen Xun nodded in agreement, though her chopsticks were surreptitiously competing with Chen Cheng for meat. Lin Xiangrui's culinary skills were undeniably impressive, particularly his stir-fried squid. Seizing the moment while Chen Cheng was distracted, Shen Xun swiftly scooped food into her bowl, exclaiming, indeed, the outside is quite chaotic. Please be careful. Lin Xiangrui glanced up, gazing at the window, while Chen Cheng filled his bowl from the platter. Lin Xiangrui, see him? Shen Xun accused playfully. Lin Xiangrui scrutinized Chen Cheng's plate. Cheng, how do you expect everyone to eat like this? Half the plate has already vanished into Shen Xun's stomach. Chen Cheng found himself at a loss for words, reluctantly placing the plate down. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xun quickly pilfered 2 more bites into her bowl, letting out a satisfied burp. As night enveloped the sky, Yu Jiangwo arrived, weary from climbing the 22nd floor. Fortunately, everyone was present. Sun Jiahong and Old Huang had recovered from their injuries. We discussed going out tomorrow to gather supplies and wanted to invite you all along for mutual support. Upon hearing of the previous injuries, Lin Xiangrui was taken aback, as this was news Qin Cheng had neglected to share. He shot a sidelong glance at Qin Cheng. After today's outing, he fully comprehended the chaos outside. The more people who could join the supply hunt, the better. He agreed, and Qin Cheng had no objections. Yu Jiangwo turned to Shen Xun, stating, I want to be joining you, I need to walk my dog. Shen Xun stood to bid him farewell. What on earth, walking the dog? Yu Jiangwo exclaimed. Once Shen Xun entered the room, Lin Xiangrui informed Yu Jiangwo about Shen Xun's pet, though he was uncertain if it was indeed a dog. Yu Jiangwo was taken aback. In such tumultuous times, when nourishment was scarce, she was thinking of walking a pet. Shen Xun retrieved the lively stove from her space, igniting it to heat water and plugging in the electric blanket. With Lin Xiangrui and the others absent, she could activate the solar panels tomorrow, basking in the warmth. Lai Fu had finished eating, and Shen Xun noticed its mouth smeared with bits of meat. She guided it to brush its teeth, ensuring it was clean before releasing it. After all, she often cherished holding Lai Fu close, and a clean mouth eased her worries. The water on the stove was boiling, and Shen Xun mixed in some rainwater to take a bath, relishing the comfort as she reclined on the large bed. Diving into her space, she observed the tranquil rabbit. Her stored food was nearing its expiration, so she fed it a few tender greens. Shen Xun then gathered some fruit and began collecting eggs, noticing that many chicks had hatched. Exiting her space, she brought out the fruit, mindful not to overindulge late at night. Picking up a book, she read for a while until her eyes grew weary, and she soon succumbed to sleep beneath the covers. Upon rising in the morning, Shen Xun was still washing up when Lin Xiangrui called from outside, announcing that breakfast was ready. The two had risen early today, preparing to search for supplies. After finishing her morning routine, Shen Xun emerged to find Qin Cheng already seated at the table, enjoying a simple fried rice dish, enhanced with ham and leftover greens from the previous day, along with the chili sauce they had found. Shen Xun devoured 2 generous bowls. In the partition, a hanging line bore several cotton garments, and the stove blazed brightly, indicating that the clothes the two had gathered yesterday were drying and would soon be wearable. Shen Xun returned to her room to dress and put on her shoes. Although Lai Fu's mouth was smeared with remnants of food, it was merely blood water. Shen Xun insisted on washing its mouth again. As they stepped outside, they encountered Lin Xiangrui and Qin Chang, who were also heading out. Lin Xiangrui gazed at Lai Fu. "What have you been feeding it? It has grown so rapidly." Indeed, this time, he noted that Lai Fu had indeed ballooned, appearing much larger than before. Shen Xun looked down at Lai Fu, still clad in the same cotton jacket from yesterday, though it seemed to fit more snugly. "It's just growing. A healthy growth rate is normal," Shen Xun laughed, acknowledging that Lai Fu had indeed grown significantly since yesterday. The trio descended the stairs together, and Shen Xun retrieved the bicycle she had hidden on the third floor, bringing it down. "Shen Xun, you are truly remarkable to have found this," Lin Xiangrui exclaimed, marveling at the bicycle. "While everyone else walks on the icy surface, you are riding a bike. Luck was on my side. I found it while browsing a mall yesterday." In the distance, Yu Jiangwo and his group were approaching. Shen Xun hopped onto the bicycle, calling out to Lai Fu, "Let us go." Lai Fu dashed after her, its limbs flailing as it chased the bicycle. Indeed, she was going for a walk with her dog. Sun Jiahong watched the duo's retreating figures, still incredulous after hearing Yu Jiangwo's earlier account. In these chaotic times, would she truly be safe alone? Zhang Yuanchao wondered aloud, recalling the perilous encounters they had previously faced, which had exacted a heavy toll for their escape. Qin Chang regarded Shen Xun as she cycled away, feeling that Zhang Yuanchao's concerns were unnecessary. Even if they encountered danger, he believed Shen Xun would remain unharmed. Time and again, she had surpassed his expectations, just when he thought she was formidable. She displayed even greater prowess. Chapter 54, Shadows in the Abandoned Building. With the absence of Shen Xun, Yu Jiangwo brought along an additional companion, a friend from Block E. The group ventured forth, diverging from Shen Xun's path. The sun blazed high in the sky, yet offered no warmth, and the snow showed no signs of melting. Shen Xun halted her bicycle and took a sip from her thermos of ginger water. She had amassed sufficient supplies to last a lifetime, but lacked experience in battling the mutated creatures. Crouching down, she observed Lai Fu, whose padded coat appeared to be a size too small. After replacing Lai Fu's coat with a more fitting one, Shen Xun leisurely mounted her bicycle, cycling at a leisurely pace as if merely taking her dog for a stroll after breakfast. Lai Fu began to dig, and as Shen Xun pedaled on, she spotted several frozen corpses along the road. Arriving at the alley from the previous day, Shen Xun hoped for a stroke of luck in encountering mutated creatures, as the alley had become a veritable dining hall for them. Having no sense of direction, she recalled the path she had traversed yesterday. Lai Fu behaved normally, and upon reaching the alley, it appeared unchanged from the previous day, the signs of struggle buried beneath the snow and wind. Confirming no abnormalities and finding the bodies undisturbed, Shen Xun meandered out of the city center. Even if mutated creatures lurked about, the denser population in the city center meant fewer of them. After cycling for over half an hour, Shen Xun dismounted and pushed her bike, noting the many collapsed buildings, with no structures to shield her from the biting wind that had numbed her face. As she attempted to cross a railing, Lai Fu bit down on her pant leg, tugging her in another direction. Following Lai Fu's lead, Shen Xun mounted her bicycle once more, as Lai Fu sprinted across the icy surface. They navigated through several ruined buildings until Lai Fu led her to an unfinished structure, where Shen Xun parked her bicycle, stepping onto the rubble and followed Lai Fu inside. The building materials of this unfinished edifice were of good quality, having remained intact despite a month of exposure. The ground was strewn with frost, and although Shen Xun wore non-slip shoes, she slipped twice. As she crossed the rubble, she jumped down, finding herself on the second floor, which was mostly empty except for a few standing pillars. The dark puddles on the ground had already frozen over. Lai Fu, having lost its earlier excitement, inched closer to Shen Xun as they ventured deeper inside. Observing Lai Fu's reaction, she gripped her handgun tightly. A sudden unease washed over her, as if something were watching her, sending shivers down her spine. Cautiously approaching each pillar, she remained vigilant, wary of potential threats lurking behind them. Reaching the staircase on the second floor, Shen Xun noticed bloodstains trailing down from above, varying in hue. The trail suggested a body had been dragged downstairs, where darkness reigned. Shen Xun hesitated to descend and retrieved a powerful flashlight from her bag. Shining it downward, a dark shadow darted swiftly past the beam, prompting Lai Fu to adopt an aggressive stance, remaining tense. Shen Xun probed further with her flashlight. The vast space allowed whatever it was to hide effectively, and she failed to discern what it had been. She could not dismiss the notion that the creature had detected her presence, lying in wait somewhere below for the opportunity to strike. Shen Xun sheathed her flashlight and ascended the stairs. There were 12 steps, and with her gun firmly in hand, she climbed, finding the third floor in better condition than the second, as sunlight streamed through, providing a meager visibility. The building had stood vacant for an indeterminate time, as dust coated the walls in a dark hue. The third floor was marked by a greater quantity of yellowish slime and traces of something that had crawled across the ground. Shen Xun observed the slimy remnants frozen beneath her feet, an unpleasant sight. Lai Fu clung to Shen Xun's pant leg, halting her advance. Shen Xun, on high alert, concealed herself behind a pillar, her gun loaded and ready. From the shadows of 6 or 7 pillars, she spotted a figure and cautiously approached, holding her breath. A python, as thick as a barrel, coiled in the corner. Lai Fu pressed closely against Shen Xun, and she could sense its fear. The python's tail intermittently struck the ground, and its body swelled, revealing a humanoid silhouette within. A yellowish slime continuously oozed from its underside, coating the serpent's body. Coiled in multiple loops, its massive head loomed above, and Shen Xun could not ascertain its full length. The python, now awake, fixed its gaze upon Shen Xun, who turned and fled, unaware that the creature had already roused. She thought her movements were cautious enough to evade detection. The python had noticed her presence the moment she set foot on the third floor, but having recently fed, it showed no intention of hunting again. Realization struck her. The python sensed prey through vibrations in its abdomen, and the entire third floor was slick with its slime. The python had long been aware of her existence. It was careless of her to have overlooked this detail upon seeing the snake. The enormous head of the serpent flicked its tongue, and 2 black sensory organs absorbed her scent. The python's vast body undulated between the pillars, its scales gliding effortlessly across the ice, propelling it with alarming speed. Shen Xun glanced back at the approaching serpent's head, its black tongue brushing against her shoulder. She twisted her body to evade the oncoming head, while the python, seemingly toying with its prey, raised its head to regard the diminutive human before it. The sunlight glinted off its scales, casting a colorful sheen, rendering the sight somewhat less repulsive had it not been for the yellowish slime. As the python zeroed in on Shen Xun's location, Lai Fu seized the opportunity to leap onto the serpent, biting down and tearing away a chunk of flesh, swallowing it whole. Shen Xun felt a wave of dismay. She feared she could no longer affectionately regard Lai Fu's face. The python emitted a hissing cry, its tail striking Lai Fu and sending him crashing painfully against a pillar, leaving a significant dent in the ground. For the sake of sustenance, Lai Fu truly fought valiantly. The python, momentarily abandoning its pursuit of Shen Xun, turned its attention to Lai Fu, opening its massive jaws while Lai Fu dashed between the pillars, evading the creature. Shen Xun took a breath, her instincts screaming in alarm as she rolled to the right, the golden serpent's head raised high, observing her intently. Meeting the gaze of the golden python, she nearly forgot about the other snake lurking below. 1 black and 1 gold, 2 enormous serpents. This golden one was significantly larger than its ebony counterpart. Watching Lai Fu dart between the pillars, Shen Xun rose and began to run, as the golden python, evidently still hungry, pursued her relentlessly. Lai Fu was swifter than the black python, deftly maneuvering around its head to leap onto its back, sinking its teeth into flesh once more with a satisfying swallow. The python's elongated body was cumbersome, unable to account for threats from behind. After Lai Fu's successful attack, it quickly retreated, and Shen Xun observed this strategic maneuver with a mixture of admiration and apprehension. Upon hearing the black python's anguished cry, the golden serpent extended its tongue, its slit pupils locking onto Lai Fu. Shen Xun picked up a crumbling concrete block from the window ledge and hurled it at the golden python. The golden python flicked its tongue, gazing intently at Shen Xun, and thus commenced yet another chase. The magnificent serpent, stretching over 10 meters in length, coiled its body around the 4 pillars and snaring Shen Xun within its grasp. In a swift motion, Shen Xun exchanged his pistol for a dagger, plunging it deep into the python's flesh. The blade penetrated just enough for him to draw a long, gaping wound along its side, measuring nearly the length of his arm. The massive head of the python reared up, its jaws agape as it lunged toward Shen Xun, revealing sharp fangs glistening with a viscous green venom. His pistol was already aimed at the creature's maw. Hissing in pain, the golden python writhed and released its hold, allowing Lai Fu to leap to Shen Xun's side, chewing on a piece of golden snake meat. Meanwhile, the black python lay bloodied on the ground, its life force rapidly ebbing away as the blood that flowed from its wounds froze upon contact with the ground, binding it in place. Raising its head, the black python displayed signs of retreat, but its injuries, now encased in ice, rendered it unable to escape. The golden python slithered over to its fallen counterpart, its vertical pupils narrowing as it bit down on the black python's vital spot, extinguishing its life completely. With a gaping mouth, the golden python devoured the black one whole, leaving Shen Xun in stunned disbelief. Had they not been allies? Deprived of its meal, Lai Fu emitted a growl and rushed towards the remains of the black python, seizing its tail and tugging with ferocity. The two creatures tore at each other, resulting in the black python being severed in two. From within the serpent's belly, the half-digested body of a man plopped onto the ground, grotesquely disfigured by venom and digestive fluids, its innards scattered about. Both parties consumed their portions voraciously, and within moments, the black python was entirely devoured. Shen Xun, wiping his brow, observed the scene before him. Lai Fu licked the blood from its lips, its wild eyes fixated on the golden python, which darted its gaze between Lai Fu and Shen Xun before ultimately locking onto Shen Xun as its target. A wry smile crept across Shen Xun's face. It seemed he was the soft target after all. Drawing his pistol, he fired a shot at the python's head. But the serpent dodged swiftly, the bullet grazing its skull and leaving a crimson mark. The python charged at Shen Xun, but Lai Fu clamped down on its tail, pinning it to the ground. Shen Xun fired multiple rounds until the python lay motionless. He then discharged 2 more shots to ensure its demise. The creature's digestion was rapid. The once prominent bulge of the black python in its belly had vanished, leaving no trace of movement. Shen Xun caressed the cold, resilient scales of the slain python, appreciating its value. Following the consumption of the black python, Lai Fu had visibly grown, its coat straining against the zipper of its padded jacket. Chapter 56. Living as one desires suffices. Last night's alligator meat, today's python flesh. Lai Fu approached Shen Xun, now towering well above her knees. She affectionately stroked its head, ruffling its fur. The black spots on its coat began to manifest distinctly, a clear indication of its growth. Perhaps due to their constant companionship, she had overlooked Lai Fu's transformations. Lin Xiangrui was indeed correct. Lai Fu was maturing rapidly, especially since it had started consuming mutated alligator meat. It appeared that these aberrant creatures not only feasted on human flesh, but also engaged in a brutal cycle of predation amongst themselves, epitomizing the survival of the fittest in the animal kingdom. Lai Fu, now satiated, dragged the remains of the python closer to Shen Xun, demonstrating its newfound independence in foraging for food. Shen Xun felt a swell of pride. This way, she could conserve her own rations. Stowing the python meat in her storage space before sipping some ginger water and beginning her return journey. Fortunately, her bicycle remained untouched, and as she mounted it, Lai Fu ran alongside her. She wished she could take Lai Fu with her on the bike, but its size had grown significantly. It was imperative not to suffer unnecessarily. Allowing Lai Fu to run would provide it with essential exercise. After half an hour of cycling, they finally reached the city center. Shen Xun found a room, closed the door, and set up a stove. It was time for lunch. She retrieved a meal set from the home-style restaurant, 1 box containing 3 dishes and a soup. After finishing her meal, she boiled water in her kettle and refilled her thermos. The water in the thermos cooled too quickly. She had barely sipped it 3 times before it became cold. With 2 stoves burning, a sense of warmth enveloped her. She laid out a recliner, preparing to rest. Lai Fu was still enjoying its lunch, consisting of alligator meat, a live fish, an egg, and some goat milk. After its meal, it rested its head on Shen Xun's foot. After half an hour of rest, Shen Xun stretched her arms and legs, packed away the recliner and stove into her storage space, and opened the door. Both human and leopard shivered against the cold as they mounted the bicycle, Shen Xun tightening her scarf. The wind seemed to have intensified in the afternoon, prompting her to ride at a leisurely pace on her way back. Suddenly, a man appeared, rushing to the roadside, clad in a thin jacket, his face frozen and blue. "Help! Help! Is there anyone who can save me?" he cried out. Shen Xun cycled past him, Lai Fu closely following. "It's so cold! Who can save me?" The man lamented, watching Shen Xun's retreating figure with a sense of despair. Still a distance away from Tianfu, Shen Xun noticed numerous individuals along the roadside dragging makeshift wooden boards laden with dismantled furniture. It seemed they intended to use them for firewood to keep warm. Shen Xun navigated her bicycle through the throng. Upon reaching Building F of Tianfu, she spotted several familiar faces, Huang Weigua, Lin Xiangrui, and an unfamiliar figure. "Hi," Shen Xun greeted, dismounting her bicycle and wheeling it over to join them. They were gathered around the same makeshift wooden board Lin Xiangrui had set up yesterday, which now bore a collection of supplies, rice, some closed boxes, and disassembled furniture. Shen Xun felt little interest in these items. Huang Weigua noticed that Shen Xun had returned empty-handed from her morning outing, clearly having just taken Lai Fu for a walk. "Shen Xun, we're heading out to scavenge for supplies again this afternoon. Would you like to join us?" No, I have a little food left, enough for 2 days. "I'll go out again after that," she replied, lifting her bicycle as she headed upstairs to conceal it. "People can barely find enough to eat. Why keep a dog?" A man scoffed. "They should focus on gathering supplies instead of taking leisurely strolls." Lin Xiangrui, recognizing that the man was a friend of Yu Jiangwo, kindly advised, "I suggest you refrain from making such comments in Shen Xun's presence." The man shot Lin Xiangrui a scornful look, as if he were exposing Lin Xiangrui's vulnerabilities before the crowd. Lin Xiangrui trembled at the familiarity of that gaze, reminiscent of the way people had looked at him when he was with Chen Cheng. Huang Weigua remained silent, struggling to accept the nature of Lin Xiangrui's relationship with Chen Cheng, two grown men entangled in such a bond. Initially, he had been predisposed to think otherwise, having never heard Yu Jiangwo mention Chen Cheng's wife. Lin Xiangrui chose not to respond, suppressing his discomfort as he prepared to search for supplies alongside them. While he could not escape the scrutiny of others, he resolved not to dwell on it too heavily. After all, life was ultimately his own to live, and he would strive to embody the essence of his desires. In his mind, Shen Xun's visage surfaced. Having known her for over a month, she consistently exhibited a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Was it not this very quality that had drawn him to Chen Cheng? A sense of responsibility and capability. Remembering his beloved, Lin Xiangrui felt a little less burdened. With the supplies organized, he began to haul them upstairs, piece by piece. Shen Xun opened the door, connecting the heating system. In Chapter 57, the master truly no longer loves me. Both stoves were brought out, and the underfloor heating was activated, gradually dispelling the cold air that lingered in the room. Shen Xun closed the door, retreating into this small haven. She fetched a reclining chair and a small table, shedding her coat, and prepared fresh fruit alongside spicy marinated delicacies, including chicken feet, duck necks, chicken legs, and some kelp with assorted side dishes. A portion of spicy rabbit meat was also opened, complemented by a cup of warm lemon water as Shen Xun settled in with her tablet to binge-watch a series. Lai Fu, not fond of such spicy fare, waited patiently as Shen Xun diced the snake meat, mixing in 3 eggs, and heating it over the stove. The thoroughly cooked snake meat was enveloped in a golden egg coating, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that kept Lai Fu eagerly anticipating. Shen Xun served the snake meat into Lai Fu's bowl, and with the addition of the much-desired eggs, Lai Fu savored the rare treat, taking small bites to relish the exquisite flavor. Shen Xun, opting not to speed through the show, lounged in her chair throughout the afternoon, relishing the savory rabbit meat, prompting her to open yet another packet. Such delectable snacks were perfect for watching her series. It was simply splendid. Once the fruits and snacks were devoured, Shen Xun continued watching 2 more episodes until dusk fell, and the sound of the iron door knocking signaled Lin Xiangrui and the others had finished their tasks. Shen Xun donned plush slippers, wrapped herself in a knee-length cotton coat, and placed a fleece hat atop her head. Stepping outside was akin to entering an entirely different realm. Shen Xun ventured into the garden, harvesting 2 heads of cabbage. Despite the frost having claimed many of the crops, the cold weather allowed them to be preserved for a considerable time. A bag of chicken wings and a bottle of cola caught her eye, as she envisioned indulging in cola chicken wings today. With her ingredients in hand, Shen Xun opened the door and placed them on the shared table, expressing her desire for cola chicken wings. "All right," Lin Xiangrui replied, proceeding to thaw and wash the wings. Shen Xun observed intently. Cooking appeared quite simple, as many dishes could be mastered with a singular stir-frying technique. To her ears, Lin Xiangrui's explanations sounded like arcane knowledge. During the simmering phase, Chen Cheng emerged, his hands blackened with soot from tending to the charcoal fire. Shen Xun glanced inside, noticing a considerable stack of firewood piled in the corner. Lin Xiangrui poured hot water for Chen Cheng to wash his hands, and Shen Xun followed suit, the lingering scent of spiciness clinging to her hands. A small round wooden table was set with a steaming pot of white rice porridge, garlic stir-fried cabbage, cola chicken wings, spicy stir-fried octopus tentacles, and steamed buns Lin Xiangrui had made from flour. The three of them were acutely aware of how hard-won their food was, and after a hearty meal, they felt pleasantly stuffed. Shen Xun bid farewell to the two, while Chen Cheng carried the stove inside. With heating, underfloor warmth, and 2 stoves, Shen Xun felt extraordinarily cozy even in the frigid temperature of -60 degrees. After boiling water, she suddenly felt the gaze of a pair of eyes upon her for quite a while. "Forgive me, I was merely too hungry earlier. I promise to feed you first next time," Shen Xun said, as Lai Fu gazed at her with a look of reproach. Lin Xiangrui called them to dinner, and Shen Xun, lost in her thoughts, stood and left, leaving Lai Fu still hungry. From her supplies, Shen Xun retrieved diced alligator meat and snake meat, added 2 beautiful fish oil capsules, and cracked 2 eggs on top before heating it over the stove. After Lai Fu finished eating, Shen Xun took a shower, brushed Lai Fu's teeth, heated the electric blanket, and put away one of the stoves. Lai Fu nestled at her feet and drifted off to sleep. In the night, the city echoed with sporadic cries, but tranquility soon returned. The following morning, Shen Xun arose to find Lin Xiangrui had prepared breakfast. They had already eaten and left a portion for her. Upon opening the door, Shen Xun saw the steamed buns placed on the small table, along with a serving of stir-fried cabbage and spicy meat. She heated the food in the microwave, savoring the bun dipped in chili sauce alongside the tender cabbage until it was all gone. Lai Fu squatted by the door, looking at Shen Xun with a sense of helplessness. "The master only thinks of food now. She no longer loves me. I remember when she used to prepare countless delicacies for me every day." As Shen Xun gazed at Lai Fu standing at the door, she choked on a few sips of water. "Lai Fu, come here." Lai Fu ambled over to her side. Shen Xun pulled out 2 large pieces of snake meat, a live fish, and fresh shrimp. "Eat quickly." Lai Fu glanced at Shen Xun and then at its bowl. Realizing the truth, it seemed she no longer loved it, as even its beloved eggs were absent. "I remember they used to be included in every meal." Shen Xun examined the bowl and discovered she had indeed forgotten to add an egg. Retrieving one from her supplies, she coaxed, "Be good, eat up." Faced with the tempting food, Lai Fu dove in eagerly and Shen Xun knelt to watch. Standing up, she gestured to indicate Lai Fu had grown significantly. "Come here," Shen Xun instructed, retrieving a ruler from her supplies and measuring a height of 2 meters on the wall. Lai Fu approached, and Shen Xun marked a line where Lai Fu stood. Shen Xun then headed downstairs, pushing her bicycle out. Today, she intended to take a different route, but first, she needed to visit that alley. "You're up," Lin Xiangrui said, rubbing his hands together. His knitted gloves were showing signs of wear. Shen Xun returned his greeting with a broad smile. The buns were delicious. "Did you make the chili sauce yourself?" Lin Xiangrui nodded in affirmation. In Chapter 58, The Young and the Unwise Shen Xun, she remembered discovering seafood chunks in the chili sauce from breakfast, confirming it was indeed Lin Xiangrui's handiwork. "Are you taking Lai Fu for a walk again today?" Lin Xiangrui asked, eyeing the snugly wrapped Lai Fu, clad in a cotton coat with only its 4 paws exposed. "Yes, I went to a wonderful place yesterday that Lai Fu loved. I plan to explore other areas today," Shen Xun replied earnestly, recalling her delightful outing. Lai Fu certainly enjoyed it, as it was filled with its favorite treats. Chen Cheng and Sun Jiahong returned, dragging their supplies, and it appeared today's haul was even less than yesterday's. Yu Jiangwo cast a glance at Lai Fu. "Looks like Shen Xun is off to walk her dog again." Sun Jiahong, unsure of Shen Xun's thoughts, handed her a well-packaged bag of rice weighing about 10 pounds. As the only woman in the group, she understood the hardships many women faced outside. Seeing Shen Xun's innocent demeanor, she felt compelled to show a bit more concern. Shen Xun gazed at the bag of rice nestled in her bicycle basket, finding it hard to refuse such generous offerings. After all, one should not turn down free provisions. Sun Jiahong invited her to join in searching for supplies tomorrow, and Shen Xun nodded in agreement. After the waters receded, she had been walking Lai Fu and hadn't he sought out supplies herself. If she kept her door shut while having food, they would undoubtedly grow suspicious of her. After bidding farewell to Sun Jiahong, Shen Xun rode off on her bicycle, Lai Fu bouncing along behind her. First, she visited the alley, which remained unchanged, and then returned to Tianfu, taking a different direction. Chen Cheng watched as the pair dashed past him, and Zhang Yuan now glanced at Shen Xun, reflecting. It's nice to be carefree. She seems to be the only one managing to enjoy herself in these times. Youth often breeds ignorance, and with the current circumstances, one might wonder how she could still find joy. Once the food runs out, she would surely regret it. The man recalled how Sun Jiahong had gifted her a bag of rice. Though it wasn't too much, it would sustain her for half a month if rationed wisely. Sun Jiahong was truly kind-hearted. Chen Cheng and Zhang Yuanzhao ignored the man's jibe. He was a friend of Yu Jiangwo. They focused on finding supplies, opting to conserve energy for moving the goods. Shen Xun walked purposefully in one direction, pausing occasionally to sip ginger water to warm her body. She traversed the 4 cardinal points of the city center, only to find that those supplies had yet to reach this area. Currently, that alleyway is suitable for prolonged surveillance. The sky is on the verge of darkening, and the number of collapsed buildings is overwhelming. Shen Xun retraced her steps, consuming a significant amount of time, as the mutated creatures within the city remain scarce. In the countryside or the mountains, one would expect an abundance, yet, regrettably, there are none near City B. As Shen Xun cycled back to Tianfu, the night revealed numerous individuals hauling supplies home. With the waters receding, many resources could still be salvaged. However, every morsel is precious. And after circling the city center recently, Shen Xun noted that the number of survivors is still considerable. Chen Cheng was still engaged in moving supplies, each of them with a wooden plank in hand. Upon seeing Shen Xun return, Chen Cheng nodded as a form of greeting. Shen Xun secured her bicycle and ascended the stairs, returning empty-handed today. What would you like to eat? Lin Xiangrui inquired upon Shen Xun's return as he prepared a meal. Shen Xun pondered for a moment, twice-cooked pork and stir-fried carrots. She retrieved a frozen piece of pork from the bottom of the refrigerator and picked 2 carrots, handing them to Lin Xiangrui before preparing food for Lai Fu. Lin Xiangrui thawed the meat, sliced it, and then ventured into Shen Xun's small garden to gather a few frozen garlic sprouts to accompany the pork. Observing him cook, Shen Xun realized that, as he had mentioned, many cooking techniques could indeed be intertwined. After finishing his tasks downstairs, Qin Cheng joined them, and Lai Fu, having finished his meal, lay beside Shen Xun, who affectionately stroked his fur. The 3 sat around a small table, and Lin Xiangrui expressed his delight at Shen Xun's decision to accompany them tomorrow in search of supplies. Shen Xun offered Lai Fu a generous portion of braised pork, to which he enthusiastically responded, despite Shen Xun's previous culinary attempts being less than palatable. The water on the stove was boiling, and Shen Xun quickly wiped herself down. The room was warm, with ample heating, allowing her to bathe and dry off comfortably. After her bath, she nestled into her bed, releasing a contented sigh. The following morning, Shen Xun gathered a handful of greens, craving a vegetable porridge along with stewed ribs. The 3 enjoyed breakfast together, Shen Xun partaking in their rice, bringing her own vegetables to enhance the meal. Afterward, she cleaned Lai Fu's mouth and measured his height, astonished at how quickly he had grown, now 5 centimeters taller than the previous day, his hat obscuring his ears and cheeks, revealing only his bright eyes and mouth. She had replaced his bulky coat with a fitted one, concealing the dark spots on his body. Ready for the day's endeavors, Lai Fu accompanied Shen Xun downstairs, where they all awaited, as supplies became increasingly elusive, prompting everyone to venture further afield. Chapter 59, You Also Wish to Be My Dog. Shen Xun approached, pushing her bicycle, while Lai Fu stood at her feet. Lin Xiangrui spotted Shen Xun descending and waved through the crowd, Shen Xun, over here. Only then did Shen Xun notice the throng gathered beneath Tianfu, with individuals congregated around each building, presumably also in search of supplies. She joined Lin Xiangrui, taking a sip of ginger water from her thermos. After a brief wait, Sun Jiahong and Zhang Yuanchao arrived, accompanied by a woman. Sun Jiahong exchanged greetings with several others. The woman was enveloped in an oversized winter coat, her petite frame nearly swallowed by its bulk. This is my wife, Chen Hui, Zhang Yuanchi introduced her to the trio, evidently familiar to Sun Jiahong. Chen Hui greeted them, while Shen Xun squatted to examine Lai Fu's teeth. Lai Fu, noticing Shen Xun's attention, nudged her thigh with his head. Having grown significantly taller, Shen Xun engaged in play with him, as Chen Hui awkwardly withdrew her smile, receiving only Lin Xiangrui's response. Lin Xiangrui, too, felt the awkwardness, as Chen Cheng was mute and Shen Xun only exhibited emotion during meals or when in peril. After another 2 minutes, Yu Jiangwo arrived with Huang Weigua and his friend, alongside 3 women. With local supplies nearly exhausted, they intended to seek resources further afield. The larger group would facilitate a more fruitful search. Inspired by Chen Cheng and Lin Xiangrui, several men had also brought their wives along, lest they venture out alone while leaving many mouths to feed at home. Shen Xun remained in the snow, frolicking with Lai Fu in a playful chase, forming a snowball that she hurled at him, but he evaded it with remarkable speed. Shen Xun, Yu Jiangwo called out as the group of 12, 6 men and 6 women gathered. Except for Shen Xun, everyone else was bundled up like dumplings, while she donned a thermal suit and a windbreaker, allowing her greater mobility than her companions. Yu Jiangwo introduced the additional men, one of whom Shen Xun recognized as Luo Wanwan, who had also brought his wife along. They stomped in place to keep warm. Yu Jiangwo mapped out a route, and the group set off along it. Shen Xun cycled beside them, observing the collapsed structures, with the first and second floors buried beneath the icy surface. After some time, Lai Fu began digging in the ice again, prompting Lin Xiangrui's curiosity about his activities. Along the way, Lai Fu had already excavated several holes. You can take a look, Shen Xun said as she swayed on her bike. Lin Xiangrui moved toward Lai Fu, but Chen Cheng grasped his hand. Don't go. Shen Xun smiled at Chen Cheng, evidently aware of what lay beneath the holes Lai Fu had dug, graves for those who perished that fateful night, many buried beneath the ice. After over an hour, a towering building came into view, standing at over 40 stories high, its exterior marred by large gashes, clearly having been searched already. As someone on the upper floors poked their head out, Yu Jiangwo urged everyone to continue onward. This building was already inhabited, and further searches inside would likely incite conflict. We cannot proceed any further, Huang Wei was stated, his hands tucked into his sleeves, nearly devoid of feeling. If we go any further and find something, it will take a long time to haul back. Luo Wanquan concurred. Shen Xun refrained from participating in their debate, instead sipping water by the roadside and offering Lai Fu a drink of steaming ginger water, which warmed her body considerably. Little sister, may I have a sip? A woman approached Shen Xun, eyeing the thermos hanging from her neck. She had seen the steaming water earlier. It was apparent that she was nearly frozen. They were all out searching for supplies together, so a sip of water shouldn't pose an issue, especially given Shen Xun's youthful appearance. The woman was Huang Weiguo's wife. Shen Xun glanced at the still discussing group and firmly declined. No. It's just a sip of water. You gave your dog some earlier. What's the harm in giving me a cup? The woman shivered as she spoke. I offered it to him because he is my dog. What? Do you wish to be my dog as well? Shen Xun shot her a disdainful look, making it clear that she had no interest in such a proposition. Lin Xiangrui stifled a laugh, finding Shen Xun's retort infuriatingly amusing, a source of satisfaction for him. That remark is rather excessive, don't you think? Yun Jia merely desires a sip of water. Another woman stepped forward to defend her. Shen Xun mounted her bicycle, declaring, if you want something from me, you should ask nicely. The woman realized that the supplies belonged to Shen Xun, and while she could not impose, her frustration lingered over something as trivial as a sip of water. Enough of this, Yu Jiangwo and the others ceased their discussion. Their gazes fixed on Shen Xun and Yun Jia, but Shen Xun remained unfazed. The woman was Yu Jiangwo's wife, and since Yu Jiangwo and Huang Weiguo were friends, their wives naturally formed a camaraderie as well. Disagreements were evident. Yu Jiangwo wished to continue forward, while Huang Weiguo and Luo Wanquan believed it prudent to change locations, suggesting they retrace their steps and search for even some firewood along the way. Chapter 60. There are monsters. The weather was dreadfully cold, and while it might have been reasonable to press on in search of supplies, the prospect of returning empty-handed loomed ominously, a waste of energy. Chen Cheng shared the sentiments of Yu Jiangwo, desiring to venture further. If nothing turned up after an hour, retracing their steps would not be a burden. Zhang Yuanchao echoed Chen Cheng's thoughts, lamenting the depletion of edible resources in the vicinity of Tianfu, where even the wooden furniture from the buildings had been stripped bare, an assertion that digging 3 feet into the ground would not be an exaggeration. Food was scarce, and everything was in short supply. Lin Xiangrui deferred to Chen Cheng regarding the search for materials, while Shen Xun observed the divergence in opinions among the group, ultimately leading to a division. Yu Jiangwo, Zhang Yuanchao, Chen Cheng, and Sun Jiahong opted to push ahead, whereas Luo Wanquan and Huang Weiguo chose to return, reasoning that they had yet to scavenge this path and could find plenty along the way. Just as they were about to part ways, Yu Jiangwo was halted by his wife, who insisted he return. Husband, I'm freezing beyond measure. Let us search our way back. The woman trembled violently, leaving Yu Jiangwo no choice but to separate from the others. The 12-member team was now reduced to 6, Chen Cheng and Lin Xiangrui, Zhang Yuanchao and Qin Hui, Shen Xun and Sun Jiahong, who continued onward. With Luo Wanchuan's incessant complaints absent, the 5 moved with greater speed. Shen Xun rode ahead on his bicycle, and they walked for an hour, maintaining a tacit understanding not to stop, their eyes scanning the surroundings. After more than 20 minutes, they came upon a 6-story shopping mall bustling with people hauling supplies. Instantly invigorated, they hastened towards it, with Zhang Yuanchao and his wife leading the charge, while Sun Jiahong, bow in hand, followed closely behind. Shen Xun navigated the gravel, wheeling his bicycle straight into the mall, which was not particularly large, with the lower 2 floors encased in ice. The group split to act independently, and Shen Xun watched as Chen Cheng and Sun Jiahong retrieved ropes from their backpacks, dismantling a metal shelf and binding it into a makeshift platform for their gathered supplies. Their demeanor suggested they were seasoned scavengers. Shen Xun secured 3 bags of rice to the back of his bicycle and stowed some snacks in his backpack, noting that the options were dwindling. The mall had been largely looted, and it was unlikely to sustain them for more than a day. The place felt desolate. Many were transporting goods back to their homes, only to return to the mall for more. With their wealth of life experience, Zhang Yuanchao and Qin Hui efficiently stacked their findings atop the metal platform, while Lin Xiangrui emulated their method. After a busy afternoon, they assisted in carrying the supplies downstairs, dragging them across the frozen surface as they made their way back. Shen Xun had 3 bags of rice strapped to the rear of his bicycle, with additional provisions in the basket, and even Lai Fu was laden with 2 bags as they retraced their steps. The journey there had taken 2.5 hours, but with their burdens, they made little progress, and an hour later, they had barely covered half the distance. They squatted by the roadside to rest, and Shen Xun opened his thermos for a sip of ginger tea, revealing a pair of plush tiger claw gloves seemingly pulled from his backpack, though they were actually smuggled from another dimension. As he donned the gloves, his stiff fingers gradually regained their feeling, and the group, pulling the metal platform, began to sweat, warmth returning to their bodies. Please, can you spare me some food? A woman suddenly emerged from a nearby house, her bare hands riddled with frostbite and injury. Shen Xun surveyed her hands, surmising they were beyond saving. The woman smiled, her cracked lips oozing a trickle of blood that she unconsciously licked away. Zhang Yuanchao's expression became complicated. Stay away from my husband. At a time like this, you're still trying to seduce men? If you're able-bodied, why not go find food? Qin Hui berated her harshly. The woman's eyes filled with tears, but they quickly froze on her cheeks. She seemed to realize this, attempting to wipe them away, though her face was already frostbitten. She shifted her gaze to Chen Cheng, but was intimidated by Lin Xiangrui and then turned to Sun Jiahong, who averted her eyes. The woman approached Shen Xun, but he gave her not a single glance, closing the thermos and, before she could utter a word, coldly telling her to scram. In despair, she sank to her knees. Having gone 2 days without food, her companions had ventured out to seek sustenance, yet none had returned. She had been abandoned. Run, run. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a group of terrified individuals burst forth from the rubble of a collapsed building, 2 of whom warned the group, there are monsters. Run. Shen Xun's alertness surged, and Zhang Yuanchao and Chen Cheng exchanged a glance before grabbing the rope and sprinting. They had no idea what was pursuing these people, but the terror etched on their faces seemed genuine. The group scrambled to their feet, dragging their burdens as they fled. Shen Xun mounted his bicycle, glancing back towards the debris. Chapter 61. Heat arises from the cold. Shadows leaped down from the rubble, their forms significantly smaller than Lai Fu's, revealing themselves to be mutated stray cats. Lai Fu twitched restlessly. Lai Fu, stay close, Shen Xun urged, fearing it would run back. There were too many people around, and it was not the time to engage, especially with the number of mutated cats already exceeding 20. They raced with remarkable speed, appearing merely as a mass of black fur. Help! It hurts! A scream pierced the air, and everyone turned to see the woman from earlier, now pinned to the ground, her clothing torn to shreds. The mutated cat's sharp claws raked across her body, blood splattering and freezing into crimson ice. One pounced on her head, tearing at her scalp and hair, devouring it whole, eliciting a more anguished scream from her. A dozen mutated cats descended upon her, nibbling away as if toying with their prey, relishing her cries of agony. Lin Xiangrui trembled in fear, his legs turning to jelly as Chen Cheng yanked him along. Run! Quickly! Lin Xiangrui's voice quivered. Zhang Yuanchou snapped back to reality, and alongside Chen Hui, they sprinted, each member of the group seemingly ignited with newfound strength. Not daring to look back, a few mutated cats abandoned their feast to chase after them. Shen Xun glanced back to find several that were nearly as large as Lai Fu. Meanwhile, 2 more individuals fell behind, their screams echoing through the air, sending chills down the spines of the others as the mutated cats savaged their fallen prey. Shen Xun pressed on, turning to see the woman quickly consumed, her bloodied skeleton left desolate on the road as the mutated cats pursued. In an instant, another person fell behind, a man frantically hurling debris at the attacking cats, striking 2 that quickly regained their footing. Clutching his wounded abdomen, the man fled. But his speed could not outpace the cats. As they closed in, he grasped the clothing of a woman running ahead. With a powerful tug, he pulled her back. And the mutated cats lunged at her instead, eliciting desperate cries for help. The woman's eyes reflected despair as she watched the man escape. With the immediate danger averted, he hastened his flight. Chen Cheng witnessed the chaos, observing how several people had become unwilling stepping stones for their companions. He clutched Lin Xiangrui's hand tightly, both of them running with a fearless resolve. As the feline predators engage in their hunt, they often indulge in a playful manner, allowing their prey to escape for a brief moment. Suddenly, 4 or 5 enormous mutated cats darted out from an alley, obstructing the escape route of their quarry. They had exhausted their amusement, and it was time to feast. Shen Xun slammed on the brakes, as directly in her path stood a mutated cat roughly the size of Lai Fu. The individuals from the other 2 alleys were also forced back by the appearance of the mutated cats, and within moments, over 20 people found themselves encircled. Lai Fu stood protectively in front of Shen Xun, baring his teeth and emitting a growl. In that instant, the mutated cat before Shen Xun recoiled 2 steps, its vigilant eyes fixed on Lai Fu. Darling, Chen Hui and Zhang Yuanchou clung tightly to each other. Sun Jiahong had already drawn her bow, poised to strike, while Shen Xun retrieved a broadsword from her backpack, prompting Sun Jiahong to steal a few more glances at her. Escape was no longer an option. The group hastily scavenged for any makeshift weapons, even a simple stick would suffice. Amidst the rubble of the collapsed buildings, there were plenty of rebar, each person armed with one. The mutated cats circled the encircled group, seemingly deliberating on which victim to consume first, the air thick with a pungent odor. Someone had soiled themselves. The urine froze instantly, and as the wind blew, the man trembled even more, no longer requiring the mutated cats to strike, for he could freeze to death on his own. Time ticked away, and the mutated cats showed no urgency to attack. But the man who had soiled himself spiraled into madness. He began shedding his clothes in the crowd, piece by piece, until he stood completely naked. So thirsty, so hot. I'm so hot. His face flushed, his exposed skin reddened. He wore a smile, yet those around him felt only terror. The cold had ignited a fever within him, and everyone understood he was doomed. The man burst from the crowd, collapsing to the ground, his skin making contact with the icy surface, and as he attempted to rise, a sound of tearing echoed as the skin on his legs and abdomen was ripped away by the ice. Screams erupted from the crowd, fear spreading like wildfire. Flesh and blood froze instantly upon contact with the frigid air, as a dozen mutated cats rushed forward, tearing and gnawing, the sounds of their ravenous consumption sending chills down spines. The mutated cats ceased their weight and surged forward. Chen Cheng swung his rebar with all his might, knocking one charging mutated cat to the ground, leaving it gasping for breath. Shen Xun dispatched one after another with her broadsword, while Lai Fu pinned down a charging mutated cat, sinking his teeth into its neck, tearing it in 2. Chapter 62, Kill It. Don't eat. Shen Xun admonished this wayward creature as Lai Fu licked the blood from his lips, swallowing the remains of the mutated cat. Lai Fu approached Shen Xun, carrying the half-eaten carcass, seeking her assistance to stow it away as before. Lin Xiangrui swung his rebar fiercely, knocking another mutated cat unconscious, leaving only a handful of the beasts still standing. The crowd began to coalesce into a semblance of confidence. A slightly larger orange mutated cat emerged from the shadows, sinking its teeth into a kitten's neck and swallowing it whole. After consuming the kitten, it charged toward Lai Fu, its powerful limbs pounding the ground, prompting the crowd to scatter. Shen Xun, be careful. Sun Jiahong warned, noticing the large cat's target was Shen Xun, and she aimed her arrow at the beast. The large cat adeptly dodged, emitting a harsh, guttural sound. The remaining mutated cats launched a frenzied assault. The large cat leaped over Shen Xun, pursuing Lai Fu with fervor. Having long set its sights on him, the blood and flesh of Lai Fu were far more enticing than that of humans. Yet for Lai Fu, the large cat represented a sumptuous meal as well. Lai Fu opened his jaws to confront it, and as two felines clashed, their movements were a blur, leaving tufts of white and orange fur scattered across the icy ground. Blood began to stain the ice, and Lai Fu's hat was clawed off, several scratches appearing on his coat. The mutated cat bore wounds, while Lai Fu clung tenaciously to its neck, each convulsion eliciting a vicious bite from Lai Fu until the creature ceased its struggles. Lai Fu raised his head and unleashed a roar that silenced all the mutated cats, causing them to retreat. Within seconds, not a single one remained. Aside from those lying unconscious on the ground, Lin Xiangrui remained transfixed by Lai Fu's roar, which was unmistakably not a dog's bark, if he was not mistaken. It resembled the sound of a cheetah. He recalled never having heard Lai Fu make a sound before, and Shen Xun had never acknowledged Lai Fu as merely a dog. He had imagined various absurd breeds, yet the truth, when unveiled, was even more outlandish. Lai Fu approached Shen Xun, dragging the body of the mutated cat to her feet. This was his self-procured sustenance. The hat atop his head had been damaged in the earlier fray, revealing his distinct features that set him apart from both cats and dogs. A leopard is still a leopard, kill it. The crowd descended into chaos once more, the bolder among them gripping their rebar tightly, prepared to strike Lai Fu should he make any move. Shen Xun and Lin Xiangrui exchanged glances, apprehensive at the sight of the fresh blood on Lai Fu's jaws. For a moment, he dared not approach. You all should leave, Shen Xun said, wiping her broadsword clean. Several individuals were already closing in around her with their rebar. Zhang Yuanchao took his wife by the hand, urging her to move first, while Chen Cheng cast a lingering glance at the gleaming blade in Shen Xun's grip. He was not worried for her but for those reckless enough to challenge her, surviving only to rush toward death. What are you planning? Sun Jiahong interjected, her arrow trained on the approaching individuals. She had come to terms with Shen Xun's dog transforming into a leopard, yet the current situation was dire. This is your first time facing such a scenario, isn't it? I've encountered it several times. The animals nowadays are not normal. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll take you down with him. Indeed, we've seen it several times. None of these creatures are normal. They devour human flesh. We must slay it to prevent future calamities. You should leave as well, Shen Xun urged, pulling Sun Jiahong toward the bicycles behind her. Sun Jiahong suddenly realized that she had forgotten about the bicycles. They could move far faster than on foot. Remaining would only hinder her. All right, I'll go first. Be careful. With that, Sun Jiahong took off with the metal sheet. Sensing the hostility, Lai Fu tensed beside Shen Xun, who bent to pick up the remains of the mutated cat, placing them into her basket. She wished to flee, yet several individuals wielding rebar had encircled both her and Lai Fu. Outside the throng, others were scavenging the cat meat from the ground. Shen Xun's gaze turned cold. Now it all made sense. Lai Fu crouched, awaiting her command. Kill it. I have yet to taste leopard meat. A sea of greedy eyes scanned Lai Fu, disregarding Shen Xun entirely as his master. Two individuals trapped Shen Xun, while the others prepared to confront Lai Fu, fully aware that he was a large and ferocious beast. Though still young, they had witnessed his ferocity firsthand. Attack, don't hesitate. One shouted, rubbing his arms, his sleeves torn, feeling the cold. Lai Fu, tear them apart, Shen Xun commanded coolly, swinging her broadsword decisively. The two unprepared individuals had their heads severed in an instant. Blood gushed forth, only to freeze almost immediately. Lai Fu, with considerable strength, lunged at one of the assailants, biting down, then swiftly escaping the encirclement. Chapter 63. Words fail. Shen Xun was momentarily speechless. It was once again your old sixth method. Can you just engage directly for once? As Rafa leapt from the encirclement, the group gazed upon their fallen comrade, aghast at the ferocity displayed by the woman who had so swiftly dispatched two of their own. The one scavenging for cat meat halted their actions and fled in haste. Though they could not catch Ray Fu, they could certainly pursue the woman before them. It had been the negligence of those two fools that had allowed her to strike. But now they were prepared. With their numbers, they felt confident that they could overpower a single woman. Sister, if you simply hand it over to us, We shall let you go, one man, shaken by Shen Xun's earlier ruthlessness, reasoned. Surely, with so many of them, Shen Xun would be intimidated. You prattle on too much. Shen Xun retorted, brandishing her blade and launching herself at him. For those who harbored murderous intent, death was the only resolution. Only the dead could grant her peace of mind. The man swung a steel rod towards Shen Xun's head, the weapon slicing through the air with a whistling sound that she could hear even before it struck. With a clang, Shen Xun deftly parried the blow with her horizontal blade. There was no time to spare. She swiftly slashed at the man's hand, and with a pained scream, the steel rod fell to the ground alongside his severed fingers. My hand! My hand! He cried, tears streaming down his face. Without a hand, how could he survive in such a predatory environment? His fingers froze instantly, and he could no longer feel his arm. An attack came from behind, and in a moment of peril, Shen Xun rolled to the side, drawing a dagger from her waist and hurling it backward. The blade embedded itself in the man's abdomen, and he collapsed, gasping in agony, his eyes filled with despair. He was on the brink of death. In mere moments, 5 had perished, and the remaining few, armed with their steel rods, hesitated, their resolve wavering. They were not desperate outlaws, they had merely sought a meal. One of them cast aside his weapon and attempted to flee, but Rafa charged forward, tackling him and delivering a fatal bite. The others scattered in a panic. Reifu, pursue. Shen Xun commanded, and Reifu, swift as the wind, caught up and brought down another, while Shen Xun dealt the finishing blow before chasing after the next. Please, don't kill me. I was just momentarily blinded by greed, the man sobbed, his face streaked with tears and snot, clutching his injured abdomen. What is happening? I only wanted to take down 2 cats for a meal, but now this chaos has ensued. Faced with the approaching maw filled with sharp teeth, he recalled the woman he had thrust into the horde of monsters, his eyes mirroring the same despair she had shown. As Shen Xun approached, ready to question him, Rafa swiftly ended his life with a decisive bite. Stop, Shen Xun commanded, retracting her blade and twisting Rafa's ear. You insolent creature, have my words lost their weight? Or have you grown too bold? Reifu crouched low, head downcast. Shen Xun scolded him for a considerable time. Anomalous creatures, such critical intelligence lost, now. With some fled and others dead, how would she gather information? These men had claimed to have encountered altered animals more than once, while she had roamed for an entire day without a single sighting. Let us depart, Shen Xun said, retrieving a tissue to wipe the blood from her hands. Reifu followed closely behind her, visibly subdued. Upon returning to the street, Shen Xun glanced into the distance. Qingqing and the others had not yet left and were waiting not far away, perhaps having witnessed the entire ordeal. The cat meat still lay in the bicycle basket as Shen Xun mounted her bike and pedaled leisurely toward them. You haven't left? Waiting for me? She queried. Indeed. Lin Xiangrui and Qingqing replied, having anticipated the outcome. Shen Xun removed the thermos from around her neck and poured herself a cup of ginger tea. Reifu, resting his front paws on Shen Xun's leg, expressed his desire for a drink. Shen Xun retrieved his cup from her backpack and filled it for him. Lin Xiangrui and Qingqing had previously witnessed Shen Xun's lethal prowess, so their expressions remained relatively calm. However, Zhang Yuanchao and Sun Jiahong were still entranced by the earlier scene. Chen Hui, in particular, dared not even meet Shen Xun's gaze, astonished that the youngest girl in their group could be the most formidable one. She had heard her husband speak of Qingqing, but had never heard mention of Shen Xun. Shen Xun, you are truly remarkable, Sun Jiahong exclaimed, gazing at her in admiration. You appear to be in your late teens, and yet you keep a pet leopard. Is your true age perhaps not as it seems? Everything is well, let us be on our way, Zhang Yuanchao declared, the eldest among them, taking the initiative to move the group along without further pleasantries. As they resumed their journey, the group finally arrived near Tianfu as dusk approached, weary and famished. I'll head up first, Shen Xun said, leading the way on her bicycle. This outing had yielded plenty of supplies from the market, primarily food, enough to last them 2 months if rationed wisely. Following the events of the day, they understood that future scavenging would be fraught with even greater peril. Chapter 64, A Drop in Temperature. A sense of despondency settled over the group. Hurry up, Lin Xiangrui urged, feeling ravenous as he and Qingqing dragged their belongings along. What a day this has turned out to be, Chen Hui lamented, her tone laced with trepidation. It was her first time venturing out for supplies, and now she grasped the dangers her husband faced each time. We should move as well. Sun Jiahong suggested, dragging a metal board into the community. Upon reaching the third floor, Shen Xun concealed her bicycle and stored the items in her space. She did not feel fatigued, but was acutely aware of her hunger, having eaten only a small amount that morning. Initially intending to shake off her companions in search of a meal, she was surprised to find them waiting for her to return. Once back in her room, Shen Xun promptly retrieved the stove, activated the heating system, and once the room warmed, she set a pot of water to boil atop the stove. Lin Xiangrui and the others finished moving their belongings, and Shen Xun fetched some garlic shoots from the garden, craving a stir-fry. Lin Xiangrui began cooking rice, while Chen Cheng brought in more items from the hallway. Recognizing the ingredients, Lin Xiangrui knew precisely what Shen Xun intended to prepare. She had an undeniable fondness for meat, and, thanks to her, both he and Chen Cheng would enjoy a hearty meal as well. The aroma of the cooking wafted through the hallway, and Shen Xun eagerly perched on a small stool, awaiting the feast. Reifa trotted out, clutching its ceramic bowl, gazing at Shen Xun with a forlorn expression. Shen Xun smiled sheepishly as Reifa resumed its pursuit, following closely behind her into the room. There, she retrieved snake and crocodile meat along with 3 eggs and a bone, fully aware that Reifu was equally starved. After warming the food briefly, she placed Reifu's bowl near the stove to keep it from cooling too quickly. "Let us eat," she announced, and Reifu buried its head in the bowl, devouring the meal. Observing Reifu's now larger head, Shen Xun realized that the bowl had become inadequate. She would need to replace it soon. "Dinner is ready." Lin Xiangrui's voice echoed in the hallway, prompting Shen Xun to lower the heat on the stove, ensuring that the water would also be ready once they finished eating. The 3 of them, ravenous, sat around the small table, feasting heartily by the flickering glow of the stove. "Delicious," Shen Xun remarked, patting her full belly, appreciating Lin Xiangrui's culinary skills. The room felt exceptionally warm as she poured the hot water into a basin. It had been days since she had enjoyed a proper bath, having only managed to wipe herself down. The electric blanket had also warmed up, and after bathing, she collapsed onto her bed. Reifa curled up in its nest beside the stove, its soft snores audible. The next morning, Shen Xun awoke to a chill, the temperature having plummeted, nearing -70 degrees. The stove had gone cold, but thankfully, the heating and underfloor heating remained operational, with Reifa sprawled on the floor. Shen Xun reignited the stove, opting for coal instead of charcoal, as coal burned longer but emitted a toxic odor if inhaled excessively. She opened the window for ventilation. After both stoves roared to life, their bodies glowed a fiery red, radiating warmth. Shen Xun completed her morning routine and prepared breakfast for Lai Fu. Upon opening the door, she found Lin Xiangrui cooking. Today, the two had added an extra stove. Despite being in the small partition, Shen Xun still felt a chill. Lin Xiangrui was making meat and vegetable buns, and as Shen Xun observed him kneading the dough, she pondered how much water would be appropriate to add. Like this. Adding a little at a time until the dough reaches the right consistency, Lin Xiangrui placed the well-kneaded dough at Shen Xun's side. "Give it a try," he encouraged. Shen Xun removed her gloves and instantly felt the cold. She took a piece of dough, pressed it in her palm, and placed some cabbage inside. When sealing, "You see how I do it," Lin Xiangrui demonstrated in front of her. After pinching together 4 or 5 buns, she finally achieved the desired shape. As they placed the buns into the steamer, the 3 of them sat at the table waiting. Lai Fu, having finished his meal, emerged from the room, standing at the entrance of the partition, eager to join. Lin Xiangrui was startled by Lai Fu's sudden appearance, but relaxed when Chen Cheng patted him on the shoulder. "Are you going to walk the dog today?" Lin Xiangrui asked, retrieving the steamed buns. "Of course," Shen Xun replied, inserting her chopsticks into a bun, dipping it in some chili sauce before taking a bite. "It's so hot." After breakfast, Shen Xun took Lai Fu downstairs. Lin Xiangrui and Xin Cheng had no plans to venture out today. They intended to thoroughly search Building F, dismantling and moving the burnable wooden furniture upstairs for warmth. Shen Xun wheeled her bicycle out. Today, Tianfu was unusually quiet, likely due to the drop in temperature. Yesterday, many had been out scrounging for supplies, but today only a few scattered figures were visible on the streets. Clad in a plush hat, glasses, and a thick mask with a warm overcoat layered with a knee-length padded jacket, she placed heat packs on the areas of her body most susceptible to the cold before cycling out of the community. First, she headed toward the alley where she had encountered the mutated cats yesterday, and indeed, the few that had escaped were feasting there. Shen Xun refrained from attacking. Lai Fu stealthily maneuvered behind them, blocking their escape route. Meow, he announced, his presence sending 2 cats fleeing while the remaining ones met their demise at his jaws. Shen Xun stored the cat meat in her space. Chapter 65. A rare leisurely day following the path of yesterday's encounter with the mutated cats. Shen Xun aimed to explore areas frequented by others, curious about the whereabouts of their corpses. Mutated animals exhibit remarkable adaptability to weather changes, as Shen Xun had observed in Laifu. The air was a few degrees colder than yesterday, yet Laifu's actions remained unaffected. It was no wonder that scientists were eager to experiment on animals, seeking to extract genes to enhance humanity. With no one accompanying her, Shen Xun pedaled swiftly, returning to the previous day's battleground in just half an hour. She surveyed the ground, where only a few empty skeletons remained. The rest of the bodies had vanished. She cycled to the alley where she had slain the last person. That individual had fled quickly, and without Laifu, Shen Xun might not have caught up. The alley was deserted, and the bodies had disappeared. Shen Xun mused that it was not yet a matter of cannibalism. The disappearance of corpses might be related to the mutated animals, though she was uncertain of the species involved. Returning to the gravel area where the mutated cats had appeared yesterday, Shen Xun cycled onward. Behind the gravel road lay a commercial street, yet many buildings had collapsed. Laifu leaped onto the rubble, navigating it with agility. After thoroughly searching the vacant lot, Shen Xun concluded that there was nothing left to find. Laifu, let's go, she decided. Since nothing could be found, she no longer wished to waste time. Moreover, the weather outside was genuinely frigid. She rubbed her nearly numb hands, feeling a sting on the exposed skin of her face. Retracing her steps, she encountered 2 groups of individuals scavenging for firewood, wrapped from head to toe, while some kneeled by the roadside, crying for help. Shen Xun sped past, eager to return. After an hour and a half, she finally made it back, stowing her bicycle away before heading upstairs. Currently, the remaining inhabitants of Building F, including Shen Xun and Lin Xiangrui, numbered only about 10 households. Upon reaching the 9th floor, she encountered Chen Cheng. They had found some wooden furniture in other rooms of Building F and were in the process of dismantling it to move upstairs. Care to spar later? Shen Xun asked as she approached the stairs, realizing she hadn't exercised in over 10 days and had been running outside daily, with only a bit of initial success. Chen Cheng nodded. Oh, you're back so soon, Lin Xiangrui said, dragging wooden planks down the hallway. Shen Xun had previously taken Laifu for a walk, but had only returned after dark. It's too cold, I don't want to go out anymore, Shen Xun reflected. Laifu, too, possessed a certain allure for those mutated animals. Rather than laboriously searching outside, it would be preferable to let them come to her, especially given the biting cold. The indoor heating had been continuously running, and Shen Xun activated the underfloor heating, bringing out the 2 stoves, sinking into a recliner to rest. After a sufficient break, she bound weights to her iron plate and commenced her weight training, beginning with a run. Laifu jogged alongside her, and after more than half an hour, their warm-up concluded. As Shen Xun prepared to switch to different equipment, a knock sounded at the door. It was Chen Cheng. She opened the door to find him dressed in sportswear with a long padded coat over it, while an unwilling Lin Xiangrui stood behind him. Chen Cheng aimed to include Lin Xiangrui in the workout to strengthen his physique, and Shen Xun had no objections. Chen Cheng served as Shen Xun's sparring partner, and after their session, she practiced solo on the punching bag while Lin Xiangrui struggled on the treadmill, utterly exhausted, but under Chen Cheng's constant supervision. He had no chance to slack off. Throughout the afternoon, none spoke a word. The trio trained until they were drenched in sweat. As Shen Xun removed her boxing gloves, she felt light and resolved to increase her weights. Lin Xiangrui, however, was carried out by Chen Cheng, utterly incapable of moving. After bidding farewell to the 2, Shen Xun boiled water, preparing to indulge in a rare day of leisure. She wiped away the sticky sweat and, donning her coral fleece pajamas, reclined in the chair, sinking into her space. Recently, 2 piglets had given birth, and she had been attentive towards them, ensuring a steady supply of fresh cabbage. Each night, she would check on them. If they produced offspring, it would be over 30 piglets, crispy roast suckling pigs, succulent pork belly, and her beloved ribs. The mere thought made her mouth water. The rabbits had also given birth, resulting in 6 blind bunnies. Shen Xun placed several carrots, along with apples and bananas, for the mother rabbit, having previously discovered her fondness for these fruits. The lambs frolicked across the hills, grazing wherever they went, prompting the grass to flourish. Shen Xun picked a bounty of fruits from the trees, as the previous batch was nearly consumed. She set up a small round table, retrieving spicy rabbit meat and barbecued skewers from her space. The freshly grilled skewers still emitted steam, as if just prepared. After slicing the fruits to create a fruit salad, Shen Xun began to read a book on animal encyclopedias, noting that most animals had now mutated, with plants likely to follow suit. As dusk descended, Qin Cheng knocked on Shen Xun's door, inquiring what she wished to eat. Rubbing her full belly, she replied that she had indulged in too many snacks and told Lin Xiangrui not to prepare dinner for her that evening. Chapter 66. Just some warm water will suffice in such cold weather. It was perfect for making ice. Shen Xun retrieved 50 water buckets, filling them with the rainwater she had collected earlier. Half an hour later, the ice began to take shape. She placed the solidified ice blocks into the lower space and continued the ice-making process. Had always possessed a profound fondness for fruits. After a moment of contemplation, she delved into her spatial realm, summoning an array of bite-sized fruits, such as blueberries and cherries. With great enthusiasm, she cultivated a generous harvest of these delectable morsels, diligently washing them clean. Retrieving her ice maker from the depths of her space, she arranged the fruits within the molds and connected the solar panel. With the infusion of the frigid air, ice cubes were produced every few seconds, much to his delight. After transforming 2 baskets of fruits into ice, she proceeded to slice over 20 watermelons, converting them into frozen delights, and continued her efforts with several more baskets of fruit. The slightly larger fruits were prepared in a chilled form, ready to be savored at a later time. Once the fruits were finished, fetched cola, Sprite, and an assortment of beverages, producing ice for each. Throughout this process, she retrieved large ice blocks from the water bucket 3 times. After stretching her limbs, decided to conclude her tasks for the day, planning to resume tomorrow. As she reclined in bed, indulged in a film centered around a catastrophic tsunami, lay contentedly at her feet, while a small stove sat at the foot of her bed. Setting aside her tablet, opened the window for fresh air and added a few coal pieces to the stove, ensuring it would burn just long enough to last until the morning. From the adjacent room, agonizing screams pierced the air. It was attempting to relieve muscle tension. "That hurts, ease up a bit," exclaimed, as firmly grasped his leg. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. With each press of his fingers, cried out in pain. Reminiscent of his past endeavor to woo by enrolling in personal training sessions, only to be subjected to similar treatment. Since then, he had never returned, his money wasted. Noticing his distraction, intensified his grip, eliciting more yelps. The following morning, awoke feeling refreshed. Having risen naturally, S' large head rested comfortably upon her abdomen as she gently stroked its soft ears. Although the coal was still burning, the bottom had extinguished. Carefully packed the ashes, storing them in her space, where they could eventually serve as soil. After preparing his meal, tidied up and opened the door, declaring her intention to make chicken stew. She retrieved the remaining half of a chicken from the fridge, which was nearly empty of visible ingredients, coinciding well with her culinary skills that had improved significantly. Was already placing washed rice on the stove when he stood to take the half chicken from her hands. "All right. What's wrong with your voice?" inquired, noticing his hoarse tone. "Just a slight cold. A bit of hot water will do," replied, turning away from her. Grateful that his hat concealed his fleshed ears. "Can I add some of this?" he asked. Pulling out a package of mushrooms he had discovered with at the market, S' eyes brightened at the sight. She had some in her space as well, although it was inconvenient to retrieve them. "Absolutely, go ahead," she encouraged, feeling her hunger intensify at the thought of chicken and mushroom stew. Once was well fed, it ambled over to, who noticed its growth. "Come here," she called, and the creature adeptly positioned itself against the wall. With a pen, marked a line on the scale, pondering how quickly would soon reach her waist. "Time for dinner," called, his voice echoing towards the iron door. Dashed out, realizing that had already claimed the best seat, arriving just a moment too late. The enticing aroma of mushrooms blended with the rich scent of chicken wafted through the air as served everyone a bowl of soup. Reached out to accept his portion, while cast a sidelong glance at him. "This is for, yours will be served shortly." S' expression was one of despondency, ever since began dining with them. He felt that had grown distant. The 2 smaller dishes of dipping sauce were shared between them, while was provided her own. Under the impression they were heading out again, eagerly brought its hat and coat too. "Not today, we'll rest for a couple of days," she assured, closing the door behind her. reclining on the sofa to digest her meal, approached with a ball of yarn, seeking companionship in play. She suspended the ball from a fishing rod, swinging it in the air, but was unable to catch it, inciting a fit of laughter from. "Jump a little higher, you're almost there," she teased, playfully lifting the yarn higher just as was about to grasp it. Under her guidance, had already learned to leap over a meter high. As training time approached, strapped on her weights, adding an extra plate for a total of 120 pounds. Clad in her workout attire, and soon joined her. Dutu's rapid progress. Found himself sparring with her for 2 hours, silently questioning if this was truly her first experience with boxing. Her strength, speed, and technique were astonishing. Nearly rivaling his own after 4 years of training, she was nothing short of a prodigy. After the boxing session, resumed his personal training, occasionally taking time to supervise. Inspired by the two fitness enthusiasts, understood the importance of seizing the opportunity to train, pushing through without voicing fatigue. Observing that was genuinely non-threatening, relaxed his guard and made space to run alongside the creature. The three spent the entire morning at the gym, after which carried back. Upon closing the door, removed her sweatband, which was now dripping with moisture. However, the cold weather made the dampness of her clothes cling to her skin uncomfortably. Back in her room, she retrieved cold medicine from her space, changed out of her wet attire, and reclined on her lounge chair. Focused her energy into her spatial realm, plugging in the washing machine to the power bank, and tossed in her soiled garments. Lay at her feet, its massive head resting on her toes. There was still some chicken stew left from breakfast, and picked some cabbage to add, while washed and prepared it for cooking. In the afternoon, the pair ventured to Building F to gather firewood. After feeding, resumed her ice-making endeavors, as the extreme cold had just begun, lasting only a year, while the heat would persist for 2. The ice cubes from the previous day were insufficient, prompting to retrieve her ice maker and water buckets. Continuing her efforts while slicing lemons to add to the molds, as her ability to manipulate her powers became increasingly adept. She transformed basket after basket of fruit into ice cubes, creating small mountains within her space, sufficient to last for some time. Yet, the large ice blocks necessary for cooling were still lacking, leading her to extract 50 large buckets, filling them with rainwater until the living room could accommodate no more. Now, all that remained was to wait. With her laundry completed, took out the dryer, connected it to the solar panel, and hung the spun-dry clothing within. The machine hummed to life. Once finished, the ice cubes had solidified and began collecting them, pouring water in as she worked. Accumulating 100 cubes had proven to be nearly as taxing as her strength training. Upon finishing, she collapsed onto the lounge chair for a well-deserved rest. Perched on the windowsill, monitored the activity below. Once finished her tasks, it leaped down and nudged her with its head, persistently. "You want to go out, huh?" she mused, realizing that was not merely a domesticated pet, but rather a formidable beast with an inherent instinct for hunting. From her space, retrieved a chain harness, perfectly sized to fit around. The creature stared at her, momentarily puzzled yet excited. Was this an indication of an outing? She placed some bones and fish jerky into the bag, allowing to nibble at them as she opened the large iron door. Elated, dashed outside, but upon realizing had not followed, it paused and returned to her. "Go out and play, but return before nightfall," Shen Xun instructed with an impassive expression. If Laifu did not return, she would likely not feel sorrow, after all. The absence of one glutton would undoubtedly conserve a substantial amount of provisions. Moreover, the frigid air permitted the mutated creatures to roam freely, but she was human, and such conditions were too arduous for her. Laifu hesitated momentarily. It was customary for him to accompany his master during her outings. Shen Xun gradually closed the door, and Laifu paced anxiously in front of it. Upon witnessing the door shut completely, he scratched at the iron barrier with his claws, producing a jarring sound that prompted Shen Xun to peek out. Laifu leaped onto her, licking her affectionately with his tongue. She caressed his head, noting how he was growing, his wild instincts becoming increasingly apparent. It was unrealistic to keep him tethered to her side at all times. He needed to learn to fend for himself in the face of danger. If Laifu became stronger, it would allow her a measure of comfort as well. The aspiration for one's offspring to thrive is never an easy endeavor. After reassuring him for a while and confirming that she did not wish to abandon him, Laifu frequently glanced back as he descended the stairs, ultimately disappearing from sight. Once Laifu's mournful gaze was no longer upon her, Shen Xun began collecting ice from over 100 buckets. Just as she finished, the ice had crystallized anew. The large blocks had formed a small mountain in the space, and Shen Xun, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a reclining chair. She felt drained, her arms numb, more fatigued than after a boxing match. This was the first time her enhanced physique had truly felt fatigue. Gazing at the freshly formed ice in the living room, she resignedly rose to continue her task. Enduring now will yield enjoyment later, she consoled herself. She toiled until past 5 in the afternoon before finally pausing. The corridor was piled high with firewood, and Lin Xiangrui was busy transporting bundles into the room, preparing for dinner. He assumed Shen Xun was hungry. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired, warming his hands by the stove. "How about fried rice?" Shen Xun recalled the 2 segments of sausage she had stored in the refrigerator. "All right, I'll steam 2 more buns," Lin Xiangrui replied as he busied himself. Shen Xun observed the sky outside. The sun had set halfway. Although she reassured herself that she wouldn't mind Lai Fu's absence, he had indeed consumed a considerable amount of her provisions. Sitting by the stove in the partitioned room, she pondered whether Lai Fu was on his way back. As darkness enveloped the sky, the 3 of them gathered around the dining table. Chapter 68. The rescue team sets out. "Why haven't we seen Lai Fu today?" Lin Xiangrui asked, munching on a bun. Typically, Lai Fu would emerge with his bowl, eager for food at this hour. He particularly enjoyed meat buns, and Lin Xiangrui had made an extra one just for him. "I let him out to play," Shen Xun replied nonchalantly. Oh, Lin Xiangrui recalled the current dangers outside. To many, Lai Fu was akin to a prime delicacy, an alarming risk. He opened his mouth to say more, but the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairway. Lai Fu had returned. He dashed to the door, dropped the item he had been carrying, and squeezed into the small space, rubbing against Shen Xun's legs. Lin Xiangrui set down his bowl. "What is that on the ground?" He pointed at the dark object Lai Fu had deposited, which appeared to still be moving. Shen Xun nudged Lai Fu aside with her foot. "Move away. Can't you see I'm eating?" Lai Fu turned back, picked up the object, and scampered into the room. When he emerged again, he was carrying his porcelain bowl. Shen Xun had replaced it with a larger one. Lai Fu dropped the bowl and squatted beside Shen Xun. Lin Xiangrui placed the remaining bun from the steamer on the small table's edge, allowing Lai Fu to eat on his own. He dared not approach too closely, especially with Lai Fu's mouth stained with blood. It was likely from that earlier object, though its identity remained obscured in the dim light. Shen Xun finished her meal, exclaiming, "I'm full. That fried rice was truly delicious." She contemplated asking Lin Xiangrui to prepare some to store for later. Lai Fu had also finished the bun, taking his bowl and trailing behind Shen Xun. "You timed your return perfectly, just in time for a meal." Shen Xun unfastened Lai Fu's backpack, which had been torn, revealing its contents to be nearly depleted. It was unclear whether Lai Fu had consumed the items or if they had fallen out. She placed some alligator meat and snake meat inside, along with several eggs. Taking out her flashlight, she shone it into the corner where the dark mass lay. It was a mutated creature. Shen Xun brandished her dagger, flipping it over to reveal a large red-furred tail, long ears, and sharp upper teeth, each fang measuring a finger's length. It was a red demon squirrel with a wound on its abdomen, inflicted by Lai Fu's bite. It was still alive. Shen Xun swiftly delivered a fatal blow, discarding the creature into her space. It seemed there was a zoo in the heart of City B. The mutated python she had encountered previously bore signs of having been domesticated, and this squirrel appeared to share a similar fate. One could only wonder where all the zoo's animals had hidden away now. Lai Fu continued to eat, and Shen Xun observed his bulging belly, knowing he had likely gorged himself outside. Boiling water, Shen Xun examined the marks on Lai Fu, pondering where he had been frolicking. His white legs were speckled with black mud, as were his paws. Once Lai Fu finished his meal, Shen Xun led him to the bathing area, activating a small electric heater to wash away the grime from his fur, then giving him a scrub before placing him in the pet drying box. After cleaning herself up, Shen Xun lay on her bed and opened her tablet. The disaster film about the tsunami from the previous night felt strikingly realistic, so she decided to watch a documentary on earthquakes today. Halfway through the film, Lai Fu had dried off, his fur fluffed up. Shen Xun donned gloves to remove the excess fur. The colder the temperature, the thicker and longer Lai Fu's coat became. She placed the collected fur into a small box, envisioning that one day, with enough, she could knit a scarf or something similar. With Lai Fu freshly washed, she allowed him to burrow under the covers with her. The 2 of them nestled together. Shen Xun turned off the tablet and drifted off to sleep. Captain Lin. Our vehicle can no longer accommodate so many people. The most prudent solution at this juncture is to leave them some food to sustain them. Do not forget our ultimate mission in this rescue effort. Within a blue metal shed, 6 individuals clad in green military coats sat in a somber circle. The atmosphere was heavy with tension as they absorbed the man's words with a sense of sorrow. Their duty was to obey orders, even if it meant contradicting their own hearts. Our supplies are dwindling as well. For this mission, we were allotted only 15 days, but with each passing day, our provisions dwindle. If we give food to them now, what will our brothers eat? His words plunged the group back into silence. The 15 days had long since elapsed. What do you propose we do? The man tossed his gloves onto the table, his countenance stern yet weary. He could not forget the desperate eyes seeking help, nor the sight of children shivering in tattered clothing, their faces turning purple from the cold. Rubbing his temples, he lamented the sleepless nights since the rescue mission commenced. Captain Lin, allow my rations to be given to them. I can forego eating, but the brothers are at their limits. I concur with Qin Ilu's earlier statement. Our foremost priority is to complete the mission. They were already impeded by the survivors. Further delays could spell doom for everyone. For rescue teams had already been dispatched from above, and it would not be long before these individuals were saved. It was merely a matter of time. Currently, manpower was exceedingly scarce. They were almost compelled to divide one person's ration among 3. Chapter 69. Extreme cold. 6 months later, I can also abstain from eating. Let it all go to them. But we must expedite the completion of our mission and return. The soldiers under my command are human. They are not machines. If my brothers die on the battlefield, I will have nothing to say. However, this place is entirely unsuitable. I can also provide for them. They have wasted far too much time. I, too, do not partake in food. As 5 captains consecutively expressed their sentiments, Lin Zhongyi understood that it was time for him to make a decision. If that is the case, then let my portion be given to them as well. Qin Ilu. Gather your men and distribute the food, ensuring that you offer some comfort to the survivors. After giving his instructions, Lin Zhongyi dismissed the others, leaving only the crackling sound of the firewood burning within the vast iron shelter. Although the stove was situated nearby, he still felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. The following morning, the Long Station troops began to dismantle their camp, and the crowd erupted in cheers. They were finally able to leave this cursed place. Word had it that the shelter held an abundance of food and warmth from the stove. Is this for a journey? Each person eagerly clutched the food they received: a 350-milliliter bottle of mineral water, 3 packets of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and a sausage. The soldiers distributing the food remained silent, mechanically passing the provisions to the next individual. It was said that the captains had conserved their rations for these survivors. How could they eat with peace of mind, knowing they had quietly included their own share in the food count? Once the food distribution concluded, Qin Ilu climbed onto an all-terrain vehicle, brandishing a megaphone to address the crowd. Silence. Please listen to me. Those who have received food may now leave the convoy and await the next rescue team. The next rescue team was expected to arrive within a week. The food you hold is sufficient to sustain you until help arrives. Trust me, GJ has not abandoned you. The current situation is merely temporary. Why should I? I do not want food. I want to go to the shelter. I want to go to the shelter. The expressions of those who had received food shifted dramatically, with some even casting their provisions to the ground, resulting in chaos. Qin Ilu's countenance darkened instantly. Those were the rations saved by his brothers. Go. Pick up the food that has been thrown on the ground. He commanded his subordinates, and a few stepped forward to collect the discarded provisions. The crowd was abuzz, all rushing toward the large truck, terrified of being left behind, while hundreds jostled at the truck's front, some being trampled underfoot, crying out for help. Bang! Qin Ilu drew his pistol and fired a shot into the sky, gradually quieting the crowd. Step back. One more step forward, and I will shoot. Qin Ilu was capable of such actions. He observed the soldiers cramped in the corners of the truck, while others continued to push inside. We want to go to the shelter. We cannot stay here. Who knows if you speak the truth? Voices echoed from the crowd. Yes, we want to go with you. Qin Ilu scoffed coldly. You may follow us, but our next destination is not the shelter, it is City B. The food we just distributed is all that remains. Not headed back to the shelter. We will wait here. Perhaps we will encounter a rescue team. If we follow you, who knows when we might return to the shelter. Humans are inherently self-serving. When personal interests are at stake, they begin to weigh the pros and cons. The more astute among them quickly retrieve the food from the ground. Let us wait here. Did he not say the rescue team would arrive soon? Yes, I will stay. I will wait for the rescue team. I barely made it here from City B. I will not return. Most of those present had escaped from City B, fleeing as the waters receded. Only a handful had followed the military to City B, still having relatives there whom they wished to find. The military set off once more, this time traveling day and night. Along the way, they encountered many survivors who cried out and chased after the trucks, but the army did not stop again. Half a year later, in the extreme cold, Shen Xun ventured out early in the morning. After completing her weight training, she gathered the ice blocks she had stored in her room over the past 6 months, amassing 4 or 5 small ice mountains. Her abilities had also grown increasingly adept. Reclining on the sofa, she noted that the rice in the rice cooker was ready. Shen Xun brought the rice cooker to a small compartment and asked Lin Xiangrui to help turn it into fried rice, as payment for which she would receive a bowl. A month ago, she had stopped asking Lin Xiangrui to cook for her, having learned a few simple dishes herself. After preparing the rice, she had Lin Xiangrui make fried rice every 2 or 3 days, along with steamed buns, which she stored away in her space for convenience. Once the fried rice was finished, Chen Xun returned, dragging a few logs into the house. Lin Xiangrui generously shared half of his fried rice with Chen Xun. Chapter 70, Firewood Collection. Shen Xun carried the large pot of fried rice back inside, secured it in the space, and donned her cold weather gear, ensuring no skin was exposed before putting on her goggles. Her thermos was filled with hot water as she tightly laced her shoes, planning to untie them leisurely upon her return. The markings on the wall had long surpassed 2 meters, with several new notches above. As Shen Xun slung her backpack and closed the iron door, she noticed Lin Xiangrui and Chen Cheng enjoying their meal in the hallway. With food supplies dwindling, the two had resorted to watery porridge for every meal. After exchanging greetings, Shen Xun turned to descend the stairs. Residing on the 22nd floor had indeed spared the trio from many unnecessary troubles. Over the past 6 months, food had become exceedingly scarce, and many, seizing their last vestiges of strength, had fled from City B with their families into the mountains. Shen Xun retrieved her bicycle from the 3rd floor and made her way to a narrow alley. Quickly, pack it in there, and over there too, hurry. Shen Xun slowed her pace as she approached the alley, observing several individuals with burlap sacks, stuffing them with corpses. The frigid temperatures had preserved the bodies in their original state. Aside from a few that had been gnawed upon by mutated animals, the rest remained intact. Upon noticing Shen Xun's presence at the alley's entrance, the individuals worked with renewed vigor, as if fearing she might attempt to claim their haul. Shen Xun saw the green glint in their eyes, a clear indication of their desperate hunger. It appeared this alley would no longer yield mutated beasts. She pedaled back home. They were consuming human flesh now, but once that was exhausted, they would inevitably turn their gaze toward the living. Shen Xun glanced back at the alley, locking eyes with a pair of eerie green ones. Hunger strips away humanity. Those with remaining rationality would seek refuge. Perhaps I should explore the northern mountains, she thought as she pedaled northward, racing against the wind for 2 hours, until she emerged from City B at the foot of the northern mountain. Were it not for the presence of others in the stairwells, she would have taken out her all-terrain vehicle, which would save considerable time. Looking up from the base of the mountain, it was evident that the trees had been stripped bare, with only an occasional trunk visible, all leaves having been torn away. In dire hunger, even leaves and bark could become sustenance. Shen Xun retrieved her saw from her backpack, felled 2 trees, and cut them into manageable sections, stacking them aside. Many woodcutters occupied the mountain, bundled up against the cold. Shen Xun felled 2 more trees, secured them with rope, and sent the firewood sliding down the slope, following closely behind, occasionally needing to put on a show for Lin Xiangrui and Chen Cheng. The bundled firewood rolled down the hill, and Shen Xun retrieved a folding wheel from her basket, placing the wood upright upon it. The other end of the rope was secured to the rear of her bicycle. Mounting her bike, the folding wheel glided across the icy surface as Shen Xun dragged the wood back. This modest weight posed little challenge for her, though it was indeed time-consuming. Laifu was nowhere to be found, and had it been by her side, it could have assisted in carrying the firewood. Over the past 6 months, the mutated creatures in the heart of B City had been completely consumed by Laifu, which had absorbed so much mutated beast meat that it now stood towering at approximately 2.5 meters, its body a mass of sinewy muscle. Yet, It showed no signs of ceasing its growth, continuously ascending in stature. Shen Xun had contemplated weighing it, but had yet to find an adequate scale. After traveling a distance, she unscrewed her water bottle for a sip, warming herself slightly before resuming her journey. The individuals who once knelt by the roadside crying for help had all perished. Those now kneeling were far from benevolent. As Shen Xun passed by, dragging the wood, she averted her gaze, sensing someone trailing behind her. She slowed her pace. And soon enough, those individuals encircled her. They had observed the cyclist for some time, noting the absence of weapons, merely a woman. For men blocked her from all sides, wielding knives that bore signs of wear. Shen Xun wiped the fog from her goggles. Now, all this belongs to us. Open your backpack, one man commanded. His head adorned with a down jacket's hood, lips cracked and pale, frostbite evident on his hands, one of which was marred by festering wounds. The other three were no better off. I want that coat of yours, a woman standing to Shen Xun's right declared. Shen Xun glanced at her. The woman donned a beige down jacket, marred with grease and bloodstains, now a darkened hue. As they drew closer, Shen Xun could even detect the rancid odor emanating from them, provoking her nausea. Before her eyes, the group began to divide her possessions as if she were already a corpse. The man behind her, accustomed to ambushing from the shadows, swung his knife toward Shen Xun. All of them grinning maliciously. Shen Xun dodged to the right, seizing the woman to shield herself. The knife slashing down at an angle from the woman's shoulder to her abdomen, eliciting a gasp from her. Releasing her grip, the woman collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 71. Auntie has a son. Darling, the man on the left spoke with a mournful expression. I've killed your wife. He raised his knife to strike at the man who had attacked from behind. If it weren't for that blow just now, she wouldn't be dead. You killed my wife. His mind replayed the moment the knife had struck her, and he went berserk, swinging his blade wildly. Zhuge, help me, he called to his companion. Dodging as the man who had shielded Shen Xun grew fierce, taking advantage of the frenzy to slice into the attacker's neck. Thank you, Zhuge, the man gasped. Collapsing to the ground, watching as the still-breathing man was relentlessly hacked at. Damn it, I've always found you irritating. What is wrong with me being with your wife? You don't know, right? She did it willingly, just for a pack of biscuits. She was even trying to kill me earlier, damn it. The man's head was reduced to a pulp, frozen on the icy surface, and he seemed to find solace in this act, his knife clattering to the ground. Shen Xun observed impassively. These individuals were likely the closest of friends before the apocalypse, yet amidst the chaos, such relationships could cost one their life, a sentiment Shen Xun deeply understood. Having just committed murder, the expressions of the two men grew grim, their previous bravado replaced by resentment. Zhuge, let's keep this woman for our amusement, one suggested, intending to bind her and torment her slowly. Fine, I'll go first. With the only woman in the group dead, she'll make a suitable substitute. The two advanced toward Shen Xun with knives drawn, but as they approached, fear overtook their faces, and they began to tremble backward. What had they seen? A white leopard nearly 3 meters tall, with legs thicker than their waists, and especially those razor-sharp teeth. Lai Fu bared its fangs at the two men, its breath condensing into white mist as it slowly approached Shen Xun, mouth agape, letting out a fearsome roar. At that moment, the two men realized their fate was sealed. Not only would the woman perish, but they too would not survive. They could only hope that the beast would grant them a moment's reprieve as it devoured her. However, the ensuing scene sent chills down their spines. Shen Xun glanced back to see Lai Fu, its mouth stained with blood from some mutated creature it had consumed. Its white fur now a vivid crimson, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Shen Xun raised her hand, and Lai Fu lowered itself, placing its forehead against her palm. She affectionately stroked its head before turning to face the two men. Lai Fu, tear them apart. Lai Fu, now swifter than before, charged at them. Almost as soon as Shen Xun spoke, the two men fled in panic. Lai Fu swiftly caught up with one, sinking its teeth into the man's skull. With a sickening crunch, the man's head separated from his body, which Lai Fu promptly spat out, recalling its master's admonition, such creatures were not to be consumed. And for every instance of consumption, punishment was warranted. Lai Fu pursued its prey, disappearing into the alleyway. Seeing it chase after them, Shen Xun mounted her bicycle and set off, having already wasted considerable time. In the past 6 months, many had attempted to hinder her. Now, no one in the city center dared venture as far as she did to gather firewood. Such farcical encounters had become a routine part of her outings, effortless yet time-consuming. Lai Fu soon caught up with Shen Xun, employing its familiar endearing gesture by nudging her with its head, causing her to tumble off her bike. "You disobedient child. Come here and stand properly," Shen Xun exclaimed as she rose, brushing the snow from her clothes. Each time Lai Fu heard her speak in such a tone, it knew trouble awaited. Lai Fu stood quietly by the roadside, its ears drooping as Shen Xun untied the rope from her bicycle and secured it around Lai Fu. Placing the bike atop the bundled wood, she patted Lai Fu's belly, and it crouched, allowing her to mount. "Let us go home." Lai Fu had performed this duty countless times before, hauling firewood while carrying Shen Xun toward the Tianfu. As Shen Xun rode upon Lai Fu, her upper body leaned comfortably against its neck, enveloped by its soft, smooth fur, a source of warmth that made her drowsy. Although many had harbored intentions toward Tianfu, the sight of such a massive leopard entering and exiting had deterred most from approaching. Lai Fu carried Shen Xun into Tianfu. "Is that you, Shen Xun?" Sun Jiahong called from the second-floor window, flanked by Yu Jiangwo and others, all of whom were momentarily startled by Lai Fu and took refuge beneath the window. Gazing down, they naturally spotted Shen Xun atop Lai Fu. Drowsily, she looked up at the window and, upon recognizing Sun Jiahong, smiled in greeting. She held a favorable impression of Sun Jiahong, having previously shared a venture to gather supplies during which she had provided her with numerous snacks. Though the two had not seen each other for 3 months, Sun Jiahong appeared significantly thinner, her cheeks sunken, and she lacked the vitality she once had. As did Yu Jiangwo and the others behind her. "Oh, you must be Shen Xun. Jiahong has spoken of you before. Such a pretty girl. You live alone, don't you? I must tell you, Auntie has a son about your age. Perhaps I can introduce you to sometime. A girl like you should have someone to rely on." The woman's eyes glimmered greedily as she gazed at the firewood on the ground and at Lai Fu. The young girl is quite easy to manipulate. Once she sees her son and persuades him to comfort her, after the proverbial rice is cooked, her resolve will wane. "Mother, what are you saying?" Sun Jiahong shot her mother an angry glare, genuinely fearful that Shen Xun might unsheath a blade in displeasure. Chapter 72. Roasting a Whole Lamb. Moreover, did Sun Jiahong not have a clear understanding of her brother's character? Shen Xun cast a glance at the elderly lady, bemused by how, regardless of the circumstances, such thoughts still lingered in their minds. Even when they were barely scraping by, they were preoccupied with finding a partner for their son. Yet, she had begun to discern the woman's true intentions. Sun Jiahong grasped her mother's arm, preventing her from continuing, noticing how Shen Xun's expression had noticeably darkened. "I shall take my leave," Shen Xun said, patting Lai Fu's neck. As Lai Fu ambled leisurely towards Building F, Shen Xun unloaded the firewood, removed the wheels, and placed the timber on the wooden board to haul upstairs, while Lai Fu hunched and squeezed through the window. Its massive form made the corridor appear exceedingly narrow. Shen Xun led the way, pulling the wood while Lai Fu pushed from behind, swiftly transporting the timber upstairs. With Lai Fu growing ever larger, Lin Xiangrui felt a twinge of fear each time he encountered it. For when Shen Xun was present, Lai Fu behaved relatively normally, yet in her absence, Lai Fu resembled a creature of the wild. There was a previous incident when he and Qin Cheng were scavenging for supplies outside and encountered Lai Fu alone. He had attempted to greet it, but Lai Fu had growled menacingly, baring its teeth. Since that day, he dared not approach Lai Fu again. Its fierce demeanor was merely a facade for Shen Xun. Deep down, a beast remains a beast. Shen Xun brought the wood into the house, while Lai Fu waited in the corridor. Once Shen Xun had finished her tasks, it squeezed its body through the door, and Shen Xun observed with amusement its struggle to enter. She had originally prepared a spacious and simple nest for Lai Fu on the top floor, yet it persistently insisted on squeezing into the living space. Did it not comprehend the limitations of its own size? The sofa in the living room had long been moved to the balcony, leaving ample space for Lai Fu to rest and roam. Lai Fu sprawled in the living room, and Shen Xun turned on the heating, retrieved 3 stoves, and, shedding her coat and shoes, lay down on the bed. Lai Fu gazed longingly at the door of Shen Xun's room, wishing to enter, though its current size forbade it. As her consciousness delved into the space, Shen Xun harvested some ginger and garlic cloves, along with a handful of chive flowers. Once her ingredients were prepared, she ventured to Niu Mountain to cultivate some fodder. She discovered that the animals were rather picky eaters when it came to grass, but they relished crops. Previously, she had planted a small patch of corn at the foot of Niu Mountain, but by the time she returned, the cattle and sheep had devoured it all before she could taste any herself. Therefore, Shen Xun scattered corn seeds upon Niu Mountain, nurturing a patch for the animals to graze at their leisure. The previously pregnant sow had given birth to 10 piglets, which had grown remarkably plump and robust. Shen Xun could not help but salivate at the sight of them. Fortune favored her, as 2 more sows were recently expecting piglets. Lacking experience in pig rearing, she could only cater to their appetites, ensuring they were well fed. The rabbits had produced 3 litters, multiplying from 6 or 7 to over 20, and they were now reaching maturity and entering their mating season. She believed it would not be long before her food reserves increased further. Not forgetting her purpose, Shen Xun made her way to Yang Mountain, where she caught a lost lamb that had wandered close. With a swift stroke, she dispatched the lamb and, using her spatial control, began to skin and clean it. Dividing it in half, she retrieved the 2 lamb chops from her space and prepared the oven by connecting the power supply. Shen Xun then proceeded to marinate the lamb, infusing it with flavor. After placing it in the roasting pan, she brushed it with a second layer of marinade, adding her favorite vegetables to continue cooking. During this time, she prepared herself a fruit tea. The room grew warm, and Laifu dozed peacefully in the living room. After repeatedly applying the marinade until the aroma wafted through the air, Shen Xun removed the roasted lamb from the oven. One half was generously spiced with chili for herself, while the other remained mild for Laifu. Over the past 6 months, Laifu had accumulated a considerable amount of meat from mutated animals, and Shen Xun combined this with the roasted lamb. Now, Laifu no longer ate from a bowl but from a basin. Observing the heaping basin of meat, she added a few pieces of fruit. Laifu dutifully sat in the living room, waiting for Shen Xun to approach, as its size had become cumbersome in the confines of the room. Shen Xun placed the food basin before Laifu, then set the remaining half of the roasted lamb on the round table, accompanied by the fruit tea. Though her culinary skills were not yet refined, as long as she managed the steps and timing well, she could still produce delicious dishes. The lamb was seasoned and roasted to perfection, and Shen Xun savored the combination of fruit tea and lamb meat with satisfaction. Ahead lay City B. She urged her comrades to steel themselves. In the ranks, a man shouted through a megaphone, his arm injured and hanging limply around his neck. The atmosphere in the group was heavy with silence. Each soldier trudged along the icy surface, their spirits dampened by the arduous journey to City B. Fraught with the occasional appearance of mutated beasts. The creatures had transcended mere animals, now monstrous in form, mice the size of men, swarming in grotesque numbers. Their fallen comrades haunting their thoughts. Chapter 73. The haunting silence of City B. Qin Yilu, hoarse from shouting into the megaphone, found himself alone with Lin Zhongyi, the only 2 squad leaders remaining. It was he who bore the greatest sorrow, as the 30 soldiers he had led were lost in the recent rodent tide, sacrificing themselves to grant their remaining brothers a chance to escape. A man in his 40s, Qin Yilu felt tears welling in his eyes. Keep up. Once we reach City B, we can rest properly, he urged, wiping the corners of his eyes to prevent frostbite. The truck stalled midway, having run out of fuel, leaving them with no choice but to walk the rest of the way. Captain Qin, Captain Lin is calling for you. A soldier approached Qin Yilu, his cheeks hollow, a clear sign of prolonged starvation. His military coat hung loosely on him, as if a gust of wind might topple him. Qin Yilu surveyed the few soldiers trailing behind. They had been without food or water for 7 or 8 days and were now facing a long trek. Were it not for their regular training, he wondered if they could endure. All right, I'm on my way, Qin Yilu replied, passing the megaphone to the soldier. Don't stop. Let those behind you hear your voice. The soldier's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he took the megaphone, assuming Qin Yilu's role. The brothers had been starving for several days, hanging on by sheer willpower, and those still able to move subconsciously followed the sound. Qin Yilu, with his arms suspended, jogged to the front of the line, where Lin Zhongyi led the way, his body wrapped in bandages, clearly injured. What is going on? Qin Yilu inquired, matching Lin Zhongyi's pace. Have you noticed something amiss? Lin Zhongyi voiced his concerns. What seems off? Qin Yilu asked curiously. Have you realized that since entering City B, the number of monsters has decreased? Think back to before. Lin Zhongyi spoke earnestly. Qin Yilu pondered for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically. Should we order the brothers to halt and wait for a moment? Perhaps send 2 ahead to scout the situation. City B indeed felt eerily silent. How could it be so quiet? Just 2 months prior, they had encountered numerous monsters along the way, yet upon entering City B, an unsettling stillness enveloped them. No one was injured, and no monsters were encountered. He still held on to a sense of luck. However, it now appeared that a significant number of monsters lurked in this area. I share the same sentiment. Call upon the brothers to find a concealed spot to rest first. I will send 2 individuals to scout ahead. The 2 quickly reached an agreement. They could not afford any further losses. Qin Ilu retrieved the loudspeaker, beckoning me to follow, and instructed everyone to rest for 20 minutes in this location. Inside a building, the soldiers gathered closely around the hearth. Qin Ilu, accompanied by his men, chipped away at the ice, boiling it over the fire until it reached a bubbling state, and each was served a cup. After 20 minutes, the scouts returned, and Qin Ilu and Lin Zhengyi fell into contemplation upon hearing their report. Team Lin, no monsters were detected ahead, however, a few individuals were spotted, remarked one of the scouts. Both were seasoned reconnaissance soldiers, adept at gathering intelligence. Make sure to clarify, Lin Zhengyi pressed, asking several times. A glimmer of joy flickered in Qin Ilu's eyes. Although he was unaware of the situation in City B, the current circumstances seemed relatively favorable. Let us depart, Qin Ilu announced through the loudspeaker, with Lin Zhengyi leading the way. The team advanced for over an hour, gradually delving deeper into the heart of City B. Everyone found cover and remained on standby. The sniper reported the situation, and Lin Zhengyi's anxious voice crackled through the loudspeaker. Qin Ilu was the first to usher the lagging members into a large building. The sniper took his position, noting 2 monsters at 2 o'clock, moving with remarkable speed, rendering them indistinct. Sweat trickled from the sniper's brow, swiftly whisked away by the cold wind. He remained focused, keeping his scope trained on the elusive figures. Their speed was blindingly fast, and Lin Zhengyi's expression darkened. Which direction did they go? Captain, we must conceal ourselves. They are heading our way, the sniper urged over the radio. Qin Ilu drew his handgun, gripping it tightly. The team split into 2, taking cover and ascending the building in search of protection. On the 3rd-floor window, Qin Ilu and Lin Zhengyi exchanged a glance, their guns aimed at the street below. With a roar, Lai Fu pressed down on the gorilla, its immense strength causing cracks to form in the ice beneath. The disparity in power favored Lai Fu. It was not comparable to the wandering mutated creatures outside, which were starved and unable to fully mutate, while Shen Xun had been nourishing Lai Fu with substantial meals of mutated beast flesh. Lai Fu opened its mouth and sank its teeth into the gorilla's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh, which it promptly swallowed, drool dripping onto the gorilla's face. Captain, should we fire? The sniper asked, aiming at one of Lai Fu's eyes. Given the tough height of these monsters, only their eyes could inflict pain or even cause blindness. Qin Ilu also targeted Lai Fu's other eye, awaiting Lin Zhengyi's command. Chapter 74 revealed that the creature had been domesticated. Lin Zhengyi scrutinized the colossal white figure on the street, realizing it was a leopard. How could such a large predator appear in the heart of City B? It was no wonder that City B was so eerily quiet. There must be a more formidable creature claiming this territory as its hunting ground, deterring other monsters from approaching. Furthermore, with the ongoing mutation of animals, this leopard had grown nearly 3 meters tall, surpassing all the monsters he had witnessed recently. Lai Fu clamped down on the gorilla's neck, obeying its master's orders, as it had ample reserves of food stored away, planning to bring this one back for safekeeping. The gorilla gasped for breath, dragged along the ground like a lifeless dog, its body growing colder, emitting feeble groans, struggling with its last vestiges of strength. Lai Fu's teeth sank deeper, severing the gorilla's carotid artery, blood splattering into its mouth, prompting Lai Fu to gulp it down eagerly, longing for a hearty meal. Had there not been so many eyes watching, Lai Fu retreated, dragging the gorilla's carcass. Captain, it seems to have noticed us, but it hasn't attacked, the sniper reported, peering through his scope. Qin Ilu inhaled sharply. It had indeed been aware of their presence. He quietly withdrew his gun and concealed himself behind the window, recalling the sniper's earlier words about its incredible speed. Moreover, the leopard had been wary of them from the outset. A shot fired now would likely miss and provoke a more ferocious retaliation, especially since their comrades were already on the brink of exhaustion. Qin Ilu's gaze shifted to Lin Zhengyi. The sniper continued to relay information, and Lin Zhengyi pressed the intercom button, which crackled with static. Return to me, Captain. The leopard has taken the gorilla and is leaving. The sniper, momentarily incredulous, kept his scope fixed on the object dangling from Lai Fu's neck. What have you discovered? Speak, Lin Zhengyi urged softly. Lai Fu halted its retreat, fixating its gaze on the sniper's position. This bipedal creature had been pointing that object at it for a while now. Lai Fu recognized it, its master possessed a similar item, and understood its lethal potential. A threatening growl emanated from Lai Fu. The sniper discerned that the object hanging from Lai Fu's neck appeared to be a canvas bag containing dried fish bones. Realizing Lai Fu's threat, he cautiously adjusted the orientation of his gun. He had no doubt that any hint of hostility from him would result in the leopard mercilessly severing his throat. Lai Fu lowered its head and clamped down on the gorilla once more. Night was approaching, and it needed to hurry back. After hearing the report, Qin Ilu and Lin Zhongyi retrieved their binoculars, directing their gaze toward Lai Fu. Indeed, the leopard bore a canvas bag tied around its neck, adorned with a bow. This leopard had been domesticated. Lin Zhongyi was taken aback. Stand down, he commanded, prompting the soldiers to collectively exhale in relief as they retracted their weapons. Qin, come here. The two seemed to have much to discuss as the sniper approached. Shall we send someone to follow it? Qin Ilu suggested. It would be unwise. That leopard is highly vigilant and has already detected my presence, the sniper replied, still shaken. In my prime, perhaps I could have glimpsed the leopard's form. But hitting it would require further practice. It has been aware of you for some time. It likely senses all of us. The sniper commented as he wiped down his firearm. The leopard clearly did not regard them as a threat. Lin Zhongyi, having made a decision, instructed, you should return. Once the sniper departed, Lin Zhongyi retrieved a map of City B from his backpack. Many buildings had collapsed, yet several landmarks remained intact. He circled 2 locations in the central area of the map. We will rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will lead a team to this location while I take another to this one. One to the west and one to the north. Qin Ilu examined the outlined routes and folded the map away. Agreed, we will regroup here once we locate the others. Shen Xun stored the gorilla in his space. Lai Fu had grown significantly, now too large to fit through the door. Shen Xun called Lai Fu to the top floor before placing it back into the space. Do you see those hills over there? That's your restricted area, Shen Xun lamented, having no choice but to confine it. However, due to Lai Fu's notorious history, Shen Xun had to ensure it kept its mouth shut, lest it face a beating. Lai Fu, frightened by Shen Xun's reprimands, could only watch helplessly from the foot of the mountain. As it approached, the chickens and ducks near the railing scattered in a frenzy, sending feathers flying everywhere. Chapter 75. The master has gone days without food. It wagged its tail and scampered to the fence, extending its paw to extract a chicken egg. One egg rolled to the edge of the fence, perfectly within reach. The hen, witnessing its audacity in foraging for eggs before her, pecked at Lai Fu's paw. The sensation was akin to a mere tickle, neither painful nor bothersome. Lai Fu swiftly devoured the egg, savoring the burst of fresh flavor, shell and all. With a pair of watchful eyes fixed on the hen, it pondered how to partake without incurring a beating. Lai Fu lay on its belly, staring intently at the hen. Seeing it had learned its lesson, Shen Xun found its egg-stealing behavior somewhat acceptable, as long as it refrained from chasing the chickens around the mountains. Exiting the spatial realm, Shen Xun tidied up the ice bucket in the living room, knowing the frigid season would soon come to an end in 3 months. The ice accumulated over the past 6 months would be sufficient to handle the impending circumstances. After boiling hot water for hygiene, Shen Xun retired to bed, her consciousness drifting back into the spatial realm to begin cultivating vegetables. For the past half-year, she had spent her days making ice and her nights planting. In addition to ice blocks, she had amassed numerous varieties of vegetables, forming small mounds, ready to be harvested and exchanged for supplies once the streets were filled with ability users. After gathering the vegetables, Shen Xun fell into a deep slumber. By now, the timber she had previously stored should have been consumed, and today she planned to venture out to the mountains beyond the city center to chop wood. Despite having cut down so much timber, none of it had been utilized, merely stacked in the spatial realm. Her outing was primarily for show, to maintain appearances before Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng, ultimately due to living under their watchful eyes. As Shen Xun opened the iron gate, she spotted a few familiar faces standing in the corridor, though their names eluded her. Please don't come asking again. I've already given you several times. We are nearly out of food ourselves and still have to ask you, Lin Xiangrui said, his tone lacking warmth. Yet, his long-standing upbringing prevented him from unleashing a full tirade. Shen Xun observed the unfolding drama, finding it tedious. There was no sting in their words. You two can hardly eat much. Just give us a little more. The children are nearly starving. We adults can go days without food, but the children cannot endure. The man continued. Shen Xun recognized his face, but couldn't place where she had seen him before. With a clang, the iron gate was locked, and Shen Xun shouldered her backpack as she stepped outside. The people in the corridor fell silent upon her exit. Residents of Tianfu had known for the past 6 months that a young girl lived in Building F, raising a leopard. They often witnessed the leopard bringing meat home, and many had considered taking advantage of Shen Xun, only to meet their demise at the paws of the beast. "Excuse me, could you please step aside?" Shen Xun addressed the crowd squeezed into the corridor. There were a dozen or so, most of them children, with few adults present, all appearing emaciated. The two individuals seemed oblivious to Shen Xun's plea, standing resolutely in the corridor. With a cold smirk, she raised her hand and shoved them aside. "Please move." Her strength, honed through daily exercise, was far beyond what they could withstand, and they found themselves pressed against the wall. "What are you doing? Why are you pushing my child?" The woman rushed forward, kneeling to check on the child on the floor. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" she sobbed, holding her child with a sorrowful expression. Shen Xun had no time for their theatrics and ascended the stairs. These individuals were not merely seeking food. They were intent on robbing Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng. "Where do you think you're going? You knocked into my son. If this isn't resolved today, you won't be leaving," the woman cried, though her eyes remained sharp and clear. The child, too, appeared cunning, indicating that mother and son had likely employed such tricks to exploit others for supplies before. Qin Cheng, more direct than Lin Xiangrui, remained silent but was always an action-oriented individual. He brandished a baseball bat, striking it against the wall, his gaze fixed on the people in the corridor. Those who had intended to force their way into the house halted in their tracks, while the woman continued to weep over her child. Shen Xun reached the top floor and released Laifu, who sprang towards her as soon as it emerged from the spatial realm. Anticipating the move, Shen Xun sidestepped. Laifu assumed they were about to play a game of hide-and-seek, but in the next moment, Shen Xun delivered a firm slap to its forehead. "No more antics. Let us head downstairs." As Laifu's large head peeked out of the stairwell, the children and women in the corridor recoiled in fear. "Get out. I said get out. If you come back, I'll deal with you myself." Lin Xiangrui stood behind Qin Cheng, his eyes reflecting terror. What had these people intended? To attempt to break in and steal? Both he and Qin Cheng were nearly out of food, and the thought of losing their remaining supplies was daunting. Hadn't he helped these people twice before? Their lack of gratitude was disheartening, and the idea of them coveting his belongings was infuriating. The sight of Laifu sent the woman into a panic, causing her to forget about demanding compensation from Shen Xun. Chapter 76. The Person in the Military Coat. Laifu descended first, followed closely by Shen Xun, whose concern for Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng was non-existent. Even if those individuals managed to steal a few items from them, she would only feel a fleeting pity. The mother and child had shown some sense. Had they pressed further, she would have resorted to violence. Lin Xiangrui was often too kind-hearted. In this apocalyptic world, he should have been hoarding resources and living a secluded life with Chen Chen, rather than aiding others. Now, trouble had come knocking at their door, a consequence of his own actions. The group, noting Qin Cheng's fierce demeanor, hesitated. Remembering Lin Xiangrui's past acts of kindness, they had not intended to force their way in, but hunger had driven them to desperation. What is wrong with asking for a little food? A small girl tugged at her father's sleeve, her cheeks sunken and her eyes protruding, worse off than her father. The man, visibly irritated, held back his frustration and did not shake off his daughter's hand. "I've already told you I have none left. Please leave." Lin Xiangrui gripped a suitable stick in his hand. "If you say you don't have any, then let us come in and see. If we don't leave with something today, we won't be going anywhere," they insisted. "Yes, let us in to take a look." Given Lin Xiangrui and Qin Cheng's protective stance at the door, it was clear they had food, and the prospect of a beating paled in comparison to starvation. They would choose the former. Lin Xiangrui realized the situation was deteriorating and regretted his previous kindness. Had he known these individuals would repay his generosity with hostility, he would have never given them a morsel of food, and they wouldn't be coveting his supplies now. "Luo Wanquan, what do you want? If you have no food, go ask Yu Jiangwo. Why come to me?" Lin Xiangrui glared at Luo Wanquan, who had led the group on both previous occasions. Shen Xun had sensed familiarity in some of their faces, but had not paid it much mind. Luo Wanquan, tactful as he was, kept his distance from Shen Xun, having heard tales of her swift and decisive actions from Zhang Yuanchao. Shen Xun patted Laifu's belly, prompting it to crouch down as she mounted. Let us go chop some wood. Lai Fu, carrying Shen Xun, dashed swiftly across the icy terrain, her head nestled against its neck, feeling the brisk wind slice past her face. Their speed rivaled that of a small vehicle. What usually took her over 2 hours by bicycle, Lai Fu accomplished in just 1 hour, reaching the foot of the mountain. Equipped with a saw, Shen Xun began to fell trees, while Lai Fu assisted by dragging branches to the base of the mountain, where they were stacked. This is your reward. Go ahead and eat. Shen Xun retrieved the bones to feed to it. Lai Fu had fully transformed, his teeth remarkably sharp, effortlessly crushing the bones within his jaws. With Lai Fu's assistance, Shen Xun swiftly chopped the wood and took a moment to rest upon a stump, gazing at the base of the mountain. The world appeared to be encased in ice, a vast expanse of white, rendering crops unable to survive. When the snow and ice eventually melt, they would not only unleash mutated animals, but also mutated plants, making human existence even more arduous. After sipping some warm water, Shen Xun hung the cup around her neck, noticing a considerable number of people gathering at the foot of the mountain. She called out, and Lai Fu rose from the ground, trailing behind her. Look, isn't that the leopard we saw yesterday? The team immediately became alert. They stowed their firearms, one individual tapping his companion's shoulder. He had witnessed the leopard's ferocity while confined within a building with Captain Qin the previous day. Had they fired their weapons, escape would have been improbable. Perhaps having spotted Lai Fu, the group at the mountain's foot made no attempt to ascend. As Shen Xun passed by them with Lai Fu, her gaze darkened slightly. A group of 7, wielding tools for chopping wood, were clearly on an expedition to gather firewood. Notably, they donned green military coats. Their faces, though gaunt, exhibited a spirited demeanor. Shen Xun prided herself on her memory, having frequently visited the mountain for firewood over the past half-year. Yet these unfamiliar faces were entirely new to her. As Lai Fu strode past them, Shen Xun scrutinized their reactions with caution. They were armed and in moments of fear. Individuals instinctively seek objects that provide a sense of security. Uncertain whether they were officials or something else, Shen Xun produced a folding cart, secured the wood, and strapped it onto Lai Fu, who then bore the load as they returned. That seemed like a woman. Are you mistaken? Someone capable of raising such a creature. You dare call that a woman? Indeed, and she was bundled up so tightly, how could you discern? The distinctive features were not apparent. Chapter 77. The Master has relapsed. Just look at you all, clearly single and never having dated, right? A man, with a smug expression, confidently declared that the bundled figure was a woman. The others fell silent, caught off guard by his assertion. Enough chatter, save your strength for chopping wood, he commanded, his rank surpassing those of his peers. This outing was under his leadership, and failure was not an option. He watched the retreating forms of the white leopard and the dark silhouette, contemplating a report to Captain Qin upon their return. This city, B-City, is rather unusual. Did you see that? I noticed there are quite a number of survivors here in B-City, one remarked, as they stood halfway up the mountain, observing moving shadows at the base. Yes. I noticed too. I saw plenty of people in those buildings yesterday. B-City seems to be the town with the most survivors we've encountered on this journey. Indeed. And have you noticed something else? There are no monsters here. Think about it, over the past 2 months, we've faced several groups of monsters on our travels. Recalling the monsters they had encountered, a somber atmosphere enveloped them, plunging the group into silence. Let us move, once we gather the wood. We should check those malls to see if we can scavenge supplies. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon they were singing military songs, lyrics filled with tributes to comrades. This time, the squad leader made no attempt to silence them. Shen Xun, perched atop Lai Fu, noticed the people by the roadside seemed hesitant to approach, revealing their rationality, perhaps not yet driven by hunger. I long to kill, Shen Xun whispered softly, causing Lai Fu to tremble instinctively. Meat, I crave meat. Pairs of eyes peered through the windows at the walking Lai Fu. Accustomed to such scrutiny, Lai Fu carefully carried Shen Xun. Shen Xun opened her backpack, unzipping it to extract snacks, potato chips, and crispy treats. She dared not take out the spiced items, as exposure to the cold air would render them rock hard. As the afternoon sun approached 4 o'clock, they returned near Tianfu, where Lai Fu quietly howled. Shen Xun lifted her head, still drowsy. Have we arrived? Hey, you up there, come down. A group of over a dozen individuals stood on either side of the road, guns aimed at Shen Xun, who rubbed her eyes, regaining clarity. Lai Fu, sensing no hostility from Shen Xun, continued to cross the street, intent on leaving. Wait. I haven't said you could go. If you take another step, my companion here is not blind, a man said. His tone laced with mockery as he redirected his firearm towards Shen Xun. Laughter erupted from the group, a cacophony of derision. Shen Xun surveyed the dark muzzles of their weapons and the corpses strewn on the ground, realizing they were still here to rob. It appeared they had been out of touch with the outside world for some time. B City had unexpectedly welcomed so many newcomers. How amusing. Shen Xun, tinged with excitement, slipped down from Lai Fu, who regarded the intruders with a hint of pity. Look at her trembling in fear, one man chuckled, but bright brother, have you noticed? She appears to be a woman. His gaze was lecherous as it fell upon Shen Xun. A woman? Are you sure? Another man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yes, a woman. Finally, a living woman. I'm tired of those old hags. It's been ages since I've seen a woman. As they approached, their guns were lowered. No longer aiming to kill, but rather to capture her. Shen Xun was bundled so tightly that even her eyes were concealed, her goggles and mask obscuring her features. Though they claimed to lower their firearms, their sights merely shifted to target Lai Fu. They had encountered these creatures before, and while blades were ineffective, bullets were fatal. Lai Fu emitted a low growl, poised to leap at Shen Xun's command. She gently stroked the fur on Lai Fu's neck. Lai Fu, crouching, prepared to charge. Don't move. Everyone raise your hands. Suddenly, a dozen soldiers armed with rifles emerged from the building. Shen Xun reacted swiftly, raising her hands and shouting, "Help! Help!" She moved closer to Lai Fu, concealing her handgun in her space, never doubting the soldiers' keen eyesight and sensitivity to firearms. Get down! Shen Xun smacked the unfortunate creature's head. Lai Fu obediently lay down, its massive body adopting a comical posture. The military personnel gradually formed a perimeter, encircling the group. What now? Should we charge out? Some, even with weapons, were cowards, trembling from fear, unaware that the city still had official forces present. Everyone wished to flee, none wanting to be a sacrificial pawn. Observing their cowardice, a wicked smile crept across Shen Xun's lips as she called out from behind the crowd, "Run!" and maneuvered Lai Fu to a corner. In an instant, as if commanded, the group began firing at the soldiers, the gunfire deafening, the scent of gunpowder engulfing the air. Amateurs could not compare to professionals. Those armed individuals lacked aim, merely firing chaotically. Chapter 78. He is here. Everyone rushed towards the street exit, yet the only passage was barricaded by their own making. Ha ha ha, fools, how amusing. Shen Xun sat beside Lai Fu, took a sip from his water bottle, and poured a glass for Lai Fu. In a corner, the two, one person and one leopard, enjoyed a moment of tranquil existence. Bang, bang, the sound of gunfire erupted again. Shen Xun did his best to diminish his presence. Scoot over a bit, make some room for me. Lai Fu lifted his head, revealing one eye, and shifted his behind slightly. Shen Xun squeezed in behind him. Damn it. We've been played. Wu Liang's gun was aimed directly at Shen Xun's position, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. If it weren't for that woman shouting to run. How could these fools have created such chaos? Lianga, what are you doing? Run. One of the younger brothers pushed against the barrier blocking their path with all his strength, regretting how they had moved so many stones to obstruct it. Wasn't this akin to lifting a stone to drop on one's own foot? Damn it, hurry and push these things aside. Wu Liang and a few others took cover behind a wall, using firepower to suppress the situation and buy time. The current predicament was bewildering. One path lay before them. Shen Xun on the left building, the robbers on the right, and military personnel omnipresent. Lai Fu suddenly lay atop Shen Xun as a bullet struck the very spot where Shen Xun had been standing moments ago. Shen Xun gazed at the bullet embedded in the ice, his expression darkening. I'm fine, get up. Lai Fu licked Shen Xun's goggles. And Shen Xun used a tissue to wipe away the saliva, carefully rising and inching toward the wall, peeking out to the right. Lai Fu followed closely behind him, also peering right. Wu Liang turned just in time to lock eyes with the pair. Shen Xun flashed a grin, while Lai Fu bared his teeth at Wu Liang. Shen Xun shouted at the top of his lungs, "He is ahead, right here, the one in the blue hat and black short coat. He's the leader of these men." The voice sounded eerily familiar, and bullets began to rain down on Wu Liang. Shen Xun shot him a provocative glance. Damn it. Wu Liang ducked to the ground, tearing off his hat as the biting cold wind swept through, sending a sharp pain through his forehead. Lianga, your clothes. A loyal younger brother tugged at Wu Liang's garments. Get off me, what are you doing? Wu Liang endured the stinging chill, his head growing numb, while this fool continued stripping him. Did he want to freeze him to death? Military personnel began advancing, with two infiltrating Shen Xun's position. "Help, police!" Yes, right there. Shen Xun dramatically performed. The soldiers' gazes landed on Lai Fu, who was crouched behind Shen Xun. "I'm doing my best to act as your support," Shen Xun thought. Sensing the military personnel's wary glances between him and the formidable Lai Fu, whom they had encountered the previous day in all his ferocity, Shen Xun pressed his hand gently on Lai Fu, who obediently lay flat. "Don't be misled by his size. He is as gentle as a kitten and one T-bite." Shen Xun's tone was earnest, and indeed, he wouldn't T-bite. The two soldiers cautiously armed themselves with rifles, edging towards the wall to peer right, where they indeed spotted several individuals, signaling each other. Shen Xun feigned shock. "Officers, your timing is impeccable. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished here today. They were attempting to rob me." Bang! Opposite them stood a dozen men, while only two were on their side. One of the military personnel was injured, a bullet grazing his arm. "Are you all right?" The wound froze instantly, with even the 2 drops of blood that flowed appearing frozen, creating a strangely beautiful sight. Shen Xun pretended not to see, turning away to crouch beside Lai Fu. "Block me a little," he nudged towards Lai Fu. Moments later, more military personnel cautiously approached. The injured comrade was taken away, leaving Shen Xun unattended. The 4 aimed their weapons to the right, maintaining a suppressive fire, their accuracy commendable, as Shen Xun heard the distant cries of agony from the next building. How tragic. The barricade had been partially cleared, providing an escape route for those unscathed, who frantically fled. Yet a sniper had already fixed his sights on this very position. One man was shot in the shoulder, clutching his wound as he ran. The sniper was solitary, but the robbers were numerous. In the end, managed to escape. Crouched in the corner, Shen Xun traced circles on the ground, while Lai Fu, delighted, would stomp on the drawn circles each time Shen Xun finished. The scene was soon cleared, collecting the belongings of these men, primarily their firearms, particularly crucial during this time of weapon scarcity. It remained a mystery where these weapons had come from. Military personnel hidden in the stairwell suddenly emerged, gathering the fallen guns and securing them. The robbers had suffered heavy casualties, with nearly all remaining behind, including their leader. With frostbite coupled with gunshot wounds, these individuals were likely beyond saving. "Captain, how shall we deal with them? 2 of their brothers are injured." "Execute them on the spot," the man commanded without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, those lying on the ground ceased their wails, kneeling and bowing their heads in desperation. "I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me." Yet the man ignored their pleas for mercy, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to proceed. They were not granted the mercy of bullets, but rather met with knives to their throats, as one by one, they were forced to watch their comrades fall. Chapter 79. The Torture of the Soul. "Woo-woo, I promise I'll never do it again. This is more unbearable than killing them," the 30-something men sobbed, tears and snot streaming down their faces. The manner of their companions' deaths mirrored their own fate. The sounds of breath fading away. With a single slice to the throat yielding no blood, they witnessed life extinguishing before them. "Let go of me. I don't want to die." Had I known it would end like this, I would have fought to the death to escape. Despair enveloped them. Another comrade collapsed, and the scene before them felt like a prelude to death, tormenting their very souls as several among them wet themselves in their fright. The military personnel paid no heed to their cries, executing their tasks with expressionless faces. These were mere trivialities compared to the bloodshed encountered while pursuing drug lords in the past. Given the current scarcity of weapons, particularly ammunition, they aimed to make quick work of it, ensuring their victims felt no pain as they passed. Ultimately, only Wu Liang remained, frozen in place, watching. "Where did you get your guns?" A different figure confronted Wu Liang, an interrogator. Yet after the recent ordeal, Wu Liang was psychologically shattered. I'll talk. Please don't kill me. We found the guns in a warehouse outside City B. There are plenty more. I can lead you to them. I know the location." Wu Liang clung to this lifeline as if it were his last hope, desperately striving to keep his head above water, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Shen Xun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I truly appreciate your help. Had it not been for you, I would have met my end here today." The military personnel listening to Shen Xun's words felt their ears nearly blistering. "Do you require assistance?" Qini Lu detained the individuals while helping Shen Xun gather the scattered wood. "I am immensely grateful to you." Shen Xun beamed as he stacked the wood neatly and retied it, while Lai Fu crouched, waiting for Shen Xun to secure the ropes. Shen Xun struggled to lift a sturdy log onto the folding wheel, though he could have done it one-handed. Qin Ilu found himself momentarily uncertain, assisting Shen Xun in binding the wood. "This leopard, is it yours?" Shen Xun chuckled lightly, affirming that it was indeed quite timid by nature. However, Qin Ilu, having witnessed the leopard's ferocity firsthand yesterday as it swiftly dispatched a gorilla, could hardly be persuaded by Shen Xun's words. Yet, the leopard's current docility presented a stark contrast to its prior demeanor, prompting Qin Ilu to direct his gaze upon Lai Fu, who was nuzzling Shen Xun affectionately. To Qin Ilu's eyes, the leopard seemed to be hiding behind Shen Xun, akin to a bashful creature. Shen Xun gently patted Lai Fu on the head, soothingly assuring it that there was nothing to fear, for they were all good people. Lai Fu appeared bewildered, attempting to lift its head, but Shen Xun's firm grip rendered it unable to do so. The leopard emitted a few plaintive sounds, prompting Shen Xun to apply more pressure, reiterating that he was not a villain and had indeed aided them moments ago. Qin Ilu, observing this scene, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why was the leopard so submissive before its master? He longed for the fierce spirit it had displayed when it had killed the gorilla. Yesterday, they had encountered it. And as he regarded Lai Fu, who had buried its head against Shen Xun's side, he sensed that this individual was not to be underestimated. He contemplated probing Shen Xun further. "Oh, really? It often frolics outside and returns quite late." Shen Xun continued to feign ignorance, as if oblivious to Lai Fu's true activities outside. Encased in layers of clothing, Qin Ilu could not discern Shen Xun's expression, yet her tone suggested genuine unawareness. However, beneath her mask, the corners of Shen Xun's mouth were almost splitting with amusement. Only Lai Fu, familiar with its owner's demeanor, detected the lightheartedness in her voice. The sun is setting. I must return home promptly to care for my bedridden uncles," Shen Xun declared, choosing not to prolong the conversation. Instead, she mounted Lai Fu and set off. Leaning close to Lai Fu's ear, she whispered, "Run." With Shen Xun astride, Lai Fu galloped down the street, swiftly disappearing into the encroaching night. "Captain Qin, do you think all animals have become like this? What about the police dogs in our unit? If they were to grow as large as this leopard, I would certainly wish to ride one as well." Once they had fetched the research personnel, they would promptly return to assess the situation. "Captain Qin, everything is in order." A total of 17 rifles and 34 handguns were confiscated, with plenty of ammunition remaining. Chapter 80, not a rescue team, but on a different mission. Have we extracted any information? Qin Ilu was particularly interested in the origin of these individuals' firearms, as such items were strictly prohibited in Z country. Indeed, even before the interrogation began, he divulged everything. He claimed that the weapons were found outside the city, discovered by accident, filling an entire warehouse. Captain Qin Ilu fell into a contemplative silence. The sheer number of firearms indicated a severity that surpassed his capacity to address. It was imperative to rendezvous with Lin Zhengyi and relay this intelligence. Captain Qin, this is Team A, do you copy? Please respond, crackled the radio, prompting Qin Ilu to press the button immediately. Received. Report your situation. We encountered a robbery en route and dispatched a small group to assist. Team A has successfully rescued the individuals, however, one appears to be mentally unstable. We are currently en route back. Team B is on its way to meet you. Return promptly after regrouping. With that, Qin Ilu switched off the radio. 2 soldiers carried a stretcher, upon which lay an elderly man, his frail body a mere shadow of vitality, flanked by 4 others wielding rifles as they cleared the path. What was initially presumed to be a straightforward mission had revealed itself to be brutally harsh. In the corridor, bones lay piled high, and the fearful green eyes peering from behind doors betrayed their dread of the guns. "Hurry, we need to leave," they urged as they hastened down the stairs, eager to escape the unsettling scrutiny they felt, as if they were mere fish on a chopping board. Upon reuniting with the other team, silence fell among the small groups. They exchanged the burden of the stretcher and decided to return before discussing further. Shen Xun ascended the stairs with firewood, and as she reached the 3rd floor, she placed Lai Fu into her space. Its current size made navigating the corridor a challenge, its legs unable to stretch fully. The corridor on the 22nd floor was a chaotic sight. The small kitchen, often filled with the aroma of cooking, now lay in disarray, its door ripped off. Even the iron door had not escaped devastation. A series of dense footprints marred the lock's hole, alongside debris that had been shoved into it. Shen Xun retrieved water from her backpack and meticulously cleaned the lock. It seemed that those who had invaded during the day had attempted to enter. realizing they could not open the iron door and venting their frustration upon it. The door to apartment 2202 was ruined, and there sat Lin Xiangrui, silently on the sofa. Shen Xun turned to see him and Qin Cheng seated gloomily by the fireplace. Qin Cheng had his arm and head bandaged, while Lin Xiangrui appeared relatively unscathed, though both wore expressions of despondency. Shen Xun closed the door and released Laifu from her space. The living room was spacious enough for it to move about. She retrieved 3 stoves and placed them in the room. The stoves blazed energetically, and Shen Xun set a frying pan atop one, where it quickly heated up. Adding butter, she began to fry the captured steaks. Laifu's sizable head rested against the doorframe, watching the steaks sizzle. After preparing one, Shen Xun fried another and brought Laifu's bowl inside, placing the steak within. Eat up. In just a few bites, Laifu finished its meal. Shen Xun added some mutated beast meat, heating it before serving it to Laifu. Alright, now it's my turn to eat properly. Having taken care of Laifu's dinner, Shen Xun retrieved the previously cooked steak from her space. After polishing off an entire piece, she still felt a twinge of hunger and decided to set up a grill for some barbecue. After washing up for the night, she lay on her bed, her consciousness sinking into her space, where she collected eggs and hastened the growth of various fruits. The previous batch of rice had now ripened. Although it still required some time before full maturity, Shen Xun had no intention of accelerating its growth. She harvested the ripe fruits and vegetables, leveling a hilltop before scattering some medicinal seeds to sprout. The 5 hilltops were scarcely sufficient, indicating the need to store more land within her space. Cultivating plants was relatively straightforward, as any soil would suffice for growth. However, if livestock continued to proliferate, especially chickens, ducks, and geese, they would inevitably lay eggs in hard-to-find corners, resulting in a sudden influx of chicks after some time. Perhaps she had tacitly allowed it, as she had not thoroughly disturbed her space. Over the past 6 months, she had collected around 200 baskets of eggs, and it felt like ages since she had last tasted a cake. Perhaps she would attempt to learn how to make one, as consuming so many eggs daily was impractical. Converting them into desserts seemed a more feasible option. After completing her tasks, Shen Xun exited her space, rose to use the restroom, and noticed the cat litter was nearly depleted, prompting her to add more. The stove was right in front of her, yet she still felt a chill. With the electric blanket set to low on her bed, she nestled under the covers, feeling warm. The individuals she encountered today were likely military personnel, yet they were not part of a rescue team. In her past life, she had been saved by a rescue team. If these individuals were indeed a rescue force, they would have gathered the survivors of City B first. However, they had not. Instead, they had stealthily infiltrated City B, suggesting they were on a mission. Without dwelling on it further, Shen Xun drifted into sleep. Chapter 81, Dreams, Once Upon a Time. Upon waking the next morning, Shen Xun completed her morning routine, brushed Laifu's teeth, and gave it a dry wash with powder, noticing that its fur felt significantly softer afterward. Anticipating her expedition to gather resources from the hills today, Shen Xun rose early, preparing a delightful seafood porridge, steaming 6 shrimp dumplings, frying an egg, and whipping up a corn paste before embarking on her journey. The trees in all 4 cardinal directions had been nearly entirely felled. Thus, to collect from the hills, she would need to venture further afield. On the 3rd floor, Shen Xun released Laifu, directing him southward, the area with the most extensive deforestation, where few ventured to harvest timber now. Prior to the apocalypse, she had refrained from overly depleting the hills for fear of detection, but circumstances had drastically changed, prompting her to urge Laifu to hasten their pace. On the ground, a massive white silhouette darted past in a blur, akin to an illusion, had it been the information age. Capturing Laifu's sprinting form on camera and playing it back at double speed would surely reveal its clarity. Shen Xun clutched tightly to the fur on Laifu's neck. And after half an hour, they had already exited the city. Beyond the city gates, the landscape opened up, devoid of the collapsed structures that had marred the route, allowing Laifu to accelerate. Shen Xun dared not lift her gaze. The wind whipping past her face felt like knives, stinging painfully. Gently patting Laifu's side, he embedded his claws into the icy surface, coming to a halt with a startled yelp at the abruptness of the stop. Sliding off Laifu, Shen Xun found her footing securely on the ice, with Beast City receding behind them. Using her binoculars, she peered towards the distant hills, where a chain of barren summits lay, scarcely inhabited. Over this way, she commanded, slapping Lai Fu's belly, prompting him to crouch so she could mount. Once settled, Lai Fu sprang into action, navigating the uneven mountain path with agility, leaping over stumps as Shen Xun felt as though she were on a roller coaster. "Slow down," she whispered into Lai Fu's ear, gazing at the hills ahead, which were far more awe-inspiring than they appeared through the lens. The undulating terrain revealed no intact trees. As Lai Fu traversed the mountains for over 2 hours, Shen Xun finally spotted a faint hint of green in the distance. "Let us hurry," she urged, tightening her legs around Lai Fu as he galloped deeper into the thicket. After traversing the dense forest for over half an hour, she instructed Lai Fu to scout for any nearby presence, taking a moment to sip from her thermos of hot water. Lai Fu's figure swiftly vanished, and Shen Xun began to gather the hills into her spatial realm, subsequently collecting 2 more as her consciousness slipped into that space. The trees and ice within the soil of the recently stored hills began to thaw gradually. As Shen Xun waved her hand over the hills, the lifeless trees began to sprout anew, bursting forth with vibrant life. Channeling her spiritual energy, she directed the melting rainwater into a designated area, forming a channel to irrigate the rice fields. After collecting several more hills, Lai Fu returned, a mutated creature clamped in his jaws, which Shen Xun accepted without hesitation, storing it away. In this forest, mutated creatures were plentiful, and Shen Xun retrieved a pre-prepared inflatable tent from her spatial storage. She set up 3 stoves, first preparing a meal for Lai Fu, then igniting the alcohol lamps to heat the dishes she had purchased from the local eatery. After dining, she unpacked a reclining chair to rest, noting that darkness had already fallen. It seemed they would be camping under the stars tonight. Returning home that night was out of the question. The temperature would surely plummet, and while Lai Fu could endure, she doubted her own resilience against the cold. Lighting a coal lamp and hanging it from the tent ceiling, she retrieved a power bank from her space, plugged in the heater, and with the 3 stoves, the inflatable tent began to feel considerably warmer. Shen Xun spread a fleece blanket over the air mattress, supplemented by an electric blanket and 2 additional quilts. Boiling water on the stove, she settled back in her chair, placing a small teapot atop the alcohol lamp to brew some tea. The tent was not particularly spacious, and Lai Fu's presence made it feel even more cramped. Closing the curtain, she laid down straw and a partition at the spot where Lai Fu would sleep. "Good night," she murmured. Perhaps due to the outdoor camping, Shen Xun found herself dreaming, a rarity for her. In her dream, she was back in that laboratory, awash in a sea of crimson. Blood pooled on the floor, seeping into the cracks, while black vines clawed up the walls of the facility. The potency of her spiritual energy allowed her to instantly recognize her dream state. "Please spare me. I truly understand my mistakes." A faceless man pleaded for mercy, his desperation palpable. Shen Xun smiled brightly, and the black vines released their grip on him. In the dead of night, the man bore a smile of survival, though his body trembled, still recovering from his ordeal. Yet, in the very next moment, the black vines pierced through his chest, presenting a vibrant red heart as if for sacrifice, perfectly displayed before Shen Xun. She reached out, plucking the heart from the vine, akin to harvesting a precious fruit. The man, impaled by the black vines, hung limply, blood pouring from his mouth. Holding the heart in her hand, she pressed her fingertip against it. Surprised to discover it was red, she had assumed it would be black. As she gently squeezed, blood oozed from the veins, trickling through her fingers and staining the floor, the sleeves of her white lab coat turning crimson. The heart slipped from her grasp, splattering blood across the ground, as the vines ensnared the hanging man, sprouting dense, sharp thorns that pierced into his flesh. His eyes widened in horror, death overtaking him. Shen Xun tread through the blood, stripping the hearts from every lab technician she encountered, her prolonged torment having warped her psyche beyond the ordinary. Amidst the stacked corpses and the pervasive bloodshed, she felt neither despair nor elation. It was as mundane as eating or drinking. At the dream-esque conclusion, she flung open the laboratory doors, yet freedom was not what awaited her, but rather an endless barrage of gun barrels outside. The black vines enveloped the door instantly, and a hail of bullets rained down. Shen Xun awoke, the sound of Lai Fu's breathing filling her ears. Rising from her cot, she added some charcoal to the stove. Wrapped in her blankets, she pondered how long it would be until her uncles arrived in B City, having left them a message, hoping her aunt would recall it soon. Lai Fu opened his eyes, observing Shen Xun's smile and discerning that she had once again been troubled by her dreams. He turned his back to her. Turn around. Don't present your backside to me. Shen Xun playfully nudged Laifu with her foot, prompting him to shift positions with a yelp. The small tent felt even more cramped with Laifu's antics. The warmth of the heater lulled Shen Xun into a drowsy state, the flickering oil lamp overhead swaying gently. She reclined back onto the air mattress, her consciousness drifting into her spatial realm. Today's venture had proven fruitful, combined with the hills she had collected previously. Her space now boasted 12 hills. She distributed the chickens, ducks, and geese across the various hills, exiting her space, feeling the fatigue wash over her as she succumbed to sleep. Laifu, with his tail tucked, gently tugged at the edge of Shen Xun's blanket, emitting soft whines. Shen Xun opened her eyes and gazed at it, rising to draw back the curtain. Laifu swiftly darted outside, having slept rather soundly, for dawn had already broken. A glance at the time revealed it was past 8, yet Laifu had not yet returned from its bathroom visit. After preparing breakfast for Laifu, Shen Xun commenced her culinary endeavors, crafting a delectable chicken and mushroom stew alongside steamed rice. Just as she was halfway through her meal, Laifu returned. Once it had finished eating, Shen Xun stowed the air mattress tent away in her storage space. Let us depart. It is time to return, she said. As Laifu lay on the ground, waiting for her to mount. Upon entering the mountains yesterday, they had chosen a secluded path. Shen Xun prided herself on her memory. Yet retracing her steps now proved an insurmountable task. Laifu, leaving its scent along the way, knew the route back and led Shen Xun at a brisk pace. 2 hours later, they emerged from the depths of the mountains. Laifu nimbly leaped atop a pile of rubble, and as it slowed its pace, Shen Xun lifted her head. In City B, due to Laifu's presence, the number of mutated animals had dwindled significantly over the past 6 months. Only a few remained, skittish and wary. As they descended from the rubble back onto the street, Laifu did not pause, sprinting with Shen Xun until they finally reached the gates of Tianfu at 3 in the afternoon. Shen Xun dismounted and gently stroked Laifu's neck. When we return, I shall prepare a grand feast for you, your favorite grilled meat. She always indulged Laifu. Laifu nudged her with its head, as if to say, all right. Let us head back. As they passed Building A, Shen Xun was called to halt. Hey, you must be Shen Xun, said a slender young man with prominent cheekbones and hollow cheeks. Shen Xun assessed him internally, pondering whether a single punch would send him into oblivion. Oh, you know me? She replied, pulling back the sleeve that Laifu tugged. What a coincidence. The moment grilled meat is mentioned, you're eager to return. Shen Xun yanked her sleeve away. But Laifu clamped its jaws around it once more. I'm Sun Jialong, the younger brother of Sun Jiahong. I've heard my sister and mother speak of you, he said, removing his mask to reveal a rather pleased smile. He had been informed that Shen Xun was of a similar age to him, and charming women was his forte, especially those of his own age. In school, he had played many a woman to his advantage. With his signature grin, he continued, Did you just return? It's quite dangerous outside, and yet you venture out. Chapter 83. He could not afford to lose his mother. First feigning concern, then subtly courting her favor. Followed by a few small gifts, this tactic had never failed him. Sun Jialong retrieved a half-eaten, darkened piece of bread from his pocket, the other half consumed that morning. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, take this. In these times of scarcity, you should feel grateful to accept it. Shen Xun made a face of disdain, though her goggles and scarf concealed her expression, leaving Sun Jialong unaware of her feelings. Is this all you have to offer? I expected something better, she thought, reflecting on how Sun Jiahong seemed quite astute, yet her mother and brother were of lesser caliber. Take it, he insisted, sensing her reluctance, thinking she must be shy. And he extended the bread once more. As Shen Xun stepped back at the sight of his filthy hand, caked with grime and frostbite, she replied, You can keep it. I have no desire to waste any more time with you, turning to leave. These people only sought to entangle her with their intentions. Even before the apocalypse, Shen Xun would have looked down upon someone like Sun Jialong. Laifu followed closely behind, eager to return, for it had not savored grilled meat in quite some time. Sun Jialong, clutching the bread, chased after Shen Xun, having never before been so outrightly rejected by a woman. He had noticed her leopard bringing back meat several times. She must have provisions. He was determined to win her over. As he pursued her, Laifu revealed its fierce demeanor, turning to threaten Sun Jialong. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, Ah! Shen Xun, having lost all patience, shot him a glance devoid of concern. Should Sun Jialong approach her again, she would not hesitate to unleash Laifu upon him. "Are you all right, Jialong?" cried a woman, rushing out from Building C towards the frightened Sun Jialong. Closely following was Sun Jiahong, bundled up tightly. Shen Xun gestured for Laifu to return. The woman helped her son to his feet. "Jialong, don't scare your mother like that. Are you hurt?" She had witnessed the beast looming over him, causing her great alarm. "Mom, she told that monster to bite me." Sun Jialong stood behind his mother, casting a wary glance at Laifu. His earlier notions had dissipated. He wished for Shen Xun's demise, believing it a privilege to be noticed by him. The woman's expression darkened upon hearing her son's words, now intent on confronting Shen Xun. Shen Xun's gaze shifted to Sun Jiahong, who seemed oblivious to the unfolding drama, lost in her own thoughts. "Laifu, tear her apart," Shen Xun commanded lightly, having exhausted her patience the moment the woman appeared. Unexpectedly, Shen Xun dared to command the monster to bite her, and the woman frantically turned to flee. "Jiahong, Jiahong, save me." Shen Xun withdrew a long knife from her backpack, knowing Sun Jiahong was a precise archer. Should she aim at Shen Xun, she would first sever her hand. Laifu swiftly pounced, and the woman was brought down. "Mom, let go of my mom." Sun Jialong cried out, genuinely terrified now. He could lose his father, even his sister, but he could not bear losing his mother. Pampered and cherished by her, he had never worried about food, as she always took care of him, providing a sense of security. Shen Xun waited, but when Sun Jiahong did not act, she sheathed her knife. Laifu was quick, and the woman had been slain, her body torn to shreds. Sun Jialong stared at the dismembered remains, feeling not sorrow, but fear. What would he do now? Would his sister retaliate for the loss of their mother? He understood all too well the lengths his mother would go for him. Laifu approached Shen Xun, who pulled the tattered remnants of fabric from its fangs and departed. Together, the girl and her leopard reached the front of Building C, where laughter erupted from behind. Shen Xun glanced back to see Sun Jiahong maniacally pinning Sun Jialong to the ground, seizing the half of the bread from him, devouring it ravenously. Furrowing her brow, Shen Xun wondered about Sun Jiahong's behavior. Laifu leaped through the second-floor window, unable to ascend the stairs, and Shen Xun stored it away. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, she retrieved her key to unlock the door, which bore the marks of tampering but had not been forced open. Shen Xun's expression remained stoic. Inside room 2202, chaos reigned, far worse than the previous day. Lin Xiangrui lay on the sofa, uncertain if he were alive or dead, while Chuncheng tended to the fire. Upon seeing Shen Xun return, he merely nodded in silence as a form of greeting. Last night, a multitude of people had invaded, and both he and Lin Xiangrui had been robbed of their belongings. They had even knocked on Shen Xun's door, but he was taken aback to find she was not home. Chapter 84. How can you blame me? The lock had been slightly deformed. Fortunately, the key still worked. Shen Xun entered and sought out the electric wire from her storage space. Electric wires were connected to solar panels, and Shen Xun meticulously bound the wires to the iron gates, creating an electrified network across the two gates. The voltage was immense, potent enough to be lethal. Even if it did not kill, it could certainly render a person unconscious. Originally, there was no need for such a contraption, but the iron gates could not withstand another attempt at prying them open. Shen Xun could not guarantee her presence at all times, thus she secured the wires as a precaution. Once everything was in place, she activated the power switch, and the electric network hummed to life with a crackling sound. Shen Xun retrieved a chick from her storage space. The moment the chick touched the electrified grid, it collapsed, accompanied by a faint burnt smell. Shen Xun quickly returned the chick to her space. Laifu, sprawled on the living room floor, watched Shen Xun busily at work. However, upon witnessing the chick's lifeless form, he instinctively took 2 steps back, puzzled by his master's peculiar activities. Shen Xun demonstrated with another chick, emphasizing that this gate was now off-limits. Understood? Laifu nodded vigorously. Although his intelligence was lacking, he possessed keen perception. With the heating turned on, Shen Xun brought out the fire pit, setting up a grill, declaring her intention to prepare barbecue for Laifu, a promise she was eager to fulfill upon her return. After all, he had carried her for quite a distance over the past 2 days and deserved a proper reward. As Laifu did not consume spicy food, Shen Xun divided the grilling into 2 sections, one for herself and one for him. Laifu placed his bowl at Shen Xun's feet, and once the meat was ready, she placed it directly inside. The temperature was quite low, even with several fire pits burning in the room. The barbecue cooled within 2 minutes of exposure to the chilly air. Lai Fu eagerly devoured the meat, while Shen Xun offered him some fruit to cleanse his palate, pouring herself a cup of milk tea. Meanwhile, Sun Jialong stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, a lingering pain in his palm. Sun Jiahong had just acted like a madwoman, forcibly snatching the bread from his hands. Grabbing the snowflakes scattered on the floor, he placed them in his mouth, feeling the cold melt into water as he swallowed the hardened piece of bread. Shen Xun had long since departed. His throat still ached, and as he gazed at his mother's corpse on the ground, a smile crept onto his face, realizing the irony that she had called out for him to save her in her final moments. How truly ironic, for just last night, she had wept and begged him for rescue, only for her to send her own daughter to hell, all for the sake of feeding Sun Jialong. Sun Jiahong glared at her brother, her resentment palpable, contemplating murder. She lunged at Sun Jialong, her hands tightening around his throat, cursing him for the injustice of their circumstances. Yet, after enduring a cycle of hunger and torment, her weakened state was no match for her brother's survival instinct. Sun Jialong, eyes wide with terror, struggled to breathe, using his knees to push against his sister as he kicked out in desperation. He grabbed a brick from the flower bed and swung it fiercely at Sun Jiahong, who shielded her head with her arms as the brick struck her limbs. This is all Mother's doing. You cannot blame me. If you wish to kill me, then I shall end your life now. The blows rained down on her, and Sun Jiahong felt only pain. Father, if only you were here, she lamented, missing him dearly. Not hearing her mumblings, Sun Jialong assumed she was cursing him, intensifying his assault. With a thud, Sun Jialong collapsed to the ground. Jiahong, are you all right? Jiahong, Jiahong. A familiar voice broke through, and she looked up to see Chen Cheng and Lin Xiangrui. Lin Xiangrui helped her up, although her head was uninjured. Her body bore the marks of their struggle. They quietly settled by the window of Building B, contemplating their next move. We need to find food. Will you join us? Lin Xiangrui finally spoke, as their supplies had been raided the previous night, and they hoped to gather resources before nightfall. Sun Jiahong, gritting her teeth against the pain, followed the two. As they passed Sun Jialong, she chose to ignore him. Unconscious and vulnerable on the ground, he faced the risk of freezing to death if he remained unconscious for even half an hour. Lin Xiangrui, unaware of the sibling conflict that had transpired, led the trio out of the Tianfu community. As night fell, Shen Xun's hands ached from grilling, while Lai Fu's belly was pleasantly full, having indulged in a satisfying meal. Collapsing onto the sofa, Shen Xun flexed her wrists, realizing the effort had taken a full 2 hours. The scent of barbecue clung to her. She boiled water, placed a basin in her room, and took a shower. Lai Fu had already succumbed to sleep in the living room, relishing what he deemed the happiest day. As Shen Xun lay in bed, her consciousness drifted into her space, where she filled a metal barrel with half a bucket of milk. Chapter 85 brought a slight alleviation of her frustrations. Fresh milk was preferable for desserts. After tending to her stock of food supplies, she exited the space. Soon, only 3 months remained until the extreme cold would pass. But the dangers that lay ahead would be even greater. Digging out the projector, Shen Xun retrieved her tablet and selected a zombie series to watch. She had already seen plenty of disaster films and had grown weary of them. Moreover, she found it far more engaging to experience a disaster firsthand. The scenes of the zombie outbreak were gruesome, and Shen Xun was captivated. However, she felt a twinge of regret when the zombie king was defeated. Such a determined and inspiring creature, only to fall at the hands of the protagonists, it felt like a waste. Shen Xun adjusted her tablet for another viewing. Lai Fu's large head appeared by the door, growling softly. Having spent ample time with Shen Xun, she understood his intentions. She donned her jacket, tucked her handgun behind her, and slipped on her gloves before opening the iron door, shining her flashlight through the small window. She met 2 pairs of glowing green eyes, but she paid them no mind, directing the beam toward room 2202, which was shrouded in darkness. Clearly, Lin Xiangrui and Chen Cheng were no longer inside. Shen Xun redirected the flashlight toward the 2 figures, both a meter away from the iron gate, evidently having endured some hardship. A wooden stick was thrust through the small window, and Shen Xun swiftly sidestepped it. The stick stirred about in the window, and a man's voice warned, "Next time, you want to escape." In an instant, 2 more sticks were thrust through the window, and Shen Xun raised her blade, slicing through one of the sticks. Afterward, she thrust the blade back out, eliciting a cry of pain from the man. Shen Xun retaliated with a few vigorous stabs. One strike was not sufficient. She retrieved a longer blade and thrust it outward, the sound of steel piercing flesh resonating like a symphony. With unwavering hands, she withdrew the blade and struck again, delivering a relentless series of stabs until the figure on the ground ceased to move. Mechanically, she continued to stab a few more times. The tension within her eased slightly as she brought the blade inside, storing it in her space. Realizing these were likely the same individuals who had attempted to break into her home the previous night. They had even deformed her lock. How infuriating. Outside, the situation remained unclear. Only a singular scream pierced the night, followed by an eerie silence, suggesting these individuals were quite meticulous in their endeavors, not daring to venture out recklessly. Shen Xun donned a mask from her storage and retrieved a tear gas canister, pulling its ring. With a sharp click, she threw the canister out. Hearing the commotion outside as they reacted with confusion, "What is this? What is happening?" In the corridor, several individuals were unable to contain their tears, as the 3-meter passage was suffused with the effects of tear gas. 2 of them believed they had retreated to the wall, but instead, they stumbled against Shen Xun's iron door, resulting in 2 sharp sounds as they were jolted to the ground by an electric shock. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion of their fall, Shen Xun swung open the iron door, her mask granting her immunity against the tear gas, and retrieved a handgun from behind her waist. She stepped outside, the muted thuds of her silenced weapon resonating softly as she dispatched 2 more individuals. They were too preoccupied with wiping their eyes and pinching their noses to notice Shen Xun, mistakenly believing she was still inside. After swiftly eliminating both, Shen Xun kicked their lifeless bodies aside, propelling them against the wall. The corridor was not extensive, and it was likely that someone had already made their way downstairs. Shen Xun dismantled another tear gas canister and a smoke grenade, tossing them down the stairwell. In the darkness of night, with no illumination and the corridor shrouded in smoke, Shen Xun leaned against the wall as she descended. A man stood in the stairwell, having opened a window for fresh air. Shen Xun placed her hand firmly on his shoulder, exerting force to push him down the stairs. A resounding thud followed as he landed on the icy ground. Continuing her descent, she refrained from using a flashlight to avoid revealing her position, uncertain of how many others had arrived. Upon reaching the bottom, the sound of rushing wind above her prompted her to retreat, but she was taken aback to find another person behind her. In quick succession, she drew another handgun from her concealed space, firing at both the front and back, the muffled reports echoing through the corridor as the individuals above collapsed. However, those on the 21st floor managed to evade her bullets. Shen Xun produced a flashlight, activating it before tossing it aside, its trajectory mimicking her own movement. As anticipated, her ruse worked. The adversary fired at the light's direction, and she took aim at the position where the individual had emerged. The person narrowly dodged, eliciting a sound of intrigue from Shen Xun. The wind swept through the window, dispersing the smoke and revealing the figure of a woman, brandishing a machete and a steel rod, evidently the source of the wind's noise. Without hesitation, as the woman became visible, Shen Xun fired. Anticipating the woman's escape route, she discharged a second shot, followed by a third, which struck the woman in her calf, perfectly aligning with Shen Xun's intended trajectory for her flight. The woman collapsed to the ground, her leg wounded. Shen Xun, cautious not to approach recklessly, noted the woman's agility and quick reflexes. Illuminating both their faces with the flashlight, she harbored no intention of sparing the woman. In the midst of the woman's astonishment, Shen Xun stowed her handgun and retrieved a sniper rifle from her concealed space. Feeling a twinge of boredom, she decided to indulge in some target practice, cleaning the scope and crouching to aim at the woman. The woman, clearly terrified, questioned Shen Xun about the bizarre occurrences she had just witnessed. Impromptu performance. "Just a little magic trick, fear not," Shen Xun replied, adjusting the sniper rifle and attaching a suppressor. Taking a step back to position herself at the staircase's edge, she prepared for the recoil. The woman's leg, now numbed from the bullet wound, rendered her gaze vacant as she stared at Shen Xun. The earlier incident was no illusion. She had witnessed the sniper rifle seemingly materialize before her. With her back against the door of room 2101, the woman retreated, desperation evident in her eyes. The shot rang out, striking her left arm, causing her to lose her balance and fall. "What are you?" she gasped, but Shen Xun fired again, hitting her right arm. Rendered immobile, the woman could only watch as the devil before her reloaded and prepared to pull the trigger, her expression devoid of any remorse. Shen Xun offered no response, continuing to squeeze the trigger. Those who dared to intrude upon her sanctuary in the dead of night could hardly be deemed virtuous. For such reckless souls, Shen Xun was more than willing to fulfill their fatal desires. The pain from her multiple wounds surged through the woman's body, nearly overwhelming her senses. Yet, Shen Xun showed no mercy. Stowing the sniper rifle, she approached the woman, crouching beside her. This woman exhibited a level of intelligence and ruthlessness that surpassed many, and her combat skills were commendable. If Shen Xun's assumptions were correct, the men she had just dispatched were likely her subordinates. Such individuals intrigued Shen Xun, though she lamented that this woman had set her sights on her. Having had her fill of the encounter, Shen Xun brandished a dagger, granting the woman a swift end before unceremoniously tossing her body out the window. She disposed of the other corpses, those from the staircase and the two she had shot, resulting in 4 bodies leaning against the doorframe. Shen Xun, cautious not to draw attention, donned her gloves and, using them, removed the bodies from the iron door. One by one, she heaved them over the edge, collecting the canisters of tear gas and smoke. She finally opened the iron door and re-entered her sanctuary. After a long night of exertion, her mental faculties remained intact, though her physical stamina was considerably drained. Lai Fu waited patiently by the door for Shen Xun's return. She removed her gloves and affectionately scratched Lai Fu behind the ears. Time to sleep. Lai Fu wobbled after her, watching as Shen Xun shed her outer garments and collapsed onto the bed, yearning to join her but unable to fit through the door. Enhancing the electric security on the iron door, Shen Xun settled into bed, confident that she would not be disturbed again. Upon awakening the next morning, she peered through the iron door towards room 2202, noting that Lin Xiangrui and his companion had yet to return, presumably having left. After 2 days of being robbed, they must have learned their lesson about survival. Preparing breakfast for Lai Fu, Shen Xun steamed some buns and shrimp dumplings, concocting a dipping sauce. Once breakfast was finished, she commenced her running routine, starting with a warm-up. The weight she carried was no longer adjusted as before. Instead, she increased it directly as her body adapted to the exertion. As she exercised, she gradually added weight, glancing at the heavy iron plates suspended from her arms, unaware of how much she was now lifting. After breaking a sweat, she heated water for a quick wash to ward off any potential cold later in the day. Recently, rampant robberies had plagued the area, prompting many residents of Building F to vacate, including Lin Xiangrui and his companion. Without neighbors, Shen Xun felt emboldened. As lunch approached, she pondered what to eat, craving something savory, having abstained from rich flavors for far too long. Dressing in soft pajamas, layering with a knitted sweater and a long winter coat, she sat by the stove, relishing the warmth. Moving the stove to the living room, she retrieved a stone pot filled with fish from her concealed space. Only outside could she savor such delicacies. The fish, having been prepared before the torrential rain, was heated in the stone pot, accompanied by some washed vegetables for cooking. Delighted, she devoured the entire fish, adding shrimp to the pot for extra flavor. After enjoying a can of beer, she felt pleasantly full. The aroma of the stone pot fish lingered for half an hour, necessitating a change from her fragrant winter coat. As she donned her shoes and tied them tightly, Lai Fu squatted in front of her. Shen Xun took a pair of scissors and trimmed the long fur on its chin. The extreme cold had prompted thick fur growth in many animals. Lai Fu's once short hair had gradually lengthened over time, necessitating regular grooming. Hold still. I promise I won't cut you this time, Shen Xun assured, grasping its retreating body. Lai Fu leaned back with all his might, yet could not escape the grasp of Shen Xun. With each sharp snip of the scissors, he trembled. I told you, I truly was careless last time. Why don't you believe me? Shen Xun snipped off the last piece, declaring done. Lai Fu, as if granted a pardon, swiftly turned and hid behind the sofa. Stop acting all dead, come here, and I'll take you out for some fun, Shen Xun said as he donned his specialized gloves and pulled open the iron door. Chapter 87. The Survival Rules of the Food Chain. Upon hearing his master speak of venturing outside, Lai Fu approached Shen Xun but hesitated to draw near the door. Not lacking in wits, he was swiftly tucked into a spatial pocket, and Shen Xun shut the iron door behind him. At this juncture, the door was indeed as secure as Fort Knox. Without professional tools, one would be hard-pressed to pry it open again. On the 3rd floor, Shen Xun released Lai Fu, who darted out through the second-floor window and vanished in an instant, with Shen Xun following closely behind. In just one morning, the corpse discarded the previous night had vanished, leaving Shen Xun standing on the blood-stained ice. The place where the body should have rested was now empty, save for a few remnants of flesh. Exiting Tianfu, Shen Xun meandered down the street, steering clear of clusters of people. She feared that if they were to provoke her, she might end up killing until her hands grew weary. The city had far too many inhabitants. The timeline for the establishment of the official base remained uncertain. The sound of ice being chipped echoed as Shen Xun stood in the shadows, observing two men and a woman wielding axes, relentlessly hacking at the ice. Beside them lay a pile of ice blocks, nearly as tall as a person, evidently excavated. Just a bit more, keep digging, the woman urged as she took the axe and struck the ice with force. This is frozen too tightly, we might as well take half of it and leave, one of the men remarked, rubbing his hands together. It's too cold, and we're nearly out of energy. Well, most of it is already excavated. The trio reached a consensus. This ice is too solid. If we're not careful, the axe might freeze too. Shall we dig a little deeper? There seems to be quite a bit of meat beneath, the woman lamented as she grasped the axe. They had been at this for an extended duration. A moment more wouldn't he hurt. Let us chop at the calves, it's more brittle here. After a few strikes, the three of us can push and it should break, she suggested, passing the axe to another as they switched roles. Shen Xun watched for a while before realizing their intentions. What lay beneath the ice? The shops on the first floor, and those who had perished within. She guessed correctly to an extent. After all, they were indeed here in search of food, but expecting them to break through the ice was unrealistic. As the three labored, a crack echoed, and a male corpse clad in a short-sleeved shirt was severed at the calves. Shen Xun turned away, having seen countless similar scenes. Looking out, the ice surface was riddled with large pits, the ice blocks piled around them resembling makeshift graves, most bodies halved, with the lower halves left unextracted. A scant few had been severed at the calves. Gazing at the bodies in the pits, images of a cannibalistic feast flashed before Shen Xun's eyes. Humanity, too, was merely an animal governed by the survival laws of the food chain. If these individuals wished to survive in a world devoid of sustenance, resorting to cannibalism would be inevitable. Lai Fu had previously dug through these pits, and Shen Xun chose a path that avoided the most numerous holes. A clatter echoed as Shen Xun narrowly dodged a small stone that struck a nearby tin sheet, producing a resounding noise. She turned to see a child responsible for the throw. The child hurled another stone in her direction before turning to flee. But Shen Xun caught the stone in her grasp. The plush gloves became soiled with the mud on the stone, and she chose not to pursue, instead strolling leisurely through the alley. Where is everyone? Why didn't they follow? The child met up with a man at the alley's entrance, panting softly. Each time he issued such provocations, those he targeted would pursue like rabid dogs. Why hadn't the person reacted after being struck this time? You didn't hit her, did you? The man questioned the child skeptically. How could that be? I've never missed. I swear I hit her. The child frantically defended himself. Well, if you don't bring back a person today, I'll have you boiled for dinner tonight, the man replied coldly. The child trembled at the thought of being consumed. I'll go again. This time, I'll definitely lure her in. You have to believe me. The child strained against the man's grip. The two exchanged glances and agreed to let him try once more. Shen Xun held the stone tightly, thinking only a fool would chase after. She was in good spirits today, not wishing to kill, but rather seeking a respite. The child quickly caught up to Shen Xun, trailing behind her. He had targeted her because she was alone. Individuals like her were the easiest to prey upon. He had succeeded several times before, knowing that many would underestimate him because of his age. All he needed to do was lure her into the alley. The child pulled a stone from his pocket and threw it at Shen Xun, who heard the sound and sidestepped to evade it. Turning back to glare at the child, she tightened her grip on the stone she had caught earlier and hurled it with all her might in the child's direction. This was her first time using her full strength. The stone shot from her hand with such velocity that it left only a blur in its wake. Ah, it hurts, the child cried, collapsing to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his back and an overwhelming chill. The impact was severe at such a close range, and with Shen Xun's full force, the stone penetrated the child's padded jacket, embedding itself in his body. Chapter 88. I am a law-abiding citizen. As his body temperature gradually dissipated, the child, having never faced death, remained on the ground wailing, blissfully unaware of his impending demise. He only felt the cold intensifying and the pain in his back growing unbearable. Shen Xun squatted beside him, observing the agony etched upon his face. Is this amusing? Shen Xun asked in a dispassionate tone, having no intention of killing him. It was he who had eagerly placed his head on the chopping block. Please don't kill me. It wasn't intentional. I truly didn't mean to. The child curled into himself. Shen Xun smiled brightly, raising her empty hands before his eyes, devoid of weapons. The child sighed in relief. She appeared reasonable. Yet Shen Xun did not leave. Her gaze fixed on the child's face as he struggled through the pain, his complexion paling gradually until his lips lost all color. Shen Xun was extraordinarily alert. It's so cold, the child shivered, engulfed by an overwhelming fear. He dared not meet Shen Xun's icy gaze. He knew death was fast approaching. Goodbye, Shen Xun said, standing up and brushing off the snowflakes from her hands. Please save me. I beg you. The child's eyes brimmed with tears. He yearned to live, unwilling to embrace death, yet the figure before him grew increasingly distant. In his blurred vision, two towering silhouettes approached. The instinct to survive stirred him back to some semblance of awareness. Help me. As they drew closer, the child finally recognized who they were. Useless. It seems you are destined for the pot tonight. Despair washed over the child. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to even plead for mercy. The two casually examined his body, discovering a gaping wound in his back, probing inside to find something solid. Haha, let us take him back, one of the men drooled with anticipation. The flesh of children was the most delectable, far more tender than that of the aged. He had long set his sights on this child, envisioning the feast that awaited. However, the child was generally quite proactive in his endeavors, making it difficult to find an opportune moment to strike. Moreover, the team still required him to entice passers-by. Was it not as if fate itself conspired to assist him today? It had been nearly half a month since the last time he had feasted on a child. Amidst the jostling, the child had already succumbed to his fate. Shen Xun traversed the commercial street, slipping through a window and scoured two shopping malls, only to find them utterly devoid of any goods. Aside from a few empty metal racks, everything consumable had been purged. Even the wooden frames had been dismantled. City B, with its overpopulated landscape, had seen a considerable number of casualties from the torrential rains, and the extreme cold had claimed many lives since. Those who perished from starvation were certainly not a small number either. The figures of the slain and the devoured could only be accurately counted by the authorities. To date, a substantial number of people in City B still managed to survive. Even today, she had observed hundreds meandering about outside. Not to mention those hidden in the nooks of buildings, as well as those whose whereabouts she was oblivious to. The metal racks were largely intact, and Shen Xun stored them in her space. With a bit of modification, these racks could serve as a means for cultivating vegetables. Previously, these racks had been laden with items, but now their emptiness conveniently allowed her to collect them. After gathering the racks from two shopping malls, she finally ceased her efforts, deeming it sufficient for her future plans. By the time she departed the mall, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Shen Xun intended to return home. Lai Fu had probably scampered up the mountains for amusement, as the city center no longer sufficed for its entertainment. Retracing her steps, she noticed that the child's corpse had vanished from the ground, leaving Shen Xun with an inexplicable expression. With the year nearing its end, there had been no word from other regions, yet it was certain that various bases and shelters had been established. The official news remained shrouded in secrecy. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed through the air, causing Shen Xun to halt her stride. A throng of individuals surged from the alley ahead. Shen Xun pressed herself against the wall to avoid being jostled. A multitude of people raced past her, and she found herself the sole figure moving against the tide. As she exited the alley, Shen Xun navigated around several icy pits, only to be confronted by a group of soldiers clad in military coats, guns raised and aimed at her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Xun instinctively placed her right hand behind her waist, quickly stowing her handgun in her space. In a split second, she raised her hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I am a law-abiding citizen, a most respectable citizen." Though the soldiers remained skeptical, they gradually lowered their weapons, reassured by the sight of her empty hands and the absence of any ice-picking tools nearby. "What brings you here?" one soldier inquired, his voice tinged with suspicion. I do say I'm here for a stroll. Do you believe me?" she replied, genuinely having come for a walk and to collect a few racks. The soldier's doubts persisted. Many had succumbed to hunger and resorted to scavenging, and her presence here was hardly believable. His gun remained trained on her while Shen Xun, maintaining a smile, felt her patience wane, slowly lowering her hands. "I have no interest in leopard meat right now," she declared. She was not here to scavenge, and urged him to lower his firearm. A squad leader pressed his hand against his gun, scrutinizing Shen Xun's pristine gloves and shoes, contrasting sharply with the desolate state of the scavengers. "My home is behind me. I must pass through here." "Of course, I would be here," she reassured him, her smile returning when she sensed he meant her no harm. "Let her pass," the squad leader finally spoke, and as the soldiers lowered their rifles, Shen Xun proceeded without a backward glance. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and the aroma of cooking meat. Shen Xun raised her eyes to see several soldiers incinerating the remains of dismembered corpses. The atmosphere was heavy, with the scavengers encircled, while armed officials stood guard outside the perimeter. As the smell of roasting human flesh wafted through the air, the encircled individuals lost all restraint, surging forward, only to be met with the fatal crack of gunfire. Throughout this short journey, the sound of gunshots rang out repeatedly, and these cannibals would likely not survive the day. From the very first taste, human flesh had become an addiction they would find nearly impossible to forsake until death. During such tumultuous times, the authorities exhibited zero tolerance towards such acts. One by one, the cannibals were herded into a nearby building, never to emerge again. Yet, there was no sign of fear of death among them, nor any pleas for mercy. They merely gazed silently towards the burning corpses, saliva dripping from their lips. The sight before Shen Xun stunned several soldiers. These individuals could hardly be considered human anymore. They were far more terrifying than ghosts. Shen Xun's expression remained impassive. These soldiers were not the same as those she had encountered previously, who had been in a significantly dire state. The soldiers before her now appeared robust, evidently well-fed and clothed. 2 points of information could be confirmed. The first batch of soldiers had a mission, though its nature remained unknown. The second batch appeared to be a rescue team, and based on their actions today, it seemed they were preparing to conduct a thorough cleansing of City B. The officials were gradually infiltrating City B, and it appeared that they would soon take control here. Lai Fu could no longer venture out alone. Encountering the authorities would undoubtedly lead to immediate execution. At 6 in the evening, Shen Xun finally returned to Tianfu, slipping through the second-floor window. Within her space, she retrieved a reclining chair and a stove, settling into the chair to await Lai Fu, who typically returned around this time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lai Fu finally sauntered back, its keen sense picking up Shen Xun's scent as it called out excitedly from the window. Shen Xun rose to stow the stove and reclining chair back into her space. Lai Fu leaped through the window, continuing to vocalize eagerly, though Shen Xun struggled to decipher its words. It was only when Lai Fu turned its backside towards her that Shen Xun noticed the long, bloody scratches near its lower abdomen, starkly visible against its white fur. This was the first time Shen Xun had seen Lai Fu injured. It usually dominated its surroundings in the city center. As her palm grazed the wound, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was not deep. However, the injury required immediate attention. The exposed skin had already begun to freeze, necessitating the melting of the ice to prevent the wound from festering. Lai Fu whined pitifully, tugging at Shen Xun's clothing, attempting to drag her outside. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xun finally understood. It had lost a fight outside and wanted her assistance to reclaim its honor. "Tomorrow," she replied. "I've been waiting for you and now I'm starving." With that, she stowed Lai Fu back into her space, genuinely intrigued by what kind of aberrant creature could inflict harm upon it. Opening the iron door, Shen Xun brought out the stove to heat water, instructing, "Do not move." She then retrieved a scalding dagger, scraping away the frostbitten flesh surrounding Lai Fu's wound. Watching the dagger in Shen Xun's hand, Lai Fu trembled uncontrollably, as if sifting through grains. "Do not be afraid. I have no desire for leopard meat at present," Shen Xun jested, though she was unable to suppress her own saliva as she spoke, causing Lai Fu to quake even more. Eventually, Lai Fu ceased its trembling, resigning itself to close its eyes, no longer watching Shen Xun. "All done, you may rise," she declared, applying medicinal powder to the wound and placing 2 stoves nearby to ensure the area remained warm for optimal healing. Upon opening its eyes and realizing that its master did not intend to consume it, Lai Fu finally relaxed. Shen Xun, however, did not allow it to roam freely. It was to remain by the stove. After tending to its wounds, The clock had already crept past 8 in the evening. Shen Xun prepared a meal for Lai Fu, having caught a hen to slaughter for soup. Without Lin Xiangrui, the two of them, the aroma lingered delightfully in the air. Shen Xun hastily prepared a medley of fresh mushrooms to enrich the broth, infusing it with a delectable fragrance. After covering the clay pot, she allowed it to simmer for an hour until the meat became tender and easily separated from the bone. It had been quite a while since she savored the taste of freshly cooked rice. Thus, Shen Xun prepared a bowl of rice, complementing it with the succulent chicken. Once she finished her meal, she tidied up and lay down in bed, her consciousness sinking into the spatial realm where she organized the shelves she had gathered that day, over 120 in total. The shortest measured 4 meters, while the longest exceeded 9 meters. For the modifications, she planned to weld an iron plate onto the shelf's frame to create a groove, which she would then fill with soil and sprinkle with seeds to encourage germination. Chapter 90. The strong dragon cannot overcome the local snake. In the spatial realm, sparks flew as Shen Xun toiled for over 3 hours, welding iron plates onto the shelves. After meticulously transferring soil from the foam boxes in the adjacent room into the grooves, her task was finally complete. Her mental energy was considerably depleted, yet the results were gratifying. Exiting the spatial realm, Shen Xun checked on Lai Fu's wounds. The medicinal powder had been well absorbed, and the wounds showed no signs of frostbite. A soft snore escaped Lai Fu as Shen Xun added coal to the stove, ensuring it would burn through the night, while she slightly opened a window for ventilation. The cold air brushed against her face, causing her to shiver, and goosebumps rose on her neck. Snuggling under the covers, she cranked the electric blanket to its highest setting and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In a towering building at the city center, Qin Yilu and Lin Zhengyi sat across from each other in heavy silence, their expressions grave. They had located a significant cache of firearms outside the city, and reports had already been sent up the chain. It wouldn't be long before reinforcements arrived. Lin Zhengyi tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The local officials of City B had organized a rescue team, and today, Team A encountered them. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Zhengyi recalled the survivors they had met in the city, reassured by the presence of official personnel to help control the situation. However, conflict had arisen. Their men had been assaulted. Reports indicated that some individuals within the rescue team lacked any sense of discipline. It was alarming to think that qualified soldiers could display such a lack of basic decency. Without discipline, Lin Zhengyi pondered, what do the officials of City B truly intend? Captain Lin, I suspect there are significant issues in City B, Qin Yilu expressed his concerns. The survivors are living in dire conditions, emaciated and desperate, and during this time, there has been no assistance from the local officials, yet they managed to uncover a large cache of weapons outside the city. Since you led a team to retrieve those weapons, exercise caution. We cannot afford to be discovered. At this point, I can only speculate until reinforcements arrive, Lin Zhengyi replied. I'll gather a team to handle it, Qin Yilu said, preparing to rise. Captain Lin, there's one more thing, he added, halting Lin Zhengyi's departure. What is it? The 3 researchers are exhibiting severe psychological issues. The captain of Team A reported that they were found imprisoned. I'm aware of that situation. I've already reported it, and a military doctor will accompany us. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, our brothers will not have sacrificed in vain. Listening to this, Qin Yilu recognized his emotions were slipping through, but throughout their journey in City B, all 6 teams had incurred losses, with only his unit suffering total annihilation. If they were to rescue 3 individuals with mental issues, what would be the significance of their arduous journey and sacrifices? Lin Zhengyi slapped Qin Yilu on the shoulder. How long has it been since you had a proper rest? There's still much to attend to. Don't forget the tasks I entrusted to you. Go rest now. Also, inform your men to refrain from provoking them for the time being. Let us see what the higher-ups decide when they arrive. The strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. Qin Yilu understood this principle well, especially in these changing times. As long as the opposing party hadn't openly escalated the situation, there remained a chance for peaceful coexistence. Let us endure today's events for now. I promise I will ensure they pay for the harm inflicted upon our people, Lin Zhengyi said, frustration evident in his voice. After parting ways, Qin Yilu selected several soldiers for a small meeting regarding the handling of firearms. After washing up, Shen Xun had a light breakfast and then departed. Lai Fu had awakened early and was eating more rapidly than before. After storing Lai Fu in the spatial realm, Shen Xun descended to the 3rd floor, releasing him. where he eagerly wagged his tail, waiting by the window. Lead the way, Shen Xun reminded him of her promise from the previous day. Lai Fu crouched down, inviting her to ride, but she declined, stating, "Not today. You have wounds, and running could reopen them, causing further delays in treatment." Retrieving a bicycle from the spatial realm, Lai Fu took the lead, with Shen Xun following closely. In no time, Lai Fu dashed ahead, leaving Shen Xun pedaling furiously, the chains sparking beneath her feet. A monster. There's a monster. A man stumbled and fell, his gun trembling in his grasp. The dark muzzle of his weapon was suddenly aimed at Lai Fu, who hesitated, stepping back cautiously. "Why aren't you moving? You were just running so freely." Shen Xun called out as she rode her bicycle down a rocky path and turned a corner, spotting others emerging behind her. The guns that had been aimed at Lai Fu were now all trained on Shen Xun. The sound of bullets being chambered made her skin crawl. She was far from invulnerable. "Lai Fu, stay behind me," she instructed, maneuvering her bicycle in front of him. Lai Fu obediently shifted behind her, but his large frame was hardly a shield against the barrage of guns. Chapter 91. Throw the bag over here. ISNTZ country supposed to have gun control? How is it that firearms are so ubiquitous now, with everyone armed? The individuals Shen Xun had encountered previously were also equipped with weapons, and now these men were no different. Raising her hand, she gestured for Lai Fu to step back as he moved to a corner position. Shen Xun dismounted from the bicycle. The dark muzzle showed no signs of relaxing, remaining silently aimed at her and Lai Fu. A dozen figures were bundled tightly, with only their eyes visible. The current state of animals instilled fear in them. Even Shen Xun's presence did not ease their guard. If anything, it heightened their vigilance. Although their hands trembled slightly, they kept their weapons steadily pointed at her. Having had previous encounters with domesticated animals, they found Shen Xun's fierceness unexpected. With the experience garnered from slaying so many creatures, they knew that regardless of how animals might evolve, bullets could still inflict damage. Who could feel secure under such a multitude of firearms? Shen Xun's gaze grew increasingly cold. With her hands resting on the bicycle handlebars, she lowered the support stand. Noticing that Lai Fu had not made any aggressive moves and was instead hiding behind her, the guns in the hands of the dozen men slowly lowered. 4 individuals cautiously approached. Yet they remained wary of Lai Fu. "You there, toss your bag over here." Shen Xun was carrying a backpack filled with snacks and a bottle of warm water. "Are you deaf? I said throw your bag over here, quickly." The man yelled, raising his gun threateningly. Shen Xun unbuckled the strap around her waist, a cold smile curling her lips. "Here you go, catch." The black backpack arced through the air, and the 2 men rushed forward to catch it, while the other 2 kept a watchful eye on Shen Xun. With her palm concealed behind her back, her handgun appeared in her grip. Delicious food, an abundance of it. The 2 individuals seized the backpack, placed it on the ground, and opened it, their faces alight with excitement upon discovering its contents. Biscuits, bread, an assortment of snacks, and a thermos. An immediate pang of hunger struck their bellies. In an instant, all 4 of them leaned down to inspect the backpack's treasures, prompting their companions behind to rush forward, drawn by the promise of such plentiful provisions. "Don't snatch. I said don't snatch. Put everything back. For heaven's sake. Can't you understand a word I'm saying? Return it all." A man fired a shot into the sky with the rifle in his hand, and the commotion ceased as over a dozen people fell silent, reluctantly placing their items back down. Shen Xun discarded his current weapon and rummaged through the cache of arms, retrieving several grenades. After pulling the pins, the grenades remained motionless in the stillness of the space. He stepped back to ensure he was within a safe distance, then began to hurl the grenades one after another towards the group. "Get down!" The 2 individuals who had been fixated on Shen Xun opened fire as they realized his intent, but their shots went astray. Shen Xun took cover behind an angle and tossed several more grenades amidst their frantic evasion. He drew his pistol and began to shoot them down, one by one. The explosions proved devastating, leaving several wounded and screaming on the ground. For a moment, no one paid attention to the backpack anymore. They were all desperately seeking cover, their lack of professional training evident as they struggled to react to the chaos. Shen Xun had caught them off guard, the grenades coming as a complete surprise. "You're crowding me, move your backside back a bit," he muttered, stepping back to make room for Lai Fu, whose imposing stature filled the narrow corner. Lai Fu pressed against the wall, granting Shen Xun a sliver of operational space. He withdrew a sniper rifle, adjusting the scope. Undoubtedly, among all firearms, it was his favorite. With a dozen adversaries remaining, he had already eliminated 5 or 6 with the grenades and 2 more with his pistol, leaving 9 who were now huddled behind pillars. Shen Xun intentionally exposed his head, drawing a hail of bullets in response. Once the gunfire subsided, he shouldered his sniper rifle and took down the closest target with precision. While their aim was poor, random shots could still be lethal. Thus, Shen Xun was cautious not to expose himself recklessly again. "Flank them from behind and take them down," he commanded, producing a smoke grenade that quickly enveloped the alley in a thick haze. With their vision obscured, Shen Xun pressed forward, guiding Lai Fu through the smoke. "Now!" Lai Fu sprang up and dashed into the obscured area, while Shen Xun tossed a stone to create a distraction, the noise drawing bullets toward the wall. The assailants, now akin to startled birds, were on high alert, reacting to every sound. Soon, their ammunition was exhausted, the clatter of reloading filling the air. Shen Xun swapped his sniper rifle for dual pistols, pinpointing 2 of the remaining enemies and pulling the triggers. "Ah, my leg!" cried one man as Shen Xun's shot struck his calf, instantly freezing the wound. The other, less fortunate, was shot in the neck, dying on the spot. The numbers dwindled once more. "I'll take you down," shouted the man, reloading with trembling hands and charging towards Shen Xun's corner, his gun firing incessantly. Chapter 92. The opposing force numbered 5 or 6. Shen Xun adeptly dodged the bullets, retreating incrementally towards the corner. The remaining foes ceased their hiding, following the man in an attempt to overpower Shen Xun, believing they had the advantage of numbers. The relentless barrage of bullets made it clear that stepping out would be fatal. Shen Xun continued to back away, the smoke grenade already thrown. The footsteps grew closer. Yet Shen Xun's face bore no fear, only a smile. When the first man reached him, he paused in surprise. "Step back, it's a trap." The man's instincts kicked in. Anyone who could smile so joyfully while surrounded by guns was a rarity. Doubt crept in. Was there a grenade hidden nearby? A sense of panic spread among the men as they hesitated, unwilling to be the first to die. Timing the smoke's dissipation perfectly, Shen Xun raised his blade and swung it down towards the man's head, the edge lodging against his neck. The smoke obscured their vision, yet the sound alerted them. Bullets whizzed toward Shen Xun, who used the body of the unfortunate man he had just slain as a shield, retreating step by step. Someone's behind me." Amidst the smoke, another man was tackled from behind, his breath cut short before he could scream. Shen Xun recognized the sound. Lai Fu had circled around. Donning infrared goggles, Shen Xun could barely make out the silhouettes of the remaining foes within the haze, yet it was sufficient for her purpose. Gunfire would reveal her position. So she approached the 2 men who leaned against each other for support. With their backs turned, they were vulnerable. Shen Xun threw a dagger, striking one man in the forehead. As his partner reached to assist, she quickly dispatched him as well. With the remaining few in psychological disarray, their fingers white-knuckled around their triggers, the sound of their thunderous heartbeats echoed in their ears. The man shot wildly, retreating with each step. "Who the hell is firing indiscriminately?" One of them cursed as he was struck by a stray bullet. Lai Fu lunged at the frantic man, severing his head from his body in an instant. Only 2 remained. Shen Xun swiftly maneuvered behind one, thrusting her blade through his chest, while Lai Fu pounced on the last, tearing into him. As the smoke cleared, the alley lay strewn with lifeless bodies, their earlier commotion having likely drawn attention. Shen Xun rummaged through the weapons of the fallen, stowing them away before attempting to flee on her bicycle, only to find it rendered useless. Reluctantly, she stored it away, retrieved another bicycle, and hastened onward. Lai Fu led the way, with Shen Xun closely trailing behind. No sooner had they escaped than over 20 trained soldiers surged into the alley. Qin Ilu gestured for 2 soldiers to advance cautiously, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. He picked up fragments of a grenade, his expression icy. "Captain Qin." "No sign of them. They've already left." "Damn it, we were so close yet still too late." "Search thoroughly for any other clues," Qin Ilu commanded, kneeling to inspect the wounds of the fallen. "Captain, look at this," a soldier exclaimed, holding up an empty smoke grenade canister. "Let us extract the bullets from these bodies." Receiving the canister, Qin Ilu rose. The soldiers obeyed, carefully cutting into the corpses to retrieve the bullets. "Captain, these men were killed outright. There are no gunshot wounds. And these 2 have very peculiar injuries." Qini Lu crouched to examine the strange bodies, their heads severed and bearing marks of tearing and immense force. These victims were slain by aberrant beasts, he deduced instantly. Captain, look here, this is a sniper bullet. One soldier held up a small circular disc with several bloodied bullets resting atop it. It appears that not long ago, a fierce gunfight transpired in this very alley. And Qini Lu has already begun to piece together the events that unfolded. The opposing faction included a sniper, 2 gunmen, and 2 wielding knives, totaling around 5 or 6 individuals, accompanied by a mutated beast, all presumably well-trained. The rescue team from City B has arrived. Qini Lu's expression shifted slightly as he recalled Lin Zhengyi's advice to bide their time. We must leave, he urged, and over 20 individuals followed closely behind him, hastily departing the alley. Meanwhile, unaware of his newfound 5 subordinates, Shen Xun rode his bicycle with an air of delight. A radiant smile adorned his face as he reveled in the spoils of over 30 firearms, humming a tune under his breath. He followed closely behind Lai Fu, halting beneath a towering commercial building. Is this the place? Shen Xun pressed the brakes sharply, raising his gaze to the 50-story structure. The lower 10 floors comprising a shopping mall. Chapter 93, Whoever is caught is a pig. The interior was expansive, no wonder Lai Fu could enter. Standing before the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, Lai Fu let out a couple of howls before stepping inside, prompting Shen Xun to lift his bicycle and place it beneath the window before following suit. Lai Fu, with its tail wagging vigorously, strutted proudly, and for the first time, Shen Xun could discern an expression on its face. The mall was vast, with wide corridors, and Lai Fu, towering nearly 3 meters, moved through the passage without a sense of crowding. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lai Fu paused at the entrance, crouching and glancing between Shen Xun and the door. Shen Xun, gripping a horizontal blade, dared not be reckless. Any mutated beast capable of harming Lai Fu would certainly be swift. Lai Fu wagged its tail and approached, placing its forelimbs on the door to push it open. The massive entrance creaked ajar, and as Shen Xun peered inside, his expression subtly shifted, albeit momentarily. The doorway was ensnared with white and black threads, revealing a gaping hole of over 2 meters in the center, undoubtedly the handiwork of Lai Fu. Stepping inside, Shen Xun felt a sticky sensation beneath his feet as he treaded upon the threads, accompanied by a faint crackling sound that hindered his speed. He glanced back to see Lai Fu rubbing its paws, strands of black silk adhering to its back. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon, yet the 5th floor mall was devoid of any light. The threads were tightly wound within 6 or 7 meters of the entrance, leaving a small vacuum space in the center. Wielding his blade, Shen Xun sliced through the obstructive threads, discovering numerous remnants of shredded fabric scattered across the ground. As he stepped into the central vacuum area, he felt a hard object beneath his feet and scraped his shoe against it to alleviate the sticky sensation. The threads were enshrouded in an unknown substance. Far too adhesive, what sort of mutated creature could produce such a thing? With a flicker of thought, a powerful flashlight materialized in his palm. As the beam illuminated the shoe sole, he discerned the object he had just scraped against, a half-skeleton, or rather, the intact upper half of a skeletal structure, darkened as if tainted by some potent toxin. A crackling sound echoed from above, prompting Shen Xun to shine his flashlight upward. Countless humanoid bulges were suspended overhead, an estimate of around 300 corpses. A breeze unknown to him caused the bulges to sway ominously. Lai Fu let out a roar from behind, its back coated with dense threads, which Shen Xun promptly brushed away. The gloves he wore became utterly ineffective due to the sticky strands, leading him to retrieve a fresh pair from his spatial storage. As he picked up the fallen gloves, he scrutinized the threads, resembling spider silk but thicker. The bulges above began to sway more violently, colliding with one another and producing a booming sound. Suddenly, a strand shot down from above, and Shen Xun rolled on the ground twice to evade it, the thread striking the skeleton with a resounding crack. Lai Fu, clearly agitated, rushed to Shen Xun's side. He placed a hand on its back to regain his footing, and in an instant, 2 powerful flashlights appeared in his grasp. Directing the beams toward the connecting threads overhead, he spotted a spider, approximately 2 meters in size, perched above, its abdomen continuously spinning silk. There was no wind entering the space. The reason for the bulge's movement was the creature traversing above. The ceiling was adorned with a vast web, hundreds of corpses dangling from it. Another strand shot downwards. But this time Shen Xun was prepared, and he and Lai Fu darted in opposite directions. Not just one. Shen Xun looked up, illuminating the area with his flashlight, revealing 3 six-eyed spiders fixated on her. The spiders surged toward Shen Xun, their 8 legs moving swiftly, their 6 eyes darting back and forth. Without hesitation, Shen Xun turned and fled, with Laifu following closely behind, the sound of silk shooting down from above, yet consistently landing just 3 steps behind her. The thrill was exhilarating. What a game. Shen Xun paused momentarily, beckoning the spiders to come closer. After enduring extensive training and enhancing her physique, she knew these mutated spiders could not catch her, with Laifu securely behind her. Whoever is caught is a pig, she called to Laifu, who then sprinted off. As Shen Xun continued her intermittent sprint, she incited the spiders' ferocity. They chased her through half the mall but could not catch up, remaining within their territory. After an indeterminate number of stops, the spiders ceased their pursuit. Shen Xun shined her flashlight, puzzled. Why have they stopped? Suddenly, Laifu collided with her waist, causing her to tumble to the ground, her flashlight flying a meter away and entangling in the spider silk. Cursing under her breath, she rose, ready to reprimand Laifu, but was interrupted by hissing sounds from above, the bulges swaying more violently. Shen Xun illuminated the area with her flashlight, revealing that each bulge had 1 or 2 spiders perched atop, each about a meter in size. By the heavens! Chapter 94. 5 Differentiated Attacks. My goodness, Shen Xun thought. Despite her mental preparation, she was still taken aback by the sight before her. Nearly 400 spiders were expelling silk from their abdomens, entangling the vast web above or clinging to the humanoid bulges. The threads began to descend, and the spiders dropped to the ground, their long legs puncturing the surface with a sparse rustling sound, enclosing Shen Xun and Laifu within. Shen Xun directed her flashlight at the imposing spiders, 2 meters for the 6-eyed ones and 1 meter for the 4-eyed ones. Thousands of eyes glimmered, each reflecting Shen Xun's silhouette. The encircling swarm grew tighter, forcing Shen Xun and Laifu, one large and one small, to huddle together, finally understanding why Laifu struggled against them. The sheer number of spiders was overwhelming. It was a marvel that Laifu could escape at all. A shrill sound erupted from behind the swarm, as if the spiders were issuing commands, and strands of silk began to shoot toward Shen Xun and Laifu. Poisonous. Shen Xun narrowly avoided a nearby strand, noticing a transparent liquid dripping from the black silk. Wherever it landed, a sizzling sound ensued. Seeing Shen Xun evade, the swarm's sharp sounds intensified, an onslaught of silk raining down upon her. Shen Xun's expression shifted as she realized the imminent danger. Get down, she shouted, pressing her hand on Laifu's head. Silk was shooting from all directions, making it impossible to guard against. With only 2 meters until impact, time was of the essence. With a flicker of thought, 2 bottles of alcohol appeared in her hands. To my astonishment, venom had concealed itself within the spider silk. I had assumed it emerged solely from its maw. It is evident that the anomalies among animals are indeed divine in their uniqueness. They are the favored denizens of Earth. There was no time to unscrew the cap. With his left hand gripping 2 bottles of alcohol and his right brandishing a dagger, Shen Xun swiftly slashed the alcohol-soaked bottle. In an instant, the alcohol sprayed across Shen Xun and Laifu, and within a second, the dagger transformed into a lighter. As the flickering flame of the lighter met the alcohol, a resounding explosion ignited, causing the lighter to shatter, yet the burning silk revealed a path forward. The alcohol, mingled with venom, crackled as it ignited, effectively neutralizing the poison. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, Shen Xun donned a gas mask. Move quickly towards that path, Shen Xun urged, pointing to the newly unveiled route. Laifu hesitated, unwilling to flee without Shen Xun, clutching the hem of his garment in a desperate bid to escape together. Do not dawdle, Shen Xun exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Laifu's rear. With nearly 400 spiders looming, this was no jest. Alcohol was an indiscriminate weapon. In Laifu's moment of indecision, the next wave of attack ensued. Laifu was thrust a meter away by Shen Xun's kick, and upon witnessing the torrent of silk descending upon him, he was urged to flee. Shen Xun shouted, alcohol poised in hand. Realizing there was no further opportunity to seek his master, Laifu dashed through the swarm of spiders, lunging towards the patriarch of the arachnids. Another explosion resounded as a fresh wave of flames erupted, and the spiders within a few meters of Shen Xun were not as fortunate, becoming engulfed in alcohol. His gloves were likewise drenched, his hands ablaze like torches. Hastily, he discarded the gloves, though some flames licked his fingertips. Grabbing a cloth, he covered his hands, extinguishing the fire, but the cold air sent a shiver through him. Evading the oncoming silk, Shen Xun donned a new pair of gloves. Several spiders, now aflame from the alcohol, writhed in agony on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Yet, their efforts were in vain. Soon, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. It seemed the surviving spiders were deterred by the recent inferno, momentarily retreating several meters, watching their burning comrades with trepidation. However, as the scent of cooked flesh wafted through the air, some succumbed to temptation, crawling towards the corpses of their fallen brethren to feast. With some pressure alleviated, Shen Xun refrained from further igniting the alcohol, aware that a moment's carelessness could ignite his own demise. Instead, he formed a circular fire barrier around him, standing amidst the flames with a manic grin. From his spatial pocket, he retrieved 2 submachine guns, securing new magazines to his waist. With a flourish, he raised the weapons, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets. The projectiles struck the spiders' massive abdomens, piercing through and leaving behind a trail of black viscous fluid. Screams erupted as spiders crumpled to the ground, lifeless within moments. Over 100 had perished in a matter of minutes. Swiftly, Shen Xun reloaded. Sparks flew from the muzzles of the submachine guns, and a shrill wail echoed from behind the swarm. In that instant, the spiders ceased their assault on Shen Xun. Even those that had been feeding stopped, turning their attention towards the source of the sound. A sense of dread gripped Shen Xun as he stowed away the guns and retreated. 3 2-meter-tall spiders lay slain at Lai Fu's feet, while another, gravely wounded, writhed on the ground, black ichor oozing from its multiple wounds. Chapter 95, Die. The moment the viscous liquid spilled forth, it froze instantly. Shen Xun, trailing behind the swarm, beheld a spider of colossal proportions, its body measuring 4 meters in length, standing before Lai Fu. This must be the ultimate boss. With 8 eyes and 9 legs adorned with barbs, its abdomen flaunted vibrant patterns as Lai Fu bared his teeth in defiance. Time was of the essence. Shen Xun halted, retrieving a sniper rifle from his spatial pocket, aiming for the beast's underbelly. The sound of the gunshot reverberated as the bullet flew towards the Spider King. Shen Xun remained vigilant, maintaining his aim. As expected, the Spider King's legs bore an impenetrable hardness akin to iron, its 8 eyes scanning for threats, perceiving Shen Xun as a significant danger, thus remaining on guard. One agile leg intercepted the bullet with a sharp clang, ricocheting off. The Spider-S leg leaped towards Lai Fu's position. Lai Fu, dodge! Shen Xun shouted, firing 2 shots in quick succession. The Spider King momentarily faltered, shielding its vital area, while its 9th leg ascended towards the overhead web. It was Lai Fu who had inflicted the injury. His speed was remarkable. The Spider King traversed the web with astonishing agility, releasing 2 strands of silk, one black, one white, directly towards Lai Fu. The sticky strands ensnared Lai Fu's left leg, rendering him unable to escape, while the smaller spiders closed in, 200 strong, converging upon Lai Fu. With glistening fangs and visible saliva, they approached, while 2 more strands of silk descended ominously from above. Lai Fu let out a pained cry, his eyes wide with horror as he glanced toward Shen Xun, regretting his decision to bring his master into this perilous situation. Lai Fu, Shen Xun's expression turned icy, and a seed of vines materialized in his palm. He hurled the seed forward, a wave of green light emanating from his fingertips. Instantly, the vines surged forth. Die! Shen Xun commanded, his palms closing as the burgeoning vines sprouted vicious thorns. The vines swiftly occupied the entire 5-story mall, reducing any spider that crossed their path to mere pulp before they could utter their final wails. The thickest vines stretched before Lai Fu, intercepting the black and white strands, though it too was corroded by the venom, turning black. Shen Xun continuously supplied his abilities, the vines being eroded yet immediately regenerating, as he directed their sharp tips toward the Spider King. The thorns sharpened further, and with a slight upward motion of his index finger, he commanded, Go! Countless vine tendrils surged towards the Spider King, which dodged with remarkable speed. Shen Xun's right hand remained poised, the vines expanding once more. You cannot escape, he declared. His fingers spread wide, directing the tendrils with precision. As anticipated, the ordinary vines proved ineffective. They entwined around the spider's leg but were severed by its barbs. The Spider King began to show signs of retreat, being the fastest growing of its kind. It had developed a degree of intelligence, and it sensed immense fear from Shen Xun. It evaded the encroaching vines, slicing through thick strands of silk in its desperate bid for escape. Shen Xun observed the severed vines, realizing their inadequacy. A pang of nostalgia for the little black ones surged within him. The Spider King tore through layers of silk, racing towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Just a fraction away from freedom. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Shen Xun raised his left hand, green light emanating from his fingertips, seamlessly merging with the severed vines on the ground. This marked the first time he wielded his abilities with both hands. The severed tendrils began to grow uncontrollably. And as the Spider King prepared to leap through the window, a multitude of vines erupted, blocking all exits. At that moment, the entire 5-story structure became truly impenetrable. A slender vine gracefully appeared before Shen Xun, who promptly seated herself upon it. The vine ascended, lifting Shen Xun into the air, soaring towards the trapped position of the Spider King. With her hands braced against the vine's body and her legs swinging freely in the air, they approached the destination. The vine lowered itself to the ground, allowing Shen Xun to alight as she fixed her gaze upon the Spider King lurking in the corner. "I told you. There's no escape," she asserted, donning her raincoat and flexing her wrists, the joints cracking ominously. With a sudden thrust, 2 strands of silk, one black and one white, shot towards Shen Xun. Like a cornered beast fighting for survival, the Spider King was desperate. After all, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The vine shielded Shen Xun, its body sizzling as the venom corroded it. With her index finger tracing circles, the vine ensnared the Spider King in layers upon layers of binding. "Your legs are commendable. Especially the 9th one. I shall take it," Shen Xun declared as she approached the Spider King, gripping the 9th leg firmly. Raising her right foot, she pressed it down upon the vine, summoning all her strength. The Spider King let out a wretched scream as Shen Xun balled her fist and delivered a powerful blow. "You're quite loud," she remarked, having exerted 60% of her strength. The Spider King was left nearly lifeless. Shen Xun continued her assault, and with a sickening sound, she detached the leg completely. With a swift motion of her right hand, the vine that had ensnared the leg unfurled. "Lai Fu, come over and finish it off." Chapter 96 had revealed some changes, and its appetite had certainly grown. Lai Fu, upon seeing Shen Xun's position, leaped over the tangled vines with a resounding howl, bounding towards her. Shen Xun raised her hand to press against Lai Fu's forehead to prevent being knocked over. Stop, don't push me," she cautioned, as Lai Fu excitedly licked her fingers. "Go ahead, it's yours now." Stepping aside, Shen Xun gestured, and the vine released the Spider King. Lai Fu, ever vigilant, growled lowly at the creature. Like a predator on the hunt, Lai Fu inched closer to the Spider King, who, despite the pain from losing its 9th leg, managed to rise and confront Lai Fu. Shen Xun observed in astonishment. The Spider King could still stand, indicating that it had devoured quite a few victims during its transformation. Its 8 trembling legs barely supported its massive body as Lai Fu employed a familiar tactic, leaping onto the Spider King's back and sinking its teeth into it. The Spider King succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a despairing cry. After achieving its goal, Lai Fu retreated momentarily, ensuring that the Spider King posed no threat before pouncing once more. With her back turned to Lai Fu, Shen Xun sat upon the vine, examining the spider leg she had acquired. It measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned with sharp barbs. After removing the softer portions, the remaining hard end was still about 1 meter long. Discarding the pliable section, she retrieved a broadsword from her space and struck it down upon the leg, the sword vibrating with a resonant hum. "How incredibly hard," she mused, her wrist trembling from the effort, having exerted all her strength. The barbs remained unchanged, while the broadsword suffered a notch. Stowing the sword away, Shen Xun produced a handgun and fired 2 shots at the spider leg, both bullets striking the same location. Upon completion, the bullets fell to the ground. "What a remarkable find," Shen Xun exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the leg, noting that the bullets had failed to penetrate and had even been obstructed. Impeccably hard and exceedingly sharp, she donned a pair of gloves, grasping the end of the leg and striking it against the vine. The barbs embedded themselves into the vine's flesh and with force, Shen Xun pulled, causing a burst of green sap to erupt. This spectacle delighted her immensely, prompting her to continue experimenting with the vine. "This is truly effective." If it were to strike a person, it would surely blossom. The Spider King lay gasping for breath, having been thoroughly mauled by Lai Fu, who had already devoured several of its legs, crunching them audibly. Its 8 eyes spun wildly, unfocused, while 2 strands of silk uncontrollably oozed from its abdomen. Shen Xun, witnessing Lai Fu's frenzied consumption, couldn't help but shake her head. Aside from improved teeth, a larger stature, and increased speed, she had yet to observe any significant changes in Lai Fu since its transformation. Wait, there is a change, she realized. Its appetite has indeed increased. Stowing the spider leg away for later refinement, she noted that Lai Fu was voraciously devouring the Spider King's upper body, leaving the tail end untouched due to its distaste. Cleaning up the battlefield in preparation for their return, Shen Xun commanded the vines to wither rapidly, which they did, becoming dry and brittle underfoot, suitable for kindling. She collected the desiccated vines into her space and beckoned Lai Fu to descend. By the time they reached the ground floor, the multitude of spiders hidden in the corners began to reveal themselves, over 100, each measuring around 50 centimeters in size. They voraciously consumed the remnants of flesh and bone strewn across the ground, alongside the strands of silk. The cacophony of their feeding filled the air. Retrieving her bicycle from beneath the window, Shen Xun glanced at the darkening sky, realizing it was imperative to return swiftly. Midway through her journey, she halted, opening her backpack to extract a cotton coat from her space, for the night air had grown frigid. Securing a powerful flashlight to her bicycle, she hastened homeward, the chill intensifying. Stopping momentarily, she rubbed her hands together for warmth. Lai Fu squatted beside her, and Shen Xun placed her hand on its neck for warmth. "Let us go," she urged, as it nudged her, encouraging her to ride. Their journey, marked by a series of stops, took nearly an hour to reach Tianfu. Shen Xun trembled, this being her first nighttime ride. Had she attempted to return the previous night, she might have perished along the way. Her hands and feet had gone numb from the cold, and once back, she stored Lai Fu and her bicycle in her space before ascending the stairs, shivering as she donned her thermal gloves. Entering her home, she immediately retrieved the heater and began warming ginger tea. Both the underfloor heating and radiators were activated. Yet Shen Xun still felt chilled to the bone. She placed a wooden tub on the floor, pouring hot water stored in her space into it, shedding her clothes and slipping in. The warm water enveloped her, gradually restoring sensation to her numbed limbs, and her pale complexion regained its color. The ginger tea on the stove was ready, and after drying off, Shen Xun drank it, feeling warmth seep through her body. Relocating the stove to the living room, she released Lai Fu, preparing a meal of dumplings dipped in spicy sauce. Sated, she reclined on her bed, her consciousness drifting into her space. After tending to her livestock, she sought out the spider leg she had acquired during the day. With her mental focus, she manipulated the leg, carefully removing a portion of the barbs at the tip, just enough to grasp comfortably in her palm. Chapter 97 revealed that GJ had not forsaken them. Wrapping the newly crafted handle in gauze, she summoned the spider leg into her palm. Lying back, she raised the leg to her eyes, pondering how to refine the tip. As a weapon, she found it immensely appealing. Delving into her space, she scoured through her phone for forging videos, opening one to observe finished products. She was not seeking to forge, but rather to glean inspiration. After watching the video, she compared it to other cold weapons in her space. This will do, she concluded, finding inspiration in a farming implements hook. Storing the spider leg away, she focused her mental energy to smooth the barbs, transforming them all into hooks. With a single hook, the sound was mesmerizing. The hook's end was sharpened into a small arrowhead, exceedingly sharp. Shen Xun found herself enamored with her creation, wishing she could keep it by her side even while sleeping, were it not for the lethal venom coating it. As the heater hummed softly, Shen Xun slipped into a deep, peaceful slumber. In the morning, Lai Fu called out from outside the door, prompting Shen Xun to gently usher him into the space. Lai Fu quickly made his way to the litter box. Rising from the bed, Shen Xun took a telescope and gazed downwards. The snow had ceased its fall. The streets were still populated with a few figures, bundled up like dumplings, staggering on the icy surface while tapping and knocking about. Shen Xun had been simmering ribs on the stove and washed up with hot water beside the hearth, as the intense cold was evidently approaching, with temperatures having plummeted significantly in recent days. The ribs were ready, and Shen Xun selected a film to watch while eating, while Lai Fu licked his bowl in the living room. After breakfast, Shen Xun exercised in the gym, But Laifu's large head obstructed the doorway, his paws stretched inward. Unable to enter. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shen Xun felt the alternation of heat and cold. It was no longer feasible to continue exercising. Previously, it had been tolerable, but now the slightest perspiration brought an immediate chill, and he feared he might catch a cold or fever if this continued. Shen Xun collapsed onto Laifu, burying himself in the warmth of Laifu's soft fur. Laifu howled, licking Shen Xun's palm. Taking some cold medicine, Shen Xun downed 2 cups of ginger tea, and as his body warmed, he retrieved a reclining chair to read by the hearth. He finally finished the book he had been perusing, closing it with a gentle rub of his weary eyes before donning a heated eye mask. As his consciousness slipped into the space, Shen Xun gathered vegetable seeds, corn, sweet potatoes, wheat, and various cabbage seeds. He placed the seeds in the pre-prepared soil on the shelves, over 100 of them, and began to stimulate their growth. As they blossomed and bore fruit, he infused them with a thread of his mental energy, clearing out the newly sprouted sweet potatoes and directly shelling the wheat, setting it aside. The entire afternoon was spent bustling in the space, where the corners were already piled with harvested grains. With his mental energy nearly depleted, Shen Xun exited the space, removing the eye mask to find darkness enveloping the room. Night had fallen. Laifu snored in the living room as Shen Xun rose to add coal to the stove, slaughtering a chicken to stew and steaming the fresh corn from the afternoon's harvest. Hearing Shen Xun's movements, Laifu's large head appeared at the door, prompting Shen Xun to prepare his dinner. Drawing the curtain, he plugged in the desk lamp. Its dim light sufficed to illuminate the room's furnishings. The lid of the stew pot occasionally rattled, and Shen Xun nestled quietly in the recliner, idly disassembling and reassembling a pistol. His motions were so practiced. They felt like muscle memory. With a satisfying click, the pistol was fully assembled, just as the stew was ready. He tossed the pistol onto the bed, stretched, and served the corn and stewed chicken onto the table, accompanied by plain rice porridge. Before sleeping, he removed the iron plate strapped to his body and switched on the projector, choosing a historical drama to watch. Halfway through the show, exhaustion overcame him, and he fell asleep, having expended too much mental energy that afternoon. Awakening in the morning, the television was still playing. Shen Xun turned off his phone and stored away the projector, only then hearing shouts from downstairs. Adjusting his coat, he took out the telescope to look down. 3 men clad in green coats stood outside the tianfu, one holding a megaphone. Though the men shouted into the megaphone, it was too distant to discern their words, prompting him to direct the telescope further. At the entrance of the neighboring community, 3 more men stood with megaphones in hand. Having a simple breakfast, Shen Xun gathered Laifu into the space, donned his protective gloves, and descended the stairs. GJ has not forgotten us. We are finally saved. A woman sobbed, clutching her emaciated child. Beneath each building of Tianfu, a number of people stood, with only Shen Xun emerging from Building F, bundled tightly. He crouched by the flower bed. Indeed, GJ has not abandoned us. They have merely arrived late. We have waited, he thought, observing the emotional women around him. Having endured the calamities and hardships of recent days, several unfamiliar women clung to one another, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 98. Freedom to Choose. Shen Xun listened quietly, noting that approximately 400 individuals remained across the buildings. Only a few wept openly. Many, like Shen Xun, stood silently to the side. The base was established on a mountain outside the city, requiring identification, either an ID card or a household register, to prove one's identity. Those without identification could still attend, as the base would have alternative arrangements. Going to the base was voluntary. No one would be coerced. The man with the megaphone continued shouting outside Tianfu, his words repeating in a loop. Shen Xun observed the reactions of the crowd, locking eyes with a man amidst them, who flashed a toothy grin, revealing yellowed teeth. Shen Xun thought to himself, just because I glanced at you in the crowd. As the man approached, Shen Xun turned and walked away, gradually distancing himself from the throng, with the man closely trailing behind. Turning a corner, Shen Xun waited for the man at an angle, idly kicking stones on the icy surface. Some saw death, and one could not prevent that. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the man rushed into the alley, halting upon spotting Shen Xun. With a lewd grin, he thought it amusing that this woman had waited for him in an empty alley. Let me show you how I deal with you. He pulled out a bag of crushed cookies. Here, you must be hungry. Obviously, after the extreme cold, the man had neglected personal hygiene. his smile showcasing his prominent yellow teeth as he held out the cookie bag. Shen Xun did not accept it. "You're from Tianfu," Shen Xun observed curiously. Noting that she was bundled too tightly, the residents of Tianfu would easily recognize her face. "Indeed, I'm from Building C. Which building are you from?" The man, hearing Shen Xun's clear voice, became increasingly convinced of his discernment. His gaze was lecherous, unabashedly appraising Shen Xun, who was still a young girl, just perfect for his tastes. Having had a little fun with her half a month ago, Shen Xun remained unresponsive. "You must be starving. Take this, I have plenty at home. Would you like to come to my place?" The man coaxed, enticing Shen Xun with food. "C building, do you know Sun Jiahong?" Shen Xun's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to neutrality. Upon hearing Sun Jiahong's name, the man's face broke into a wide grin. Realizing that she knew Sun Jiahong made things easier. "Yes, she stayed with me for a while half a month ago," the man said casually, exuding an air of confidence. It seemed he felt he had gained the upper hand. Shen Xun's demeanor turned cold, and a hook, sharpened like a spider's leg, appeared in her hand. The man gaped in bewilderment as if witnessing magic. A mysterious black object had manifested in Shen Xun's hand. "What is this?" Shen Xun remained silent. And in the blink of an eye, she dashed towards him. In his astonished gaze, the hook pierced his neck. With a swift motion of her wrist, Shen Xun yanked the hook, tearing flesh and fabric from his throat, showering her in crimson. The man collapsed lifelessly to the ground, and Shen Xun stowed the hook, donning a new pair of gloves before stepping over his body. Such men were merely overindulged. Exiting the alley, she observed that a considerable number of people had gathered outside Tianfu, likely the nearby residents. Families gathered their scant belongings. "Departure," the voice from the megaphone echoed. As the crowd surged behind the three men, Shen Xun turned and ascended the stairs. Standing beneath the sixth-floor window, Shen Xun surveyed the scene below with clarity. As she gazed downward, she noted that she was not alone in her reluctance to follow the throng. Nearly half of Tianfu's populace remained behind, amounting to around 200 souls. The residents of other communities had similarly dwindled, with a significant number opting to stay. Observing those who lingered, Shen Xun found them standing solitary amidst the crowd. They were not deserving of pity. In fact, starting today, these individuals represented the true menace. They had begun to acclimatize to the survival paradigm of the apocalypse, perhaps even relishing this chaotic world, free from constraints, their hands surely stained with blood. Moreover, the three soldiers had just stated that whether to proceed to the base was a matter of personal choice, devoid of coercion. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern the current predicament. Lacking strength, one could only rely on the official base for assurance of life. As the main body departed, the remaining individuals cast wary glances at one another, their faces obscured, indistinguishable as either men or women. They trickled away in small clusters, with only a scant few. Like Shen Xun, venturing alone. However, these solitary figures had now drawn attention. Many in the crowd had already noticed Shen Xun, their gazes, whether intentional or not, drifting toward Building F. Yet, the remaining souls of Tianfu dared not look in her direction, fearful of attracting her gaze. The sporadic corpses that occasionally appeared around Building F echoed ominously in the hearts of all. This was no longer Tianfu, it might as well be renamed Hell, as the woman in Building F was akin to a living Yama. Chapter 99. The Blazing Firebase, Monsters and Spirits. Ascending to the 22nd floor, Shen Xun opened the door to find the room stove ablaze with warmth. Releasing Laifu from her spatial domain, she turned and entered, retrieving binoculars to peer down below, where a few vehicles were seen moving at the forefront. The cars advanced slowly, trailed by a dense mass of survivors. After stowing the binoculars, she drew the curtains. Laifu's large head rested against the doorframe, and it was just past 10 in the morning. Delving into her spatial realm, Shen Xun scooped up rainwater to cleanse the blood and flesh from her hook, the frigid air causing the remnants to adhere to the cloth strips clinging to the hook. That would suffice. She rinsed a spoonful, though some blood and flesh still clung to it, but it was of little concern. Tossing the bedding and discarded clothing into the spatial realm for a thorough wash and into the dryer, she noted it was just around noon. After preparing a simple lunch and filling her stomach, Shen Xun closed the door and descended, leaving Laifu behind, as she was still uncertain of the official stance on mutated animals. Retrieving her bicycle from beneath the window, she pedaled leisurely down the street. City B had now welcomed a significant influx of official personnel. Soldiers were frequently seen in pairs, wielding loudspeakers. After riding for a while, Shen Xun halted at the mouth of an alley, catching up to the scene ahead. The roadway was crowded with survivors, with military personnel leading the way. As Shen Xun pushed her bicycle down to the ground floor, the crowd split into two factions, with pet owners maintaining a separate path, none daring to approach, while the military enforced order with rifles at the ready. Shen Xun hastily ascended the stairs, reaching the fourth floor, where she peered out the window at the bustling street below. Pet owners occupied the left side, a multitude of cats and dogs, their forms noticeably larger. They're long for trailing behind them. Had she not groomed Lai Fu, his fur would likely resemble theirs. Astonishingly, there were even pigs, small, stunted pigs that, after mutation, had suddenly ballooned in size, their tusks extending nearly a meter in length. Hedgehogs, chinchillas, ferrets, squirrels, rabbits, and even ducks were present, along with snakes. It seemed that wealth still abounded in this world, with an array of bizarre pets. These creatures evidently had not undergone favorable mutations, with the largest barely exceeding 2 meters. The military appeared accustomed to this. The mutated animals trotted faithfully beside their owners. Shen Xun felt reassured. It seemed Lai Fu could roam freely, provided he did not venture out alone, as encountering military personnel would likely result in immediate execution. After observing for a while, Shen Xun retraced her steps, finally arriving outside the community just as twilight approached, her bicycle swaying as she navigated through a gathering crowd. Ignoring the throng, she passed through without a glance. "Hey! Wait a moment," a woman called, pursuing her from behind. Shen Xun quickened her pace, feigning deafness, swiftly maneuvering her bicycle past Building A and into Building B. "Hold on." The woman gasped, breathless, keeping pace behind her, her brow furrowed as she gripped the brakes. Shen Xun turned, suppressing her annoyance, her almond-shaped eyes peering at the woman through her goggles. "What is it?" The woman revealed no reservations, even sporting light makeup, her complexion rosy and appearance striking, prompting Shen Xun to glance back more than once. The woman clutched her chest as she gasped for breath, her black knee-length cotton coat hugging her alluring figure. This was the first dignified person Shen Xun had encountered since the onset of the extreme cold. The woman continued to wheeze, while Shen Xun's patience waned. She turned and mounted her bicycle to leave. With darkness encroaching, Shen Xun had little interest in the woman's intentions. "Please wait. Hello, my name is Su Ping. May I ask if you would consider joining our base?" The woman implored, catching up once more, her tone earnest. At that moment, Su Ping's companions also arrived, numbering around 10, all dressed similarly to her. Shen Xun glanced at the dimming sky. Her fingers had begun to feel the chill. "Not interested," she replied coldly, knowing Lai Fu was likely anxiously awaiting her return. Su Ping's companion's expression shifted slightly. This was the first time anyone had outright rejected their invitation. Anyone observing their current attire would be compelled to consider the woman's proposition seriously. A young girl stepped forward, casting a condescending look at Shen Xun. "Do you know who we are? Haven't you heard of the Blazing Fire Base?" "I haven't heard of it. What's the matter?" "It seems all manner of creatures have emerged these days. Perhaps it is a newly established base," Shen Xun replied flatly, genuinely unaware. Su Ping pulled the girl back behind her. "It's all right. You can think it over. No need to respond immediately." As the last glimmers of daylight faded, Shen Xun's patience evaporated. "I've already stated, I am not interested in your so-called Blazing Fire Base." "You are from the Blazing Fire Base," the girl interjected, emerging from behind Su Ping, her temper flaring at Shen Xun's demeanor. Though the Blazing Fire Base was newly formed, it was not a refuge for just anyone. They had resources but did not cater to idlers. As her hands grew completely cold, Shen Xun turned to leave, but the girl stepped forward, attempting to reach out to her. The click of a chambered gun echoed as she pointed it at the girl. The girl's expression froze, replaced by sheer terror. Chapter 100, Herbal Encyclopedia. Seeing Shen Xun aiming her weapon at one of their own, the girl's companions hastily drew their guns, targeting Shen Xun in return. Shen Xun raised an eyebrow at them, pressing the gun against the girl twice, who trembled uncontrollably. Through the quaking barrel, Shen Xun could feel her fear. "What are you doing? Put the gun down," Su Ping ordered, stepping in to push down the weapon held by her companion. She had encountered many capable individuals with peculiar temperaments before. "Pingjia," the girl whimpered, paralyzed by fear, unable to move under Shen Xun's fearsome gaze. Su Ping approached Shen Xun, maintaining her composed demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. I apologize on her behalf. She truly meant no harm. This is her first time out. Su Ping retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from her backpack, offering them as a token of apology, suggesting that they could be friends. Shen Xun, feigning delight upon seeing the noodles, eagerly reached out to accept them, declaring, "All right, I shall forgive her, but as for friendship, that can be overlooked." Shen Xun, appearing anxious lest anyone witness her, hastily tucked the noodles into her backpack, allowing Su Ping to pull the girl behind her. With a gun casually slung at her waist, Shen Xun swiftly mounted her bicycle and disappeared from sight. Merely 2 packets of noodles, as if she's starving, the girl remarked mockingly, peering out from behind Su Ping, dismissing Shen Xun's earlier actions with a scoff. "Oh, you really ought to say less. You failed to recruit Shen Xun into the firebase," Su Ping said, extracting a note from her bag and marking ends next to the characters for Tianfu. The note detailed several neighborhood names, some of which had been checked, while a few, like Shen Xun's, Boran X, and others had been entirely crossed out. Su Ping turned to gaze at Tianfu under the night sky, unconcerned by the girl's words. On the contrary, she believed Shen Xun's earlier display was perfectly normal. The girl, having relatives in the base, was free from want, much like a tendril flower nurtured in a greenhouse. While many dark corners of B City had succumbed to cannibalism, she still managed to retain a semblance of innocence. "Let us depart," Su Ping said, tucking the note away and leading the others away briskly. After hoisting the bicycle into a small third-floor compartment and securing the door, Shen Xun rubbed her somewhat chilly hands and ascended the stairs. Her toes and fingers were nearly numb from the cold as she donned her gloves and opened the door. Lai Fu, hearing Shen Xun's familiar footsteps, eagerly fixed his gaze on the iron door. Hastening to the stove, Shen Xun removed her gloves, slipped into her furry slippers, and placed her hands on the stove for warmth. Lai Fu had waited for Shen Xun the entire afternoon, his stomach growling with hunger. She fetched Lai Fu's food bowl and sliced a portion of beast meat to place in it, adding 2 live fish and an egg. As Lai Fu devoured his meal, Shen Xun retrieved the 2 packets of instant noodles, confirming their integrity before stowing them away. With the pan heated, she prepared a simple dish, frying 2 eggs and cooking a bowl of rice. Shen Xun, feeling ravenous herself, polished off her meal in a single sitting. Afterward, she took out scissors and trimmed Lai Fu's long fur around his neck, the room enveloped in silence save for the snipping sound of the scissors. The fur had grown rapidly since the last trimming, now reaching a palm's length. Shen Xun collected the cut fur into her space and gave Lai Fu a gentle pat on the neck. "All done, good night." As she lay in bed, her consciousness sank into her space, where she hastened the growth of the food on the shelves. Over the course of several nights, she had amassed over 800 pounds of sweet potatoes and wheat. The chickens, ducks, and geese had multiplied to over 400, even under her intentional control. Shen Xun swiftly gathered the eggs. After a year, the accumulated eggs of the chickens, ducks, and geese had formed a small mountain. Locating videos on how to make salted duck eggs and century eggs, she divided a portion of her mental energy to busy herself in the space, succeeding after several failures. Knowing she wouldn't consume them all, Shen Xun prepared only a basket containing around 500 eggs, sufficient for half a year if she were to eat 2 at a time. With her mental energy nearly depleted, she exited the space and succumbed to sleep. In the morning, she awoke naturally, now the only occupant of Building F, free from surveillance or disturbances. Shen Xun relished the tranquility. After lazily rising from bed and completing her morning routine, she caught a large goose in her space, swiftly dispatching it. The goose convulsed on the ground before perishing, and she plucked its feathers, cleaned it, seasoned it, and plugged in the solar panel for the oven, all while reading. Lai Fu, enticed by the delicious aroma, patiently awaited his meal. Closing her book, Shen Xun turned the goose over. She was engrossed in an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs, which detailed numerous herbs, their properties, and appearances, complete with colorful illustrations. Halfway through the book, lacking an extraordinary memory, she relied on repeated readings. The medicinal field in her space had only just begun to sprout, as she had merely scattered seeds without further attention. After flipping the goose, she continued reading. Chapter 101, Pharmacology. The savory scent of roasting goose wafted through the room as Shen Xun rubbed her weary eyes and set the bird aside. She portioned half for Lai Fu, reserving her own portion to include extra chili, having developed a penchant for spicy food after the extreme cold. The The first bite of the goose, dipped in chili, warmed her from her stomach outward. The goose had feasted on fresh, tender bok choy cultivated through her abilities, yielding delectable, succulent meat that satisfied her greatly. With a satisfied burp, she sprawled on the lounge chair, retrieving a cup of milk tea from her space, inserting the straw into the sealed container. Just as she was about to take a sip, a faint noise outside interrupted her. Setting the milk tea down, she donned her gloves and opened the door. Outside lay a man, clad in a dirty black cotton coat, his figure suggesting he was male. Lai Fu barked softly, trailing behind but hesitant to approach the door. The man was bundled up tightly, even donning a modified hat. Shen Xun kicked him firmly, flipping him over. A burnt smell wafted through the air. The man had been electrocuted. Shen Xun squatted down, grasped the man's coat, and dragged him to the window, flinging him out. He landed on the icy ground with a thud. Dusting off her gloves of the dirt, she prepared to close the door when she noticed something on the ground. Picking it up, she examined it, a blackened piece of wire, likely belonging to the man, which she discarded into the trash before shutting the door and returning to her room. After a brief while, her milk tea had turned cold, and losing interest in drinking it, she returned it to her space. Shen Xun reclined in the lounge chair, engrossed in her reading. Around 5 in the afternoon, she completed the book, retrieving some fruit from her space to enjoy by the stove, as Lai Fu stirred awake. Dinner was a simple affair, and after washing up, Shen Xun lay in bed, sinking her consciousness back into her space to hasten the growth of the sprouting medicinal herb seeds. The herbs grew gradually before her eyes. As she was unsure of the exact identities of the seeds, she had sown them haphazardly. Observing the mature herbs, she controlled her abilities to hasten their growth until they shriveled to her desired effect. Dividing the herbs into categories, she organized them into lower storage, this time with deliberate intent, designating areas for pest-repelling herbs, those for clearing heat and coughs, and others for bruises and injuries. After categorizing and planting the herbs, Shen Xun glanced at the time. It was already past 10 at night, and sleep eluded her. She retrieved the planted herbs and rummaged through her space for a comprehensive guide on traditional Chinese medicine. Among the herbs were safflower, ginseng, peach kernel, Centella asiatica, peony root, strychnine, salvia, turmeric, and touch-me-not. As she summoned each herb from her space, they were ground into powder with a mere thought, creating medicinal powders for treating bruises. In the future, such herbs would be hard to come by, and once prepared, she stored the powders in labeled boxes for easy access, continuing her production. In a fortnight, the sweltering heat will arrive, bringing with it an increase in serpents, insects, rodents, and ants. Although I have stockpiled plenty of floral water and insecticides, it is prudent to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Wormwood, perilla, cloves, patchouli, mint, and dried tangerine peel. As exhaustion overtook me midway through my tasks, I withdrew from the space, a symptom of excessive mental strain. I set the electric blanket to a low temperature and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I opened my eyes to gaze at the ceiling, unsure of the hour I had fallen asleep, still feeling a lingering drowsiness. After tending to Lai Fu, I lay back in bed, enveloped in my blankets, opting to steal a few more moments of sleep. After Lai Fu finished his meal, he glanced at the front door and then at me, having been cooped up at home for 3 days, yearning to go outside. His mournful gaze bore into me, rendering me unable to find rest. Ruffling my hair, I rose to prepare hot water for my morning routine. It had been over a week since my last hair wash, and an unpleasant odor had begun to emanate. My hair had grown significantly, and after drying it, I took a pair of scissors and, facing the mirror, began to trim my own hair. The strands fell away, leaving my hair resembling that which had been chewed by a horse. I could hardly bear to look at the result, so I donned a plush hat to shield my eyes from the sight. Lai Fu waited in the living room, wagging his tail in anticipation. "Let us go," I said, summoning Lai Fu into the space before closing the door and descending the stairs. Once on the second floor, I released Lai Fu, who, with his considerable size, could no longer squeeze through the window. Armed with a hammer, I began to break down the walls flanking the large windows, and Lai Fu leaped out with great agility. He had now grown to 4 meters in height, his muscular legs robust, and he could only lie down in the living room. Without a bicycle, I slung a backpack over my shoulders and hung a thermos around my neck, descending from the second-floor window. "Let us go." As Lai Fu bounded out of the F building, he gleefully dashed across the icy terrain. When he returned, I firmly grasped the fur beneath his neck, declaring, from now on, you shall not stray from my side. In just a week, most of the inhabitants of B City opted to relocate to the base, leaving the streets conspicuously desolate. Lai Fu and I strolled through the empty streets, a leisurely duo resembling a casual shopping trip. Hurry up, I urged, as I spotted 3 individuals approaching from around the corner. Upon seeing Lai Fu, they instinctively chose to deter. The trio hastily departed. At present, aside from the towering buildings of B City, nothing else remained. With no desire to investigate further, I continued to meander with Lai Fu until we exited the city center. Recruitment at the Blaze base, I read aloud from a crimson banner. Astonished at the abundance of supplies they flaunted, they boldly sought new recruits. A folding table was occupied by a man and a woman, behind whom stood 6 cardboard boxes filled with instant noodles. 8 heavily armed guards, swathed in layers, surrounded the boxes. I scrutinized their forms, noting that 3 of them were women. Many eyed the supplies with palpable greed, yet they kept their distance, wary of the consequences of a prior encounter. Get lost. You can't even handle 2 of us and still wish to enter our Blaze base? Have you looked in the mirror lately? The man's tone dripped with disdain, while the woman beside him appeared unperturbed by such confrontations. Taking out my binoculars, I observed that 2.5 boxes of instant noodles had already been emptied. A surge of temptation coursing through me, I stowed the binoculars and departed with Lai Fu. Although I possessed supplies of my own, it was difficult to resist the allure of the conspicuous goods before me. Approaching midday, I nonchalantly entered a shopping mall, which lay eerily vacant. It seemed that no one dared to venture within anymore. Following the arrival of the authorities, it appeared that the malls of B City had undergone a thorough cleansing, leaving nothing behind that could be carried away. After ensuring the area was deserted, I retrieved a stove from my space and ignited it, though the vastness of the mall made it difficult for warmth to coalesce. The stove burned brightly, yet I still felt a chill. I hastily prepared my meal, rising to stretch my stiff limbs. Standing outside the mall, I called out to Lai Fu, who seemed entirely unaffected by the cold. He approached my side and crouched down, seemingly inviting me to mount him. I ran my hand through his long fur but chose not to climb atop him. Glancing at the time, I realized it was nearly 2 o'clock and it was time to return. Upon exiting the mall, I did not retrace my steps, but instead took a circuitous route. The hum of machinery echoed from the adjacent street, prompting me to pause and listen intently. The sound was intermittent, yet persistent. Electricity? This was the first time since the onset of extreme cold that I had heard the sound of machinery outside. After confirming it was indeed machinery, I stepped over the rubble and made my way toward the source of the noise. This street had once been a bustling food lane, and as I leapt from the remnants of a crumbled structure, I spotted several individuals laboring diligently. The buzz of chainsaws ceased abruptly at my unexpected appearance. A man clad in a military green coat elbowed his companion, urging him to look in my direction. Upon following his gesture, his eyes widened in astonishment. Their attention was not on me, but rather on Lai Fu, who stood majestically behind me. In the base, many kept pets, yet they had never encountered a leopard of such considerable size. Spotting an official, I raised my right hand in a gesture of peace, prompting Lai Fu to halt and crouch behind me. A green metal caravan stood nearby, its roof adorned with an intact solar panel connected to 4 chainsaws currently in operation. What are you waiting for? The ice is almost solidifying. Lin Zhengyi emerged from the caravan, brandishing a loudspeaker. The 4 workers redirected their focus, activating their chainsaws, which roared to life as they sliced through the icy surface, carving out a path. I wondered just how long they had been cutting to create such a passage. 2 relatively slender soldiers entered the icy tunnel, wielding chainsaws to carve out a path, and blocks of ice were extracted. As Lin Zhengyi approached me, he remarked, "It hasn't been long since we last met, yet your leopard has grown remarkably." He admired Lai Fu's glossy coat, noting to have grown so large. He must consume an enormous amount of food. The hairs on the back of my hand stood on end, and Lin Zhengyi's eyelids twitched as he concealed his thoughts. He forages for himself. Often, he brings food back for me. It seems I am the one being cared for, I replied with a hint of self-deprecation, sensing the probing nature of his inquiry. "Captain, we've struck something." A voice from beneath the ice called out in excitement. Lin Zhengyi cast a lingering glance in my direction before turning to investigate. Researchers had indicated that for an animal to mutate and reach a height of 3 or 4 meters, its daily food intake would be unfathomable. Even military dogs were carefully monitored, with the best fed barely exceeding 2 meters. The pets entering the base were subjected to stringent scrutiny, the largest among them barely reaching 1.5 meters, and that size was only achievable by consuming human flesh. With food supplies dwindling, many mutated pets had relocated to the base. The question loomed, what sustenance had allowed this leopard to thrive? The answer was glaringly evident. And Lin Zhongyi's icy gaze fixed upon me. At first glance, he perceived that Shen Xun was an extraordinary woman, exuding an air of calmness that made him uneasy when they were in close proximity. Years of training had rendered his body instinctively alert to certain dangers. He felt as if he was being targeted. Shen Xun, her face enveloped tightly, wore a smile as she removed her goggles, her laughing eyes meeting Lin Zhongyi's gaze. Lin Zhongyi found himself momentarily entranced by her look. Although she stood there smiling, her eyes held a chilling intensity. He had encountered such a gaze before, within the eyes of the deceased. It was only natural. Those who chose to remain in B City during such perilous times could hardly be deemed virtuous. Captain. Another call from the ice path, came a voice, breaking his reverie. Shen Xun donned her goggles once more and waved goodbye to Lin Zhongyi, departing with Lai Fu. She understood well what the captain was contemplating. Lin Zhongyi watched her retreating figure with a raised brow. The pressing matters at hand soon reclaimed his focus, and he jogged forward. In due course, the researchers had indicated that a surge in temperature was imminent. Once the base was established, if this woman were to arrive there, all would be revealed. Lin Zhongyi proceeded downwards, donning his fleece-lined military cap. Captain, indeed, the door is here, already breached. There are plenty of provisions inside. Came an excited shout. Hurry, load everything onto the vehicle. A sizable ice block had been severed and set aside, revealing frozen, sealed meat within. You two. Go over there and breach the adjacent wall, Lin Zhongyi directed, urging them to extract as much as possible before nightfall. At 4 o'clock. Shen Xun discreetly retrieved her wristwatch from her pocket, glancing at the time before returning it. There was still some distance to Tianfu, but she could make it back before dark. Parts of B City lay encased beneath layers of ice, with many of the remaining structures collapsed, their walls oxidized and darkened, leaving behind mere remnants. Two boys approached, their blackened down jackets rendering their original colors indistinguishable. The younger boy nestled against the older one, both appearing similarly frail. The older boy clutched the younger boy's hand tightly, gazing at Shen Xun with a desperate yearning. Did she feel pity for them? Shen Xun felt none. The military personnel, hoarse from shouting through megaphones, had established the base outside the city, with food and water readily available, yet these individuals chose to linger here, feigning hardship. Were there any good souls left among those remaining in B City? As the boys drew closer, the younger one called out, "Sister." His greenish eyes were fixed on Shen Xun. Lai Fu. Shen Xun refrained from even giving them a glance. Roar. Lai Fu's deep voice startled the two boys, causing the younger one to drop to the ground in fright, the rusty knife clattering beside him. Upon regaining his composure, he abandoned his brother and fled. The older boy, witnessing his siblings escape, retrieved the knife and shot Shen Xun a venomous glare before pursuing him. Don't chase him, Lai Fu. Shen Xun grasped the fur on Lai Fu's back. The daylight was waning, and the temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees. With a chill creeping into her fingertips, Shen Xun mounted Lai Fu, burying her face into his thick fur, his massive form shielding her from the biting winds of their swift run. Half an hour later, they reached Tianfu, the night having descended. Upon entering through the window, Shen Xun tucked Lai Fu into her space. She had encountered those military personnel earlier. They were extracting supplies from beneath the ice layer. It seemed that officials had anticipated a forthcoming rise in temperatures, and those provisions needed to be salvaged before the intense heat arrived. Otherwise, the abrupt warmth could lead to rapid spoilage of food. Ascending to the 22nd floor, Shen Xun beheld two bodies lying before her door, a man and a woman, their corpses already stiffening. Lifting one, a pistol fell from the man's body. She picked up the firearm and proceeded to search their bodies, discovering 3 more pistols. She dragged the 2 bodies to the window and disposed of them, standing at the edge to survey the shadowy expanse of B City. Her residence had been marked. These individuals had been returning every few days, their scavenging growing tiresome. Entering her room, she retrieved the stove and activated the heating, shedding her gloves to warm her hands by the fire. As the room gradually warmed, she began her meal. Lai Fu could not fit in the living room, so Shen Xun sent his food directly into her space. In a week's time, the extreme heat would arrive, prompting her to consider relocating. Her consciousness sank into the space where Lai Fu was left perched atop a hill. A massive bowl filled with mutated beast meat and a dozen eggs before him, devouring his meal with relish. Afterward, Shen Xun resumed the unfinished task of crafting medicinal powder, dedicating 2 hours to the meticulous process. Her mental acuity seemed to have significantly increased lately. Although intended solely for her use, the quantity did not necessitate such abundance. Looking at the stacked boxes of medicinal powder within her space, enough for half a year, she deemed it sufficient. Chapter 104. A sudden rise in temperature. From here on, her focus needed to be on confronting the impending heat wave. Closing her eyes, she reclined in bed, contemplating the days ahead until slumber enveloped her. With her body relaxed, her spirit followed suit, and she awoke the next morning past 8 o'clock, preparing a meal for Lai Fu while partaking in a simple breakfast herself. The snowfall outside had intensified, and the temperature had dropped significantly. The accumulation on the balcony now reached her calves. Armed with tools, Shen Xun opened the iron door, carrying a large iron barrel and a shovel. Beginning from the top floor, she meticulously collected snow melt into her space. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she stood by the window, noticing several others engaged in the same task. Grabbing the iron barrel, she descended to the 2nd floor's window, discovering that the snow melt around Building F had remained untouched. With so many eyes around, she could not directly store it into her space. With a shovel, she scooped up the snow and placed it into the barrel, stealthily storing it away. Once she had finished collecting the snow melt, Shen Xun ascended the stairs with the barrel in tow. The thermometer, perhaps of inferior quality, seemed incapable of accurately measuring the current temperature. The heating and floor heating in her room had been cranked to the maximum, and 4 stoves were ablaze, gradually restoring warmth to her body. Remaining indoors without venturing out, Shen Xun reclined on a chaise lounge, beginning to organize the vegetable rack within her space. For an entire week, she had neither left Tianfu nor engaged in anything beyond gathering snowmelt and scavenging. With a loud thud, a man's corpse was hurled from the 22nd floor by Shen Xun. The body struck the ice below with a resounding impact. After a moment, she observed several individuals emerging from the adjacent building E, quickly dragging the body inside. It appeared that the corpse she had discarded had been claimed by those next door. Closing the window, Shen Xun began sharpening scissors within her space. Plugging in an electric grooming device, she summoned Lai Fu to her side, brandishing the clippers and instructing him to remain still. If her calculations were correct, the temperature would rise in 2 hours. She needed to swiftly remove Lai Fu's fur. Lai Fu obediently squatted, watching the grooming device in Shen Xun's hands. The silent clippers whirred to life without a sound. She began by trimming the long fur on Lai Fu's belly and neck, then moved to his limbs, gently patting his neck as he lay down. As Lai Fu sprawled on the ground, Shen Xun meticulously groomed him, collecting the shed fur into boxes. The large creature, nearly 4 meters long, had produced a considerable amount of fur, filling 2 storage boxes. Exiting the space, Shen Xun donned a set of black athletic wear, crafted from moisture-wicking, quick-drying fabric. With only 5 minutes remaining, she stored 2 stoves into her space, shutting off the floor heating and the radiators. Once again, she retrieved the thermometer, and to her surprise, it was functioning once more. At -54 degrees, the temperature began to rise ever so slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached -32 degrees. It was time to commence. Shen Xun set the thermometer down and began to shed his clothing. At -16 degrees, the transition was swift. With a flick of his hand, the remaining 2 stoves were stowed away into his spatial storage. At 13 degrees, Shen Xun donned a short-sleeved athletic shirt and removed his fleece-lined hat. In but a moment, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The sunlight streamed through the window, dispelling the previous chill, as the ice began to gradually melt, with the thermometer now reading 37 degrees. The air was saturated with heat. Sweat trickled down his temples, and his shirt front was dampened. Shen Xun retrieved a piece of lemon ice from his spatial storage and placed it in his mouth, instantly alleviating the oppressive warmth enveloping him, even as the temperature continued to climb. He produced an air conditioner fan, filled it with ice, and connected it to a solar panel. The breeze it emitted carried a hint of coolness, though it lasted but 2 fleeting seconds. He transported the living room air conditioner into the room, connecting it to the solar panel, and was pleased to find its cooling effect quite commendable. The room became refreshing. Yet after barely 2 minutes, he once again felt the heat intensifying. At 52 degrees, Shen Xun put away the thermometer, drew back the curtains, and peered through binoculars down below. The ice layer had completely melted under the oppressive heat, even evaporating with wisps of white steam, as the temperature climbed to a staggering 59 to 60 degrees before it finally stabilized. This amount of water would likely evaporate before dusk. A throng of people had gathered below. Shen Xun stored the binoculars and retrieved 3 blocks of ice to place within the room. With the addition of 3 ice blocks, the air conditioner fan, and the air conditioner itself, he took out a thermometer to find the room temperature hovering around 37 degrees, a tolerable level. Savoring a strawberry ice, he took out sunscreen and mixed in some of his self-ground cooling herbal powder before applying it to his skin. The sweat was no longer pouring as profusely as before, prompting Shen Xun to don an insulated suit that resembled a raincoat, which extended below his knees, adequate for the moment. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, after a simple dinner, Shen Xun opened the iron door and descended the stairs. The ice that had formed on the second-floor window had evaporated, leaving only water stains on the wall. The supporting wall on the second floor appeared to have been soaked by rain for too long and, now under the relentless sun, had developed cracks. Running his fingers along the fissures in the wall, white porcelain powder clung to his fingertips, which he brushed away delicately. Chapter 105. The Collapse of City B. It seemed this building could not withstand much longer. Sweat trickled down his brow, and Shen Xun donned a sweatband across his forehead, absorbing the moisture that seeped out. "Excuse me." A woman in a plaid shirt ascended from the first floor, leading a frail boy by the hand, her face radiant with joy, her eyes barely concealing her excitement. Shen Xun stepped aside to allow them passage. Upon reaching the first floor, as he prepared to step through the door, several more individuals entered, and he felt somewhat guilty for blocking their way. The man evidently recognized Shen Xun, pausing momentarily before ushering his family upstairs. Nightfall had descended, yet the crescent moon hung above, casting a crimson hue, while the night's heat retained some of the day's intensity. Exiting the gates of Tianfu, the storefronts on the first floor had been thoroughly ransacked. The streets echoed with cries and exclamations of excitement. "This dreadful weather has finally returned to normal, let us go. Hurry home." A couple rushed past Shen Xun. These individuals must have ventured to the base earlier. The sudden spike in temperature that afternoon likely misled them into believing normalcy had returned, prompting their return. Understandably, the temperatures in City B had previously fluctuated between 30 and 40 degrees, making their overwhelming joy somewhat comprehensible, though it was certain that within a couple of days, they would find themselves weeping as they returned to the base. The rubber soles of his shoes sizzled against the scorching ground, melting within minutes. Shen Xun found an unoccupied house by the roadside, entered, and shut the door behind him, retrieving a watermelon ice from his spatial storage to savor. Removing his shoes, he produced a new pair from his storage. The soles were made of heat-resistant material, perfect for the conditions. After changing shoes, he released Laifu. Upon contact with the warm air, Laifu let out a yelp, and Shen Xun promptly fed him 2 pieces of ice, which Laifu swallowed with a satisfying gulp. He added 2 more pieces before stepping outside with Laifu. The sweatband was now drenched, prompting Shen Xun to change it once again. Suddenly, the towering buildings nearby emitted ominous creaks from within, and Shen Xun leaped onto Laifu's back. "Quickly, let us go." Laifu bolted away, racing to escape as a 30-story building collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing into the adjacent structure. The subpar materials, weakened by rain, frost, and relentless sun, crumbled like mere tofu, causing towering edifices to topple. The dust kicked up obscured his vision, and Shen Xun donned protective goggles and a mask. "Run! The building is collapsing!" A man's panicked voice rang out, only for him to be silenced as debris buried him moments later. The tremors from the collapsing structure shook the ground, and Shen Xun clung tightly to Laifu's neck until the cacophony ceased. Laifu skidded to a halt, claws digging into the earth. Turning back, Shen Xun beheld the devastation. Over half of City B had collapsed. The Tianfu area had initially seemed resilient, yet the successive tremors had widened the fissures, leading to its own downfall. Let us return. Laifu swiftly carried Shen Xun across the rubble, and after half an hour, they arrived outside the Tianfu community. Among the 6 buildings, only building A remained intact, though cracks had formed on the first and second floors. Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan. Mother is coming to rescue you. Don't be afraid." A woman's voice betrayed her fragile state of mind as she mechanically clawed at the debris. Her fingertips were raw and bloodied, Yet she persisted in moving stones. A man rushed forward, enveloping her waist from behind, lifting her from the ground. "Wife, look at me, please, focus on me," he implored, desperately trying to restore her sanity. Shen Xun approached the rubble of Building F. The collapse had been so abrupt, leaving air conditioners, refrigerators, and fitness equipment inside her room unrecovered, a lamentable loss. It appeared she would have to spend the night outdoors. "Mom, Dad." A small boy knelt before the rubble of Building B, his frail form continuously wiping away tears. The moonlight returned to its normal white hue, no longer crimson. Shen Xun cleared away the stones, retrieving a plank trapped within the rubble. In the darkness, he ignited a pile of firewood amidst the ruins. And the small boy was the first to approach, his eyes vacant as he stared into the flames. Shen Xun remained silent as the boy drew near, adding more kindling before stepping back. It was too hot, merely to provide light. Placing a piece of watermelon ice into his mouth, Lai Fu licked Shen Xun's palm, prompting him to feed the creature a few more pieces. The man, supporting his wife, approached with an apologetic gaze directed at Shen Xun, who merely glanced at him without lifting her head again. Resting her head on Lai Fu's belly, Shen Xun closed her eyes, feigning sleep. As night deepened, the sounds of rustling drew in others from the vicinity, who quietly gathered about 7 or 8 meters away from the fire. Shen Xun did not add more wood to the fire, as individuals from the crowd took turns doing so. With half-closed eyes, she observed as more and more people arrived. No matter how many there were, none dared to approach Shen Xun, for Lai Fu remained alert, ready to sound a warning should anyone venture too close. A 5-meter radius around Shen Xun became a no-man's land, and she was awakened in the morning by the sounds of commotion. Shen Xun retrieved a facial towel from her backpack, wiping away the beads of sweat that adorned her face and neck. This item resembled a handkerchief, capable of being wrung out and reused. "Yet, despite having taken my belongings, you still wish to feign innocence. There are witnesses who observed your thievery. And you refuse to acknowledge it," the man exclaimed in frustration. With the crowd gathered around, the situation became increasingly convoluted. "I did not take your belongings." "You are all in cahoots," the woman retorted, gripping her bag tightly. "In cahoots? I distinctly saw you take his belongings," the man, whose honest appearance earned the trust of the onlookers, asserted. Chapter 106, The Wrong Target. In an instant, the crowd began to murmur and point at the woman, who retreated, clutching her bag. "You think you can escape?" The man snarled, recognizing her intent and advancing to seize her hand. The woman brandished a folding knife from her sleeve. "Don't come any closer, I will kill you if you do." Almost immediately, the spectators moved back, not wishing to become collateral damage. The knife waved threateningly before the man, who took a couple of steps back. Yet the thought of losing the supplies he had worked so hard to acquire drove him to desperation. He picked up a 2-meter-long steel rebar from the ground and swung it at the woman's head. "Die!" he shouted, his eyes filled with fury. The woman dodged and fled, insisting, "I truly did not take your belongings." The rebar crashed down beside her feet, causing her to tremble in fear, narrowly escaping disaster. "If you didn't take my things, why are you hiding?" he taunted. "Exactly, if you're innocent, what are you afraid of? Open your bag, and it will reveal the truth," came the voice of the accuser once more. Shen Xun, taking a moment to sip from a bottle of water, found the liquid warm due to the heat, and after finishing, discreetly popped a piece of fruit ice into her mouth. The ice melted within a minute, leaving her lips yearning for more. Help!" the woman cried out as the steel rebar struck her back, causing her folding knife to clatter to the ground, her backpack rolling to within a meter of Shen Xun's feet. The man had no intention of sparing her life. His relentless pursuit had ignited a murderous intent. Convinced that she was indeed the thief, the rebar swung violently, striking her head with a sickening thud that sent blood splattering, leaving her brain matter strewn across the ground. Her eyes bulged in horror, blood painting her face, obscuring her expression. Gagging, some in the crowd could not withstand the gruesome sight and vomited, while others gazed hungrily at the fallen woman. As her life ebbed away, the man continued to rain blows upon her head with the rebar, until her skull was shattered beyond recognition. Murmurs of disbelief permeated the crowd as Shen Xun looked up, noticing that dozens were approaching. Cannibals, she thought, observing the approaching figures whose eyes seemed fixated solely on the lifeless body of the woman. Abandoning the rebar, the man knelt and scrambled to the spot where the woman's backpack had fallen, unzipping it to rummage through its contents. After an exhaustive search, He revealed a look of astonishment when he found none of his supplies. Yet, swiftly regaining his composure, he declared, "Indeed, you were the one who took my belongings." His gaze searched the crowd for the person who could corroborate his claims, realizing too late that he had killed the wrong individual. The one who had actually taken his goods was likely the very man who had testified against the woman. He was merely projecting his guilt onto her. Shen Xun tore open a packet of biscuits, watching the man's self-directed drama unfold. The nutty aroma of sesame wafting through the air as curious eyes occasionally turned toward her. As the cannibals drew closer, she retreated to seek refuge beside Lai Fu. The woman, seizing a machete from her bag, began to hack at the corpse, the blade making a sickening sound as it struck. "What are you doing?" The crowd gasped. Their faces contorted in disbelief. Even in death, they questioned her motives. The cannibals, seemingly deaf to the crowd's dismay, continued to select their prize piece. The gruesome scene did not diminish Shen Xun's appetite. She finished her biscuits, then sifted the remaining sesame crumbs into her mouth. A sudden crack of gunfire echoed, and two cannibals fell, shot but not mortally wounded, their cries of pain piercing the air. "The military is here! The military is here!" A voice called out as a path opened in the crowd. Soldiers clad in green camouflage vests approached. A dozen armed soldiers surrounded the cannibals, executing them without hesitation. The commanding officer, standing tall, proclaimed, "Do not panic, we are only eliminating those who deserve it." Shen Xun opened her backpack, discreetly retrieving small ice cubes from her hidden stash and placing them in her thermos. Taking a refreshing sip, she felt revitalized. With so many witnesses around, she had only consumed a few biscuits, while Lai Fu had yet to eat it all. "Let us move on, we need to find another place," she urged. And Lai Fu followed closely behind her as they exited the throng. In the present state of B City, there was not a single intact location. Shen Xun searched in two different directions, both leading to desolation. Lai Fu paused, and Shen Xun found a secluded spot, pulling out a bowl for Lai Fu to fill with animal meat. "Eat quickly," she urged, sitting aside with a portion of fried rice, perspiration streaming down her face as she wiped her brow with several sheets of the facial towel. Chapter 107, Supplies, They Are My Lifeblood. After wringing out the towel, Shen Xun popped another piece of ice into her mouth. Lai Fu licked her cool palm, sharing in her discomfort from the heat. She offered him a couple of ice cubes, instructing him not to swallow them whole, but to let them melt in his mouth. As she gently held Lai Fu's neck, he savored the icy water as it melted. The base had dispatched personnel to B City for rescue. The collapse from the previous night had claimed numerous lives. With no shelter from the elements, the survivors of B City were all gravitating toward the base. A dozen modified trucks were parked along the roadside, where two soldiers atop one of the vehicles called out through a megaphone. But Shen Xun could not discern their message from afar. "Excuse me, what is the current situation at the base?" she inquired, producing a packet of biscuits from her backpack. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the biscuits, having visited the base, but knowing little about it. "Well, we don't know much," the man replied earnestly. "Just tell me what you do know," Shen Xun insisted, placing the biscuits into the woman's hands. "We have been to the base, but we didn't stay there. One must pay with food to reside within, and beyond that, we are uncertain about others. We lived just outside the base. It has 6 floors. And we occupied the outermost level, which offers no protection whatsoever. As for the conditions inside, we have no food and cannot enter. We do not know what it is like," the man explained candidly. Those residing on the outermost level were desperately trying to push their way into the base. After taking the biscuits, the couple departed, and Shen Xun wiped the sweat from her forehead. She was not inclined to go to the base, but the outer layer was worth considering. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided against the base, envisioning a better alternative. She harbored too many secrets, and even if she were to reside on the outer layer, the abundance of people would complicate her desires for certain culinary delights. Accompanied by Lai Fu, Shen Xun made her way to the rear of the line. The presence of mutated animals had become a commonplace sight for many, yet the sheer size of Lai Fu still elicited a hint of surprise. The journey from City B to the base would take approximately 4 hours. The modified truck was equipped with air conditioning, and those wishing to ride needed to pay with provisions. Any amount would suffice. However, for those who could not provide food, the only option was to walk behind the truck. Food was, after all, akin to one's lifeline. Shen Xun had no intention of heading to the base anyway. Gently patting Lai Fu's neck, she urged him to crouch down, allowing her to mount. "Let us be on our way." Many had already departed from City B for the base, and Shen Xun trailed behind the crowd as Laifu galloped swiftly. The wind generated by their speed brushed against her face, causing the sweat on her cheeks to become sticky, while the buildings on either side receded into the distance. The scenery was one of desolation. Not a single structure remained intact. Within an hour, they had exited City B. The distant mountain tops still bore a stark, barren appearance, but this was merely the beginning. Shen Xun gazed toward the mountains. After a month of intense heat, temperatures would rise again, awakening many frozen, mutated plants. She wondered where Xiaoai was at that moment, before tearing her gaze away. "This way," Shen Xun instructed, tugging at Laifu. While the throng of people moved in one direction toward the base, she intended to venture in another. The duo, one person and one leopard, diverged from the crowd after exiting the city. As the temperature continued to rise, the earth and mountains would yield a plethora of minerals and crystals, which officials would gather for infrastructure and weaponry. The cold weapons crafted from these crystals were exceedingly sharp and resilient, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay. Shen Xun felt a stirring ambition. If she could amass these minerals and crystals for construction, she would possess an impregnable fortress. When the time came to locate Xiaohai, she would have him guard the entrance. With Laifu guiding her, the path became increasingly familiar, as he adeptly navigated through the mountainous terrain. "All right, let us halt," Shen Xun commanded, and Laifu came to a stop. She retrieved his water basin from her space, adding ice cubes to it. Laifu, perspiring profusely, buried his entire head in the basin, emitting a contented howl. Shen Xun took out a bottle of chilled water and drank deeply. Before her lay the expanse of the land where she had claimed several mountain tops. The ground was level, devoid of any weeds, and many trees had succumbed to the scorching sun, withering to a crisp yellow. Shen Xun exclaimed in surprise as she spotted a patch of green atop a distant mountain. A pair of binoculars materialized in her hands, and she focused on that direction. There stood a large tree, estimated to be 6 or 7 meters tall, its vibrant green leaves standing out amidst the multitude of desiccated branches. Mounting Laifu, she directed him toward the tree. Despite the water droplets still clinging to Laifu's face, he was quickly dried by the sun as they ran. The leaves shimmered brilliantly, and Shen Xun took out a shovel to excavate around the tree's roots. It appeared to be in the midst of its mutation phase, and surprisingly, it showed no reaction to her vigorous disturbance. The shade cast by the tree provided a soothing coolness, and Shen Xun summoned green light points from her fingertips, causing the roots in the soil to stretch out eagerly, absorbing the luminous energy. As she continued to channel her energy, the light points were entirely consumed. And with a firm slap against the trunk, she commanded, "Follow me, or I shall set you ablaze." Shen Xun was aware that it could comprehend her words. Many mutated plants possessed intelligence comparable to that of animals. Laifu was an exception, perhaps influenced by his unique albino mutation, which might have affected his cognitive abilities. In response to her blatant threat, the trunk trembled slightly, and the roots embedded in the ground began to withdraw incrementally. Chapter 108, Excavating the Foundation. The tree humorously followed Shen Xun as she directed it to the very center of the clearing. After a brief journey, the once verdant roots had shriveled under the relentless sun, and even the leaves began to yellow. They were on the verge of death. How fragile it was. Shen Xun used her shovel to dig a pit, indicating that it should settle within. The roots rustled as they burrowed into the hole. Once fully submerged, Shen Xun placed her palm against the trunk to stimulate growth, and the formerly 6 or 7 meter high tree surged to over 12 meters in height. The foliage flourished, casting a lush canopy that shielded them from the harsh sun. With nightfall approaching, Shen Xun produced a blow-up tent to set up beneath the tree and lit an oil lamp to hang from its apex. The tree was still in its mutation phase. Having yet to feed and displaying little aggression, it would likely be a challenge to contend with in a month's time. Retrieving 2 ice cubes and a fan from her space, she plugged it into a power bank and positioned herself before the cooling breeze, relishing the comfort. Laifu could not enter the inflatable tent, his massive head resting against the entrance, seeking the cool air. Shen Xun added ice to the fan, aiming it toward Laifu's direction. Sweat continued to trickle down her forehead as she produced 2 chilled watermelons. The heat made it impossible to consume anything substantial, so she opted for some fruit and planned to have a proper meal later. Laifu, evidently feeling the heat as well, showed no decline in appetite. After devouring the chilled watermelon, his eyes remained fixed on Shen Xun. She fetched his food bowl, filling it with half meat and half fruit. Having prepared porridge in her space, she sprinkled insect-repellent powder around the tent, as the valleys were rife with pests. After spraying floral water both inside and outside the tent, Shen Xun returned to relax on a lounge chair, with 2 fans blowing cool air toward her. The porridge was ready, and she placed it in the space's refrigerator to chill, waiting until the steam dissipated before consuming it. A cold dish of bitter melon would help mitigate the heat. Complemented by a salted duck egg, after a simple meal, she nestled into the lounge chair for a nap. The chair faced the entrance of the tent, allowing her to react promptly to any disturbances. Upon waking the next morning, Shen Xun drew the tent flap and took a cold shower, her back soaked with sweat. The moisture clung to her neck, and after trimming her hair a bit shorter, she had breakfast before Lai Fu dashed into the mountains, disappearing from sight. Shen Xun circled the clearing, spending 2 hours assessing the area. It was just right and situated within a deep valley, ensuring minimal disturbance. She cleared the surrounding soil and stored it in her space, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead. The severe water shortage was evident as she wiped her brow and drank some ice-cold water from her space. By the time she reached for a third sip, the water had already warmed to room temperature. She toiled until noon, and with Lai Fu still absent, Shen Xun had a light lunch before settling back in the lounge chair for a brief rest. The midday sun blazed even more intensely, and she applied a sunburn preventive ointment, her exposed skin reddening from the heat. After applying a thick layer of ointment to her face and neck, she felt a slight sting on her skin, likely indicating abrasions. The green leaves offered some respite from the sun, yet the ice in her basin had melted halfway. Adding another piece of ice, the coolness swirled within the inflatable tent, and Shen Xun closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Throughout the afternoon, she remained inside the tent, as the temperature rose another couple of degrees, intensifying the heat. Lai Fu returned just before mealtime, clutching a 2-meter-long mountain chicken in his mouth. He placed the chicken at the entrance of the tent, and Shen Xun lifted her hand to store it in her space. Lai Fu's meal had long been prepared, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Shen Xun donned her heat-resistant suit and exited the tent. The sun was too harsh during the day, and it seemed she would have to work at night. She delineated the terrain, collecting the soil within the designated area into her space. Considering her plans for a basement, she dug down over 10 meters deep, unexpectedly uncovering several pieces of minerals. The area was vast. Despite everything being directly stored in her space, it still consumed a significant amount of time. Shen Xun labored for 2 hours, accomplishing barely half of her goal. Sweat trickled into his eyes, the pain barely registering, merely causing a slight blurriness in his vision. Shen Xun raised his hand to wipe away the perspiration, reclining in the dirt pit. Lai Fu peered over the edge, observing Shen Xun below, 13 meters deep. Shen Xun stood up, driving his dagger into the earthen wall, leveraging it to leap out of the pit. His hands and neck were coated in mud, as was his thermal suit. Using water from the melted ice in a basin, Shen Xun cleansed himself of the dirt. He prepared a milk tea mix, adding ice cubes, and reclined in a lounge chair, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner. Seeing Shen Xun savoring the milk tea, Lai Fu desired a taste as well, and eventually, Shen Xun poured the remaining half directly into its mouth. It seemed Lai Fu wanted to sample everything. It appeared that staying outside during the day was not feasible. Even clad in thermal gear, one could only endure for a limited time. Thus, it would be necessary to continue the work at night. Fortunately, in this secluded valley, he was alone, free to do as he pleased. Adding some water to the soil, Shen Xun began to knead the muddy mixture. Once the mud bricks formed, he pressed the dagger onto the surface to create a simple mold. It was a rudimentary dagger mold, but it would suffice for now. Chapter 109. I am reluctant. As consciousness sank into the spatial realm, Shen Xun retrieved several pieces of ore he had unearthed and began the smelting process within the space. The ore melted into a pool of black liquid, a truly remarkable material devoid of impurities. He poured the liquid into the dagger mold, utilizing 2 pieces of ore for the initial test. Gradually, the dagger took shape within the mold. Exiting the spatial realm, Shen Xun held the black dagger, noticing no discernible change. Storing the dagger back into the space, he meticulously honed the blade's edge. Once finished, he compared the 2 daggers side by side. With the ore-forged dagger in his right hand, Shen Xun struck down against the ordinary silver dagger, producing a resounding clang as the silver dagger shattered into 2 pieces. Producing a spider leg hook, he prepared for a direct confrontation. The black dagger came crashing down. To his satisfaction, The struck area of the spider leg only bore a scratch, yet the dagger remained unscathed. Collecting his belongings, Shen Xun reclined in the lounge chair to rest. During the day, Shen Xun busied himself within the tent, tending to a vegetable rack, while at night, he emerged to dig the foundation, storing the excavated dirt for future planting. After over a month of relentless effort, Shen Xun finally completed the foundation, leaving only the soil near the tent untouched. Throughout this period, he observed numerous teams venturing into the mountains in search of ore, likely from the base. He scattered thorn seeds around the mountain's perimeter, creating a thorny barrier that encircled his vicinity. The thorns were exceptionally sharp, deterring anyone without adequate tools from entering. Packing up the tent, Shen Xun noticed the trees remained deeply rooted in the center of the area. Mounting Lai Fu, Shen Xun gazed down from the mountainside, where the vibrant green in the depths of the pit stood out vividly. Gently patting Lai Fu's neck, he urged, "Let us leave the mountain." After more than a month, I've nearly turned into a wild person. Lai Fu sprinted swiftly through the woods, soon emerging from the dense forest into an area of bare tree stumps. Following a vehicle, Shen Xun pointed out a nearby off-road vehicle, and Lai Fu accelerated to catch up. The vehicle was laden with various iron items, including a rusted gate, a bundle of rebar, and an old iron pot. Shen Xun recalled her previous life, where she had sought similar items, knowing that iron could be exchanged for points at the base, which could then be traded for food. The off-road vehicle maneuvered onto a narrow path crowded with vehicles. Some had their trunks open, revealing iron cages containing mutated animals. After a while, the vehicles came to a halt, forming a lengthy line. Lai Fu led Shen Xun past the off-road vehicles. "Stop!" Shen Xun dismounted Lai Fu, confronting what appeared to be Base B. Towering walls rose abruptly, encircling the base in a circular formation. Judging by sight, the wall stood over 10 meters high. Shen Xun retrieved her binoculars, noting numerous small windows along the wall. The last person had mentioned a 6-story base, confirming that this was merely the outermost layer, indeed, an official base. As Shen Xun approached the base, the crowd thickened. Emaciated figures lay or sat along the roadside, their hollow eyes fixated on Lai Fu, accompanied by continuous sounds of swallowing. RVs and tents predominated, with hundreds of tents densely packed outside the base. Workers weighed the iron collected from survivors to calculate points, admonishing against line cutting with booming male voices. Shen Xun sidestepped, having noticed something of interest at the exchange window. 20 pounds of ore or crystals could be traded for half a pound of food, limited to rice and flour. Compared to her previous experience at Base F, this regulation was significantly more humane. Base F required 40 pounds of ore for a mere half-pound of food. As for mutated beasts, capturing any, large or small, would yield 6,000 points. Shen Xun observed in silence. It seemed that every base was now capturing mutated beasts. The reasons were self-evident. It wouldn't be long before genetic serums would be released, for the official movements always surpassed those of smaller bases. Wiping away sweat, Shen Xun popped a piece of fruit ice into her mouth as 2 soldiers approached. "Hello, comrade. Is this leopard yours?" Lai Fu lay on the ground, its tail swishing. Interrupted from her thoughts, Shen Xun shifted her gaze from the window to the 2 men. "Yes, it's mine. What's the matter? You're not from our base, are you? We just wanted to ask if you'd be willing to sell this leopard to us. We can offer you 3 times the points, plus a month's residence on the 5th floor." It seemed they assumed she would not refuse. Shen Xun's expression instantly turned icy. "No," she replied resolutely. Sensing her murderous intent, Lai Fu stood, positioning itself protectively behind Shen Xun, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl. The 2 soldiers took a step back, and Shen Xun gently patted Lai Fu's foreleg, prompting it to lay down at her feet, returning to a docile demeanor. The soldiers appeared delighted by Lai Fu's reaction. "We want to force you. Whether you sell it is entirely your choice. We only ask if we could draw a vial of blood. Rest assured, even a vial can be exchanged for supplies." They settled for a compromise. Shen Xun's fingers traced the dagger, her resolve firm. "I am unwilling. Not even a single hair from Lai Fu will I give to anyone." She could envision the consequences for Lai Fu should she acquiesce today. The 2 men were taken aback by her outright refusal, their expressions shifting to one of complexity as they regarded Shen Xun. Hastily departing with Lai Fu, Shen Xun donned a cap and mask as darkness fell. She retrieved the prepared notes from her backpack, making her way into the crowd. The notes were casually scattered on the ground, unnoticed in the night's obscurity. Chapter 110, 1 pound of food. The notes had been limited in number, And after scattering them, Shen Xun lowered her hat's brim and exited the throng. Lai Fu awaited her at the mountain's base. "Let us head back," she said. And with a howl, Lai Fu sprinted through the mountains alongside her. The night enveloped the mountains in darkness, but Lai Fu's eyes remained keen. Shen Xun donned night vision goggles and retrieved a bottle of iced water from her backpack, drinking half of it in a gulp. After more than 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. Shen Xun used her powers to manipulate the thorny forest, clearing a narrow path. While the thorns made entry and exit challenging, they ensured absolute safety. Unfolding an inflatable tent on the ground, Shen Xun brought out a water basin for Lai Fu, who promptly submerged its entire head into the bowl. Nestled in a recliner, with 2 air conditioning fans blowing cool breezes, the ice in the basin had melted halfway, creating a refreshing atmosphere. After a simple dinner, Shen Xun sliced into a chilled watermelon, savoring its sweetness as she circled the large, circular pit she had excavated. The pit, 13 meters deep, had been leveled at the bottom, and all that remained was to gather ores and crystals. Spitting out watermelon seeds, Shen Xun leapt into the pit. Cultivating crops and crafting weapons, she unsheathed her spider-leg hook, plunging it into the earth and maneuvering it about, expanding the farming area to cover nearly half of the site. Discarding the watermelon rind, she wiped the sweat from her brow and effortlessly vaulted out of the pit. Back in the tent, she casually dried herself with a towel, as if it were a bath. Awakened by the heat in the morning, the air conditioning fan was still blowing, but the air was now warm, and the ice in the basin had completely melted. Lai Fu had distanced himself from Shen Xun, seeking shade beneath a large tree, where he licked the sweat trickling down his nose. Shen Xun called out to him from the tent, noticing the soaring temperatures. It seemed Lai Fu was also nearing his limit. She glanced at the remaining pieces of beast meat in the basin, noting that he usually devoured everything but had lately left behind more each time, although the fruits had been finished. Collecting the leftover meat for storage, she realized it couldn't go to waste. The sun was too intense, and if left any longer, the meat would spoil, though she could still offer him a few bites later. Even clad in heat-resistant clothing, Shen Xun felt the oppressive waves of heat. Having endured much in her past life, her body had grown accustomed to it. It was not until sunset that Lai Fu returned from under the tree, putting away the book in his hands as he and Shen Xun shared a silent meal. Retrieving an off-road vehicle from her space, Shen Xun set up a black tent atop it. She took out the wheat, potatoes, and sweet potatoes she had previously cultivated and placed them inside the rooftop tent, finally adding 4 bags of rice from her own harvest into the vehicle's cabin. Once everything was prepared, she stored the vehicle back into her space. "Lai Fu, let us go play," she said, and he carried her out of the thorny forest, following her direction. They eventually stopped before a mountain road, where Shen Xun took out the off-road vehicle, climbed inside, and began steering the wheel, with Lai Fu trailing behind. The mountain road was rugged and uneven, causing the items atop the vehicle to rattle noisily. This path led straight to the summit, and Shen Xun parked the vehicle halfway up the mountain, where several people were already waiting. Thankfully, the headlights were on, and with a sudden brake, she realized that had she accelerated, she might have endangered lives. She parked the vehicle steadily a short distance from the group and set up a half-reclined chair beside the car, placing a sign that read "Exchange ores and crystals." When the group saw Shen Xun's setup, they understood that she was the one they had been waiting for, approaching her with a note in hand, asking about the exchange for a pound of grain. They were hesitant, struggling to believe that she was offering half a pound more than the official rate for their ores and crystals. After all, these items were hard-won, and they certainly understood the value of their choices. Shen Xun tapped the sign with the back of her knife, which clearly stated that 20 pounds of ore or crystal could be exchanged for 1 pound of grain. The variety of grains offered was only 3 more than what the base provided: sweet potatoes, and wheat, each one capable of filling a stomach. This had been Shen Xun's plan all along. Knowing she could never gather that much ore on her own, collaborating with these survivors was far more efficient, as these tasks were merely a matter of deftness for her. With a handgun strapped to her thigh and waist, and a long sniper rifle leaning against her chair, the others exchanged wary glances, none daring to approach. Eventually, a woman stepped forward, uncertain of the validity of the offer, carrying only 20 pounds of ore in a bid to test the waters. "Hello, I have 20 pounds of ore," the woman said, placing the bag on the ground and opening it as Shen Xun observed from her seat. The woman felt a surge of anxiety as she tilted the bag, spilling the ore out. Pick it up and place it here. Shen Xun produced a scale, instructing the woman to place the ore upon it. As the woman saw the knife by Shen Xun's side, she quickly gathered the ore and placed it on the scale, which registered exactly 20 pounds. What would you like to exchange for? Shen Xun asked in a calm tone. I would like to exchange for rice, the woman stammered with excitement, realizing that the exchange was indeed possible. With a pound of rice, saving it could allow her family to eat porridge for 2 days. Anything more than half a pound would be a boon. After taking the ore into the vehicle's cabin, Shen Xun stored the ore in her space. Do you have a bag? She inquired, weighing out a pound of rice. Yes, I have a bag, the woman replied, pulling out a black plastic bag from her pocket. Shen Xun poured the rice into the bag, and the woman's face was alight with excitement. The half-pound of grain from the base was often short, but this was indeed a full pound of rice. The woman hurried away with her rice, eager to share the news with her family, who would all venture out to seek ore. Seeing that the exchange was legitimate, the remaining individuals approached Shen Xun with their ore, each carrying only 20 pounds, uncertain of the truth behind the rumors. What would you like to exchange for? Shen Xun asked. Potatoes. I want to exchange for half a pound of potatoes and half a pound of rice, if possible, a man replied, his sunburned face and arms a testament to his arduous efforts. That's fine, Shen Xun said, looking away as she retrieved the requested potatoes and rice. The man tucked the food into his clothing and hurried down the mountain, taking a path opposite the woman's. The remaining individuals formed a queue, one by one stepping forward. I want to exchange for sweet potatoes. I want to exchange for rice. I want to exchange for rice. Most sought rice. And soon only 2.5 bags remained from the 4 she had brought, yet she had collected a significant amount of ore, hundreds of pounds. There was no rush. She preferred to cast a wide net for larger catches. As the mountain area grew quiet, Shen Xun took a few sips of ice water, wiped her sweat, and settled back into her chair. After 2 more hours, an off-road vehicle ascended from the foot of the mountain. Shen Xun quickly stowed away the watermelon on her small table. With a creaking brake and extinguished headlights, 3 men emerged from the vehicle. Is this the place? One of them asked, recalling what Yusha had mentioned, as they gazed at Shen Xun seated in her chair. She held a small cloth, polishing a black dagger. Hey! I heard you have, one man began, but was abruptly interrupted with a sharp tap on the back of his head. Turning, he squinted at the companion who had struck him. Oh Xiang, why the hell did you hit me? Shut up, stop talking, Oh Xiang admonished, pulling the man back. Is Zhao Bin's eyesight worsening? Can he see what's around that person? How many times have I told him to wear glasses when going out? Jiang Huai approached and inquired, I heard you can exchange ore for grain here. Without lifting her head, Shen Xun pointed to the guiding sign with her dagger, continuing to clean it, and then her sniper rifle. Jiang Huai examined the sign, which detailed the exchange rates for ore and grain. Zhao Bin and Oh Xiang followed suit. Reading the sign in disbelief, it was indeed true, a pound of grain. Jiang Huai signaled to his companions, and the 3 of them opened the rear of their vehicle, lifting out bags filled with ore. 2 bags brimming with ore and half a bag of crystals, over 400 pounds in total, represented their most significant haul for the night. What would you like to exchange for? Shen Xun inquired, standing to face the trio. Rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. Jiang Huai called to his companions as they prepared to load the ore into Shen Xun's vehicle. I can manage this myself. Shen Xun single-handedly lifted a bag of ore onto the vehicle, leaving Zhao Bin and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. She was indeed lifting it with one hand. There exist myriad ways to humiliate others, yet the one before us undoubtedly inflicts the deepest wounds. They cannot even surpass a mere woman. Jiang Huai coughed twice, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After Shen Xun placed the ore onto the vehicle, he weighed out the corresponding amount of grain for the 3 individuals. Do you come here every night? Jiang Huai and his companions excitedly loaded the grain onto the vehicle, relieved that they had arrived just in time and hadn't exchanged at the base's window, otherwise, they would have suffered a significant loss. In the future, whenever you find ore, you may return here for exchange, still at 1 pound, Shen Xun remarked as he settled back into his chair. The trio, filled with exhilaration, closed the rear compartment and departed. They had expended a considerable number of points at the base to acquire instruments for locating ore, and yet after a month, they had not recouped their investment. After waiting for another hour without any sign of visitors, the exchange period of 4 hours fell well within Shen Xun's planned time frame. Shen Xun stored the ore from the rear compartment into his space and activated the air conditioning as he drove the off-road vehicle down the mountain. Lai Fu sprang from the woods, trailing behind the vehicle. Upon reaching the initial mountain path, Shen Xun stored the car in his space and offered Lai Fu some water. "Let us go home." Lai Fu, bearing Shen Xun, sprinted through the forest with remarkable speed, crossing through thorny thickets before returning to the tent, where Shen Xun collapsed onto the air mattress. Indeed, once engrossed in labor, hunger became palpable. In his space, Shen Xun dispatched a goose to be braised. Lai Fu lay at the doorway, observing Shen Xun, his tail occasionally sweeping the ground. A large basin filled with ice was placed beside the air mattress, with 2 air conditioning fans directing a relentless breeze towards Shen Xun, who succumbed to the tranquility of his space. Shen Xun began sorting the collected ores and crystals. Only a small amount of rice remained from the provisions brought that night, while wheat was seldom exchanged. He melted the ores within the space, and the shape of the wall began to take form. Just as he was engrossed in his work, he ran out of materials, yet his mental acuity had greatly improved. The braised goose in the pot was not yet ready, so Shen Xun retrieved some chilled cherries, filling a portion for Lai Fu. Half of the sweet cherries had frozen into slush. With one bite, he savored the juxtaposition of slush and fruit flesh, a delightful experience. Solitude always bestowed upon her a sense of security. After finishing the cherries, the goose was ready, paired with fried rice. Shen Xun ate while wiping the sweat from his brow. Adding ice to the air conditioning unit, he reclined back onto the bed, succumbing to sleep amidst the refreshing coolness. Compared to her previous life in the base's large communal tents, her current circumstances were indeed the best. Upon waking the next morning, her vest was already soaked with sweat, and a damp patch formed on the air mattress. After a cold shower, Shen Xun sat in a chair enjoying the cool breeze. Lai Fu, too hot to eat breakfast, lay languidly beneath the great tree. Chapter 112, Exchanging Grain. Lai Fu had now grown to 4 meters in length, even while lying beneath the tree. Half of his body remained exposed to the scorching sun. It was not until midday that Lai Fu sluggishly returned to the tent, extending his tongue to lick the bowl of melted ice water. As Shen Xun immersed herself in her space, she retrieved the frozen beast meat from the refrigerator. Lai Fu took a tentative bite, discovering it to be cool, and then devoured it with gusto. Observing that Lai Fu had quickly finished the meat, Shen Xun added more to the bowl. Sitting in front of the tent, Shen Xun had a simple lunch, and once Lai Fu was done eating, she summoned him back into her space. Without the relentless sun and high temperatures, Lai Fu regained most of his energy within the space. She poured the melted ice water into a bucket and added 2 more ice cubes. Shen Xun gave Lai Fu a refreshing cold bath, channeling her mental energy to envelop him in the icy water, which elicited a contented howl from Lai Fu. Not intending to keep him in the space for long, she released him afterward. As soon as he encountered the scorching outside air, the moisture from his fur evaporated within 10 minutes, and Lai Fu shook himself off before returning to lie beneath the great tree. Shen Xun reclined in a lounge chair, gazing at Lai Fu in the distance while fanning herself, her consciousness drifting back into her space, where she began to cultivate the grains on the shelves. To exchange for a substantial amount of ore and crystals from the survivors, acquiring grain was but a matter of mere effort for her. The grains on the shelf were cultivated repeatedly, forming small mountains in her space. Exiting the space, Shen Xun glanced at the sky and prepared her dinner. She utilized the same off-road vehicle from the previous night, dismantling the back seat to expand the interior space. 4 bags of rice were placed inside, while the black tent atop housed wheat and sweet potatoes. Upon exiting the mountain path, Shen Xun slid down from Lai Fu's back, retrieved the off-road vehicle, activated the air conditioning, and ascended the mountain. At a clearing halfway up, she found a throng of individuals waiting, many of whom had exchanged with her the previous day, now arriving with a considerable amount of ore. She here. That's the vehicle. Upon halting, Shen Xun disembarked and set down the weighing device, which produced a resounding clink as it struck the stones, silencing the crowd. Line up. I'm first," a man declared as he positioned himself beside the weighing device. "Why should you go first?" "Step aside, I'm first. Let me go first." Shen Xun placed the weighing device down, dusting off her palms as she stood up, her gaze impatiently surveying the group. "If you utter another word, you may as well leave." The individuals exchanged glances, falling silent. Inserting the guiding sign, Shen Xun surveyed the crowd, which had increased significantly compared to yesterday. with several familiar faces among them. Place it here, she instructed in a cool tone. I wish to exchange for sweet potatoes, rice, and wheat. The man placed a bag of ore on the weighing device, glancing at the guiding sign beside it. After weighing over 100 pounds of ore and crystals, Shen Xun effortlessly lifted the bag of ore with one hand and tossed it into the rear compartment. The man regarded Shen Xun with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. He was aware of the weight of the ore, yet this young girl lifted it with such ease. The bag, Shen Xun extended her hand, and the man retrieved a prepared bag from his pocket. She filled it with the grain he desired, and the man hurriedly departed with his items. It truly is 1 pound of grain, he exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he hastened down the mountain, relieved that there was no shortchanging. The exchange was genuine. It had been ages since he had tasted wheat and sweet potatoes, and obtaining them at the base required a significant expenditure of points. The line stretched long, and after over an hour of exchanges, Shen Xun opened a bottle cap, sipping water while observing the weighing device. Today, most exchanges were over 100 pounds. Rice had run out long ago. Shen Xun discreetly reached into the rice bag, surreptitiously retrieving some from her space. With so much ore, the off-road vehicle could barely accommodate it. She poured the excess ore directly onto the ground behind the vehicle. Watching Shen Xun drink, the crowd felt increasingly hot and parched. I want to exchange for potatoes and sweet potatoes. A little girl struggled to push a bag filled with ore onto the weighing device. Weighing over 80 pounds. She lacked a separate bag, so she used the one filled with ore to hold the potatoes and sweet potatoes. After weighing, it turned out to be slightly over. The girl anxiously glanced at Shen Xun. Shen Xun picked up a slightly smaller potato, which reduced the weight further. She placed the potato inside and waved her hand. Thank you, sister, the little girl whispered her gratitude before hurriedly departing with her items. Had this been at the base, the staff would undoubtedly have taken 2 or 3 for themselves. Fearing that Shen Xun might change her mind, the little girl vanished from sight in no time. After over 3 hours of continuous exchanges, the crowd finally dispersed. Shen Xun stored the ore back into her space, and Lai Fu emerged from the forest. Checking the time, Shen Xun noted there was still half an hour left. She decided to wait a bit longer before returning. Chapter 113, You're Fooling Me. Taking out chilled watermelon and snacks from her space, Shen Xun settled into a chair, savoring her meal leisurely. As the clock approached midnight, with only 5 minutes to go, Shen Xun began to gather her belongings, loading the recliner and round table into the vehicle. She activated the air conditioning inside the car, closed the door, and started the engine. Just then, a rugged SUV ascended from the valley. Seeing Shen Xun preparing to leave, the occupants inside grew frantic, hastily unloading their items. Jiang Hui gestured at the ore scattered on the ground, while Zhao Bin and O Xiang hurriedly transferred the stones from their trunk to Shen Xun's side. With only 2 minutes remaining, Shen Xun exited the vehicle and deftly set the weighing scale on the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped Zhao Bin and his companions as they placed the ore onto the scale. The weight exceeded 1,000 pounds, several times more than the previous day, having exchanged various grains. Throughout, Shen Xun remained silent, not uttering a word. After weighing the grains and handing them over to the 3 men, she shut the car door and accelerated down the mountain. Moments later, the trio could no longer even see the taillights of her vehicle. This bounty of grains will sustain us for quite some time, Zhao Bin remarked, picking up a sweet potato and casually wiping it before taking a bite. Why go, Xiang go, you both should try this. It surpasses what we have at the base. He sliced the sweet potato into 3 pieces, offering a morsel to each. So sweet and so juicy, O Xiang exclaimed after taking a bite, quickly following Zhao Bin's example. Jiang Hui, though eager to taste, chided Zhao Bin. Look at you, so easily satisfied. This is just enough to get by. Are you suggesting that? Zhao Bin licked his fingers, contemplating. Tonight, we won't be returning to the base. We should excavate that newly discovered mine. After all, half of it remains untouched. You must realize that many are eager to exchange for prospecting devices now. And with the current food scarcity, we are left wondering what that woman intends to do with so many ores, yet how much grain can she possibly offer us in return? Jiang Hui's words cast a pall of silence over the 2 men. I believe Huaigo is right, O Xiang concurred. And the 3 men immediately drove to the mine under the cover of night. The SUV reached a dead end at the mountain's edge. Shen Xun disembarked to give Lai Fu some water, and the loyal creature galloped through the woods with her. Even at Lai Fu's speed, it would take another hour to reach their destination. As Shen Xun's consciousness drifted into the spatial realm, she commenced the smelting of the ores. Connecting it with the previous night's refined materials, she skillfully molded the molten ore into the shape of a house, which stood approximately 6 to 7 meters tall. The wall thickness measured 3 to 4 centimeters. With a considerable amount of ore collected that night, she used a third of it just to craft a small house. Once Lai Fu halted, Shen Xun withdrew her consciousness from the spatial realm. A path through the bramble opened up, and after packing up the tent, she retrieved the finished house. Lai Fu, upon seeing the structure, excitedly leaped twice before burrowing inside. Shen Xun produced 2 large fans, placing one at the front and the other at the back. 3 air conditioning units were positioned in the corners of the room, and upon connecting them to the power supply, the interior became refreshingly cool, much to Lai Fu's delight as he sprawled on the ground. After laying out a single bed with a cooling mat, Shen Xun reclined, and as she drifted into a drowsy state, the sounds of cicadas filled the mountainside, prompting her to turn over. Upon awakening the next morning, the 2 large fans continued to hum softly. Shen Xun added small ice blocks to the air conditioning units. After a simple breakfast, she delved back into the spatial realm to continue smelting ores and crystals, spreading the refined ore liquid evenly 13 meters underground. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she gazed up at the sun above while savoring a fruit ice. Throughout the morning, she completed smelting all the ore collected the previous night, but even half had not been laid down, and the thickness did not meet her expectations. Emerging from the pit, she used the melting ice water to clean herself. Taking a grooming tool, she tended to Lai Fu's fur, noticing it had been shedding excessively, likely due to the heat. After lunch, Shen Xun reclined in her chair, encouraging the growth of her grains, and roasted a chicken. Later that evening, as Lai Fu exited the house and squatted by the thicket, waiting for Shen Xun, it had become a routine for her to venture out at this hour. As Lai Fu enjoyed the exhilarating sensation of running through the mountains. Driving the SUV back up the hill, she found many people already waiting. This time, without her prompting, the crowd lined up in an orderly fashion. "I want to exchange for sweet potatoes," a woman strained as she hoisted a sack of ore onto the scale, which weighed over 90 pounds. "I also want to trade for sweet potatoes." "Me too." The majority of the crowd sought sweet potatoes, and when Shen Xun eventually declared they were no longer available, she considered the growing number of people and resolved to procure a larger vehicle for the next day. "Just give me a bit of everything. Here's my bag," a man urged, lifting his sack onto the scale, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Shen Xun, as per usual, loaded the ore into the trunk of the vehicle, which was shrouded in darkness. As she felt the bag, she stored it within her spatial realm. With a cold glare, she fixed her eyes on the man, drawing her pistol and aiming the dark barrel at him. "You dare deceive me?" In the instant the ore entered her space, Shen Xun meticulously examined its contents. This bag contained no less than 20 pounds of worthless stones. "What are you doing?" The man retreated a couple of steps. "You can't be thinking you can take my ore for nothing. I'll give it all to you, just don't kill me." Panic surged within him. The woman's keen eyes had discerned his ruse swiftly. Murmurs spread through the line as Shen Xun yanked the man's sack from the vehicle and tossed it to the ground, opening it. The bag was indeed the same one from before. The man, in a fit of frustration, grabbed the sack and began to retreat down the hill, shouting, "I want to trade anymore. What sort of person are you?" A bullet landed firmly beside the man's foot, eliciting a scream as he collapsed to the ground. The instant the gun fired, the murmurs ceased abruptly. Chapter 114. I desperately need assistance. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and the man scrambled to his feet, abandoning the sack, fleeing down the hill without a backward glance. In the crowd, Jiang Huai extended his right foot, tripping the man mid-run. "Damn it!" the man cried out in pain. Zhao Bin, observing Jiang Huai's retracted foot, and O Xiang, seizing the opportunity, opened the sack the man had dropped, spilling the ore onto the ground. "Rocks? There are rocks inside. Is he treating us like fools?" O Xiang scoffed. No wonder he claimed he didn't need a bag. If we hadn't caught on, he would have made off with more than a pound of grain for nothing. The crowd rallied against the man, who, cursing under his breath, rose to face Jiang Huai, the one who had tripped him. "Damn busybody," he snarled, drawing a short blade strapped to his leg and lunging at Jiang Huai. "Huai go." O Xiang gasped, his eyes wide with fear, realizing he was too far to intervene. "Zhao Bin." shouted Jiang Huai, who stood behind him, quickly drawing his gun and firing at the man. 2 shots rang out, one struck the man's back, while the other hit his arm, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The man collapsed lifeless. Oh Xiong rushed over, kicking the fallen figure. Why go? Are you all right? I'm fine, Jiang Huai replied. Quick, you two, come here. Zhao Bin called to them. Though the man lay dead, the ore he had brought contained a significant portion of genuine stones. The 3 men knelt to divide the man's haul. Shen Xun holstered her pistol, remaining indifferent to their actions. I want to exchange for wheat and potatoes, another man announced, placing his sack of ore on the scale. Shen Xun resumed her work as if nothing had transpired. In the moment she lowered her head, a dozen or so individuals quietly slipped away, each carrying their own sacks of ore. Shen Xun lifted her gaze. Soon it was Jiang Huai's turn, standing ahead of the others, the group tacitly avoiding mention of the earlier confrontation as they placed their ore on the scale. Do you need assistance? Jiang Huai inquired, placing both hands on the bag of ore as he prepared to head towards the rear compartment of the vehicle. No need, Shen Xun replied, taking the ore from Jiang Huai's hands and effortlessly lifting a bag with one hand. Observing Shen Xun's ease in handling such heavy loads, Jiang Huai marveled at how he carried 2 bags without even bending at the waist. I truly require help, Zhao Bin stated, setting down the bag of ore and wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang Huai assisted as they placed the ore on the weighing apparatus, which totaled over 2,000 pounds, exchanging it for rice and the remaining potatoes. Shen Xun clandestinely smuggled rice into their supplies for the 3 of them. After several days of trading, the primary contributors remained Jiang Huai and his companions. Each time, they brought a significant amount of ore, while others contributed only scattered dozens or hundreds of pounds, but it added up over time. Soon, 4 hours had elapsed, and it was noon, however. A dozen individuals remained in line. Shen Xun swiftly attended to them. After a brief respite in a chair, sipping some water, Lai Fu emerged from the forest, pawing at the water bottle on the round table. Shen Xun filled Lai Fu's bowl with water, and while the creature drank, he stored the lounge chair and table back into his space. The off-road vehicle descended the mountain and navigated onto a winding path, with Shen Xun observing several small tails following closely in the rearview mirror. He pressed the accelerator, roaring into the dense forest. We've been discovered. She intends to flee. Quick, pursue her. There was no longer any pretense. All 4 vehicles switched on their headlights, relentlessly tailing Shen Xun's vehicle. The modified vehicles quickly closed in on Shen Xun, surrounding him from all sides. Men disembarked, their handguns forcefully striking against Shen Xun's car window, demanding his exit. Ignoring the men outside, Shen Xun glanced towards the rear of the vehicle. They were now far from the official base and had successfully lured their pursuers into the forest. With a thunderous gunshot, the back window shattered as a bullet pierced through. Get out, or the next shot will be aimed at your head. The man wielding the gun slammed the butt against the car window. Shen Xun, gazing at the shattered glass, fixed a cold, fierce gaze upon the man and, with a forceful kick, struck the car door. The door swung open with a bang, slamming into the man and knocking him to the ground. His shoulder dislocated from the impact. The gun fell from his grasp. His companions hastily pulled him away, and Shen Xun exited the vehicle. Chapter 115. Where are the goods? Dozens of handguns were aimed at Shen Xun as he surveyed the crowd. The leading woman gestured, and 4 individuals advanced from behind, drawing machetes to slash through the black tarp on Shen Xun's vehicle roof. Finding it empty, one reported back to the woman. The sweltering air had rendered their clothing damp and sticky, clinging to their bodies. The woman pointed at the off-road vehicle, and with 2 gunshots, the men at the rear shattered the back window of Shen Xun's vehicle. It was as if they were convinced Shen Xun was merely prey on a butcher's block, completely disregarding her presence. As the flashlight beams pierced through the car windows, the 4 men peered inside, finding nothing. The man beside the woman shook his head. The woman, armed with dual pistols, stood before Shen Xun, her fitted black vest accentuating her appealing figure, with her ample bosom preventing her from seeing her own toes. As she drew closer, the woman was momentarily taken aback by Shen Xun's youthful countenance. Sister Dan, there's nothing inside, the man whispered, devoid of any desire for the woman's physique, instead overwhelmed by fear, and quickly retreated from her side. How can there be nothing? We've observed so many ores, and this individual has been acting alone. Moreover, how much ore could a single off-road vehicle transport? They had been lying in wait at the mountain's base to seize this batch. Where are the goods? The woman raised her gun, aiming at Shen Xun. And with a crack, a bullet shot straight toward her left foot. She intended to torment the young girl slowly and methodically. With a powerful thrust, Shen Xun leapt atop the vehicle to evade the bullet, raising her eyes to meet the woman's gaze. In an instant, a handgun appeared in her hand. And with precision, she fired 4 shots aimed at the woman's limbs. Surprised by Shen Xun's agility, the woman snapped back to reality just in time to dodge to the side. Although she managed to evade the worst, a bullet struck her thigh. Shen Xun fired another 2 shots at the fallen woman, but her companion swiftly pulled her away, narrowly avoiding the barrage of bullets that rained down upon the vehicle. Shen Xun, like a wraith, leapt down from the roof and sprinted to the right with astonishing speed, having previously trained with heavy weights on a treadmill. This was her first experience running in such a manner outside. The trees beside her blurred into mere shadows as she aimed her handgun at the 3 men ahead. How fast? Is this even humanly possible? The assailants, whose skills were merely marginally better than the average person and who lacked any formal training, found it impossible to track Shen Xun's figure in the darkness. All they perceived was a fleeting shadow advancing rapidly, and they fired wildly in its direction, their bullets failing to even graze the hem of her clothing. There she is. Open fire. The fallen comrade revealed Shen Xun's position to the others. Lai Fu. Shen Xun called into the woods, taking cover behind the vehicle as a hail of bullets ricocheted off the modified exterior. With a powerful roar, Lai Fu lunged at the 3 men from behind, sinking his teeth into 2 of them, severing their midsections. After the attack, Lai Fu released the upper halves of his victims and swiftly retreated, leaving their innards scattered across the ground. A mutated beast. It's a mutated beast. The creature's massive form eclipsed all the aberrations they had witnessed at the base. From a group of over a dozen, only 10 remained. And the half-bodied comrade on the ground still bore signs of life, groaning in agony. Sister Dan, kill me, the man uttered, his voice barely coherent. Enduring the pain, the woman raised her gun and granted the 2 men a swift end. Surrounding them, the sound of rustling vines filled the air as the group gazed in terror at the massive tendrils rising from the ground, casting a shadow over them. What is this thing? The vines grew wildly, enveloping them until the last glimmer of light was snuffed out. Gripping their guns tightly, they huddled together, Sister Dan. What should we do? Chapter 116. What manner of monster is this? The woman was now visibly shaken. Despite her training, she faced an unprecedented sight. Where is the communicator? Quickly, hand it to me. The woman maintained her composure. The communicator is here, Sister Dan. A man stepped forward, unfastening a belt from around his waist and retrieving a small black device, the size of 3 fingers. The device had a black and red button. The woman took hold of it without hesitation and pressed the red button repeatedly, her urgency suggesting a fear that the base might not receive the signal. Sister Dan. Lai Fu, excluded from the circle of vines, howled as he paced nearby, clawing at the tendrils. Shen Xun stood atop the vehicle, gazing down at the group. There she is. Fire. Bullets erupted toward Shen Xun, but the vines surged forward, forming a wall that separated her from the others. Observing the damaged off-road vehicle, a fierce glint flashed in Shen Xun's eyes as she summoned the tendrils, which began to extend menacingly toward the group. Sister Dan, save me. Save me. I don't want to die yet. The vines coiled around the wrists of 2 individuals, lifting them into the air. The bullet pierced through the encroaching vines, splattering green sap in all directions as the struck tendrils fell to the ground. The verdant luminescence merged into the severed vines, which rapidly grew and entwined around several individuals' ankles. Sister Dan, use the knife, quickly. The woman brandished her weapon, hacking at the vines on the ground to free her ankles. With a series of squelching sounds, more and more cut vines accumulated on the floor, leaving the group with no time to spare for Shen Xun. Repeatedly wielding her knife, no one dared to pause. The wall of vines parted autonomously, and Shen Xun observed the frantic individuals, waving her index finger to command the vines to launch relentless attacks. The woman looked up at the scene before her, her heart pounding in terror, yet she did not cease her strikes. What manner of creature was this girl? Capable of controlling these vines? Approaching the group's vehicles, Shen Xun surveyed the modified 4 cars, one of which was a truck. Raising her hand, she absorbed all 4 vehicles into her space, then turned to face the others. These ordinary vines were still too fragile. A few casual strikes with the knife severed them easily. Gradually advancing towards the group, Shen Xun bent down to pick up the severed vines from the ground. Sister Dan. I can't hold on any longer. The man's left hand was ensnared by the vines, and as he swung his knife, he found himself devoid of strength. The blade became lodged in the vines, and he lacked the energy to pull it free. Before he could finish his words, the vines yanked him off the ground, wrapping around his entire body. Tiny tendrils penetrated his eyes, nose, ears, and throat, and he perished without even a scream. Are you from the base? Shen Xun's tone was indifferent, lacking any interest in interrogation. As she spoke, the mass of vines piled at the individual's feet surged violently. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the vines squeezed and grew around their calves, contorting their leg bones grotesquely. Long thorns sprouted from the vines, piercing skin and rupturing organs. The woman gripped a thorn tightly, desperately trying to prevent it from penetrating her body. Raising her long knife, she struck at the thorn. With a squelch, all the thorns extended to a meter in length, impaling her body. Blood erupted from her mouth as she looked up at Shen Xun, whose youthful face bore no expression, her gaze icy and detached. What manner of monster was she? Though the woman still clung to life. Her thumb pressed down on the red button. With a swift gesture, the vines retreated entirely, and Shen Xun crouched down to search for the firearms dropped by the group. 17 handguns. Upon reaching the woman, Shen Xun noticed a small communication device in her hand. A small black device that had already been activated, its red button blinking. With a swift motion, Shen Xun drew her black dagger and sliced through it, severing the device into 2 pieces. The woman gazed at her in despair. Shen Xun raised her hand, the dagger deftly slicing through the woman's throat. The red button ceased to blink. Lai Fu nudged Shen Xun with his head, anxiously calling out, his front limbs scratching at the ground. In the distance, car headlights flickered, reinforcements were arriving, and in great numbers. Both the off-road vehicles and the vines were absorbed into the space. Lai Fu carried Shen Xun up the mountain. Oh. A man in the back seat brandished a rifle, half his body protruding from the window, emitting sounds akin to a monkey's howl. The group was brash and arrogant. The last signal for help had vanished just ahead. They quickened their pace, determined not to let anyone escape. Several vehicles on the narrow path accelerated, raising a cloud of dust. Glancing back at the corpses on the ground, Shen Xun had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield. When Lai Fu reached the mountaintop, Shen Xun gently patted the back of his neck. Lai Fu halted, and Shen Xun slid off his back. Taking out binoculars, she peered down the mountain, eager to discover who had set their sights on her. Could they be from the official base? 7 modified vehicles gradually came to a halt, as a group of around 20 descended from the cars. It was somewhat challenging to see in the night. Adjusting the binoculars, she looked again, on the frontmost vehicle. There was a familiar emblem. Chapter 117, Time to Relocate. She had seen it somewhere before. Yes, it belonged to the firebase. Among the 7 vehicles, 2 bore this insignia. Shen Xun recalled the firebase from their ostentatious recruitment efforts in City B. Let us go home, she said, stowing the binoculars away, mounting Lai Fu, and retrieving a bottle of water from her backpack, gulping down several mouthfuls. This firebase was hardly worth her concern, as long as they weren't from the official base. She was at ease, a lesson learned from her past life. Though the official base remained discreet, it was indeed a den of hidden talents. Until her fortress was fully established and she located Xiaohe, Shen Xun resolved to maintain a low profile. She was not yet invulnerable, and the ordinary vines were still too fragile. Once the fortress was complete and she found Xiaohe, she would be fearless, especially now that even a small base like fire was setting their sights on her. After traversing the thorny forest, she returned home, preparing a meal for Lai Fu and enjoying the dishes from her home-style restaurant. The return journey had been delayed considerably by the firebase personnel, and by the time she settled in, it was already past 3 in the morning. Shen Xun wiped her body with the melting ice water and lay down to sleep. Lai Fu, having caused a ruckus all night, was already snoring. Upon waking the next morning, Shen Xun added 2 ice cubes to the basin and, after breakfast, commenced her busy day. Jumping into the pit, she poured the molten or liquid into the bottom. The black liquid flowed, connecting with the previous day's work, quickly covering half the area of the pit. Once all the ore was melted, Shen Xun leaped from the pit, her consciousness sinking into her space as she urged the food on the shelves to grow. She retrieved the modified cargo truck belonging to the firebase, reinforcing the top with a layer of guardrails, filling it with potatoes and sweet potatoes, while the cargo area was stocked with rice and wheat. At night, Laifu carried Shen Xun out of the dense forest, and indeed, there were personnel from the fire base lying in wait on the narrow path. Laifu, hold on. Laifu skidded to a halt, lying low as Shen Xun retrieved a sniper rifle from her space, affixing a silencer, aiming at the shadows on the path. It was time to eradicate the firebase. With a series of shots, she dispatched the ambushers and drove the cargo truck into motion. The modified truck performed well, navigating the uneven terrain smoothly. Climbing halfway up the mountain, many people awaited her arrival. Shen Xun halted the vehicle and placed a guiding sign. What? Time to relocate? She heard several voices crowding around the sign. I want to exchange for sweet potatoes, a man stated, placing ore on the weighing scale. With the rising temperatures, water resources were scarce at the base. A sweet potato could quench thirst. Halfway through the exchange, the sweet potatoes she had brought ran out. So she secretly smuggled some from her space. Fewer people came to exchange food tonight. In just over 2 hours, they had all departed. After seeing off the last individual, Shen Xun returned to her chair. With no one around, she took out a chilled watermelon from her space to enjoy. After waiting for over half an hour, a man approached, carrying a sack of ore. Excuse me, do you still have sweet potatoes? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shen Xun had intended to shake her head, but noticing the ore on the ground, instead nodded. Yes, I want all the sweet potatoes, he declared, placing the sack on the scale, over 100 pounds. As he received the sweet potatoes, Shen Xun's gaze momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, withdrawing her eyes. The man's hands were thick with calluses from wielding a gun. She was all too familiar with such calluses. He was a military man. Chapter 118. The mission remains unfinished and has been exposed. Despite the man's attempts at disguise, Shen Xun recognized him at a glance. She had had similar calluses in her past life. With a calm demeanor, Shen Xun packed the remaining sweet potatoes for him. The man wore a simple, honest smile, asking, "Little sister, what do you need so many ores for?" His words carried the distinct accent of S-City. Was the military trying to probe her intentions regarding the ores? Shen Xun couldn't help but ponder, I don't know either. I'm merely assisting others with exchanges here. The man scrutinized Shen Xun with an earnest expression, though his eyes flickered with caution. As he turned to leave, he feigned curiosity and approached the signpost, which listed rice, potatoes, wheat, and sweet potatoes. What he desperately sought was the location for Shen Xun's exchange point. Committing the exchange site's location to memory, he departed with the bag of sweet potatoes. Watching the man's retreating figure, Shen Xun stored the round table and chairs into her space, along with the truck, and summoned Laifu. After a brief wait, Laifu emerged from the woods, and Shen Xun mounted him, heading home. They did not descend the mountain but galloped through the wilderness. If the military had set their sights on her, it was certain that more than one individual had come. They typically operated with a backup plan and were likely waiting for her at the base of the mountain. Shen Xun retrieved some ice from her space and placed it in a cup, sipping through a straw. The sweet potatoes were indeed far superior to those at the base. 6 men clad in olive green vests squatted in the grass by the roadside, each holding a half-eaten sweet potato they had just exchanged with Shen Xun. Hey, can I have another one, Captain? One man asked, his eyes fixated on the bag behind the captain. Captain, I want another too. No, having one is already a mistake. The captain replied sternly, slicing the remaining half of the sweet potato into pieces to share among the 5. Captain, you eat it. I'm full, said the youngest among them, wiping sweat from his brow. The others accepted the half-sweet potato handed to them by the captain without complaint. The 6 men sat quietly in the dry grass, not uttering a word. Half an hour later, one of them spoke up. Chao Chi-hong, are you sure it's been 4 hours? Why haven't they come down yet? I've been watching for days. She usually comes down by noon. Let us wait a bit longer. The man pocketed his pocket watch. Don't wait any longer. Let us go up and check. By now, if she were coming down, she would have done so already. They might have discovered us and fled. Stay close, let's move. The 6 men ascended the mountain in silence, avoiding the use of flashlights. Upon reaching the flat ground halfway up, they were taken aback. Where was she? A gust of warm wind swept past. Chao Chi-hong, how did you blow your cover? When we return, I will need to enhance your counter-surveillance skills. The man said with a serious expression, eliciting sympathetic glances from the others. Yes, Captain, Chao Chi-hong replied, looking distressed. Surely, he hadn't revealed anything. He was so honest, and hadn't he spoken to that girl at all? Even if he had exchanged a few words, they were merely casual. How could he have exposed them? The 6 men descended the mountain, carrying the sweet potato bags back to the base. They had failed their mission and were likely to face punishment upon returning. After traversing through the thorny woods and arriving at their quarters, Laifu lay on the ground and began to snore after a loud yelp. Shen Xun filled the air conditioning unit with ice, instantly cooling the room. She took out the medicinal powder she had prepared earlier and sprinkled a circle around the house. Finally, she wrapped the herbs in 4 pieces of cloth and hung them at each corner of the house. The powder was designed to deter insects and ants. If her calculations were correct, the mosquitoes that survived the extreme cold would have now multiplied, each the size of a palm with mouth parts akin to blood vessels. The inhabitants of the base were prime targets for the mutated mosquitoes. To them, it was like heaven. Shen Xun was grateful she hadn't chosen to go to the base. After applying the medicinal powder ointment to herself and spraying the room with floral water, she lay down to sleep. After breakfast the following morning, Shen Xun resumed her routine of smelting ores in the morning and cultivating crops in the afternoon, as sweet potatoes were in high demand, necessitating additional preparation. As night fell completely, she loaded the food into the truck and rode Laifu out. To avoid being monitored, she had relocated the exchange point to just outside B City, at the intersection leading to the official base. Chapter 119. The person disappeared. For her, no place was a sufficiently secure exchange point anymore. Many people had already gathered by the roadside leading from B City to the base. Shen Xun parked her truck and set up the sign. The crowd formed an orderly queue as she systematically exchanged food for them. Today, several new faces appeared. And with the bustling activity on the road, these were likely individuals returning to the base after completing tasks outside. Is that really a pound of food? Along with potatoes and sweet potatoes? Some onlookers were still hesitant until one by one, individuals left with their food, prompting the crowd to waver. Hey, isn't that Jiang Huai's grandson? He is also exchanging food here, a man noted, immediately positioning his vehicle behind Jiang Huai in the queue. Like Jiang Huai, he had also traded points for a prospecting instrument. Recently, he had only seen Jiang Huai and his companions venture out, but had not observed them at the base S exchange point. Evidently, they had found a good spot long ago. Trucks laden with ores lined up behind the queue as Shen Xun filled bags with food, 2/3 of which had been smuggled from her space. Soon, it was Jiang Huai's turn. The 3 of them drove up, their truck bed and top piled high with neatly bundled ores. After weighing, they exchanged for a variety of foods. Shen Xun poured the ores into the truck bed, and to those outside, it merely sounded like a clatter as she discreetly stored the ores back into her space. Having been rebuffed several times, Jiang Huai did not ask Shen Xun if she needed assistance this time. After loading their food, the 3 departed. Shen Xun glanced back. The line of people had vanished, mostly replaced by modified vehicles. One vehicle approached, from which 4 women emerged. The youngest looked to be around Shen Xun's age, approximately 17 or 18. Seeing Shen Xun, the girls sweetly called out sister, as the 4 lifted the ores and crystals from the truck's roof, over 1,000 pounds, with crystals being the majority. What would you like to exchange? Shen Xun asked, picking up a bag and opening it to dump the contents into the truck bed. The 4 stared in astonishment at Shen Xun's effortless demeanor. We'd like to exchange for rice and potatoes, they replied, as it was their first time here. Spotting Jiang Huai at the exchange prompted them to approach. Shen Xun placed the rice and potatoes on the scale, wary of any potential shortages. The 4 encircled the scale, watching closely. Sister, it's not short, they exclaimed excitedly as they loaded the food onto their truck. Goodbye, sister. The girl waved from the window, and Shen Xun nodded in response. What do we do now, Captain? The 6 men hiding by the roadside asked, watching as the ores that rightfully belonged to the base were seized by Shen Xun. What can we do? The base can't spare a pound of food for exchange. A man pressed down on the shoulder of another. You need to crouch down a bit. Every bite that can be consumed at the base is GJ's reserve food. But how long could the reserve last? The current harsh weather was unsuitable for crop cultivation. At this time, anyone who could produce a pound of food for or exchange indirectly alleviated the base's burden, though the identity and methods of this person remained a mystery. The 6 men lingered by the roadside until late at night when Shen Xun finally bid farewell to the last individual. She stored the chairs and folding table into the truck bed, turned on the air conditioning, and retrieved the air conditioning fan from her space, placing ice inside and plugging it in. A refreshing breeze swept through as Shen Xun wiped the sticky sweat from his brow. He ignited the engine and drove deeper into the mountains, pressing the accelerator to its utmost limit. Hurry up! A man called out as he climbed into a modified off-road vehicle, its exterior adorned with straw that towered over a meter in height. A few others swiftly joined him, fastening their seatbelts. They dared not switch on the headlights or draw too near. The man accelerated, tailing Shen Xun's vehicle, navigating the winding path along the roadside. The straw covering their vehicle served as an impeccable disguise amidst the night's shadows. "Captain, the target has vanished," a man seated in the passenger seat remarked, his gaze fixed on Shen Xun's car. It was merely a corner, yet the figure had seemingly disappeared. "What do you mean, vanished? It was just ahead moments ago." The group unbuckled their seatbelts, craning their necks out the windows. "Get out." After failing to catch up last night, today they had finally done so, only to lose him again. If word got out, the other squad leaders would surely mock him. They retrieved flashlights from their pockets, illuminating the tire tracks on the ground. But the narrow path was littered with imprints, making it impossible to distinguish which belonged to Shen Xun. "Let us search thoroughly. Such a large vehicle should not be lost so easily." "Captain, look over there," one man exclaimed, waving his flashlight towards a withered tree where a shadow stood motionless. 12 meters away. "What is wrong?" The others approached. "Captain, you must see that," he said, already drawing the pistol from his waist. The shadow remained still beneath the dead tree, indistinct and foreboding. "Who is there?" The group focused their flashlights on the shadow. "Captain, it's dangerous. Don't go closer." The youngest team member swiftly restrained the man, his trembling hand also retrieving a firearm. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the figure clearly. "It's not human, retreat." Quickly. In the darkness, the entity extended its arm towards them. As the flickering light revealed the truth, they saw it was merely a green branch, elongated and adorned with lush leaves. In a moment of distraction, one member found himself ensnared by the branch around his waist. He drew a dagger and struck at the branch, severing it with a couple of swift blows. "Captain, what is this?" After freeing themselves, they huddled together. "Hurry. Let us get to the vehicle." They hastily cut away the branches entangling their ankles and scrambled into the car, slamming the door shut. "Captain, drive quickly. It's coming after us. Cover me." A thunderous roar erupted as the vehicle swerved. The group fired at the entity with their weapons. But the stray bullets merely struck the branches, failing to impede its advance. "Lai Fu, stop!" Shen Xun suddenly commanded. Lai Fu skidded to a halt, digging its claws into the ground to stabilize itself. Sliding down from Lai Fu's back, Shen Xun turned to survey the path they had traversed, having just heard gunfire. "Hush!" He gestured for silence, and both he and the leopard stilled their breaths. Listening intently, he heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire echoing, fierce and ongoing. "Let us go home." He popped a cherry ice into his mouth, indifferent to the chaos, lacking the curiosity to return and witness the spectacle. Lai Fu galloped through the forest, carrying Shen Xun. "I'm out of bullets." Chao Chi-hong retracted his hand, closing the window. "Use mine," he added. "Captain, I'm out too," another man chimed in. The driver glanced back urgently. "Close the windows, quickly." With the accelerator pressed to the floor, they had no time to buckle their seatbelts, gripping the overhead handles tightly. "Hold on." The glass shattered as branches assaulted the vehicle. "Captain, a branch is reaching in through the window." The men clutched their daggers, hacking at the intruding branches. Their extensive training and previous encounters with aberrant beasts rendered them quick to respond. "Block the windows." Chao Chi-hong violently ripped off a seat cushion and wedged it against the window, prompting the others to follow suit. The branches were thwarted from breaching further, and the 6 men exhaled in relief, though the severed branches within the cabin continued to writhe. "Don't crush them all. Grab a bag and collect them to take back." "Understood, Captain." They complied, gathering the branches into bags. Once out of the danger zone, the men halted the vehicle and opened the doors to peer back along the path they had come. In the pitch-black night, it seemed they could still see the menacing branches lurking. Did anyone get a clear look at that thing? No, it was too dark. It appeared humanoid. They exchanged thoughts, each claiming to have seen a figure. After this encounter, the mission's original purpose had slipped from their minds, replaced by visions of the creature. "Captain, I saw it clearly." The youngest member spoke up. "What did it look like?" The others turned to him with keen interest. "Well, it was a man, but with long hair, and his lower legs were buried in the ground. His skin, it was like tree bark." The youth recalled the fleeting image illuminated by the flashlight, which he had desperately tried to prevent the others from approaching. The branches in the burlap sack began to stir once more. "Let us return to the base." drenched in sweat. Shen Xun discarded his loose black t-shirt after pouring 2 buckets of water into a tub, submerging himself within. He hadn't properly bathed since the onset of the heat, merely wiping down every few days. If he didn't wash soon, he would surely be marinated in his own perspiration. Today's harvest had been bountiful, yielding over 1,000 pounds collected across a dozen trips, merely gleaning from the base's surplus. It was evident just how much ore the base must collect in a single day. After bathing, Shen Xun sprinkled medicinal powder around the house. As he sank into the space within, he began sorting the ores and crystals he had gathered, also retrieving some seafood from the small bay to marinate. Chilled and refreshing. It would be ready to indulge in upon awakening the next day. Not long after falling asleep, Lai Fu's cries jolted Shen Xun awake. Cautiously, he approached the door. The location he had chosen was sufficiently remote, with few able to reach it, especially with the thorny thicket surrounding it. Lai Fu's fur bristled, its tail twitching erratically until it settled down upon seeing Shen Xun rise. Raising his hand to soothe Lai Fu, Shen Xun switched on a powerful flashlight and directed it outside, revealing a mass of red shell ants swarming. The sight sent shivers down his spine. They were the size of a palm, with 2 black circular bands on their abdomens. How could it be these? Shen Xun quickly regained his composure, producing 2 additional powerful flashlights to secure on the wall for illumination. Half of the medicinal powder had nearly been consumed by the red shell ants, and several had already breached the barrier, crawling towards the door. Shen Xun fired several shots, eliminating the few that had invaded. He then scattered peppermint seeds around, which sprouted instantaneously, releasing a unique minty fragrance that sent the red shell ants into a frenzy. These ants were impervious to water and fire but loathed mint. This had been discovered in a previous life, though the land was then unsuitable for cultivation. Fortunately, he had consistently scattered medicinal powder outside each night, which contained some mint leaves, or else these ants would have infiltrated silently. The red shell ants retreated to a distance of several meters, watching Shen Xun with hungry eyes. Daring not to sleep again, Shen Xun cultivated a large batch of mint leaves within the space, grinding them into powder to sprinkle around, showcasing its lethal potential. Mint powder clung to the red-shelled ants, causing them to retreat with a series of high-pitched chirps. From the spatial realm, a reclining chair and a round table were summoned and placed by the door. Shen Xun nestled into the chair. Dawn had broken, breakfast had been consumed. Yet the red-shelled ants showed no signs of resting. Setting down her telescope, Shen Xun extracted some chilled fruit to enjoy. As her consciousness delved into the spatial realm, she commenced the smelting of ore, having amassed a considerable amount from last night's exchanges. She toiled away at the smelting until the afternoon before finally completing the task. Half of the red-shelled ants had retreated, while the remaining ones lingered outside the powder circle, observing. Lai Fu, Shen Xun called from outside the door. It seemed Lai Fu had been intimidated by the sheer number of red-shelled ants, as he had not dared to step outside all day, instead lying by the door. Hearing Shen Xun's call, Lai Fu ambled over slowly. Shen Xun fetched more mint powder from the spatial realm and sprinkled it over Lai Fu, then hung 4 pouches filled with mint powder around his neck. She patted Lai Fu's belly, encouraging him, "Go on, just a lap will do. Fear not. For I am here," she gestured, instructing him to run a circle with the pouches. Lai Fu seemed to comprehend, glancing between Shen Xun and the red-shelled ants a dozen meters away before letting out a howl. With that, he dashed out. And upon encountering the larger red-shelled ants that had finally emerged, they excitedly followed him, creating a vibrant spectacle. "Run faster!" Shen Xun shouted, her voice rising. As Lai Fu sped along, clouds of green dust billowed from the pouches at his sides, causing the red-shelled ants to scatter in fright, no longer daring to pursue. After completing a lap, Lai Fu turned to look back, and at that moment, not a single red-shelled ant remained behind him, nor did any dare to approach. The tables had turned. Lai Fu then pursued a few solitary red-shelled ants, lifting his right paw to bring it down heavily, crushing them with a satisfying squelch. The red-shelled ants were driven out of the thorny forest, and Shen Xun jumped into the pit, pouring the smelted or liquid into the bottom. After nearly half a month of collecting, she finally filled the pit to the desired thickness, a feat not easily accomplished. Lai Fu continued to circle outside the thorny forest, hunting down lone red-shelled ants, swiftly dispatching them upon discovery. As night fell completely, Shen Xun loaded the truck with provisions. "Lai Fu, come here, enough playing," she called. Lai Fu, with a pouch in his mouth, trotted to her side, and Shen Xun reached out to stow the pouch in the spatial realm. "Let us go." As they traveled, Shen Xun noticed clusters of red-shelled ants nestled in the roadside soil, their bodies dusted with mint powder, which compelled them to disperse at a distance due to the unpleasant scent. Upon reaching the small path, she brought out the truck and sprinkled more powder on it to deter the red-shelled ants from taking notice. They're coming, they're finally here. A collective sigh of relief filled the air as the crowd spotted Shen Xun's truck. As she parked, people hurriedly approached, eager to carry the ore away, forming a long queue behind the vehicle. "I want to exchange for sweet potatoes," a man said, lifting his bag onto the scale. Shen Xun's gaze flickered to his swollen arms. Not only his arms, but the exposed skin on his legs bore severe welts, a familiar sight to Shen Xun. Altered mosquitoes. It appeared the base had been assaulted by these creatures last night, and she did not fare much better herself. The exchanges continued into the early hours of the morning, and after sending off the last person, Shen Xun began to tidy up, preparing to return for some much-needed rest, having hardly slept the previous night. In Chapter 122, "I want to exchange for food. Sister, do you still have sweet potatoes?" a small boy asked, setting down his bag of ore. Shen Xun halted her packing. "There's a little left. Go ahead and place it here." The boy, with his thin, darkened arms, lifted the ore bag from the ground, the clattering of ore against the scale echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. 80 pounds, Shen Xun announced, handing him the sweet potatoes. The boy's exposed skin was also swollen from altered mosquitoes, particularly a large bump from his left neck extending to just behind his ear. After giving him the sweet potatoes, Shen Xun turned to continue her work, placing the scale back into the truck and securing the tailgate. The boy did not leave. Instead, he stood by, clutching the bag of sweet potatoes and watching Shen Xun bustle about until she climbed into the driver's seat. "Sister, wait a moment," he called, approaching the truck. "Is there something else?" Shen Xun inquired as she closed the door and fastened her seatbelt, her voice floating through the slightly open window. The boy hesitated, his expression conflicted, but eventually spoke. I found a mine." Upon hearing the word mine, Shen Xun's hand paused mid-motion as she secured her seatbelt. "I don't have any tools, so I can only take a little each day." "I can show you where it is," he said, tapping on the truck door. With the increasing number of people exchanging for prospecting instruments at the base, he was uncertain about being able to safeguard the location of the mine. If he revealed this information to the base, the food he could exchange for would be exceedingly scarce, and the best outcome would merely be the base offering him some provisions to tide him over, but how long could that last? "What do you want?" Shen Xun rolled down the window, leaning out to gaze at the boy standing below. I want to exchange for food. And I also want to trade for a weapon for self-defense," he replied, the first part strong and assertive, while the latter was almost a whisper. Yet Shen Xun heard him clearly. "Very well, get in and lead the way." Opening the passenger door, the boy climbed in, the cool air conditioning humming gently, allowing him to relax. "This way," he pointed in a direction, and Shen Xun turned the truck around, making a left and right at the upcoming junction. In the darkness, there were still numerous modified vehicles navigating this path, and the truck continued for over 2 hours, driving deep into the mountains until it reached a dead end. "How much farther?" Shen Xun asked as she halted the vehicle, realizing they would likely need to walk the rest of the way. She took a water bottle from her backpack and gulped down a few swigs. "It's just ahead. We only need to walk for another half hour," the boy exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at Shen Xun's water bottle, licking his lips and averting his gaze. With a decisive thud, she shut the truck door, donning her insulated suit from her backpack while the boy led the way. Navigating the rugged mountain path, the boy moved swiftly, occasionally glancing back after covering a distance, surprised to find Shen Xun keeping pace steadily behind him. "What is wrong?" Shen Xun finally spoke up during his fourth glance back. Nothing at all," he replied, his eyes wide with astonishment, turning back to lead the way without looking back again. Shen Xun observed him intently. He appeared frail, yet his limbs moved with remarkable agility. At the pace he was maintaining, indeed, even an average adult might struggle to keep up. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. The boy gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground to rest. Shen Xun unscrewed the lid of her water bottle, taking a few sips while patiently waiting for him. "The goods are just below this," the boy said, catching his breath as he pushed aside the heavy stones that blocked the way. The stones scraped against one another, producing a hissing sound, and as they were cleared, a hidden opening was revealed. The boy leaped down first. Shen Xun retrieved her flashlight and shone it inside, discovering a layer of dry grass lining the bottom, likely laid by the boy himself. Gripping the edges of the opening, Shen Xun followed him down. The entrance was naturally formed, the passage barely accommodating one person, with uneven walls adorned with fragments of ore that the boy had evidently pried loose. Here, the boy called out ahead. Shen Xun advanced with her flashlight, revealing a mine shaft extending over 20 meters deep, its walls embedded with ore and crystals. As the light swept over the crystals, they gleamed with a faint luminescence. Having collected so much ore, Shen Xun could immediately gauge the substantial quantity present in this mine. Since the moment the young boy entered the mine, he maintained a vigilant watch over Shen Xun. Fearing that this individual might covet the abundant ores and resort to violence to claim them for himself, Shen Xun brandished a sleek black dagger, slicing towards the boy's arm, where a mosquito, roughly the size of a palm, was firmly latched. With a swift motion, the mosquito was severed in two, its engorged, crimson abdomen bursting and splattering blood onto the boy's skin. Startled by Shen Xun's sudden action, the boy recoiled upon seeing the mosquito, noticing the swollen bump where it had bitten him. "Thank you," the boy muttered, as Shen Xun turned to face him, flashlight in hand. Beginning to retrace her steps with him in tow. "What food do you wish to exchange?" Shen Xun inquired, sitting upon a stone, their gazes locked. "I want something to eat." Chapter 123. The Incomplete Fortress. "The ores here weigh over 30,000 pounds. I can only offer you a third in food," Shen Xun stated, her tone brooking no argument. It was she who would transport the ores back and excavate them, thus the boy had indeed struck a remarkable bargain. If he desired a fair exchange, he could very well transport the ores himself to the trading post. "Agreed, the base offers half a pound, while you provide a pound. Even with a third, it's still a profit. You know of my previous trading post, correct?" Shen Xun revealed her flashlight. "I do. Tomorrow afternoon, you shall go there. I will bring the food." With a flick of her toes, Shen Xun nudged a stone to seal the cave's entrance. Once back on the roadside, Shen Xun pretended to search her pockets, claiming, "I seem to have dropped something." She turned and walked away, the boy watching her with confusion. Once out of sight, Shen Xun softly called, "Lai Fu, Lai Fu." She was confident that Lai Fu was nearby. A rustle emerged from the grass, and the large figure of Lai Fu sprang forth. "Come this way." "Run faster," Shen Xun urged, burying her face in Lai Fu's back as he bolted, the wind slicing against her cheeks like a knife. "All right, stop," she commanded, and Lai Fu halted, his limbs planted firmly. Shen Xun quickly slid off his back and pushed aside the stone blocking the cave's entrance. She leaped down, collecting every last ore into her spatial realm before swiftly mounting Lai Fu and departing. After 10 minutes or so, the boy remained squatted by the roadside, waiting for Shen Xun. "Sister, did you find it?" "Yes," Shen Xun replied nonchalantly, climbing into the vehicle. The boy observed her expression as he took the passenger seat. On the way back, the sun gradually ascended, the air growing more oppressive than during the night. Shen Xun discreetly popped a piece of ice into her mouth. Within minutes, it had melted. Having spent the night in toil, Shen Xun roused herself. "Get out, we are off course." The truck turned onto a fork in the road, one path leading to the base and the other into the mountains. Shen Xun gazed longingly at the road home, yearning for sleep. The boy disembarked, clutching a bag filled with sweet potatoes, watching as Shen Xun's truck disappeared, kicking up a cloud of dust. Morning had arrived, and many were driving into the mountains. Shen Xun evaded the vehicles heading to the base, guiding her truck into the dense forest to stow it away. Upon seeing her secure the vehicle, Lai Fu trotted over, and Shen Xun retrieved his water bowl from her spatial realm, filling it with several chunks of watermelon ice. Having run so far after a night of thirst, Lai Fu's throat felt parched. Shen Xun took out a folding stool, sitting nearby as she waited for Lai Fu. As he drank, droplets of water clung to his whiskers, and he shook his head, licking his tongue. "Let's go home." Outside the thorny forest, a few red ants lay in wait. The mint that had sprouted the previous night was now wilted under the blazing sun. Shen Xun plucked a mint leaf, crushing it between her fingers. The crisp sound echoing as it crumbled to dust, the moisture evaporated by the heat, leaving it entirely desiccated. Lai Fu sprawled on the ground, and Shen Xun presented him with frozen beast meat in his bowl. He stood and hunched over, devouring it eagerly, with the marinated fresh meat still untouched. Shen Xun savored a breakfast of rice porridge paired with the delicacies. She added 2 ice cubes to the bowl, and the air conditioner fan blew cool air over her bed as she lay down, setting an alarm for 2 p.m. before drifting off to sleep. exhausted from the previous night's endeavors. After breakfast, Lai Fu wandered around the thorny forest until he finally squashed the last red and then leisurely returned to rest. When the 2 p.m. alarm rang, Shen Xun silenced it and delved into her spatial realm, commencing the smelting of ores. Last night had yielded a bountiful harvest, and as she shaped the molten ore into the fortress's exterior, the walls began to take form. However, the ore was insufficient to complete even half of the wall. Shen Xun recognized that constructing the wall was a monumental task. Given the current rate of ore collection, it would take no less than 3 months to finish, primarily due to the scarcity of materials, all of which were crafted from ore. She extracted the smelted wall from her realm, connecting it to the base of the pit. Yet the incomplete fortress resembled mere ruins. Nestled in a lounge chair, enjoying the cool breeze, Shen Xun immersed herself in her spatial realm, hastening the growth of vegetables, harvesting, and even collecting eggs. The piglets born during the frigid season had grown considerably. The grass on the mountain was lush and green, though 2 hilltops had been completely grazed. Shen Xun stimulated further growth. After dinner, with the sun dipping in the sky, Shen Xun retrieved the truck, loading the boys' share of food into the cargo area. There was already half a bag of rice, with a considerable amount of sweet potatoes and potatoes needed. Buzzing sounds surrounded the house, and Shen Xun paused, wiping the sweat from her forehead and looking up. A swarm of mutated mosquitoes darkened the sky, their wings vibrating as their buzzing sent chills down Shen Xun's spine. The area around the house was heavily dusted with pesticide. Chapter 124, A New Dagger for Self-Defense. The mutated mosquitoes hovered in midair, their elongated proboscises stained with blood. As the buzzing grew closer, the horde of mutated mosquitoes surged towards the small house where Shen Xun and Lai Fu were. Lai Fu bit onto the hem of Shen Xun's clothing, pulling her towards the interior, eager for her to find a safe hiding spot like him. Seeking death, Shen Xun exclaimed, raising her hand to collect a portion of the nearby mutated mosquitoes into her spatial realm. With a mere thought, those within her realm were severed in 2, their breathing extinguished in an instant. The swarm's collective assault was ill-suited for enhancing Lai Fu's strength. With so many mutated mosquitoes, it would take less than 10 minutes for Lai Fu to be drained to his ideal physique. Witnessing his companions vanish before him, the swarm hesitated, not daring to advance further, their buzzing reverberating overhead, causing Shen Xun to feel increasingly irritated. She retrieved a round table from her spatial realm, elevating herself slightly, and collected another batch of mutated mosquitoes. The remaining swarm, now dissuaded, dared not approach her any closer, instead fluttering higher into the sky. As the buzzing diminished, Shen Xun resumed her tasks, loading her items onto the truck before mounting Lai Fu and exiting the thorny forest. The flesh of Lai Fu was a substantial boon to the mosquitoes, and they had no intention of relinquishing it, trailing Shen Xun at a leisurely pace. Shen Xun raised her hand, casting the previously slain mosquitoes from her spatial realm. The aroma of their flesh instantly captivated the horde, compelling them to swarm over to the carcasses. With their needle-like proboscises, they greedily slurped up the blood pooling on the ground, devouring the flesh with audible gulps. Shen Xun scattered mosquito meat at several locations, finally managing to shake them off. Emerging from the forest and stepping onto the path, Shen Xun retrieved the truck and drove it up the mountain, cautioning not to venture too far. She called out towards the direction where Lai Fu had departed. Having recently changed her exchange point, this mountain was now devoid of visitors. Ascending to the foothills, Shen Xun found the little boy waiting eagerly. "Sister, you're here," he exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he approached her. Shen Xun lifted her gaze to the man standing behind the boy. "Sister, this is my father." The man, who had suffered a broken leg, leaned on a polished branch for support, prompting Shen Xun to avert her eyes. "Your provisions are at the back," she informed him, extracting the boy's supplies, a half bag of rice, 2 bags of sweet potatoes, a portion of potatoes, and half a bag of wheat. These provisions were substantial, if rationed wisely. They could last for 3 months. The man, leaning on his cane, gazed at the food with tear-filled eyes, while the little boy scurried into the thicket, eventually returning with a pedal-powered tricycle. The man assisted, lifting the items onto the vehicle, but the boy insisted, "Dad, let me do it," as he took the bag of potatoes from his father and placed it on the tricycle. Shen Xun climbed into the truck, which turned around and came to a halt. Moments later, a knock echoed on the window, and Shen Xun lowered it. A dagger was extended towards her, which the boy eagerly accepted, swiftly tucking it into his waistband beneath his shirt, concealing it from view. What had initially been an entire bag of rice and wheat was now exchanged for the blade. Shen Xun raised the window again, and in that brief moment, the cool air conditioning dissipated, leaving a wave of heat in its wake. Sister, I have a friend who discovered a mine. He asked me to inquire if you would be interested, the boy said. Shen Xun fixed him with a penetrating gaze, rendering him silent and breathless. After a moment, she chuckled softly, bring him to see me tonight. The boy exhaled in relief, okay. Starting the engine. Shen Xun drove down the mountain to the roadside exchange point, where a long queue had already formed. They've arrived. Shen Xun parked and methodically began the exchanges. Recently, the number of individuals coming to trade had increased significantly, especially those arriving by vehicle. It appeared this exchange point had the potential for long-term development. After laboring until the late hours of the night, Shen Xun began to pack her belongings when the boy returned, accompanied by a woman. She wore a gray tank top. Her long hair pulled back. Sister, this is my friend, he introduced. Shen Xun glanced at the woman, lifting the weighing apparatus onto the truck. With just a single glance, Shen Xun discerned the woman's extraordinary nature. Her posture exuded an air of vitality that starkly contrasted with the lethargy of the others she had encountered earlier. Such a demeanor was reminiscent of military personnel, whose training instills instinctual habits. Could this woman be affiliated with the military? The woman scrutinized Shen Xun in return, observing her youthful visage that appeared harmless. The two stood side by side until Shen Xun completed her packing. The woman then directly broached the subject, requesting that Shen Xun drive her to see the mine. The little boy stood at the intersection, watching the truck recede into the distance. Just ahead, the woman called out, prompting both to disembark, with Shen Xun following closely behind her.